dig up here. So let's bring this over here. Bring this over here. Bring this. All right, so let's see. Scene 1, scene 2. All right. Actually, you know what we'll do is we'll bring this up like this. How's everybody doing? What's poppin', Baker? How you doing? Just getting things ready, and then I'm going to probably head to Ottawa. But
all right,
I wanted to get this.
I'm gonna end off the live stream soon. Thank all of you for
watching. I'm gonna set up a multiple screen. Oh, he's about to.
Stay tuned, and I'll be back on soon.
As you can see, it looks like a lot of the trucks are already gone. Or this might be a side street, I'm not sure. This might be a side street.
Thank you for the super chats. It's very much appreciated. You guys are too kind. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for liking and subscribing, sharing.
Not a lot of trucks there left. They started seizing gasoline, arresting people.
It's day 11 of the protest. We're still at it. We're still out here.
He's about to go offline.
No, okay, no vaccine passport to sit down. Okay, good.
And they've got like a door. You come in this door for the lineup for the bathroom. There's like 100 people lined up for the bathroom.
That's fantastic.
Totally fine.
Oh, and you know what? Now that you say it, now I have to go to the bathroom. Have a good day.
Hello, sir.
How you doing? You don't mind being on camera?
I do not mind being on camera.
Who are you? Where are you from?
I'm Doug. I'm from Ottawa, and I actually drove in from the south end of the city. I finished up my work quick. I got down here in under a half an hour, stopping at Tim Hortons way.
So you got
and I'm here on the hill from the south end of the city, coming all the way in from there in under a half an hour.
I was gonna
this
say,
has not disrupted the city whatsoever.
And now I've never met this gentleman before, so this is not bias or leading questions.
No,
I noticed the same thing. I think I had no. I parked on the.
Oh, I guess it's like almost like.
The other side of City Hall.
So and no traffic coming in.
No traffic at all, because everyone in this city is at home.
The people have been working from home for a while.
2 years now. Oh, yes. I mean, my office again is
All
south
right,
of the city,
let's
but
try
I live
this.
close enough, and this has not been disruptive. I've been down to the hill on both Saturdays. At the peak,
Let's
right
do
after I
this.
work Saturday
All right.
mornings, I sit down on the Saturday. I work.
I sent you
come into
good
town,
content
walk
on
to the
Twitter
hill,
for a
and it
show.
was no
Nice.
problem whatsoever.
Good.
So,
I'll check it out in a little bit.
Exaggeration.
Exaggeration,
Some people.
misinformation.
I have no doubt that the honking for the first few days disrupted.
Undeniably. But
State of emergency. State of emergency.
I can't even. I don't know what to say to that nonsense. I cannot even express how silly and foolish that is. It makes no sense whatsoever. Well,
RH, how you doing?
It makes sense to those who
It makes sense
declare
to
it.
those, exactly. But there is not one thing being done by these truckers that would be considered illegal. You're the lawyer, but I mean, it is.
Yeah, I think.
I
Look,
don't know.
it wouldn't be illegal, but illegal parking would be a bylaw issue, not a criminal issue.
But Ottawa has a history of.
All right. He went offline, so we'll find somebody else.
So I think I don't think anything on Wellington here.
I've-
Not one thing has been.
Other than the horns, which might be disruptive, and if
Yeah.
you're honking after,
which they stopped over a week ago. They've been 8 till 8.
yeah, that's
you
that's
know.
what I've heard. I've heard that.
You know, and the only streets that have been blocked strictly because the police have put blockades. The truckers always leave a lane, you know, and so there's
Just
no
setting this
risk in
up,
terms
guys.
of
Give me 1
emergency vehicles
second.
getting down. They've been backing them up since that first weekend. They've been backing them up, blocking streets a little further away. But now, geez, like I said, I got down here from the south end of the city. So pretty much anyone in Ottawa can get onto Parliament.
Freedom, baby.
As
With a
Freedom.
stop at the Convoy.
All right.
And as well they should, because everybody needs to see it. Love it or hate it.
100%.
Think you love it or think you hate it. You need to see it and then come to a conclusion.
Good afternoon. Good
Largest human
afternoon.
rights movement that Canada's engaged in this millennium, maybe in a longer time, and it really is about our charter rights and freedoms. Simple as. And I believe you don't. I think you don't support the stated goals.
You on lunch break?
Of the convoy, not some of the what people say, but the actual goals
Yep.
of the convoy. And I guess the parallel lawsuit with Robert
Peckford, Brian Peckford.
Angel, how you
Brian
doing?
Peckford.
Crazy cracker.
They don't support human rights. End of.
Well, there are literally some people who support the mandates. I mean, who say the government should be able to control every
Hydrate.
aspect
I
of
don't
it
want to get you
One
blocked
sec.
off anything.
Give me a
I
minute,
say
I'll get
is
them
entirely
back.
my opinion. All right.
without getting into science. Don't do science.
No, well, I mean, there has been no sufficient level scientific consensus meant to engage in these mandates since May
Well,
of 2020.
typically we knew it was required for FDA approval.
Oh,
back
no,
before.
I'm talking about just the generalized, the entire
Well,
generalized response has been ludicrous.
Yeah, and the lockdowns now. This is the stuff you can't talk about.
Exactly.
Confirmed. The lockdowns did nothing to mitigate the spread.
100%. It really.
What do you
and
do if I may ask for a living?
I'm going to, because I work in someone else's office as an
Okay.
independent contractor, I'm going to keep that.
Okay,
to
no,
myself.
so-
anyone who sees me on this knows exactly what I do, and I work with people a lot.
Well, you're gonna
But,
get now. They're gonna say in the chat, you're a glowy FBI.
Chloe FBI, that's me.
I'm joking,
exactly.
people.
No, but I came down to see you. I've been down 4 or 5 times, but I came down to see you specifically
Fantastic.
on my lunch.
When you
I've
give me a
got to
hug.
get going. Oh, 100%.
Thank you
Yeah,
very
I
much.
keep it up. And there's some other great guys here. You, Ottawa,
I
Scotty.
ran into Ottawa Walks,
Autowalks
and,
as well, and a few others.
yep.
They're fantastic. And
That's
they've got to keep it going. And all the rumors in these chats, like, oh, they're going to come in and arrest people. I'm going, for what? You can't.
And so far,
For
I mean,
what?
we asked the cops. We've heard people say that others got arrested for bringing in jerry cans of gas.
I saw 3 guys with jerry cans over there just walking.
And that's what we
Oh,
said. And I asked
what
the
I
police
wouldn't do
woman-
for
a
Tim
police
Hortons
woman,
right now.
And she said, "It's your right. We try to talk you out of it because they want people to leave." But so conflicting news. But we're now 3 hours and 7 minutes, and you've seen what you've seen, and we haven't seen anyone get arrested.
What I
You know,
wouldn't do
police
for
have been
Timmy's.
Fantastic through the whole thing. When you talk to them, when you're with them one-on-one, they have a job to do. They've got to create photo ops for their bosses and all of that. So this stuff happens. But we'll see if I get smashed at work tomorrow.
I
We'll
hope
find out.
I hope not. But it was nice to
It
meet
was a
you.
pleasure to meet you. Keep it up. I
Thank
hope
you
to
very
see
much.
you again.
Thank you. Have a good one. How you doing? Do you mind being on the interwebs?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay.
You actually interviewed my mom already.
Wait, who's your mom? What color was her jacket?
You thought she was 3 lawyer, or 3
Oh yeah, fine. Oh my God, that was funny. That was Saturday when I
Yeah.
started leading 3 strangers down an alleyway. Where are you from?
I'm from Bowmanville, but I live in Ottawa for the past 8 years.
All right, where do you live? Not the address, but like geographically, are you far from this?
Firewood Market, about 10-minute walk from where we stay.
Have you heard the horns at night in the early days?
No, I haven't. I haven't heard them at all. To be honest, like if I peek my head outside, maybe at like midday I'll hear them, but you're not hearing them. And then I live 2 blocks away from the church. Shepherds of Good Hope. There's no way in hell.
The media now is
Oh,
calling
hold on.
it an
Shepherds of Good Hope.
occupation.
Explain what that is. I want to bring
Got
it
some
closer and
water
speak
here.
loud.
So it is a homeless kind of facility. So basically, they provide, I believe, food, shelter, water, all that stuff, other services for the homeless.
They're calling it an
And it was said
occupation.
that at the beginning of this, that the truckers had gone
They're
and stolen
occupying.
a ton of food from them.
Oh
And
my
a
God, that's
siege.
the tweet
They're
that went
siege-
viral.
It's
That's
a siege on the
yeah.
Capitol.
I have the hardest time believing that. I have seen
Sound
barely
familiar
any
to you
truckers in
guys?
my area to begin with. So I have a hard time believing that. Also, I've never seen so many happy-fed homeless people since this
Calling it a
happened. There's
siege.
food at every single freaking corner for homeless people to have. It's not like the truckers are saying, no, you can't have any. It's whoever wants it.
PSA, how you doing? Yeah,
So I
doing
find it
good,
really hard to
doing
believe
good.
that ever happened.
Other
All
than
right,
the fact that the
fantastic.
mainstream
Thank
media
you.
is trying to make this look like it's
All right.
it's a siege
Sir, who says
of
it?
chaos.
Oh, hey.
Oh, thank you so much.
We love what you do.
Exactly, it's all on
Not at
it's all on
So where are you guys in from?
We live here in Ottawa. We are thrilled the truckers are here. It has been exciting. We fully support them. I know there's a small majority that do not, but there's a big minority who do support the truckers here.
Fantastic.
And the sense of patriotism over this past weekend and the first weekend has been extraordinary. Nothing we've ever experienced on Canada Day even approaches that.
It is amazing.
Oh
It's
yeah,
amazing.
yeah, it's
It's
extraordinary.
almost 1 million people that are having in the streets, even 2 million apparently.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And it's every day. We're seniors.
We're here
and
every day.
Here every day.
And geographically, like, how far are you from?
15 minutes.
Okay. And have you heard people complaining about horns throughout the night, other than on the news?
No, because if you're before you get if you're at the Rideau Center, you're going to.
Wayne, red pilling the mass is good streamer. Yes, yes, she is. She's doing good.
Part of the problem is you have
All right,
a lot
let's
of
get,
politicians and their staffs who live
get rid of
in
this
these
one.
condos and these apartments in this neighborhood, and of course they hear it all the time.
Yeah, she's doing
so
good.
they're not happy. They're having their faces rubbed in the fact that there's a big country out there outside of Ottawa, because in Ottawa, the laptop class, the bureaucratic technocrats, seem to think that the public should answer to them instead of them answering to the public.
That's it. It's freedom is when the government fears the people. Tyranny is when the people fear the government.
Indeed. You know, so we've lived here for many years.
Good evening.
We know what the
Good
city's
evening.
about, and we know what the mentality is. And under Trudeau, it has deepened and accelerated this mindset that the country should answer to us. You know.
Yeah.
And
Please vote for us.
you know, and this is their attitude here. So when you see a city councilor like Diane Deans raving with hysteria that this is madness, there's a nationwide insurrection going on, it's because nothing ever happens here.
That's what they
And
tried
now
to
that
say.
something has happened here, they don't know
Well,
how to cope with it.
something's happened here.
That
The
it's like an
politicians
insurrection.
feel that they
Uncle
have
Wayne,
lost
how you doing, my
control
man?
over their backyard,
Yes,
because it's
that's
been
it. Exactly.
and now they feel that they actually have to listen to and respect the will of the people,
Indeed,
as
yes,
not vice versa.
exactly.
That would scare me as a tyrannical politician.
Right. And right across the country, you see what's going on with the
Yep.
Alberta border. It's extraordinary. There are demonstrations right across the country in support of this.
The chat loves you, by the way.
Oh, great. But in Ottawa, the mentality, like
What
Jim
was
Watson,
that?
he's a unit, and he's not. running
Hey,
against
thanks,
the
Uncle
public
Wayne, for the
office, the mayor.
subscribe.
So he doesn't care, and I'm sure that Trudeau's already offered him some kind of
10 months.
bonus for his
10
state of
months. Thank you so
emergency.
much,
I
man,
mean,
for
does
that. I
this look
appreciate
like
that.
Shanghai under
Moving
siege by the
Alberta, fuck
Japanese
off.
here.
I've been
Right?
critical where criticism is
I
due
can't.
of
I can't
January
believe
6th, that there
Alberta's
was
lifting up
violence.
all of their mandates.
I mean,
Alberta's
I've been to
lifting all their mandates while we're sitting here with our thumbs in our ass. It doesn't make any sense.
I mean,
Doesn't make any sense at all.
As I say, we live 15 minutes from here, and the only problems we've seen are with the homeless people and the drug addicts and the petty criminals.
A lot of trucks.
A
A lot of trucks are gone from downtown.
Does not want to do anything about it, and because of all this, the protests, they've taken advantage of it.
Well, and I'll tell you
A
what,
lot of the trucks have left.
I haven't said this yet because I don't like judging cities for this. I've been to Ottawa. I like Ottawa. My only problem is this area, and people would not know it from looking at it. Typically, when I come, I don't walk here at night just because I don't feel safe, but I'm neurotic. I appreciate that.
Okay.
But there is a lot of homelessness, especially when you get past there.
Yeah,
Ottawa is a small town, but does have not an insignificant amount of crime.
exactly.
And I got distracted by a beautiful dog. I'll get that dog later. And so I don't even go. What's the market? The market over there?
Yes, the market.
So I never even go to the
Yeah,
market
since
at
they
night when
stopped
we
the
do
fuel
come
coming
to
in.
the state.
Yep.
During the daytime, it's fine.
Yes, and
But
They started arresting
the-
people. It was
now-
caught
I mean, I was here
live
Saturday,
too.
Friday night.
Somebody was
I felt
streaming it.
safer in
Well,
Ottawa
a guy got
than
$1,000
at
fine for bringing in fuel. Now get this: he gets $1,000 fine for bringing in fuel in an approved container. How the fuck can you do that? How can you charge somebody for bringing fuel in an approved canister?
He lives in the suburbs.
No, I don't.
He hasn't seen a truck.
And-
He hasn't heard a truck.
It doesn't make
Like,
any
I drive 5
sense.
I drive in at what is
No,
typically
there's
rush
still a
hour
lot of
traffic in the
trucks that
morning.
are down there. Like there's still thousands
Park
of
my
trucks
car,
that are still down there.
see any
It's just
traffic
on that
at all,
main
and leave it.
strip.
Not a minute.
On that main strip where Parliament is. That's where they stop the fuel from going, and that's where some of the trucks are leaving. And the other bad thing about that too is that the government what the government did was really dirty. So they stopped the fuel from coming in, so the trucks have no heat. So they're stuck out there with no heat. And then what the government did was they took taxpayers' money. They took tax-paying money, and then they turned around and rented out all the motels and told them to cancel the reservations that they did have, and they rented out all the motels for the duration of the week. So they used our own tax money to stop the truckers from going to the motels and being able to, you know, get a room for the night where it's warm. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life. They use our own money against us.
And I clipped it. I said, "This is
Any form of help can warrant an arrest." Yeah, that's right. If you're helping, if you're bringing in water, if you're bringing in food, if you're bringing in anything for these truckers, you can get arrested.
And that's a homeless.
Anyhow, that's it.
Helping is an illegal activity, apparently. Exactly. The most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
Oh, they're complaining now, including that rancid pumpkin Doug Ford, that all the businesses are all closing, they're suffering. Yes, who closed them? The municipal government closed them. The Rito Center.
Yeah, it's
is
fucking
doing a hell of
stupid.
business today, but they're not doing anything because the mayor, our unit mayor, closed it. They even closed the public library, which is about 6 blocks from here. It's ridiculous.
To create the impression of fear. To create the impression of fear. Like
I've never seen anything like this in my life.
Oh, yeah,
Sir, it has been phenomenal.
It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
Love your work. Love your work. We watch your live streams and we love having seen you on War Room.
Yeah, that's a first. That's a first.
It's so short, bro. Anyway, you make one job proud, bro.
Thank you very much.
Okay? We see. I can't. We need to unite, bro. Unite. Good to see you, bro.
Same.
Yeah.
Let me know that you got it.
Okay.
Okay. Now. Okay, fine. Hold on. I'm gonna get the barber afterwards. Where are you guys from?
We're actually from Ottawa, living in Gatineau.
All right.
That unfortunate decision.
Oh well, you know, it's not that. I'm surprised how close it was. It's a very short walk to
We did the
Gatineau.
pilgrimage as you did.
So you cross state lines.
Crazy.
Me and Rittenhouse, man. Just wanted to say thank you. for doing what the media should be doing.
Never voting Liberal again, right?
Who lies to you, I suppose?
I don't even know if there's a point in fucking voting anymore.
Don't even trust
They do whatever they want to do anyways.
and then verify on your own.
Do you think anybody voted Justin Trudeau back in?
All right.
Or do you think it was one of those things that happen
I like
in other countries we know?
I'm gonna talk over the music. I'm so sorry.
I gotta watch what I'm saying. I'm
So
streaming
I
on
think I go to the
YouTube
chat,
right
you're
now.
getting Some shout outs now.
Medicine Hat, Alberta. Isaac's Barbershop.
One day I'm gonna go to Medicine Hat. I know the fishing is good there. I know the fishing is good. Montreal, Viva Fry. You'll see it. By the way, 28,000 people watching now on YouTube alone, and then we have how many people do we have on Rumble for those who are watching on Rumble?
Well, know the truth, right?
Viva knows how to keep the interviews flowing.
All of you know the truth and why we're doing this, and keep love in your hearts.
Absolutely crazy. Let me see if I can find another feed.
Get over here. Let's have another hug. Where are you from?
I just moved to Ottawa a few months ago.
How do you like it here?
It's been
The
great
bureaucratic
atmosphere.
town. You moved-
Installed, not elected.
Are you,
Yeah, exactly.
okay, for the government?
Right, MS? Sounds like they are trying to trigger a riot. Yeah. Well, the organizers went live and made a statement this morning. Actually, here, let me pull that up.
Since March or May.
I'll pull up the what they said about that.
By the popo and the surveillance.
I hope not. Just coming down. I was going to get a Valentine's Day gift.
I'll pull it up
Closed,
and
so I
I'll
guess
let you
cracked that
I'll let you
one.
hear what the organizers said.
Bath bombs.
You know what, Marion? When I forget Valentine's Day, it's the occupation's fault.
Yeah, so I just saw you and I have seen some of your content. I just wanted to give you a thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you as
All
well.
right, have a good one. See you later. See, this guy's he's got a gas tank. Nobody's rushing him. Hold the line. Where are you guys in from? Say it again.
See if I can
Quebec,
find
okay.
it.
Quelle partie? Sutton. All right, nice. I'm from moi, je viens de Montréal. Manitoba. So how long have you been here for? 9 days. How long are you going to be here for?
Till my country's back. Nice.
Speed, man.
Did the police protect the human traffickers and torture slaves in Canadian? Exactly. Soil. I'm opening up an unsolved case for.
All right, I think that took a long time to do, like 1 kilometer. Have a good day.
Right
guys.
here.
Good evening. That was like the longest. That was like jam-packed interviews with people. And
Okay, I'm gonna play the I'm gonna play the message that the organizers sent today. Listen to this. This was the organizers today.
We stopped and we declared this pandemic emergency over. And the truckers of Canada had a gut feeling and some really good common sense that this has to come to an end. And the problem is that by coming to the population
listen to what they say.
Understand that they are backed by solid science. And that is where people like myself, Dr. Hot,
Nice, Uncle Wayne. Thank you very much for being over there.
Come forward because we know 100% of the science is behind the trucker. The Canadian trucker is backed by solid science, not the government positions. That these vaccine mandates have no scientific or medical basis and must be stopped now.
The mandates must be lifted tomorrow. The carnage that's going on out there with our children is indescribable.
This is the doctors and that.
The evidence medically is overwhelming. I'm not going to list it at this moment. All I am saying is that there's a degree of exasperation that the world must understand listening to this. Canada has been put forward as the epicenter of a major change in how things are run. It's going to transform the usual institutions of politics, of medicine, of law, and the media in ways that we cannot predict. But major changes are coming. And not only that, but we are being watched. We are seeing democracy challenged. And the Chinese are watching us. Make no mistake, this is a moment in history where there's a tremendous amount on the table. Not just vaccination schedules, but the very existence that we want our children to inherit. With that said, I would like to pass over to my friend here, Jeff, as to what's happening on the ground tonight here in Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Watch what his message. Watch his message.
The mainstream, the legacy media has been putting out all sorts of information, states of emergency, riotous activity, unruly, unlawful gatherings of people in this city right now.
Yeah, I'm going to be setting up the sound bits in a bit.
If you're attuned to that, it may bring anxiety, it may bring stress, it may heighten fear or concern for loved ones that maybe you know are here supporting this. But we assure you, this entire organization, it's not just a movement, it is an organization of dedicated, focused individuals who are standing unwavering. There are no ruffled feathers in this room or amongst this team. We have worked with local law authority and government to keep this exactly what we have intended it to be. It is a peaceful demonstration. We have complied by opening up access roads on every road that we have accessed or parked on with trucks and support vehicles. That was done to ensure that EMS would be able to respond to the concerns and the safety of the citizens of Ottawa, and also the safety and any concerns of the people who are here supporting this movement. We have worked repeatedly with law enforcement agencies to try to bring humane conditions to the people that are peacefully demonstrating. Washroom facilities, maintenance of those washroom facilities, and we have yet to get a solidified response to bring those deserved conditions to this peaceful demonstration. We are currently going to see... FBI, open up! They're currently treating this now with catchphrases, occupation, terrorism, and all sorts of very low-level commentary.
Fucking Baker.
To try to sway people's opinion. They're currently out in the streets of Ottawa, and they are arresting people.
Sausage looks good.
On charges of mischief for transporting fuel in proper containers in order to supply the people here for a peaceful demonstration.
I should have ate. I should get something to eat.
To stay warm. if you've been following the media, the real media, the one you're watching right now, these are families. They have children with them. They have no intention of reacting negatively to anything that is going on. This is peace, it is love, and it is absolute unity. Absolute unity. There's nothing wrong with that. It is our right. So it brings all levels of consideration, which I'm not going to expand on right now because that is not the purpose. My intention is to assure those supporters,
What they're about to say is awesome.
the community of Ottawa, and all other citizens that are involving themselves with helping pass this message that we must keep the foundation solid. We must not waver with the falsehoods that are being put upon us right now. It is going to be an anxious experience. It is going to be tense if you are out in the street right now trying to aid your fellow man, woman, or family to keep them comfortable and fulfill their needs while we continue to demonstrate until we're acknowledged. But it is essential that we keep the same message. It is peaceful. It is unified. We will not have shows of violence at all towards
See, they're making it very clear, no violence.
They are doing their job. They are doing their duty to protect the citizens. Though we may not agree with the actions that are being taken, we will not resist. We will not become violent. We will not act out. And my advice to those who are sitting in their trucks continuing to support what we know is right, we are here for you. We have a legal team. If you are charged or arrested for any reason, my best advice at this point is to be calm, with zero comment, to comply with the instruction given to you with the officer that is engaging you. If they ask you to put your hands behind your back, simply do so. No gestures, no comments, no nods. Simply follow that instruction and be peaceful about it. I personally, if confronted with this, will take the advice of the kindergarten teacher of my 5-year-old son that I miss so much and want to be with. And I will crisscross applesauce, and I will sit down, and I will not move on the street. And I would suggest you consider that as a very effective way, to approach a situation that has clearly spun out of control through leadership that has tried at every single corner to disarm the voice of patriotism, unification, democracy, and freedom. That's all I have to say at this point, but we are with you. Please be calm. We will endure. We will not leave. I would like to pass it over to Tom.
Good evening. Thank you to all of you who've tuned in.
This was the message
I just
this
wanna
morning.
say
This was
shortly
released this
that
morning.
I just returned from Coventry. Coventry, for those of you who don't know, is one of our major locations that we have a lot of families, a lot of trucks. We have a lot of supplies. We have extremely high morale. Approximately 2 hours ago, Ottawa police have showed up in a very aggressive show of force. There was probably over 100 police officers in tactical gear with snipers on the roof. And I'm very pleased to report that all of our truckers, all of our families kept their composure. It was extremely peaceful. They came in, they took the fuel, which was their intent. Their intent was to come in, confiscate the fuel that we have, that was donated or purchased to be distributed for the trucks. However, I'm pleased to say that that has no impact on our ability to continue operations whatsoever. It was absolutely inconsequential, and I would offer that I believe it was a very critical mistake on their part.
I would
It
say.
had no impact on our operations, but it certainly raised morale within the
My background makes you want to pee?
excuse me, the people that are at Coventry. And
It's supposed to be
I'm not going to
relaxing.
take a bow, but I'm very, very proud of the way our truckers conducted themselves peacefully. There were 2 arrests for 2 people that failed to provide identification when asked by an officer, so they were arrested. And if that's the worst that can happen tonight, I'm very happy with that. In fact, I'm very proud of the way all of our people conducted themselves. And so we have a lot of support. So for you tuning in at home, just know that so what, they took a little bit of fuel that we're going to replace. It has no impact on what we're doing. It's inconsequential what they've done. It was a drastic show of force. Tomorrow, I will be making a public statement to outline what we believe to be a very measured, reasonable way forward. We believe it to be responsible. We believe it to be safe. And we would like to make that statement tomorrow to try to get interested parties to a negotiating table. So please tune in to that tomorrow. We'll provide some more details. And I'd like to say something for everybody's understanding. This is not a police solution. There is no policing resolution to this. This is a political solution. The Chief of Ottawa Police cannot give us what we want. The Prime Minister of Canada, he has the power to do that. His cabinet has the power to do that. The Government of Canada has the power to end this. They need to sit down and talk with us. Tomorrow I will make a public statement on how we believe we can come together and make that happen. Thank you.
If I could add one more thing to the viewers that are tuning in on whatever live feed you're watching from now, please take the time to share this message to everybody in your network.
I believe that we should be letting Joseph talk for a moment.
Something that all Canadians and all politicians have to be aware of. This is the nation's capital. Ottawa is not just a city in Canada. This is the nation's capital. And as citizens of the country, we've been working for 2 years to get the truth out to the Canadian people. And it took the truckers to create a platform that's allowing these doctors, these brave and doctors that are speaking truth about the truth in science. Canadians owe a deep debt of gratitude to all the truckers. So to the degree that you can support the truckers, please find a way to donate to the truckers. But never forget here, this Ottawa, to the citizens of Ottawa, you are in the nation's capital. There is no disrespect to you, the citizens of Ottawa. But please remember, you live in the nation's capital. And as Canadians, I'm from Saskatchewan, I have a right to be here. I pay taxes in this country, and our government is violating the law. They have been for 2 years now. And so we have a right to make our voices heard. So never forget that. This is Canada. This is the nation's capital. So Canadians, stand up with us. Stand up for your God-given rights and freedom. For everybody.
Isn't that crazy? All right, so let me just change this here because this just got put out. This is live right now. They're in. Check this out. This is live.
Failed to reverse the chronic underfunding of our healthcare system. Will the government commit to immediately increasing healthcare transfers so that all Canadians can access the healthcare they need?
The Honourable Minister.
They're arguing in the House right now.
I want to say that our commitment is to ensure that we work lockstep with provinces. And we've seen an escalation in the amount of money that we're transferring to provinces throughout this pandemic. It is essential that we work in collaboration with every jurisdiction. This is the greatest challenge that our generation has faced. We continue to meet it with science and support and leadership of working with other jurisdictions to make sure that Canada continues to have one of the best COVID responses anywhere in the world.
The Honourable Member
so
for
full of
Vancouver
shit.
Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend saw protesters blocking patients healthcare workers, and ambulances at hospitals in major cities across
They're
Canada.
so full of
This
shit.
is putting lives at risk. Paramedics have been delayed, rocks were hurled at emergency vehicles, and first responders were subjected to racist slurs. This is completely unacceptable. Just weeks ago, this Parliament passed a law making it a criminal offense to intimidate, obstruct, or interfere with a healthcare worker or a patient seeking care. What is this government doing to ensure that this law is being enforced to protect Canadians?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for an incredibly important
They're
question.
so
We passed
fucking
C3
full of shit.
That made sure that healthcare sites, hospitals are protected from the types of harassment and barrage of attacks that we're seeing.
Barrage of
To make
attacks.
sure that that new law is implemented, and so that healthcare workers who already are carrying such a disproportionate load are not going to be influenced.
He takes a
from not being
load,
able
I'm
to do
sure.
their jobs by the kind of horrific actions that we're seeing. When we see rocks thrown into ambulances, when we see the kinds of aggression that we've seen from some of these protesters, it's truly shameful, Mr. Speaker, and particularly for our frontline workers.
Are they fucking full of shit or what?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. In December, this House unanimously passed Bill C3, which establishes paid sick leave for federally regulated workers and protection for health workers
They're so
and
full of
those
shit.
accessing their care from harassment and intimidation. As a nurse, and as someone who recently volunteered at a COVID testing clinic, and I can tell you this matters a great deal, not just to me, but to health workers across Canada.
Excuse me.
Speaker, will the Minister of Labour tell this House what's being done to bring this legislation into force? Merci.
The Honourable Minister or the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, we see that an impossible amount is being asked of healthcare workers, going in every day to sacrifice to make sure that we get through this pandemic. And as we see,
Listen to
people
this guy.
talking
He's
about
so
freedoms,
fucking
it's
full of
important to
shit.
ask what we all do with our freedom to make life easier for those around us. What sacrifices are we making in a global pandemic to lift people up, to find ways to help our neighbors, to find ways to de-escalate tension, to make lives easier for people in one of the most trying times? C3, I think, does so much to protect those healthcare workers, but it begs a broader question about what each of us is doing in this pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
Right?
Mr. Speaker, this government is ruining Canada's future. With nonchalance, this government has wasted a great deal of money on universal programs. But let's think about our seniors over 65 who have been abandoned.
Okay.
And now...
We'll let them fight and argue for a bit. Let's listen to what's going on in the protest.
It's out there, it's published. You Google my name, it comes up. So I'm really, really easy to find if you're having issues, okay? The other thing you guys need to know is you don't need to be afraid to be here. You don't need to be afraid to protest. As long as you are doing it peacefully and respectfully, you are not breaking the law. So this wonderful mandate that came down last night saying if you're delivering food or jerry cans to the truckers, we're going to arrest you. Well, they can't. There is no criminal code charge on the books for delivering food and gas to your fellow Canadian. It is not against the law, okay?
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy that that's what they decided to do?
Approaches you. You have the right to walk away. You do not have to talk to any officer, bylaw, or inspector that approaches you. You have the right to walk away. You have the right to ask, am I being detained or am I under arrest? If the answer is no, walk away. We have a thing called, I have the right to remain silent. Use it. Please use it, okay? You also have the right not to incriminate yourself. So if you are being questioned, zip it. You do not have to incriminate yourself. You do not have to offer any information to these officers. Be quiet. Don't talk. Even if it's the truth and being honest from the heart, don't talk. Because we know that people edit things to incriminate you. So don't talk. You have that right to remain silent. ask, am I being detained or arrested? If not, bid the officer a good day and walk away. Okay? It is not against the law to do so. If the officer does say, yes, you're being arrested, that is the only time, unless you're behind the wheel of a vehicle, that you have to present your ID. You do not have to tell them your name. You do not have to tell them your address. Only if you're being arrested or behind the wheel of a vehicle do you have to identify yourself. Again, good day, officer, and walk away. Got it? Do not incriminate yourself. If they do say you're under arrest, give them your ID. Don't get yourself into more trouble by
I watched it live last night, and it blew my mind how much gear they had. Several snipers as well. Yeah,
because you do not have
they're
to speak
acting.
to
They're
an
acting
officer
like
unless you have a lawyer present.
they're acting like this shit is like January 6th in the States. Well, no one has called them out on their chat, so he figures why not? Mechanical needs to.
Because again,
Yeah.
you have the right not to incriminate yourself. Okay? So please understand that and know it. You, as long as you're peaceful and you're respectful and you come with love in your heart and you're not breaking any laws, and being here peacefully protesting is a law that is protected under the Canadian Bill of Rights, okay? So you're not breaking any laws. You are here serving the truckers who are serving you. So please, don't be afraid. Stand in your square. I do not consent. You have the right to remain silent, and you have the right not to incriminate yourself. And feeding your fellow Canadian or supplying them with gas in their gas tanks to keep them warm is nothing but a humanitarian act, which is not against the law. I think that's all I got to say to you right now. If you have any questions, gameoncanada.org or text me 905-269-7653. Enjoy your day. Come with love, come with peace, and hug your neighboring fellow protesters. Love you all. What she said. Hug your neighbor right now. Hug your neighbor. Here, we'll give you some hugging music. Come on, make a new friend. Make a new friend right now. Make a new friend. Bond with one another.
Oh, copyright, guys. Running. That's no good. No good.
Okay, so I was just told that they're arresting people and checking people's backpacks that are going down into the area. So anybody that's going into the area, is their backpacks are getting checked, and if they have food, water, stuff like that, they're getting charged with mischief. I guess somebody just got charged with going down there and had like a hockey bag full of bread and water and stuff like that, and they got charged with mischief, and the cops confiscated it. So, since when do we live in a world where the cops can arrest people for having food and water? For having food and water, they're getting arrested. Never in my life. It's messed up. All right, let's see.
Well, I thought I had gotten you into trouble because you work for the government, and you said it.
The
and
freedom
maybe the government doesn't want to see people, not actively opposing the protests.
The number of people, at least
Time to
that I
stand.
work with,
Get down there.
we're a very silent majority.
I'm going to be going down there very shortly.
We're safe, that we could actually talk to
It's an hour and a half ride for me, but it's worth it.
It's wonderful.
Are you walking back?
I am actually.
Okay, let's do it. I'm going to call the stream over in a bit. I gotta drive back to Montreal. No, it's so.
Ask most of the U.S. They think hundreds of thousands have died of COVID. The real.
Wait until that guy finds out.
Yeah.
We don't mind if the truckers get the gas.
Not at all.
It's interesting. It's interesting. Here, come. Let's walk over here. Yeah, I've been. So this has been 3 hours and 45 minutes, people. I'm gonna end it when we get to the Dance Dance Revolution section. Met Ari. I was on. I think it was.
Isn't that crazy?
It wasn't Friday, so it was. I met Ari.
Isn't
on
that crazy? The world we're living in now.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a warm day.
It was warmer. That's right. I remember I didn't have my Swanee.
We were fighting for. We're getting arrested for having food.
This is where they had the dancing.
We're getting arrested for helping fellow Canadians.
I'd say
so ridiculous.
Not to
so
make
ridiculous.
fun, but the whole atmosphere has become far more chilled. It's become far more bleak, especially at least around the edges of the convoy, and in the center, it's I think it's still.
Don't smuggle water in.
the edges,
Yeah, exactly. What if you're just bringing water for yourself? Like, what if I packed a backpack and I wanted to stay out there all day and I put like 4 or 5 bottles of water and some supplies in there? I get charged and go to jail for that? You got too much water and bread, sir. You're gonna have to come with me.
Yes, it's nice to see you again.
Yes.
Like, what the fuck, man?
Next time. I'll be back on Thursday.
Oh, okay.
So maybe we'll bump into each other again.
I'll be around on Thursday.
So fucking stupid.
Awesome. Have a good day. Don't fall down here. All right, people. Well, that's it. We're going to slowly wind this down. I'm going to walk to the Confederation Park, and then we're going to call it a day.
Ottawa judge will order a 10-day injuction against the use of air horns at protests. Wording of order is still to be hashed out, but a win for the plaintiff, residents, and potentially all others living downtown. So a judge is going to ward an injunction against the use of air horns at the protest.
Okay, here's a funny sign coming down. Oh, how's it? How you doing? Good. I'm
Could you imagine?
It's this sign. I saw this meme before. I know, that's good.
Oh, for sure. For sure. People are going to get charged with terrorist activity.
You got some good footage?
Yeah, we're getting some good stuff here.
Oh,
I know I've
do you have a channel? Let's see. We're winding down the stream, but say hi to the world. Where are you guys from?
We're from Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan. You know the song Saskatchewan by Les Trois Accords?
No.
Oh, I guess the judge is going to ban the use of air horns.
Okay. Everyone in the chat, Les Trois Accords, LESTROIS ACCORDS. The song is called Saskatchewan. When you listen to it once, it's going to be stuck in my head. I smell barbecue steak.
Oh, I just
Gosh
hit
darn
you.
it. And I'm hungry. I'm hungry enough. Okay.
Funny partito. Charge you for it.
Yeah.
No way. I'm hungry. I'm hungry.
Until I get home every night.
I like the way you question people. I love it. I watch those counter protesters.
Where are you from?
From Poland.
Poland? There's a lot. I mean, you're down the chat knows we've seen 3 or 4 individuals from Poland.
Absolutely crazy.
When did you move to Canada?
This is the most fucked I've ever. I wouldn't. Don't put us out of the fight just yet.
And now
soon.
I'm going to ask you the same loaded question I've asked other people.
Don't put us out of the fight yet.
Is it
Antifa.
fair that people can say this is bordering on communism, fascism? This is
Some of the stuff we're going to be showing tonight is
Right was.
just
Because at least
crazy.
during the communism, nobody was entering my castle without my permission.
Ottawa police
Now,
declare
it's not
illegal.
my life, my
It's
life
illegal.
depends on
Justice Senator warns.
They want to tell me what to do
Important.
with my
Anyone
body.
attempting to bring
No,
material,
that's-
support,
even communists,
gas,
they didn't do it.
aid in
Now,
any way
I live to
to the
latest
demonstration
This
could
is
be
an-
subject to
and-
arrest.
and the irony is
Enforcement is underway.
Now, has taken a more free philosophy than the West. I mean,
This is from the
West
Justice
than
Center.
America.
So police declare it
Till now-
illegal.
Till now, actually, Polish people.
This is the
back
Ottawa
home,
police.
They laugh that Canada.
Ottawa police
doesn't know
just
how to stand up
announced.
for their own rights. And now I'm so proud that actually Canadians did this and showed them.
Hold on,
the way
I got to
do
show
it.
you this.
This is actually very similar that we had the movement growing with solidarity when the shipyard people stand up and fight for their freedom, and those guys spread it this freedom movement across the whole country. That's how the communists collapsed. And this movement that's the sparkle. The truckers has the same
Ottawa
power.
police
They
just
actually
tweeted that out.
started something that I tell you, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
It's
It
beautiful.
is, it's beautiful. I hope that they're not gonna stop. They're gonna go to the end. Otherwise,
Yeah, so Ottawa police just made an announcement that anyone attempting to bring material, support, gas, etc. to the demonstrators could be subject to arrest in law enforcement. Supplies to peaceful protester truckers are not breaking any laws. There is no basis for this police threat that was issued by the Twitter this morning. State lawyers Nicholas
I love it. I love
retained by the Justice Center, which is representing the Freedom Convoy. In a free and democratic society that is governed by the rule of law, citizens can freely associate with others, including giving and receiving goods and gifts.
And I can show them clips
There
of
is
people
no
who fled
law
that tyranny
that would
only to
allow
see it
the
invade
Ottawa police to
the
arrest
land that they
people
came
for
to in
giving
order to be
fuel or
The
food
land in which
to
they
a
were
Canadian
free,
continues.
They felt free for the last
There you
30
go.
years, some of them, going back to the other interview the other day.
The truckers
And now they
themselves
see it
are
creeping in here
exercising
and
their
they're saying to
charter's
themselves,
freedoms
the guy from
of
Kuwait,
expression, association, peaceful
Roman from
assembly,
Poland,
as
the
they
one,
are
that I interviewed on Saturday.
legally and
They escaped
entitled to
and they
do.
fled that tyranny. They enjoyed freedom here for decades, and now they're seeing
That's from a
exactly
lawyer.
what they fled inch its way into the free land that they've been living in for the last however many years.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy that they're even threatening to do
So
that.
that's it. I'm gonna walk to the Confederation Park and
The very
stream,
fact that they just
and
said
then I will
that
be back at some point
openly
this week.
in the
And
in public
interim, people, you know who to watch.
is just
at
crazy.
the nighttime, because even if I could be in Ottawa, I'm neurotic enough that I'm not sure I'd want to be out when the police decide to make a move. But I'm wondering if they're not actually not going to make a move, because a lot of them might actually support the movement, and if this gets enough support above and beyond the protest itself, at some point the cops might say, "No mas, we're not doing it." And how you doing? And that's when you know, that's when the government knows. A vote of no confidence in Parliament is one thing, but when the police stand up and say, "We swore to uphold an oath, and we now think the
Time
politicians
to get more
are ordering
trucks
us
and more people. Now
to breach it,
is not the
to
time
break
to
up
stop. If you do, you have
an
lost.
insurrection,"
Exactly.
that's when
There's still a lot of people there.
things really start.
Gotta remember there was over
moving
I think there was like
hope you enjoyed it.
70,000
It's another
trucks there.
beautiful, beautiful day in Ottawa, and this will be the diary. This will be the diary to not counter any narrative, just the diary, so that you can measure this against the narrative and against what the media is saying is going on in Ottawa.
And the way the
siege of
media is
Ottawa.
portraying everything right now is
Declaration of
absolutely
state
crazy.
of emergency. Racist, xenophobes, anti-black racist, homophobic, transphobic, anti-Semitic, misogynist convoy. Those are the words being used by the politicians. It is a beautiful city. Those buildings are particularly, those windows are extremely beautiful glass. Yeah, that's got to be expensive for one of those pains.
Oh my God, he found a cigarette
All right,
butt.
and then we're gonna walk down the street here.
He found a cigarette butt on the ground.
Another day, another sunset over Ottawa.
So dirty and filthy there.
And the protest ends at this barricade, and there's not a lick of traffic on Elgin Street.
Not a lick of traffic.
So I'm going to thank everyone again. This has, first of all, this type of documentation is fast. It's phenomenal. I mean, it's just living things in real time. People who want to experience this but just can't geographically, politically.
They must be really scared for them to be acting this nuts, right?
This is it. It's like documenting in real time, and this particular moment.
Never thought I'd see this kind of shit.
Maybe I'm caught up in the moment. Maybe I'm. How you doing?
Not too bad. I'm live on Facebook. You want to say hi to my friends?
Absolutely. How you doing?
Oh, here we go.
Hey, wait, long time. You guys are an
What's
inspiration.
your Facebook page?
My Facebook
Claire,
is
thanks.
Chris Nurpin. I have
Dude,
YouTube.
No, hold on. What's say it here?
The Chris Nurpin Project.
Chris
on YouTube.
Nurpin
Project.
How do you spell Nurpin?
N-E-R-P-I-N.
N-E-R-P-I-N. That's your last
That's right.
name.
Yeah.
Chris Nurpin Project. All right.
What else to call it, right?
Awesome.
Great work, man.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Nice
so
to meet
much for everything you do.
I just wanted to say hi, shake your hand.
Thank you very much.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
I see by the hat. I think we are familiar politics.
Well,
Do you mind being on camera?
I don't mind being on camera.
PPC. That's the party I ran for. I'm officially political individual now.
Yeah. You had a tough race there against my friend.
Oh yeah, tough race. Well, I got to tell Mark Arno what I thought during our debate. So, and I get to tell him what I think on Twitter.
Well, I just came out here to make myself feel better. I just lost my job to vaccine.
Oh, he was running.
Sorry, tell the world.
Interesting.
If you don't, do you mind
Law
telling the world?
references
Okay,
Hobby
please.
Act
What
that are
did you-
using
what did you do?
recode and inflation to make impact an unlawful criminal.
In Ottawa.
True.
And I chose not to comply with vaccine mandates, so I'm out looking for something else to do now. I thought I'd come down here and just kind of show my support for other people who've made the same decision and the same sacrifice in their lives.
Are you going to be in a tough spot financially?
Oh yes, I'm selling my house.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to turn the camera just away for 1 second, people.
We're already connected on
All right. They will need legal research to help them out of this misinformation, right?
About that. I really am, proud of the work that you do. I admire it, and I just wanted to be able to say that in person.
These two guys are like,
Chris.
I don't know what.
Yeah.
This guy up at the top.
Thank you. All right. See you soon.
Have a good day.
You too. All right. Winding it down now. And what was I just about to say? I forgot. It doesn't matter. You know what I was going to say, everybody. This is a historic. That was it. Maybe I'm caught up in the moment, but this feels like the most historic moment in my lifetime. And I don't think I'm exaggerating, but I can appreciate that I might be not objective and too enveloped in the moment, but I don't think I am, but I might be. So with that said, people, and the paramedics leaving the scene, that looks like a paramedic. Has there, if I may ask, has there been any bad incidents? Anybody get really badly injured? The answer was no, people. The answer was no. I can't provide a comment. No, I know. Don't worry. I didn't mean to put him on the spot. Sorry. I really didn't mean to put. Okay. Someone's gonna get hit by a car right now. It's gonna be me. So far, nothing serious by anyone's accounts. People, stay tuned. Auto walks. I keep forgetting the travel channel. It ends with 69. I remember that because that's the only. That was where my ears. I always wonder if that means the year of the birth of the individual or the Billy Madison joke. So stay tuned. I'm going to be back at some point this week, and hopefully things do not take a turn for the worse, and hopefully the momentum continues, and hopefully this does not fizzle out, and everyone's dreams and aspirations for a return to normalcy and a return of our rights.
Welcome,
Thank you
blogger.
very much.
Thank you.
Hopefully our desire for a return of our fundamental
I hope
rights,
it doesn't fizzle out.
does
I'd
not
be
get
fucked if it.
stifled. And that's it. All right. cutting it because I think my camera just went dead. It's about to. Good timing. Everyone, thank you very much for everything. I'm sorry. Thank you for the chats. Thank you for the support.
Yeah. I hope it doesn't fizzle out to nothing. That'd be a fucking shame. That would be an absolute shame.
Yeah, exactly. Justin Trudeau is. Yeah. You know what I mean? And those are the real heroes. Those guys protect our families at night.
100%.
Not this guy. You know what he does? He hides.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. I appreciate it. Thanks for the update. We appreciate that.
For stream
yeah, so just as you guys just said, like literally 30 seconds ago before I
the
walked up to
notifications
him,
go out automatically.
there's some kind of negotiations going on that say they're trying to see. Currently, while the negotiations are going, the majority of them are not blowing the horns during the negotiation, and they're trying to negotiate something. So let's see what that is about. Negotiations are taking place. Apparently, 1,700 in the chat as we stand by. You guys are on this as well as I am. I'm on the ground. You guys are watching multiple streams and keeping me updated too. I appreciate that so much.
Why would you? Why would one protect the national security secret? That's was merely only.
Fast Show, thank you so much. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. Cheers, Fast Show. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Love Baby Shark. Thanks for the bits. I appreciate that.
All right. One-way street. All right, so we'll I'll walk back up that street down and up to Parliament, where I think Orchidelia will be, and then we'll see how that goes. Stream seems to be holding on. All right, 1 sec. Let me just answer that.
Who came up with the ideology that they were better?
Yeah, 1 second. Parking near the market. Okay.
Indigenous.
I'm going to wait for you at Parliament when you get there.
Hitler?
If you want to, I don't know if you want to use your phone to pop in for a little bit.
Like my camera's up too high.
All right. 1,900 in the chat. Live on Travel Fun 69 YouTube platform. Like, share, subscribe, and subscribe to the backup channel, which is my construction channel, just in case. You never know what's going to happen.
I don't know why. I think they are in negotiate. I don't know. Probably. Justin Trudeau doesn't give a shit about the truckers.
The street here.
He doesn't have nothing. He won't even talk
It
to
is
them.
much warmer today, thank God. As you can see, the
Yeah, he don't give a shit.
snow and ice is melting. Yeah, StreamYard is using.
Baby shark do 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 do. Baby shark do 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 do. Baby shark do 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 do. I'm 50-50 on Trudeau still being alive.
So you see emergency vehicles are coming through.
No, he's still
Trucks
alive.
do not block emergency vehicles at all, as they can definitely travel free and clear throughout the streets. And they always have been. Unlike some of the news we've heard. Yeah,
Daddy
anybody
Castro
that's coming
must be
from
very
Viva or
disappointed.
watching
Maybe.
both, thank you so much. Appreciate the support. Appreciate that support. Jeff Mack, of course, restreaming, big ups. WMTV, Portland Andy, everybody, man, the whole crew, you know, man, we do this together. And very much respect goes out to you guys doing your thing too.
I wonder if he knows I'm restreaming him.
2,000 in the chat as we walk over. We're going to make our way back up to Parliament. Okay. Yep.
All right, so let me see.
Yeah, he did. I see. Yeah, Yasmin, I know what he looks like. I met him before. Trying to meet up with some other YouTubers that are live right now too as well. That's funny. Yeah. Nice weather. This is the nicest weather we've had in a while down here, so I definitely can't complain. I'm warm. Even took off my full face head, whatever you want to call that thing, the robber's mask. Yep, big ups to Yasmin. Yasmin's in the UK. They got their own thing happening over there. A little far from where you are, Yasmin. That'd be awesome if we had some coverage in the UK. Too bad you can't get out there. That would be great to see some, stuff going on like that. Bluebee's got an update here. Ontario Supreme Court.
I don't know, Ninin, but you're right.
McLeod has granted prevent truckers parked on the city. Yeah. Right. Wow. I did hear about that. I think someone else in the chat did say something about that. Wow. In downtown Ottawa. Wow. So something going on. So they can't excessively honk the horns. Right. That's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very interesting. Huh. Very interesting. All right. Thanks for that, Blue Bees. Yep. And others in the chat that had that. Well, there are more jerry cans coming to the scene. As nobody's doing anything about that. And in terms of enforcement that we've seen, obviously, we've been live to see that. We haven't seen any enforcement going on, which is good. That's great because there is no law on that, if you know what I mean. There is no law on that. Yep, they are slowly trying to silence the situation. I know. Yep. Trying to silence the situation, right.
Yeah, that's better.
Well, they can silence it, but it's not going to do not too much. It's reached mainstream media, says a cab driver. The news channels here in the UK now. Congrats on the 20,000 subs. Thank you so much, cab driver. Big ups to you, man. Long-time follower. From the beginning, man. Cab driver, cheers. Almost 2,200 in the chat. We did have 5,000 in the chat today. 5,000 viewers. When I first started, we had a few technical difficulties, of course, with the phone. That's expected. Lots of donations. This is absolutely amazing. Look at this. Chips, all kinds of noodles. Look at this. Canned goods. Of course, this stuff that, KD, they got the craft dinner. I know there was a joke in that the other day. Water, everything. We walked by here. We already walked by here today, and there was only this. Look at all of this today. This is absolutely amazing. Thank everybody for the support. This is excellent. This is absolutely excellent. I know, right? Yeah. Don't believe what you see and hear, of course, on the media. Lots of support and very, very peaceful.
Thank you very much. This is the first day with the bad policy.
Why is it doing that? There we go. I don't know why we lost that. There we go. Sorry, I'm just trying to fix this feed. I don't know what happened there. Come on.
It may look easy.
Oh shit. Oh dude. I got fat fingered. You know?
You got fat fingered by a white woman and now the cops are on you.
They're on to me, bro. They're on to me. We love you, says la 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 la. Hell, hell, brother, sister, hell, brother. Tim S. Bill Gates is having a bad day. That's right. Holy shit. Whew.
Yeah, later tonight, you know, once we're off the air, I'll make a little clip of that interaction with the police officer. Maybe to put that up on YouTube.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, let's do it.
Bro gets recognized.
I was just like, please, man, I'm sorry, dude. I'm just like, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, bro. Like, I know. You got a hard job. I'm just sorry. I'm a fucking dumbass, dude. No, shit. It's like when my mother-in-law tells me that I'm being, you know what I mean? And I'm like, I'll swear I'll change, man. I swear. Oh, shit. VM dirt. How you doing, brother? Good, man. Just looking around. Oh, shit. Smoke? You know what, man? I only have cigars, but I don't have any on me. I got some in my car, my glove box, brother.
So anyway,
yeah, man. Right on, bro. You got to catch. Yeah, man. Go for it, brother.
GST.
Hey, well, Trudeau, print me some more money, bro. Right?
He's got to do something fucking good.
I know, dude. This guy.
Fall down.
Right? Fuck yeah. Yeah, brother.
Have a good one, eh?
Yeah, man. Love this channel, says Nanette. Hail, sister. Thank you, yes. I mean, Pan, that's sort of what we do, isn't it?
Yeah, we're kind of like, messing around with the dude. We do a live show on the World Campaign live show channel. You guys might check that out. We just talk about pop culture stuff and, poke the world, and we've been doing that for a few years now, having lots of fun, so feel free to join us. We're War Campaign. Ro's going to be on the ground here in Ottawa, coming to you just about every day, so Ro's going to be out there, feet on the ground, so stick with us.
Yo, brother. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How are you, sir? Yep, let me see here. We got it. Euros, hell, brother. Euro dollar payment for Agent Roro for destabilizing the Canadian society with excessive freedom. Hell, brother. Yes.
I like it.
Yes.
Yeah, he was warning you. He said, "Hey, this is your warning, bro."
Judge band honking down. Yeah, I just played it.
He said, "Are you?"
So I'm just trying to get the.
Oh shit!
Don't tase me, bro.
No, but he's right. Their job is hard, man. And all these
just trying to get everything.
Just laugh in these crazy times.
One sec.
What's the point of it all?
Right. It's so absurd. You just have to laugh. You just point and laugh and just say, "Oh." And you just gotta fight these social justice warriors, these commies, with mockery and laughter.
Hell, brother. There we go. It's flipped back. That should reset the mic. All right, NC Madness says timeline will go as follows: protests, retaliation, war, revolution, freedom. Man, can we just skip the war part? Can we just skip the war, the retaliation, and the other part there? Just do protests, you know what I mean, and then get freedom. Can we do that part? Jeez.
Hopefully we're not to those parts yet, you know. We're still peacefully protesting.
Yeah, no, I don't want the rest. Do not honk, says Kitty Cat. Pure blood for life, says Shelly Shells.
Do not honk.
Hail, sister. We got L. If EI, or L, if you support the mandates on the wrong side of the aisle history, what will they mandate next?
That's
Great
true.
question. Still can't believe that officer, that fine officer, saw the clip. Shit, dude. Yep.
Don't tase me, bro.
That means the officers are spreading this around. They're sending it to each other. They're like, yo, you see this guy? Fucking tase him. Right?
Watch out for this crazy Indian guy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hell, brother.
You had the geese for honking?
Yeah, if you see this guy, just fucking tase
Somehow I was
him.
unsubscribed. Crazy
Yeah,
times for you
freedom.
guys.
Freedom.
Hey, the Silverleaf, thanks for being here. I stream every night on Twitch.
I got a place.
Every single night I'm on Twitch.
Oh,
live.
yeah. Oh. Check this out, man.
That's where I am
This
every
guy
night.
can dance, man.
Yeah, man.
YouTube has been
Oh yeah, man. Can you do any other? Can you do like
really,
flip
really
or something?
fussy with shit lately.
I got a friend named Hassan that used to do a flip from the ground. I need a trampoline.
Oh, you need a trampoline?
My boy Hassan in grade, I think it was grade 9, he would do a flip from the ground.
Yeah, boy.
But I need a trampoline. I could do it on the trampoline.
I love it, sir. Hi there,
Check out my
man.
YouTube channel, DIFTG. You'll believe me.
Yeah?
I built the flip on the trampoline.
Oh, you got a little bit of spit. You got a little bit of spit.
Sorry.
No, that's all right, man. That's all right. We're excited. All right, let me take a look over here in the chat. There we go. Kimmy DT Pat says, do not honk. Oh, yeah. Thank you, bro. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Really appreciate it. Thank you, brother. You see me on the thing? Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. I really like that, man. Thank you, sir. Just doing this for myself, for the kids, you know what I mean? My kids at home, and I'm just so happy that we live in a free country, and I want to...
it's so nice to see the Canadian people stand together.
Yes, sir. Right?
You know, I've never seen this before.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I love it, man. We're going to pray together, brother. Thank you, sir. God bless. Man, good time, good time. All right. Let's see over here. I'm going to keep walking, actually. All right, here we go. Vodka, my new jerry can says mountain path. Yo, brother. Yes. Unacceptable views, says Grandpa Bill. So, Penn, what do you think, man? It's wild, huh? How people feel out there.
Yeah, you know, it's great to see Canada standing up for freedom. I keep saying it over and over because it's true. The whole world is watching. They're watching close. And Canada is actually laying a very nice blueprint on how to peacefully protest. So,
beautiful, man.
You know, much love to Canada, the truckers. Love it.
RLB says, loved your kids yesterday. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, there we
I
go.
appreciate it. Link Hawk, freedoms
I
are
got enough links and
unacceptable
enough
views
stuff to keep
to
going.
enemy tyrants. Yes, sir. Jack Straw, the honking will continue until freedom improves.
Yeah, big shout out to Jack Straw.
Yes,
Dan
sir.
Marshall,
Yes, sir.
Hey. Mods out there helping moderate
Nice
the
to
chat.
see you as well there.
Hail the chat,
David.
hail the moderators. Thank you for helping us out and, you know, keeping it clean.
Yeah, like the Silver Leaf. That's where I've been every night.
Oh, this is interesting. This fellow's got a sign.
To rallies and protests that aren't disruptive. they don't know what to do with you peace-loving people. We've got them confused. And isn't it wonderful? We're here in love. And they're still trying to understand us. Well, I say join us. Join us. And there are some law enforcement officers who have expressed appreciation for what we're doing. Sometimes they have to be careful about it or private about it. Some have even supported us. And to them, I say thank you. Let's hear it for the law enforcement officers that are standing up for freedom and liberty. There are also store owners here that are saying thank you to the people here standing for freedom and liberty. And to those store owners who are opening up and allowing these guests from Ontario and other provinces to enjoy their services. To those store owners, I say thank you.
There's still a lot of trucks down there.
Some stores and some hotels haven't quite caught on yet. And I call them the not yet like-minded. But we're not going to win them over with hostility. We're going to win.
See how they keep calling for peace? Keep calling for peace.
That's how we're going to win them. How many agree on that? We win them with love. We demonstrate that we are here in peace and in love, and more people will join us. There are people from Ottawa coming down here wondering what this is all about, and they're checking it out, and they're watching you, and they're watching your behavior, and they're reading your signs, and they're getting a sense of what you stand for and why you're here. Well, we're here for two main reasons. So one reason, of course, we haven't quite yet accomplished, but we're on our way. And that reason, can we all agree on, is we are here to end the mandates. End the mandates. And we are making progress on that. There are elected representatives that agree with us. Now we just need more to agree with us. So we are making progress on that. But the other reason we're here is to unite Canadians. And we have accomplished that.
That's right.
So our next presenter is Chief Anderson. Chief Anderson is coming up with Linda and Judy. And they represent some Indigenous Canadians. And this freedom thing, this is a beautiful thing. We are bringing together people from all backgrounds. Christians, atheists, Muslims, it doesn't matter what your background. Indigenous people are all coming together for freedom. And even if there may have been a conflict in the past between me
Who are you
and
talking
an Indigenous
to,
person,
900?
that doesn't matter now. None of that matters. We push it all to the side.
Sorry, our
And we
ancestors'
stand
crimes
together
against its own
for freedom.
species must be addressed here. You will not keep this national security secret. Well, who are you talking to? think they
Dishkatas, all my relations.
Oh yeah.
All our relatives.
Yeah, for
It
sure
is
they will.
important. I am J.D. Anderson, or Chief Anderson, when I'm in service to the people, but when I'm known as a leader, it's Ogima J.D. And it's important to know it's not about myself, it's about the people in unity, that we're out here and we mustn't forget why we're here. It's for the children of this nation and the future of
I'm
their
surprised they still have
children
cell service.
on this continent
To be honest with you.
and everywhere around the world. We are here in peace and in love with each other, and it's been well maintained for everybody. It's been demonstrated across the world for everyone to see, and very much so. Prayer is something that's held in our hearts, and you've heard it expressed that as a nation that prays together, stays together. Oh! So keep it up. Let's keep the excitement going and making sure that the rest of the world can hear us. We're all here together. Let's make this happen and get the issues and concerns addressed for everyone on a united front. We are here, and we're here to be heard. Oh! Oh!
Wonderful.
Thank you. What a blessing. What an absolute blessing. What an absolute blessing. Just take that blessing in, everyone.
What did you think was going to happen? Me going into a grocery store that are
What an absolute blessing. Heard
all the food.
through this entire nation.
Starts throwing stuff around. Is that what you guys do?
And thank you for the trucks for joining into that beautiful drumming.
Your great grandfather.
Could you feel it? Could you feel that drum in your heart? Like the beats of your heart.
To hide them from the rest of the
All of them coming together. Thank you. Thank you to our
What are you
beautiful
talking
drummers
about,
today.
Ninin, what the fuck are you talking about? Sorry, I didn't know the hero my own family bloodline. What the fuck are you talking about? You gone crazy again?
Let's get moving a little bit. We're going to play a little bit of music.
It's just you're saying triggered words that are going to get me in trouble.
Crazy guys.
I get what you're saying.
Something tells me we're going to stop seeing the whole white supremacist narrative coming from the Trudeau government. I'm not so sure about those natives being white supremacists. Something doesn't quite add up there, does it?
Yeah, so what is Justin Trudeau going to turn around and make the Native American? Is he going to say that the Native Americans are white supremacists? That's going to be interesting.
Justin's pronouns where, when.
Needs more cowbells? Tell me about it.
Hell yeah, man.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, 100% native. Yeah, maybe not the guy on the right looked like definitely a mix of something. The woman in the middle, though, she looked like very, very native. Let's walk in front of that sucker. Not looking where I'm going, guys. Guys, thanks again for all the support. You guys are always showing so much love. Thanks for the mods too. You guys are great. Super consistent. I love it. No true natives left. Yeah, you know, we're all kind of like becoming quite a mixed
Silverleaf.
People, eh?
Ah, there you go.
Everybody's got a little bit of
Nice.
everything.
It didn't say first time
Imagine
chatter.
100 years from now.
Interesting.
Yeah, I bet there's a lot of the northern, like in Nunavut.
Make sure you hit that follow button,
I don't know if you
Silverleaf.
guys, who aren't from Canada know, but Nunavut is our northernmost territory.
Make sure you hit the follow button.
And there's no roads going into it whatsoever. So all the communities of natives are still very isolated. They get I don't know about all of them, but I know a lot of them get like shipments of food delivered to them by boat. But I bet a lot of them are pretty pure blood still. You guys see a hot dog or something? I missed it. I missed the hot dog. Somebody start a petition for Tim Hortons to start selling hot dogs, eh? Why hot dogs? It's just it's a joke from Portland to Andy, hot dog man. Hi everybody from Portland Andy's chat, what's up? Welcome, welcome. What's up guys? Shout out Portland Andy. I'm gonna make a mean hot dog for you later, okay bud? Mean hot dog, the works. Sauerkraut and everything. Are they stopping people from bringing food in also? No. Well, I think they're supposed to be, but I don't think they're actually enforcing that. So they're breaking the law by doing that.
arresting people. I haven't seen the police reports or anything
I mean,
yet, but,
if you're not committing a crime,
you're just trying to wake people up. That's
You're not.
what's going on, right? If anyone's been watching the mainstream media, then and have been down here, they understand exactly what we're talking about.
Well, I've been down here since Friday, and I haven't experienced anything like this in my
Showing the
entire
15
life.
streamers is
We've got,
audio coming. You'll see a little
lot of YouTubers
audio.
like myself out here trying to show the world what's actually happening down here. We are coming up on 4,000 people watching you right now. So if there's anything you want us to tell the world, of, you know, what you're,
I'll
you know,
try to make it stand out a little bit more.
I'm from Barrie, just north of Toronto.
Okay.
I drive long haul from Toronto to Texas. My girlfriend was actually just here with me since the other Friday. We came down together, but after they raided the fuel last night, we just thought it might start getting a little more iffy. So she went home last night, but I'm here. Majority of us are here for the long haul, and we're not leaving until our freedom drive.
Do you see it, Hart?
Right.
The audio?
Because we don't have any children, but we'd like to, and this is not the Canada that we'd like to raise them up in, right? I've lived here for 33 years in my life, immigrated here.
Yeah,
and
because it didn't say you were a first-time subscriber. You might have come across when I was playing around with it a long time ago.
This is what Canada's about, right? And the past, especially 2 years, the amount of divide that's been like.
Are they hiding the likes, Wayne?
It's too much now, right?
I don't know if they are or if it's a setting. I haven't played around with YouTube in a while, so I don't know if it's a setting on my end or they changed all the likes. So
my girl's from across the border in Michigan, right? So we know from personal experience what COVID has done for just our relationship and everything else. And I mean,
I had made it a translucent, like the background, not as noticeable.
Right? And for the longest time, we are the silent majority, and a lot of people felt that their voices didn't matter or they were alone, right? This is what made me drive out here from day one, is to let people know that
Probably better that I have a nice black background like that, so it stands out.
Every single one of these drivers here, everyone that comes up every weekend to support us, all the people that are bringing fuel, food, supporting us, right? All these people care, and this is what we're about. Right?
Crazy.
This is what the country I want to live in. This is the country I want to. Right here is what I want to raise my children in. Right, and that's what we're fighting, and we know the importance of why we're here and why we're not leaving.
Right.
So.
I spoke to a couple truck drivers. One, his name was Christian, and he is from Romania. And so he said something pretty interesting.
Yeah, just for the protest. My nightly shows will just be.
It's funny. He was not the only truck driver.
Just
that
Twitch.
like that.
I'm not gonna. I can't talk about what I normally would on YouTube. So.
You know, I guess the direction that the country
just for
is
the
going
protest,
in?
I'll be streaming on YouTube. Other than that,
they're literally playing
I could YouTube
right?
is.
Mao, Stalin, even Hitler. This is exactly
They already gave me a copyright strike.
Power, right? Is to divide the people. Literally every.
They already gave me a copyright strike for having Trump on the screen.
Is what those figures in history have done to divide and separate the people and cause hatred.
So that didn't last long.
When you dehumanize someone, then it becomes acceptable to do anything that you feel to them, right? You can make them second-class citizens, you know, say, like, the fact that people have to show identification to be able to purchase food is unbelievable. This is the West, right? Like, I've traveled all around this world. I've seen Middle Eastern countries. I've seen places where real feminism needs to be, where women need to be emancipated. I've seen where, you know, people have no freedoms. Right, we are the Western world. We are the light, the beacon of freedom for the rest of the world. So if this is happening here, then what hope does the rest of the world have? Right, because we all knew where this was going. First, they're going to say a certain percentage of us needs to be vaccinated. Once we reach that, well, then all of us need to be vaccinated. Once 90% of us are vaccinated, well, now the children need to be vaccinated. Right, when the children are all vaccinated and it doesn't stop, well, that's because people aren't staying home long enough, right? We need to enforce people staying home, take away their freedoms for 14 days. Australia, right? So it's not like as though we can't look to other places or other people, countries to see what the direction we're heading in, right? So that's why we all decided to stop here and now before it got to that point.
I'm going to put that up on the screen here. Give me one sec.
Truckers are being selfish. We're doing this for ourselves, right? No. I've been on the road since day one of this pandemic. right? Hauling from Texas to Toronto. When they lifted our hours of service, the amount of hours we could drive each day, because our country needed us, many of us stepped up, right? I was hauling 18, 19 hours a day, and then just looking forward to make my delivery so I could sleep for 10 hours, right? We did that for as long as they reinstated our hours of service. So nobody can say that we're selfish, that we're doing this for ourselves, right? I've been doing this for my family and everyone else's family to make sure they're fed from day one, right? And with the amount of truck drivers that choose not to be vaccinated, this government thinks that they just state something and people are going to comply, but there's
deal with this very popular movement that's happening across the country. The government has opted instead to use brute force. Hey guys, so I wish I had some good news here, but I do not. I've got some bad news from some sources inside the police infrastructure. I consider this to be very credible from some people that I trust. Unfortunately, rather than negotiate or speak to or deal with this very popular movement that's happening across the country, the government has opted instead to use brute force. Evidently, according to these guys, there's hundreds of RCMP members from the POU, Public Order Unit, riot cops, are being assembled and bussed into the area. They're planning on mass arrests. Apparently they're working on this around the clock, 24/7, on how they're going to do this. They're hoping to, arrest a couple of people, and for every person that they arrest, 10 people will disperse and leave the area, hopefully. They're going to be killing cell phone service. You're not going to be able to call, you're not going to be able to live stream, you're not going to be able to do anything.
RH, thank you very much for the bits.
People that are arrested are going to be collected. They're going to be bussed down to Lansdowne for processing. And that's how they're going to plan to disperse this. They're going to, rather than talk to anybody, rather than deal with any of this, the most peaceful, unified national moment we're having right now, the state, apparently it's coming directly from the top, is to use force to disrupt and disperse these protests before Friday. But that could mean tomorrow. It could be tonight. It could be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. But they're working on it apparently around the clock, and hundreds of cops are on the way here to prepare for this. You can expect, I guess, a few hundred RCMP riot cops are going to be taking the lead on this, and then there's going to be, of course, support from the OPS, who are now apparently exempt from being vaccinated. Isn't that nice? Isn't that a nice thing? I know, the way they bribe these guys, right? And then, of course, you've got the OPP here. You've got the Durham police, I saw. I've got Toronto police. The entire government apparatus is coming down on top of these people. So for what it's worth, I'm telling you, I'm warning you, this is what, again, it's coming from people that I trust. They're coming, and they're going to arrest everybody. And they're just going to come down there, and they're going to lock you up, and that's going to be that. That's the plan. That's what they're planning to do. They don't want to talk to you. They're not interested in entertaining your problems or talking to you. It's not going to happen. They're planning to send in the jackboots to round everybody up and have them all arrested. And you've only got a couple of days, if that. So share that around. Get this out. Get this message out to the truckers. Get it out to their organizers, their leadership. I'm already in touch with some of these guys and trying to let them know and warn them. This is coming from, good guys inside the apparatus.
Shooting in the
This
States.
is the plan. This is what they're working on. And this is what's coming. So buckle up.
That's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Welcome to StockX.
All right, let's see what we got here. We'll pull up another feed. That's when shit will hit the fan. Yeah, we'll have to see. I don't know why this feed's not working. We'll go to this one. There we go.
Which one is? What's he look like? This guy? Behind him? The guy in line? The guy in line. No?
I don't know.
He's right there eating a donut. No?
Yeah, I don't know.
One dead suspect at large. Wow.
All right.
Whoa, hang on. See, I'll find out who it is.
How are you going to find out who it is?
I will find it.
Go Salty Army. If not, but I must fight a battle to win the war. Our day in America is coming too. Yeah. I hope things just like we have provinces that are already opening up. Like it doesn't make any
He went for a walk.
sense.
He's around, but he's not here. He went for a walk. Okay.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, JKS Roofing.
Okay, guys, give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Just gonna hit the washroom.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it.
I was tracking you or watching what you're doing before even coming down.
We've watched his live stream. Yeah. Appreciate it. Yeah. I have some signal issues. I don't know what's going on today, but crazy.
Jamming.
Yeah, I hear about that. I don't know. She bumped up. She's with a different service provider, so trying to see what's going on with that.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, we're just trying to find the gentleman that was on the ground there. I want to buy him some food and drinks, but I think I don't know what he looks like. He was covered up in the blanket, but. Oh, are you? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure because we were supposed to get some food in that. Yeah. Is that you? That was there? You here? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. What's the trick? Is there anything else? Anything, and it's courtesy of our viewers. Our viewers were there. They saw me. The camera was accidentally on you when I was ordering my food, and they said, "Oh, we want to get you something." So whatever you want. Yeah.
Does he want anything?
Just let me know whatever you want.
Does he want something?
That's a good question. Where could you use the washroom? That's what they're asking.
A washroom?
Washroom.
There's porta potties.
There's porta potties. Yeah.
There's a
That's where I've been going. Okay.
There's 3 porta potties on a truck there. I think that's the guy.
Yeah.
That's the guy there. Right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got 2 guys you're feeding.
Yeah, I'll get 2 of them. I'll get 2 and him, man.
Okay, just grab something.
Yeah, I'm going to ask. Actually, no, you go ahead. I'm going to ask him if you want something as well.
Hi, how are you? I know. Our viewers were watching, so they donated some money.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cheers. Yeah. Just looking for an extra mask. I don't think he wants to. Let me see what he wants. Hey, good day. Don't be shy. I have a couple of yeah. So I'll tell you what, everybody is so generous. They're buying him a sandwich, they're loading him up. It looks like he probably doesn't need anything right now. I'm going to give him the money. I'm going to give him the money instead so he can get something himself later. Absolutely, guys. Yeah, that's good to see YouTube. Actually, JKS Roofing was a viewer and he bought that for us. So I figured I'd give that to you. All right, I'll see you a little later. We're live streaming, so we're covering everything. So we got time. Yeah, stay warm, man. Anything. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. All right, yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
All right, there we go. Oh yeah, he went inside. Yeah, he went inside. He was looking for a mask. It seemed like the other he wasn't there. I know that guy was homeless too. Yeah.
There's this guy too. Give him money.
So what do we got? Oh yeah, he was looking for a washroom. That's right. So that's what the. Let me just get my. Let me get my hand warmer on, my gloves on. Anyway, 1 sec. Oh, yep. Things. Oh God. Damn me. Missed the chat for a second there. All right. Oh my God, corn's all over here. Oh, look at that. About to lose the phone.
Oh, the sun.
It is. It'll get a little colder as the sun sets, but yeah, we're here.
I said my food is getting cold.
Oh, your food. Okay, yeah. You gotta eat it. Do you want me to hang on to your food?
Oh, you seem like you're full of stuff.
Yeah.
Why do you need to hang on that?
Thanks, Outlaw. Thank you for that. Zizer, cheers. Yes, you guys all pitched in, absolutely, 100%. Not just JKS Rubin, but yeah, thank you. And we'll continue doing stuff like that too as well. Thanks so much. All right. Where do you want to eat your stuff? You want to hang out back here and see what's going on while you eat? I can hold your thing.
Yeah, I need to sit something down.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Freedom! Freedom! Bye-bye!
You can use the table right now if you want. Hang on. Do you want me to hang on to it for now?
I don't know what. Put your stuff down.
Oh yeah, just so you after you. Huh? You put this on? Oh, okay. Alrighty, thank you guys. Cheers, guys. Thanks, guys. Danielle Sweeney's still in it. Yeah, it is Jerry Cam Monday. Jerry Cam Monday, so you can eat, just eat her food. Euro Nation in the house. It's quite a different feel down here, but things are okay. There is a something in place for a 10-day, something for 10 days about excessive noise. They're not to honk the horns and stuff excessively. There's some kind of negotiations taking place. I don't know what is taking place of that. Yeah, one of the yellow cans. That's right, the Jerry cans. Yeah, Jerry Cam Monday. I know, right? Cheers. I think there's 1.6 in the chat. Live travel fun. 69 live travel fun. 69 on the YouTube platform. Like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to subscribe to the backup channel there, just in case something goes down. Really appreciate it. Any good? Yep. Nice. She's just eating her food on the table there. We're just seeing what's happening. Of course, you got the tunes and stuff like that here. They had a nice little street party the last couple days. You should go, of course, start a new channel. That's right, Euro Nation. Should. Definitely could start another channel. The fringe minority. Wow. Yep. Yeah, Elizabeth, Euro should go. Euro, I'm going home tonight. I'm going home tonight, but I'm back again tomorrow. I just have to repack and, do all that wonderful stuff as I normally have to do. So, yeah. Sorry about that. I missed that. Let's see what they got here. Hang on. Yes. JKS Roofing. Bless you for going back to him and fulfilling the gift of love, caring. Thank you so much. Big ups. JKS Roofing. Yes, no worries. I got to hit the bank machine when I get back tonight. I haven't seen very, very friendly bank machines out here, which I got to pull out. We got to pull out those fives and stuff like that. Get a little stack going on if we have to spread some love. You know what I mean? But, yeah, I'm going to be prepared tomorrow. Of course, I'm coming with Kevin K. So, yeah, it's always good to have, whether it's drinks or food for some of these people. But, yeah, a lot of good stuff going on there. Very much appreciated. They must like that. The outreach of support. It's magical. You know how you guys are on YouTube and you can actually, control a situation. You can make things happen over social media, and you're not even on the ground. I'm just the boots on the ground, but you guys are making things happen. It's amazing. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. No worries. Yeah, thanks, JKS Roof. Thank you so much, man. Absolutely, we love Nadine. Love the Freedom Convoy. Absolutely. Euro Nation, yeah, get people to meet. Absolutely, Euro should come down here. We're coming down tomorrow. Euro, let's go. Let's do it. Absolutely should come down here. Love Orchidelia, says Iser. Big ups. That's awesome. She's doing it. We're taking turns. So she's eating, then I'll eat. Tara Rowling, thank you so much for that. Tara, thank you so much. Cheers. Thank you so much. Not necessarily very much appreciated. And 1.7 in the chat, live on Travel Fun 69. Share it out. Big ups, Jeff Mack, Portland Andy, all the crew, WMTV. A few others, of course. I'm going to go through my emails. I know you're sharing it out. Cheers. Yasmin's got a little list too. Thank you. Yeah, she's not. She's copying. Man, she's killing it. Yeah, big ups Ronnie. Big ups Yasmin. Big ups all the mods. The hot dog gang. Yes, Portland Andy, man. Absolutely, Portland Andy in the building. Thank you. Restreaming this, holding down the fort, and we're going to find out anything, all the changes, the things that go on. I imagine each day is going to be a different day down here in Ottawa, and we will be documenting each and every day what's going on. Anto, thank you so much for that. Thanks for the 3 pounds. Anto, thank you. Anto Harrison, thank you so much for that. Cheers. Thank you so much for that, Anto. I can't put it up on the screen right now. My phone is sleeping right now. I'll turn it on in a little bit. After I eat, I'll go live on my phone, and she can power down her phone. Some strange service interruptions. Her phone seems to be okay though. You sub to Do It All Ceiling. Thank you, MA. Yep, thank you so much. That's my work channel, but just in case something goes wrong here, that's why. Just in case, it's good to have a backup channel. We do have a backup channel. That's the channel just in case. So, thanks for that.
Wayne's not here, man. Did
They'll
Royal
have a
Canadian
fire
Mountie
later on, of course.
participate in the introduction of the alcohol into Indigenous communities, knowing that it was corrupt the entire village into compliance?
Clayton. Clayton Lee. Oh, that's amazing.
Gotta
Clayton
take your
Lee,
meds today.
love the work you are doing. Thank you so much for that. Again, not necessary, but very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Clayton Lee, thank you so much for that. Cheers. Really much appreciate that. Thank you so much. Big ups, Clayton. Gotta love that name, Trudeau. What it spells out. Just say no. Hashtag just say no. We know that. Orchidelia is just having a bite to eat. She'll switch over.
So I know
I'll have
somebody
a bite
that
to eat.
last night that
And,
went
yeah,
into
we keep going.
the convoy
Keep
with
it going for a bit.
some food and water, and
That's amazing. Oh, yes,
they ended up
John
getting
M. 20,000 subs. Thank you so much. You've been following
they
for
ended
some
up getting
time. John M, thank you.
arrested and
Great
charged
job. He
with
says thank you so
mischief.
much and appreciate each and every one of you guys. Thank you so much for the Travel Fund crew family.
They got charged with mischief.
New subs, new people, welcome. We're going to be covering Ottawa all week. But tomorrow, like I said, let's see if we can fix this glitches on StreamYard. I'm going to try once again the YouTube platform tomorrow. And you'll see the difference. You'll see the difference. The audio will be different.
I just think your
I just hope
topic
we can hold the
of
stream
discussion
together.
is a little off from what
If
we're
it doesn't
trying
work,
to show.
then we'll use StreamYard. But let's try YouTube platform tomorrow. It also uses less battery too as well, YouTube. StreamYard is just, it's a power engine, man. It just drinks batteries like you wouldn't believe on a phone. So, is what it is. Like. Thank you so much for that. Yes, you got that right.
I got your stream on right
He's
now.
watching right now. Thank you so
I
much.
just started subscribing to you.
Oh, that's amazing. I really appreciate it. Yeah.
I love this. I love the coverage. I follow Ottawa.
Yes, met up with him a couple times. I met up with Viva today.
Viva Fry, I watched
Amazing.
it before I came down here just now.
That's amazing.
You guys are doing more honest coverage than the
By Royal
I
Canadian
appreciate
Mountie.
that so much.
our taxes are paying for.
That's right. That's right. I know. They have the hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment, and we just, we literally have a few things, the phone and battery packs and stuff. It's unreal,
This is the future, right?
I can't figure out why. So she's on a different network, so I'm using Orchidelia's phone. This phone keeps dying on me today. I'm not sure why it's doing that, but could be service.
It's not that cold out, right?
No,
By
it's
comparison.
a lot of people are saying there's some kind of service interruptions. I don't know. Something really weird. Yeah. Something really weird's going on. We'll see what happens with that, but yeah, what can we do, right? So
Keep up the good work.
I appreciate
I'll
it.
keep following you. I'll spread the word around.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks so much for watching. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. All right. Travel Fun 69 viewer. Awesome. That is awesome. Love meeting new people. Very nice of him.
They had gas cans.
Look at that. That's shawarma. Look at that. Very nice. Very nice.
They had gas
Hey,
cans.
Scars, how you
Must
doing?
be terrorists.
Changes that have happened. Yeah, something to do with their season excessive horn noise right now. I think something is there's something in place. I
Yeah,
think
the
that's
judge
why you're
ruled
not
that there's
hearing
no
the truck
use of
horns.
air horns on the Capitol. So
Something
just
for
use
10 days,
something
I think,
else.
during negotiations or something. There's those girls again handing out stuff.
They said air
Yeah,
horns.
something is going on.
There's got to be other methods
something
of
is
making
definitely
noise.
going on. But they are negotiating.
Loudspeakers.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
Cowbells.
But they're still trying to put the bottle cap on. Still trying to put the lid on it, which is not good. But You know, we all want this to end, of course.
Imagine the most destructive thing about this
Troy
this protest
Troy Ounce,
is
thank you so much for
the
that.
bell, the noise.
Says, hey, Jeff, thanks for your unique way
The noise is the most
to
destructive
cover
thing.
the historical event. Please buy yourself 1 troy ounce of silver. Ah, yes, silver. God's money. God's money. Got to have God's money. An ounce of silver. That's how it goes. Thank you so much. That is how God's money is the best money. 100%. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. See if I can. Thank you so much for that, man. I appreciate that so much. Wow, that's very generous. Thank you so much. 29.17. Cheers. Thank you so much. Troy Ounce. Cheers. Yes, I do have some silver saved up. We call it, God's money, silver and gold, precious metals. A lot of people are buying some of that stuff now. It's always a good thing because it always will hold value. Sure, the value goes up and down, but there is always value with gold and silver. Absolutely. Absolutely always. Thanks for that, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I, of course, appreciate you following you guys. Yeah, actually, so Ink Scars, they have not, so I heard that there was, but I didn't capture it. I have seen all morning the cans coming in, even the empty ones there. I have seen now full cans going in, and they're not stopping them. Euro Nation, what do you think is going to become of this? I think it's either going to be very good or very bad. I don't think it's in the middle. I always said that, and I always predicted it. Very good or very bad. Very good or very bad. I don't know what to think. But
I'm sorry,
for
but
sure,
I might
very good
be
or very
just
bad.
me, but it seems everyone has jumped on the stream ban, and they are in for the money, Wayne. I see what you mean. Matt, exactly. You see that? Exactly. Everybody out there right now is out there about, and follow me, do this, all money. I totally get that. I'm streaming on YouTube.
Cheers,
I'm not
guys.
even
Thank you so much for
monetized
that.
on YouTube.
Anybody else, big ups?
I never stream on YouTube.
Into the good,
I'm only
yes.
streaming on
Put the
YouTube just to
energy
get
into
the word
good,
out.
The positive, yep.
I could care less about making money on this. I just want it to get out there. But you see it now, eh? Like, don't get me wrong. They have a right to, the people have a right to donate to
Caesar
whoever
in the
they
house,
want and do
cheers.
whatever, which is absolutely fine. But it's whenever you make
Thank
it
you, man.
all
Ink
about
Scars,
that,
thank
I
you
just
so
think
much.
it's wrong. It
Orchidelia's
loses
gonna
its
take the
value.
While I wolf down something too.
See, like, Portland Andy's making a fucking killing. And good for him, because what he's doing, what Portland Andy's also doing too, is he's also shouting out the channels that he's restreaming, and he's sending his people over there to help these people out there. So I kind of get, he's not like taking and not giving. Even though he hates my guts. Even though he hates my guts. But it is what it is. I don't know why people get so competitive over these over streaming. It's like people are scared to lose viewers or people.
They're actually giving out all the stuff
I
that's
don't know.
donated.
I don't. It doesn't make any sense to me.
There's so much food that they're begging people to try to take it, to eat
Here,
it.
this
Please
is
take the
another.
food. There's so much donations of food. They want everybody to help themselves because.
Okay, so here I'm gonna play this here. Give me 1 sec. These are from the organizers.
My name is Tom Morazzo, and I've been asked to make a statement on behalf of Freedom Convoy 2022. On Saturday, the Police Services Board for the City of Ottawa met with the City Chief of Police to plan a way forward to end the peaceful demonstration in their city. I would like to review some of the language that was used by members during the meeting. Specifically, Diane
I
Deans,
played that a while
the
ago.
chair of the Police
I'll play it again in a bit.
Board. She mischaracterized Ottawa as, and I quote, a city under siege with its democracy threatened during a nationwide insurrection that was driven by madness.
No, did I hear him say he didn't like me? No, I didn't. But every time somebody went, when I was streaming live down down there, every time someone went and said, "Hey, Wayne, watch what Wayne is down there. You can restream him if you want," they got banned in his chat. So that kind of leads me to think he doesn't like me. So every single time someone mentioned my name in his chat to say that it was okay to restream me when I was down there, they got banned. I know three personal close friends of mine that went over there to say, "Hey, you can restream him. It's okay." And they got banned from his chat. So I don't know. You tell me. And of course he would not restream me. So like I said, I don't care one way or another. His life doesn't affect mine in any way, shape, or form. So
these alarmist words were directed at Canadians who are here peacefully protesting and just want their freedoms restored. This is not a time for hysterics by municipal politicians. All the polling that we have seen affirms to us that Canadians want us here. Over 100 downtown residents have come forward with signed legal affidavits. They have described accurately the peaceful nature of this freedom protest. As a volunteer of this movement to restore our freedoms, I have been coordinating with Ottawa Police, the Ontario Provincial Police, the RCMP.
Yeah, no problem.
The Parliament Hill Protective Services.
I don't have a problem with Andy whatsoever.
Have come to Ottawa from coast to coast.
Never did.
To ensure this protest is both responsible and safe. At approximately 6:30 p.m. last night, an estimated 100 officers in full tactical gear, snipers mounted on adjoining roofs, and UAV drones flying overhead aggressively raided one of our minor supply depots. They proceeded to confiscate donated and purchased fuel that was destined for our support.
Hey, Malf.
This action was a direct result of the Police Services Board interfering with police operations.
What the fuck is that?
This was not responsible. This was not safe.
The guy streaming, his phone's going off. Look at the guy on the right's trying not to laugh.
It was an unnecessary, misguided, aggressive show of force meant to intimidate Canadians exerting their charter rights and freedoms in their nation's capital. It displayed during the Police Services Board meeting on Saturday was not representative of the great lengths that we have worked to achieve over the last 9 days with the Ottawa Police. On Saturday in the city of Winnipeg, an angry citizen, reported by the media as members of Antifa, drove a vehicle into a crowd of demonstrators, striking down 4 people. This is tragic, foreseeable, and quite possibly could have been prevented. We cannot set the conditions for that to happen in Ottawa. We have consistently communicated to all police departments since the beginning that this protest can only be resolved through political dialogue.
Yeah, Morris, you're right.
Not police action. What all Canadians want is not within the power of the Chief of Ottawa Police to give. This can only be resolved by lawmakers, not tyrannical enforcement. After 10 days of peaceful protesting, It is time to sit at a table and plan a way forward. We are calling for a delegation from the City of Ottawa to meet with us this Tuesday, February 8th. As a sign of good faith, we are willing to reduce the honking of horns down to 5 minutes per day, commencing at 5 p.m. If the residents of Ottawa are hearing horns at 12:01 p.m. on Tuesday, tomorrow, you will know that their city government has no interest in resolving this. Every time the police conduct an aggressive operation against us, the support for this movement only grows, as was seen in Toronto and other cities across Canada this past weekend. The responsible course of action now is for the City of Ottawa to sit at a table and start a meaningful dialogue and to de-escalate aggressive police action and work with us to resolve this responsibly. Thank you. I believe there's some questions.
So the negotiations with the city is only having to do with the police actions, nothing specific to the mandates, because the mandates is a federal issue, right?
The mandates are a federal issue, but we believe that it's important that cooler heads prevail. So we have we've taken a decision to. The most important step right now is just to get to a table. Let's just start there.
Well, did you hear about what's happening with China and the Olympics?
Resolve this locally as a municipal issue.
They're treating the
and then continue building on
people like shit.
That success, and then start working towards the federal mandates. But yes, long term, the goal absolutely is the mandates. We are here because of the mandates. We're not here because of the City of Ottawa. But we believe that that's the correct place to start.
Perfect. One more question. Sure. Can you comment on the Toronto Star recently reported about the crime rates here in Ottawa since you arrived? Can you?
Yeah, from the report that I had read, thank you for that, but the report I read, crime in this city is down 90% since the protests have been here. So the number of
the crime in the city is down 90%.
I know there's an active campaign of bots
since the protest started.
90% people's accounts and stuff like that to create or frame a picture of chaos here. It's categorically false. It was a party here on the weekend. It was a very, very positive, happy experience with bouncy castles. Okay, I don't think you can reasonably put bouncy castles in a sentence with an insurrection. Okay, so this has been a very positive experience. Okay, and I want to add the relationship with the police throughout on the ground.
I didn't see no bouncy houses during your insurrection.
It's been excellent. Okay, and I don't want to say that they're on our side. They have a job to do. Their mandate is public safety. That's what they have been trying to do at the ground level. Okay, and that's what they're doing very well. We just want to build on that.
Right?
Where do you guys stand with the negotiations with the government and the federal government with these mandates, and where are they in regards to any type of moving forward? Or
well, there's been no outreach by the federal government from the Liberal Party. Okay, but I don't really want to get too deep into those weeds right now. They are the government of Canada right now is formed by the Liberal Party. We desperately would like to talk to them to bring about a solution here. So at this point, we want to build on the success that we can, if we can get at least the City of Ottawa into a room with us, and then we'll go from there.
If you had a message for citizens of Ottawa who may have conflicting information about what's happening here, what would you say to people living in Ottawa right now?
I would say thank you for your patience. Thank you for your understanding. We know it's hard. We know it's hard for you. It was never about making it hard for the citizens. But their complaints shouldn't be directed to the police. Their complaints should be directed to their elected members of Parliament. It is their responsibility to bring about a solution here. Okay, that's who they should direct their anger towards. I don't know where the Liberal Party is. I don't know where they are, okay? But they need to be accountable to their citizens, to their constituents, okay? So I would say, get on the phone, get on the email, contact your Liberal members of Parliament or your other elected officials that you believe can move this along, okay? But make no mistake, we're here. We're very well supplied because of the support we're getting. Every day, we are in contact constantly with people wanting to push supplies to the National Capital Region to support us. Okay, we've got more fuel and food and supplies than we know what to do with. Okay, and it's very disheartening to see that there's an active harassment campaign ongoing with the Ottawa police. They went on a blitz yesterday. Very, very petty little things, parking tickets,
right, Baker?
Kind of stuff that's just meant to put pressure on us. We're not intimidated by that. They did arrest people for aiding and abetting. Okay, so for aiding and abetting, that's what they're coming at us with. And I believe two of our members were arrested last night for aiding and abetting because they were caught with cans of fuel.
Aiding and abetting because they're caught with fuel cans
in jail and arresting them for carrying cans of fuel. That's what it's come to. We want to put an end to that. That's rhetoric. It's a distraction. It's unnecessary. It's unsafe. And ultimately, it's just irresponsible. Let's sit down at a table. Let's sit at a table, work together to resolve this.
Who are you seeing the most help come from?
In terms of the public, everybody across Canada. Everybody. I have people on my call sheet every half hour wanting, where do I donate? Where do I donate? How do I help? How do I get involved? And I want to be clear, this is all professions, okay? All professions. It's not just truckers. It's not just farmers. I have retired military reaching out to me. I have retired police reaching out to me. I have doctors. We're in constant contact with doctors, with lawyers. And I'm sure you've seen on social media, there was a really great four segment post on Twitter last night from an American lawyer after the lawyer had seen the actions of the Ottawa police last night out at Coventry. Okay, so the support comes from all walks of life, all across Canada. And I wish I had a list of all the countries that have been inspired by this movement, but the last that I had heard throughout, not just North America, but all throughout Europe, I believe the list was 27 countries.
I think it's over 30.
Over 30 now. I know Israel was watching last night when the police raided Coventry. Okay, Israel, Australia, the Netherlands, people all over the world were watching that. Okay, and it's important that people see it for what it really is. Okay, that's very important. We have to show the world what is really going on, and we have to communicate. It's clear what we want. Let's sit at a table and get that.
What is your message to people that are coming down to Ottawa in the next recent couple days or today or whatever? What is your message to them, and how can they get out and help?
Do you want to take that? Anyone else? Well, we're here. We'd love to have you. That's probably the best thing. We'd love to have you. Yep. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the support.
Are you in need of more trucks?
We can always use more trucks. Yeah, we can always use more trucks.
He loves trucks, pickup trucks.
Yeah, I do.
Everything.
And
pickup trucks with empty slip tanks?
Yes, with tanks. But you know what? We are prepared for more convoys to come in. We have several staging areas. We're fully prepared for this. But, Ottawa's not the only show in, or the only game in town. Okay, we have other large municipal centers that we can, we can spread this message around through different locations as well. Okay.
And anything you'd like to say to the truckers, people parked here for today? Anything you'd like to say to them?
Well, I'm a volunteer on this team, just like everybody else. And I'm just, for what we're doing here, we got their back. We're working hard
Right.
to make sure that we win what we want. Okay, so
2021,
we're
I hear
working
you.
for them. That's the important thing. We're working for the truckers and for the people that sent the truckers here. That's who we're working for, and I think we're winning. Yes, we are.
Chris, the guys on here are asking you to give a message out to Canada. What do you feel and how do you feel this is coming? How's it getting along?
I think we're moving mountains here right now. You look at the provincial mandates are being lifted all across the country. We're seeing lots of changes come. Wait for more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Everyone.
Thank you.
That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right, so let's get rid of this. And bring that back over here. Do this.
It does say a lot. I really appreciate you guys' time. It's been a pleasure meeting you.
Crazy good food, Bonnie Myers. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Keep up.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. It's a big fun. Yeah, Singapore. Really,
Hey, no
eh?
problem.
Wow.
Thank you for being here.
That's crazy. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. I totally believe it. Yeah, nice looking party here. Yeah. Cheers, Yasmin. Yeah. Big ups, Billy Blue, man. We'll eventually get those Mexico videos out. Frig. I've already started to give it to Kevin, but just a matter of getting all the files together. 2185 in the chat, live travel fun. 69. Like, share, subscribe, and sub up to the backup channel just in case something happens. That's my construction channel. Just sub it up anyway, just in case. If anything happens, I will go live on that channel, but so far, so good on this channel. Thank you. And stay tuned, of course, after this stream. We will also be live again tomorrow, as I have to get back to Toronto. I have to get back every couple days to catch up, do some shipping. And, of course, it sucks to drive back, 5 hours back, 5 hours, 5 hours there, 5 hours back. But, yeah, it's necessary. It's okay. So we're back again, and believe it or not, courtesy of Orchidelia, she was already thinking ahead. Of course, us guys, we don't think ahead. She already booked the hotel for me for tomorrow, and pretty much for a few days this week, so we're good. I know it's tough to get a hotel, so we did get a hotel, I think, for Kevin and I. Kevin's going to be coming back. Orchidelia's got to work. This is all the stuff from the kids. This is amazing. This is amazing stuff. Look at that. All kids have taken the time to show support for the truckers. That's, I'm 14 years old. Look at this, and I'm so happy that you are doing this. Thank you for fighting for our freedom. Come on, man. Like, this is kids writing this stuff. And the government is calling this what?
Tyrannical.
Wow. Look at all the support. This whole truck's full of this. Wow. Look at the wonderful, artwork and kids. This is amazing. This is a good idea to put this in. The whole world to see this. Look at this. Wow.
I can't even see the YouTube chat.
Thank you for saving Canada. almost brings a tear to your eye. You know what I mean? It's about the kids.
I
Wow.
wouldn't watch. No, I hear you on the
Amazing.
on the whole
See if there's anything on the other
Olympics,
side.
I wouldn't watch it either.
Isn't that crazy? Wow, it is amazing. Yeah, not so
I
much
wouldn't
on
watch
this
it
side
either.
yet, since most of it is being seen on the other side. That is so sweet, for sure. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Yeah. He must have just put this there today. I didn't see this here yesterday. That's good. This was just what this truck received. All the trucks are receiving this. Amazing. Think of how many there must be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of papers and artwork and stuff from kids. This is just one truck.
I-5 from Seattle,
And I've seen them. We caught the kids handing it directly to the truck drivers
I just hope
yesterday.
it continues.
Absolutely amazing. All the signatures.
Let's just hope it continues.
This is absolutely amazing. It is amazing. Watchers from Kansas. Crazy, eh, Billy Blue? Crazy. Wow. The signs, the signatures, the artwork. It just keeps coming and coming.
Must be an area.
The support from the community. There's just an influx of water, food. They are not starving. They are not starving. In fact, they need to feed.
Yeah.
They've been feeding the homeless, and now there's enough. There's so much food for the truckers. There's so much food for the homeless. Now they're feeding the public. They literally have an influx of donations that they need. Anybody, literally, if you're thirsty or hungry, just please help yourself, and don't feel bad about helping yourself, because stuff will go to waste otherwise. So that I agree with. Like, I wouldn't want to take a donation meant for something. But believe me, there is so much here, and they actually say, yeah, please take it. It's going to go in the garbage we don't want stuff getting wasted. So in that case, yes, don't feel bad if you are down here and you need a bottle of water, you need something, then yes, go ahead and help yourself. Or you want some cookies, you got that sweet tooth, absolutely help yourself. Otherwise, it will go to waste. Yep. Should literally govern this country, right, SR? I know. The kids' messages is really, really strong there. That's something else, right? Rather than just us saying, obviously it's go truckers go, but a kid, that's powerful. That's very powerful. EA, thank you for your live stream, says EA. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank each and every one of you guys for watching.
Yeah.
2,400 people in the chat.
Live right now.
Travel Fund 69. Like, share, subscribe, and subscribe to the backup channel pinned above. Awesome meeting some other YouTubers today. We met up with Viva.
I'll look in a minute.
Well-known YouTuber here. He was literally getting attacked by everybody to get some selfies and stuff, and really down-to-earth guy. He was cool. Bald guy. Hey. How you doing? Heading to town this weekend. Support our heroes. Thanks for streaming. Absolutely, Bald guy. Thank you so much. And when you see me, definitely come up to me. And man, props to you. Thank you. I enjoy meeting each and every one of you. Of course, if you're in the area, and I have met quite a lot of you. That's really much appreciated. Barbecue going on. More. This is good. This is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Bald guy. Thank you for that. Did they get fuel? They have been getting fuel. At first, I thought, the chat was trying to tell me not to talk about it too much. But yeah, there's a lot of, now massive quantity of fuel, no, but there's a lot of jerry cans full that we're getting to the trucks. It just seems like they almost stopped enforcing that.
You don't want the first.
At first it was empty jerry cans, and then it was full.
Grief. You wait 2-3 hours, 2-3 years. Once they got the bugs worked out, then you jump in, right? And this is the same way. So
that's a good analogy.
Yeah, that's the way.
We were serious about this. I mean, we even brought along a pregnant dog, and we delivered pups here.
Yeah,
we have puppies.
You got puppies in here?
Well,
here.
My wife delivered them on Saturday.
Oh my! In the truck.
In the truck.
You're got to be kidding me.
No.
Oh my God.
So we got 5 of these little guys. These are
Now that's hardcore.
Mommy
Look at that.
always comes out.
Lord.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So
Delivered
we were here,
puppies right in the truck to be there.
So the guy on our door is Mark Friesen. He was our PPC guy in Saskatoon, and there was a number of us that got really, really sick at election time. And so, but he just about didn't make her, and he actually got shipped to Toronto and stuff. And I've been going to rallies.
Well, I had a monitor behind me for a while,
because
but
of Mark Friesen. And so I just felt bad that he couldn't be here. So I said, "You're gonna come, like you're gonna be a visual. We're putting you on our door."
Yeah.
And he runs the Grizzly Den every Friday night, and so we're doing that. And then I said, and we're gonna have puppies, and the first boy was going to be named Grizzly after him. So we've got Grizzly, Convoy, Truckee, and then we've got 2 girls named Freedom and Hope.
My God, you guys are.
Isn't that crazy?
You leave me speechless. You're just a.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. You're an incredible bunch of people. You're delivering puppies in your truck.
The thing is I have a litter at home that are only 3 days old.
Isn't that fucking cool?
Oh my God! So I had to get my daughters to, my oldest daughter.
And our government wants to stop them from getting fuel
I need you
to keep themselves warm.
Sure these babies are looked after. This mom is looked after.
Look at these terrorists.
I've got other dogs too. And my son lives at home too, but he works all day. So
Isn't that crazy?
I had to put my things in place at home, and wasn't even thinking of this one. And all of a sudden, I'm thinking, when are you due? And I looked in my calendar, and I was like, February 4th? Yeah, I don't know. That's a little close for comfort. So I just said to myself, we got a rider. And so, I mean, you try and live in a bunk, and I mean, I've got so much puppy stuff, dog stuff, because I've got my birthing bed, and it's just all kinds of stuff. So loaded to the max for sure. But here's the bucket if you want to.
No gas, no trucks moving. Exactly.
Right
Unreal.
But
you want to just take the camera in there and
sure.
Yeah.
See there,
She had her
Kitty,
puppies.
and here's all
Convoy
her
puppies.
She's got 5 babies. Bunch of little wiggle worms. So it'll be okay for about 2.5 weeks. By the 3rd week, they're gonna want to get around. So kind of hoping it doesn't go longer than that. But if it does, I've got people at my door all the time, and I would just need one of those metal crates that I can give them a little more space. But she'll be tight in here. But yeah,
Freedom puppies.
Yeah, freedom puppies.
Freedom puppies.
Yeah,
Awesome.
and a lot of people are like, oh, that's like new birth. Like that's got to mean something, But
the metaphor. Is
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got people like already. Oh, I want one of them. But my one thing is I won't ship, and we're from Saskatoon, and I've had people when the puppies were like the Yorkie Shih Tzus were like $4,000 out here, and they were wanting me to ship, and I refused to ship. I have spoken to 3 different airlines, and they tell me I won't even ship my own. Well, that tells me something, and these are my babies, and so you either get a ticket and come out and take them as carry-on, or you drive out and pick them up and make a holiday of it, whatever. Other than that, they go locally, but yeah.
I think we'll. That's
Freedom
a great way to
More than you bargained for when you came and knocked on this door.
Every time, it's just like, it's just, you guys are just a beautiful bunch of people. Slightly crazy, but
Right, Mike M?
We're a whole bunch
Exactly.
crazy, but that's Canadian.
Thank you for the 100 biddies, Baker. I appreciate that.
The officers have to do certain things to keep pace. The police have to show a certain amount of force, but at the end of the day, nobody can stop the Freedom Convoy.
Exactly.
Well, everybody's walking around carrying a jerry can because you
Exactly,
can be arrested for carrying a jerry can. So now
Empty jerry can.
Yeah, an empty jerry can.
I have a funny story for you guys. I wish I got it on camera. There was a guy that walked, as I was biking in here, there's a guy carrying a jerry can with the spout attached to it in front of a big bunch of police, and he's drinking out of it.
Well, there was one here with us, like
There
he
we
was
go.
drinking
Sorry,
out of
guys.
it too. Like it was this big sippy cup. You know?
Yeah.
So it's
A guy bought a brand new jerry can to drink his water out of, and he's walking around the police using that to drink.
Yeah, we heard the CB. We're actually we heard the call come in on the radio because we were actually doing an interview.
Are you gonna do
when
arrest
the
him for
call came in,
drinking his water?
So it was kind of interesting to see that. But
That's awesome.
We're not doing our horns, but
That's all right.
We're not quitting. See, there's a guy right there. He's walking. And
2 jerry.
Yeah. So this is good. I have to laugh every time I see one go by here carrying a jerry can. Those little ones. You know, they've got written on the outside "sippy cop" or
comes up, boys. Guys,
hold the line.
It's been a pleasure talking to you guys.
It's been a
They have written on the side of the
so
can,
you Ottawa
sippy
Scotty,
cup.
the YouTube channel, you Ottawa Scotty with a Y, all one word.
Memory. I need to plug into each year and get expanded memory. You know, like a computer.
You guys know where there are some porta potties or bathrooms around here?
Yeah.
That's one thing they're a little lacking a little bit.
We can give you a
piss jug. No, I'm just joking.
No. We did find one down the street.
Yeah.
There's a
Okay.
and actually Saturday, because of the million people here, they believe it or not, they had a guard watching it.
Yeah.
The John, like I'm not. Oh,
But saying that, right at the end of this street, there's a Tim Hortons. They will let you use their washroom.
We actually had breakfast for the first time. We
without a
ate
mask.
in a restaurant for the first time since we've been here. We haven't been let in anywhere.
Crazy.
Got our food, sat down, ate. When we got up, I took $10, went over, and I gave it to her, and I said, "Thank you very much." I said, "We really appreciate it." And she just looked, and then she smiled. All you could see was the eyes. The manager was standing behind me, and she just nodded. So
That's awesome.
you know, we're gonna kill them with kindness.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
We're not here to disturb anybody's life, but you know what? I'm sorry, you can't sneak in with iron like this. It doesn't happen.
But the thing is,
What the cops kind of did was
local
it was
people
dirty.
are
It was dirty.
complaining. They know this is the nation's capital. They moved in here knowing that there's going to be stuff happening. So it's not like we held a gun to their head and say, "You're moving to Ottawa if you like it or not." That was their own free will, right?
Yeah, but they've been living their happy little life until when they hit the trucking borders.
He's got a point. You move to the capital of the country, you know that if there's going to be protests or anything, that's where it's going to be. So he's got a point.
And he's had two
Yeah, I got to go get some coffee.
loads that he couldn't deliver because he's not.
Or go into them. If I
The war
wasn't
room's
Gab, I
covering it?
couldn't go
Really?
out to
That's
their job
awesome.
site to pick up equipment.
Okay.
So I just said, this isn't stopping there. It's gonna keep coming down, and it's gonna hit us right where it hurts, kind of thing and stuff. And I said, no, I'm done. I am done. Like now it was time for the bully to bully the bully. So that's where I went. So.
And the thing is, we could play this game too. As truckers, we could take supplies to a store. Are we going to go ask the shop owner, are you vaxxed or unvaxxed? If you're vaxxed, we will leave, right? If you're unvaxxed, we will deliver it. We don't do that. We treat everybody equally. It doesn't matter if you're vaxxed or unvaxxed. You need supplies, we will supply them for you. But the government's
freedom. That's it. Freedom.
That's all we're after. Just
now, where did you say I was supposed to?
Well, it's a U Ottawa Scotty, so it's just the letter
Oh.
U. U Ottawa. OTT Ottawa. Scotty with a Y.
It's
And
on
it's
right now.
all
Nice.
one word.
I was like,
SCO.
you're living downtown Ottawa. What did you expect? People are
You,
allowed
and it's
to
all
have
one
peaceful
word, and
assembly
that's the
and
YouTube
speak
channel. You can check me
up
out. You guys will
what
be
they
on
believe.
there.
Yeah, awesome.
There's 6,684 people just loving you guys.
I like it when people are like,
I think it
well,
might have
if
been
you
the
want to go to
puppies.
the,
Yeah.
you want to go out for dinner or movie
I
or
was
gym,
gonna
say, you're
just
gonna
get
get way
vaccinated.
more
Just
now.
do it.
Well, we've had little kids come and bring us, things like these.
Look at all these cards that
and
we've-
I actually did a live this morning, and I read all.
I love
these
how
letters
we're
which are
supposed
coming
to,
from
people are
kids
just
anywhere
supposed to
from
do what
the
they
airport
say.
to
Yeah.
But when it
high
comes the other
school
way
and
around,
all that they've gone
just
through and
don't
how
do it.
they were so
Just do it, right?
demonized and friends,
Yeah.
pushed them away, and how sad and lonely they were, and no hope, no.
if you want to
hope.
go
That's
and
all we
eat
heard.
dinner and
We
have
had
your
no
freedoms,
hope.
then
You've
just
given us
do
hope.
it.
So we had to have a puppy named.
Could you imagine?
I mean, and freedom. That's all we're yelling. It's freedom, freedom.
Yeah.
Tell us.
Yeah, we just got like.
Now
and so
the
then
tables
when
are turned, and now they're like,
bring it,
well,
then I say,
you shouldn't be able to
This
lock us down in
card
our own
right
city.
there has the
Really?
most touching story so far. Her name is Arla. It was when we pulled into Thunder Bay for the night, and there's a lot of trucks and cars, so we were stopped in the street. So I applied my brakes, and I jumped out, and I hollered, "Who wants a bear hug?" And this I think she was like 8 years old. She come out and ran. I gave her the biggest bear hug she ever had. So she went home and she made me that card. And she said, and she come back right here.
That's her name.
That's her name. Just full of hearts and stuff, right? So anyway, she went home and made this card. And she wanted to personally deliver it for me, but she could not find me. And there was a gentleman that overheard her what she was saying, and the gentleman says, "I'll deliver that card for you. Which truck was it?" And she said, "It's the truck with the guy on his door." So he knew right away which truck she was talking about.
We stand alone with that.
Yeah. So he says, "I will find him and I will get it delivered to you." So she said, "Okay, you tell that driver that when he holds this card up and he looks in the mirror, it's spelled freedom backwards." Now, isn't that touching or what? For somebody that's that old,
Yeah.
and write it backwards so that when I looked in my mirror, I could see freedom. It just killed me, man. I'll tell you. It was just awesome.
A little more than you bargained.
Yeah. Are you sorry that you stopped here?
No, I'm not. But
good.
it's just an endless.
It is. I mean, the people that our door, knock, door open, knock, door open, like it's, and they're just like, thank you, please don't leave. We said we're not going anywhere. Like
No.
we brought a pregnant dog. Like we're here, right?
We're dedicated
and
to
we're
this.
here till the end. I couldn't even in my heart leave like the stories that I was reading on my
Yeah.
live this morning, and but and then they're just thank you, and I say no, thank you, and they're like, no, we haven't done anything. Yes, you have. We are nothing without that support. If we had to sit here and look at each other's trucks all day long and have no encouragement, have nothing to bring up, why we're here, and seeing how incredibly important this is to them. Their kids, they're like, they've lost jobs. These kids have gone through so much. We've heard so many stories. Some kids have, or some people have lost their kids to suicide just from depression. No hope. Like the stories, like it's just heart-wrenching. And having veterans.
Salute
standing
you.
at the
That
end of
is
the driveway
that
as
kills
we were
me.
driving and just saluting. We talked to a couple up on the hill there, and I said, you know what? I said I don't feel right about that. I said, like you guys did the tough job. You guys shed blood.
for
Like
us.
you guys lost brothers, and I said we don't deserve the salutes and stuff. And he was, oh yeah. He said we're in this together now. He said you're fighting this to get
We're
it
fighting
done.
World War III is what it is.
And when you think about it, for 2 years, they have lost such heart, you know, because just seeing everything go down, and for them all to come out and be out and about, and they're all wearing their hats, and it just gets me, you know. I just want to make them stop the truck and jump out and, you know, hug these guys, because I mean, most of them are older guys, and I've worked with my parents for so long. And
Getting their point of view and their insight on things is kind of cool.
You want to see a video that my daughter made?
Oh, that one's good.
It just, and
And that's Mark, actually, in there.
oh,
What you do?
I don't know if you.
No.
Let's not dial that. It says
No.
Hit the little
cancel.
Yeah, we'll cancel it there.
Let's check it out, guys. This is a video that your daughter made.
Yeah.
The first time on TikTok. The timing is just amazing.
Oh, there's the Freedom Pup.
Yeah, the mommy. Yeah. There's Mark freezing.
You got him as he was standing beside his picture.
This is leaving the Flying J in Saskatoon. So that is just awesome. She did an awesome job on that.
Our kids back us so much. I mean, even if we had to rent a house here for a month or whatever, I mean, it would just be whatever.
Tell us your names again, one more time. I'm so bad with names. We got to come back and visit you guys. I really have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah,
And
okay.
So you said
Right down here, there's
right at
just
the end
on
of
this
this
side
is
here.
Tim Hortons?
Yeah,
No.
there's Tim Hortons. There's a
But
Tim Hortons.
before, there's that Donnie.
Oh, okay.
It's not being guarded.
But it has a
That was
fence up, so it
Saturday.
looks kind of deters you.
One more time.
Lynette Clausen, on the radio, it's Puppy Mama.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, my name is Jake, and on the radio, I'm the Silver Fox.
Lynette and Jake, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you, and everybody loves you. And we'll come back and check in with you guys.
What's not to love when you hold up a newborn puppy? Like,
Oh my
come
God!
on,
You broke my channel. I can't handle it.
Awesome. Thanks very much, brother.
Thank you, guys.
Wonderful talking to you.
Take care, guys.
Thank you. Hold the line.
Yeah, Lynette and Jake. Well, guys, we continue to have our minds blown here. That truck right there is filled with freedom puppies. Unreal. All right, guys. I gotta hit the jack here. So also getting a little hungry, but this is a very special episode of You Ottawa Scotty. You're gonna be hanging with me
Give me a minute,
all
I'll be
day and
right back.
all evening. It's coming up on dusk here, and I think what I'll do is maybe just put a brief pause to the live stream, and I'll start another live stream just as soon as I get something to eat. And apparently there's Tim Hortons down here. But anyways, guys, give me 20 minutes to get my phone charged backed up, and gonna grab something to eat, figure out where a bathroom is, and then we're gonna start another live stream up, and I'm gonna be going all the way to 11:30 tonight. So this is You Ottawa Scotty YouTube channel, coming at you live and direct. If you like my content, please share and subscribe, and pound on that greasy bell, boys and girls. Pound on the greasy bell, and smash the subscribe. And guys, stay tuned. Give me about 20 minutes. We'll see you very shortly. Take care. Oh, thanks, Carl. Carl, come on back for the live stream when she comes back. See you soon.
Save 10% on your first tenant insurance policy term when you get a quote and buy online with TD Insurance.
Sorry, guys. I'm alone with my kids, so I have to keep running in and out every time I hear something.
They don't change as you get older.
I have my kids alone today, so it's been...
This is what it's about. Support, community, everybody's got to eat. This is great support here. Great support. We'll get walking in a second here. Just chit-chatting there. Might be
No,
time
I'm
again.
not on Facebook. Just YouTube and Twitch right now.
This time is the battery.
Just YouTube and
yeah,
Twitch.
I wonder. Yeah, they're building something there, yeah. Yeah. All right, she's setting up. She's going to bump in. I'll let mine charge, switch power banks, and we'll walk together. She'll use hers. Still in the chat, of course. So we keep it going. 2,800 in the chat, live on YouTube. Travel Fund 69. Like, share, subscribe, and also subscribe to the backup channel above, just in case.
They got so much food, they got to give it away.
Windsor, nice. Yeah. Nice. Absolutely freedom. Yeah, Billy Blue.
I don't know what the homeless people are going to do after they're gone.
That's awesome. Look at that. So much support here. Propane to everything. So much propane, so much everything. They're stocked up. They're ready to go. It's amazing.
It's amazing
how the government's
trying to label them as being terrorists.
That it would get to be this much support from the community, especially the more that everybody shares this out. All the people on Twitch, YouTube, all the social media platforms.
Yeah, right,
that's how we're
family
getting
life.
this out, because obviously not mainstream media.
It would be nice.
They're telling a different story.
Mainstream media sucks.
Yep, it does. It absolutely does. Yep. This is the real media, boots on the ground. Yep. Cheers, Susie. Thank you. Thank you so much. It is violation of human rights. Yeah, 100%. That is a piece of meat, says Boomerang. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they got lots of meat here. Yeah, for sure. I wish we had a smell it. That's right. I wish you could smell it too. It's good. Making you guys hungry, right? Mandate here in oh really? Nice. Robert Mack in Asia, cheers. How you doing, bud? Portuguese, Italian sausages. Yeah.
I don't know what that is. Give me one sec, guys.
She's just doing a video. This is awesome. So much food. They need help from the public to eat this. So if you're hungry, don't worry. Come on down and support the truckers. Better you guys eat it rather than it go to waste. 2,900 people in the building. 2,900 people in the building. Cheers. Like, share, subscribe. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate for everybody to help me reach 20K today. Thank you so much.
20K.
Thank you so much. And of course, we will be live, of course, tomorrow as well. Just take note. Yeah, the hot dogs, right? Big ups, the hot dogs, hamburgers, the hamburger crew too. Cheers. Gotta love that. Hot dog army, Portland Andy, Jeff Mack in the building too, of course. Cheers, all the hooligans, everybody. Yeah.
What the fuck is that other one? Hold on.
All right, there we go.
I'm trying to find another feed.
I think we got her in the studio, maybe not.
Yes, please.
All right, there we go. We got her.
We got lots.
There we go.
I'm going to exit out and do a battery check on my phone, and she's got the stream going. So I'm exiting out. She's got the stream going.
Some water, drink, no? Good? I'm not here, but I'm seeing you guys. How you looking? Right now, we're looking pretty good. Okay. I'll be over tonight. I'll be coming through. All right. Appreciate it. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much. Let me know if you guys need anything. And, I'm coming from Toronto. If there's anything I can grab for you guys, Sounds good. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bring it. Just bring it. Just bring the stuff
hand
over.
warmers, too. I'll bring some hand warmers. You guys hungry? That's actually a good idea.
Don't ask, just bring it.
I'll bring hand warmers. Let's go down this way and see what I can.
I don't think it's that cold there today either. It's +1 where I am right now. I'm about an hour and a half away from there. So I don't think it's that cold in Ottawa.
Yeah, it was the Marriott here. But they shut me down. They denied me after 3 days of booking. They said...
I don't think anyways.
So I wasn't allowed to book.
See.
So we went somewhere else. But I just don't know how I would have gotten in here now that I see that all the roads were actually really blocked.
It's only -2
so
in Ottawa right
I
now.
guess it only makes sense to park on the
It's actually not too bad.
It's not bad.
and then walk in. But Jeff doesn't pack light, that's for sure.
That's 9 times today.
He's got a bag of beer,
Didn't feel good on the knees.
bag of water. He's got his laptop. He's got a full suitcase, not just the bag, a full
Yeah,
suitcase.
full suitcase.
And yeah, he's got his drone bag. I don't know what else he's got. He doesn't pack food because it's usually me that grabs the food. So, do you want to grab a tea?
No, I'm okay. I'm actually okay.
Thanks,
You?
Crazy
Yeah.
Cracker.
Okay, yeah. All right. All right. All right, she's just going in to grab something there. All right. Actually, my phone isn't doing too bad. I thought I was going to lose it from battery, but no, I guess not. So I probably panicked for nothing. I still have 16% of battery, but I might as well let it charge up a little bit more, and then I'll bump back in the stream. Yeah.
And Jeffrey
yeah, it is.
Dahmer.
It's getting dark right now. Yeah.
Donated $5.
Definitely getting dark. Yeah. Let me just have a seat here while she gets back.
Hey, Cynthia, how you doing?
Ugh. Yep, definitely getting dark. I like when it stays when you have sunlight till like 9 o'clock. Those are the
Yeah,
the
I've
kind
been
of things I like.
hydrating.
Stays dark early, or stays dark late. So stays light late. Oh, really? It's crazy. What's the temperature? I think it's well, it did get up to -2. It's starting to get cold now. Maybe it might be somewhere around -6, 7, or 8, something like that. It's
Time
getting cold now.
1, 2,
Now it's
3,
getting
4. How you doing?
Do truckers have gas? Yeah, there's still gas getting in, but a lot of the truckers just shut the trucks right off completely. They only start them up when they need to. Love and support from Holland. Thank you so much. 2.7K in the chat. Thank you, guys. We're going to continue to walk on Kent Street. Orcadelia just went to get a tea. We just showed that they were
They're really
barbecuing
worried
some
about how many
hot dogs
people
and
are in the
hamburgers
chat, eh?
to hand out. Permanently closed. Yes, Harry Potter. I was in Toronto for the convoy. The police completely shut that
They're
down
always
very
worried.
fast.
Hey, dude.
Within an hour.
Well.
Yep. So the new platform to donate to the truckers is Give, Send, Go. That's where they're at. I think they're well over 5 million now. I don't know. This was the last time I
Give,
checked.
Send, Go is where they're
So they've
at
been,
now, and
doing-
they're at over $5 million.
Orcadelia's mic sounds better. Nice.
cool
Okay,
is
I'm going to
that?
try on the YouTube platform tomorrow. John, thank you so much. Shout out. Says John.
Give, Send, Go.
soon as
I didn't
I
even
can,
know they had.
click
There
on that.
was one like that.
Shoot. Cheers, John. Thank you so
And
much.
they're at
for
$5
that.
million.
Let me see what you said there.
The problem
Shout
is
out.
how they have the
Watch
money
with
now
Wayne
for the
on
fuel, but they
YouTube.
can't get it in there.
Nice. I'll check that out. Watch with Wayne on YouTube, says John. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Big ups. Watch with Wayne on YouTube. All right. Thanks for that. Watch with Wayne. Cheers.
Cheers. I don't know who said.
Oh, they close at 6. Yeah, I'm okay.
They open, so
Yeah.
if you need to use the bathroom, this is the place.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good till I'm good the rest of the night. Oh yeah, just so we know. Yeah, it's so the place is open till.
Shout out to. Oh, John, thank you.
Yeah, open till 6. So it's all right. So we're gonna walk down. Kent Street.
John went over and donated $5 and gave us a shout out. Nice.
John, thank you so much again. Watch with Wayne. Thank you so much on YouTube. Thank you for that. Cheers, cheers, buddy.
See Discord. Wow, the streamers shout you out. Yeah.
Actually, do that. 16.
Discord. I haven't seen Discord yet. Give me 1 sec.
Just use my phone, charge it.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. You want me to hang on to a plate drink?
Yeah.
Yeah. You okay for battery? You need to plug in? No? All right. All right. You want to take the cord or it's dang.
Okay, let me check it out.
Oh, no. It's just that's okay. It's just Yep.
Okay, yeah.
Pick up Caesar in the building still. All right.
Let me pull that up. I'll pull that streamer up right now. Give me 1 sec.
How's it going? Good. Yep.
Out talking, exchanging information. It makes us more powerful.
Because they knew this, these fucking masks, these mandates, all this shit, all this virus stuff would divide people, pull them apart, and that the bond is nothing when it's pulled apart. Calling your neighbors? What the fuck is wrong with people?
Yeah, when they were having holidays, how disgusting was that?
You don't call your neighbor, that's the person you trust the most.
Yep.
Because let's say you go on holidays, I wouldn't mind that motherfucker looking out for your house.
That's how deep this shit runs.
Yeah.
That's how deep they tried to make the divide.
Well, they made a psychological weapon.
Literally, yes.
And then they created a biological weapon to use that to make the psychological weapon.
Yep.
The vaccine is not the virus. The virus is all of this shit.
It really is. Media, they say the media is a virus. The liberal government's a virus. The government, the world order, whatever they want to say, but it is.
It's all the fucking virus.
Yeah, it really is. There's a plot, from what I can understand. Just seeing how they reacted this week and how Trudeau responded and how they're trying to do everything they can right now to not have a conversation with all these millions of happy, peaceful Canadians. Yeah. And they're trying to make it label it as an insurrection is all the proof I need to know that this thing is deep rooted.
Way deep.
Yeah.
I'm willing to stay as long as it takes, man. I don't care if it takes 3 weeks. We have the funds to stay here for up to 2 years.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to staying here into the spring and summer. Yeah.
Literally, we can fuck your whole system up, man.
Yeah.
Like, think about it. Their supply chain is pretty fucked up right now. We don't want to. This is what we want. People are still getting food. They don't like. Supplies are still moving. Businesses are moving. I've got 3 death threats already in the last 4 hours since I've been here.
A peaceful Canadian got death threats.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about that, eh?
Like I told an old man came over his house, and it was 5 p.m. today, and he goes, "You should stop this stuff right now and go home." I said, "No, I don't need to, man. I said, Canada is my home. I'd be here if I want.
Yeah.
Canada's my home.
Literally, you have every right to be here.
I said, Ottawa's the capital's put here. It wasn't my choice.
Yeah, that's right. It's just see these little kids. Yes, of course.
It doesn't get hurt unless it gets loud. You understand?
Well,
people are being respectful. He's like, we're gonna push back pretty soon. I'm gonna go back to my place. I go back to my place. We got weapons. I'm like, are you threatening me? He's like, I will shoot you right in the fucking face. I'm like, try it.
Wow.
I said, don't push me. I'm a nice person.
See, the more
but you corner me, I'm gonna stand
the
up
people
tall.
that are being
I'm
more
run you the fuck
aggressive
over.
are the
I'm not joking.
the people that aren't in the
And I'll
protest.
drive away and go, wow, that was crazy.
Well, yeah, people are threatening to bring guns to you, right?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Well, when I got pulled over, the cops see my firearms license. Because I pulled my driver's out like this, right? Show my driver's license. He's like, oh, what's that? I'm like, a firearms license. He's like, you got any guns on you? I'm like, nope. He's like, but your firearms owner, right? I'm like, yeah, I can have them in here. I don't got them here right now, but I might pick some up later. I don't know.
Crazy.
He's like, you're just pushing the fucking envelope, eh? I'm like, I don't know what the problem is. It was my legal grounds. He's like, it might be legal, but it's a fucking gray area. I'm like, gray or not, bro? That's how you see it.
Yeah, 100%.
Perception.
Well, dude, thanks so much. Okay, we'll see you around.
Crazy.
All right, let's talk about that guy was dope. Let's talk about.
Hey Mel, thanks for the link, eh?
Insurrection labeling of this thing. They've labeled it, or they're trying to label it through the mainstream media. I don't know if this is actually official. I think the city of Ottawa is trying this, but to label this as a insurrection. Now, the definition of insurrection means a violent uprising against government. Now, I don't know if you've been watching my videos, but there's kids in bouncy castles on the streets, and there's people having fires and having fun and dancing. It isn't a violent
OPP
uprising.
arresting
But I
a
feel
guy
like they're
with jerry
using
can
that
right
wording, just
now.
like they have in everything else,
dummy
to
on
make
YouTube. Okay,
to make it that way, so they can start inciting violence in the streets. As today they arrested a guy and dragged him out of his truck and had him by the throat and stuff.
Stunt
So,
dummy.
you know, they're creating the violence and the anger here. Always remember this. So when this does possibly become a violent insurrection nationwide, why do you think it will become that? Not because of us, because of them. And the fact that they don't want to talk to the people. Now even the people who are against this or are against this are now saying, why is Justin Trudeau not standing up and just talking to these guys? Oh, we don't, he says we don't give in to terrorists or whatever. That's crazy. That's crazy talk, you know? So there's movement going forward. I think from what I understand, from what I learned today.
You know you're not supposed to do this. That's the goof that was there last night. That's him. I recognize him. He's right here.
You guys are shameful. Disgusting.
You guys all took an oath.
They're arresting people that are bringing in gas cans.
Where is that big tall goof? They're all hiding their badge numbers. They've been asking for them. Not one of them would comply. Not one of them. So clip this right now, just in case something happens. Clip that guy asking for the badge number when they arrested the kid with the jerry can. Please get that out to Rebel News, to anywhere you need to get it. They need to provide badge numbers and names. They refused, every single one of them. They all have their identification covered. We have no idea who they are, and they absolutely refused multiple requests. Please get it out there.
Squad Conqueror, how you doing?
The goof that I had problems with last night was just a foot away from me, eyeballing me. I'm wearing a totally different everything today, but you still never know. I recognize him by his eyes, and he may do the same. So just in case, clip it right now.
Yeah, they're pretty good at
stealing
other people's property.
It's very
I hear
important.
you.
We need that. They have to provide names and badge numbers. They're refusing, and they cannot do that. You know you took an oath to protect the people, right? Correct? How was that keeping the peace? The man was cold. He needed some fuel to stay warm. Put on a jacket. Yeah, that's not the way.
So if we automatically have her license, we automatically have our guns.
We got some Tim Hortons coffee. Right on. At least that's
Isn't
not
that
against the
crazy?
law. Gas is apparently against the law now, but Tim Hortons coffee is not.
Sad that they want everyone to identify themselves, but they cannot show their badge numbers or names ruthlessly. Exactly, right?
That's bullshit, man. Imagine arresting a kid for gas he didn't steal. What a pack of losers.
They don't even provide
So I got a question.
their badge number, their
I know.
information.
Looks like the agitators
and
in
we
this
have
whole
to
protest.
give them their IDs. We have
Who's
to
the
do
agitators
everything
here?
They say. They never help us.
I agree. I completely agree, and the right people are going to see that.
Like for taking your voice out and saying, I want to be free. What the hell?
I know it's very, very sad.
Took an oath for nothing. For nothing.
Exactly. View
Yep.
the bill. Exactly.
You see what's going on down here?
Canadians, we want to be proud of our country.
You're going to make me cry. Yeah, we
Crazy.
definitely want to be proud, but these officers aren't acting very Canadian. They're acting like the Mexican cartel. They're just hijacking
Exactly,
people.
right?
We
How
cannot.
could you? If somebody's asking you for information, for help, be nice. That's all we want.
I agree.
Fair. Be fair. Just. Isn't the other job?
It is. They're selling their souls for a paycheck now.
Nice one of them. They've said hello to me and they've been good. But when you're trying to do something unfair, I just can't stand by that. I don't care.
I agree. Thank you for helping.
No, thank you.
We love you.
Yeah, I love you also.
Guarantee you there'll be no statues like this for these tyrants. Who in the hell in their right mind would make a statue for gas thieves? They just kidnapped a kid for gas, for trying to be a good citizen and keeping someone to freeze to death. They kidnapped him. Like a cartel. Like a Mexican cartel or like the Taliban out jacking fuel. That's what they do. It's pathetic.
You want to give that lady a hug, Baker?
I think I've
sure you do.
Done enough here and said
Sure
enough,
you do.
and I'm going to de-escalate the situation for myself a wee bit. And boogie on over here. You see, Stunt Dummy thinks that I know just how long to run my mouth and then reel her back in so I don't go to jail. At least I hope. You know what? If it happens, it happens. You know, I can't predict what they're going to do, obviously, so I still got to do what I'm going to do. And I'm not here to cause them any harm. I'm just here to document what I see and fight for what I believe in. I'm a genius. Thanks. Thank you. Disgusted with the police. We just got some great clips there. Great clips. And you see, last night I had trolls in my chat. When I went back to watch my confrontation, there was some trolls in chat saying that I'm a bootlicker and stuff because I didn't ask for the name and badge number, but I knew I wasn't going to get it. They're all covering their names and badge numbers because they're not willing to give them out. So asking them would have just made myself look silly at best, and at worst, they would have gave me a fake badge number and name, which would have been pointless and leading me down the wrong path anyway. I truly believe that with a state of emergency declared,
look, he's draking out
that
of the
if
gas
I push
can.
my luck and end up in jail, it could be worse than your average situation.
Yeah.
Because
he's using the gas can.
God, I love it.
He's using the gas
Oh,
can
again.
as
Take care.
You too.
a drinking.
Keep the Jerry's coming, guys. I want to tell you right now, if you're in the area, or even if you're thinking about driving across the country, or if you can get across the American border and you're from the U.S. and you can come down here to help, come. Get here, come help. If you can make it happen, please make it happen. Come down. It's very important right now. Yeah, where is Trudeau, eh? Also, anyone in the area, like I said, get fuel down here. Keep the jerry cans coming. They can't keep up with all these guys. They're arresting as many as they can, but they can't keep up with the amount of committed patriots that are getting these truckers fuel to keep their heat on at night. So, if you're around the area or you're on the edge of coming out here and traveling across the country or wherever you may be, do it. Just commit. Just do it. Get out here.
Just
this
do
shit,
it.
The more support we have, the better. When the weekends pick up and all the people come out, last weekend was bigger than the weekend before, so this thing's only going to grow. What's this guy doing? Let's go find out what's going on over here. So yeah, do that. Also, Kevin needs fuel. The guys in the front lines need fuel.
Such that the retaining or occupying power, the Canadian Police Force, shall facilitate as much as possible visit to the protected person by the representative of our organization.
That guy's got too much space.
Right.
Spiritual aid or material relief.
I'm an hour and a half away, and it's expensive for me to go.
That's cool. I guess the
It's about
algorithm has changed.
$65 in gas just for me to get there and back in my
What
Jeep.
I've done in my research with YouTube is that Facebook and Instagram are the platforms that shadow ban. YouTube has nothing saying that they do, but I know through other political
crazy.
commentators I listen to, they specifically say YouTube does give you guideline strikes and stuff, but I've had nothing yet. Got West Block, East Block, and Center Block all in one frame here. Look at that. What a beautiful place. I'd love to go for a tour there someday. But yeah, the fact that they have to label this as an emergency, like the fact that they didn't answer to the people in the beginning.
I'll be going back down again. I'm just waiting to get paid, and then I'm going to go back down again.
That's, you guys have to realize how heavy those titles are. It may not sound like much more than a news title to a lot of people, but you have to realize that that word insurrection comes with huge weight. They are literally specifically trying to make it so.
Oh, exactly. Coin 1776. That's exactly it.
So here's
Fake
what I'm
news
seeing
everywhere.
A lot of people actually just have empty jerry cans. That one guy had one full of water, a brand new one full of water. So a lot of people just have empty jerry cans, and they're really fucking these guys up. So that's so Canadian as well, right? That's so beautiful. Yeah, amazing. Look at this, guys.
Right, Baker?
Got the Quebec over there. Gatineau Bridge. Yeah, I got the empty jerry cans get me. That's great. The empty jerry cans warm my soul. It's so Canadian. Everything just keeps getting more Canadian, right? We're teaching the whole world how to be real.
Thanks, John. I just seen that on the PayPal. I appreciate that.
Yeah, the weight of the word insurrection. Like I said, most people might see that. Maybe not most people, but a lot of people are going to see the word insurrection as just another title. But that word comes with heavy weight.
I appreciate that, John.
Insurrections, like that comes with heavy weight. That word, insurrection. That, like I said, they're trying to make it that.
On Twitch, not used to YouTube anymore. You have converted me, Wayne. Yeah, right?
You know, of course they would see it as violent.
Berlin online. Okay, I haven't even paid attention to the YouTube channel.
They would see it as, but
I haven't even been looking at the chat. Sorry, guys.
And yeah, you guys got to realize that word specifically.
I don't know, John. What platform you're on, but thank you very much for that.
Me doing this, the feeling of it is like.
Appreciate that.
It's like unlike anything I've ever felt. I've never been a part of something that is.
How long will I stream today? I'm not sure.
Pivoting history as we speak. Remember that. This is pivoting history.
Appreciate that.
Whatever happens after this or during this is all.
I'll probably stop in a little bit and then come back on at 9 o'clock like I normally do.
And how people are going to react, lash out, and how the governments and the police forces and the military is going to act. This is historical. So take those words with the weight that they have. Like I said, the word insurrection. When I see them use that,
it's awesome.
I was like, you guys are fucked. You guys are just creating more
Some
problems.
streamers are intentionally showing small crowds and empty streets to make it look like dying down. It's not.
Millions of people across
no,
the
it's
country
not. There's lots of people there.
That support this movement across the world. Everyone's watching, and now Justin Trudeau looks really bad.
I'm gonna go down. Like I said, I'm gonna go down. I'm just waiting to get paid, and then I'll end up going down.
They know how bad they look right now. So come talk to the people. They're peaceful. There's kids in bouncy castles in the streets. Everyone wants to know what you have to say about this. And how you're going to maybe just acknowledge our humanity. Instead of just saying we don't get an opinion because it doesn't line up with your beliefs. That's not how a democracy and a free country runs. And anyone that thinks that is not very smart.
Even if it dies
Sorry,
down
guys,
a bit,
but
it's still
anyone listening here that doesn't think that,
continue to
don't mean to
support as long as
completely
it takes.
tell you to go
Oh, for
goof
sure,
yourself, but
for
go
sure.
goof yourself.
And what I'm noticing too is that it's taken off everywhere. Like not only Canada, the United States, Australia, everywhere they're doing freedom.
Warm up my other hand here.
It's kind of cool. If you look at the stream at the top right, you can see that there's still a lot of people down there.
And just the fact that all these other countries are standing up right now, and they're all getting their own convoys going. You know, it's
beautiful.
We have
see
movement,
that
serious movement, guys.
You just need some people to stand up, and then once some stand up, people get the courage to just get up and go, which is what we needed.
Oh yeah.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy these truckers had the balls to do this. So happy.
There's way more fuel coming to the city today, guys.
Everything.
You know, it's like last night, I had no doubt in my mind when I made my video last night. I had zero doubts in my mind that the fuel reserves or the people transporting fuel today would actually increase substantially, which it has. I've never seen so many people with jerry cans in the streets through this whole movement so far other than today. So it's working. It's working. This is really going good.
See, They arrest people with jerry cans, and then more people show up.
What's that?
How awesome
You
is
don't
that?
know me, but I know you.
Oh, my name's Tanner.
Yes, I know.
Oh, I thought you called my name.
I did. Yes, yes.
How are you?
Good. How are you? Are
Good.
you live right now?
Yeah, I'm just live. I'll put it
Isn't that fucking awesome?
Kevin,
Good
maybe?
fight can never stop.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Kevin's right here in Black
Alaska's
Bomber 6'9".
on their way to.
And he also needs fuel, so to get the word out that he needs fuel.
Okay, we have empty cans in our vehicle.
Yeah, well, Australia.
One was drinking out of one. He's out
Where
watering
was it that they made it
Yeah, he's going
compulsory
around. He's like, hey, the day someone tells me I can't drink
to get the
water,
vaccine?
he's like, we're gonna have a problem. But yeah, so a lot of people like I was thinking last night when they announced this, I'm like, there's
I
gonna
can't
be way
remember
more
where they
fuel
made it
today, which there
compulsory.
is. Guys are just being sneaky. People got empty jugs. People have full jugs. They don't know how to do a ticket, right?
I have a theory that what you need is baby carriages, wheelchairs.
With God, what's up, my
and
man?
old people with walkers, but like a blanket over the front. And they just push it up.
What's up? What's up?
What is that? Oh, he's got
Hey.
What a legend. But yeah, Kevin's right here.
Jerry can. Jerry can. I used to call them cherry cans. When I was younger, instead of calling them jerry
Hey,
cans,
where'd the horn
I used to
guy
call them
go?
cherry cans because they were
Where's the
red.
horn guy? Where'd the
It'd
horn
be
guy
like the
go?
cherry cans.
Oh, there he is.
I'm so tired.
Horn guy.
Yeah, I'll probably stop at around
Hey, can I
4
get you
hours, so
blasting
half
that
hour
thing?
from now.
Can I get that thing?
And then
I just heard it from over there.
come back
Can I
on
hear it
at
again?
9 o'clock. But I'm only going to be
Right here in
on.
front
I'm
of,
only going to
Center
be
Block.
live on YouTube or on Twitch. I'm only going to be live on Twitch tonight. Because the stuff I talked about, YouTube don't like. And I already got a copyright strike for showing Donald Trump.
The bugle. That's bugle. That's what it is.
Is that considered
awesome,
an
man.
air horn?
Thank you. Freedom. Oh God.
Is that considered an air horn because he's blowing through it?
Far out. Everyone is coming together. Oh yeah, more and more. You see the same faces in the streets here and there, but you know your community of truckers, but I see new faces flooding in every day that are traveling. Like I'm meeting people that are traveling from across the country just to come give help.
There's
and stuff,
lots of people down there still. I'd say buy cowbells. It's the skin flute. That's sick.
Bugle, or what? How do you say that? Bugle,
That's sick.
bugle. That was funny. The shit you see is so funny. Terry Fox Memorial. Let's touch on this. Look at that. Massive respect. We scared Antifa off, or whoever it was that did their thing, and now, you know, of course the media doesn't cover this side of it. All they did was cover the side where someone hung a Canadian flag on it, which, let's be real, that's not that bad. Like, do you guys remember when Black Lives Matter, the group, the terrorist organization, they, which is what we would actually label them as because they incite fear and violence until they get what they want, where we're just honking horns. So that's key context, right? You see Black Lives Matter like destroying
I
places,
see you.
like
I'm not wearing the
destroying
shirt. I'm
statues
not wearing the
and
tight.
lashing
Hold
out.
on.
You know, and then they're
gotta
saying,
get a-
"Oh,
I
this
gotta
is
get a
being treated
tighter shirt
differently,"
on
and
here. I see-
we're not gonna
I
get
see
into it.
who's in
There's
here.
so many different variables and stuff. But let's be real. This movement's version of defacing a
Is that good
statue
enough for you?
is hanging an upside-down Canadian flag on it to show distress to the nation.
Can't make it tighter.
Attorneys, get yourself. The lawyers or attorneys, get yourself out there to help these illegal tickets. Yeah, there's lots of lawyers back in this, and any more would
I
help.
see
If
you
you're a lawyer and you're
smiling.
listening, get out
I
here.
see you smiling.
Yeah, Trudeau does. Well, Trudeau does say that. That's what I actually touched on this in one of my last couple videos. I talked about how he said he's not willing to have a conversation with those people who don't line up with
Oh,
people's
shit.
movements that don't line up with his
Hold on,
goals
hold on.
or his
Hold on.
ideas
I know-
or whatever.
I know what I gotta
I can't
do.
remember how he
I
worded
know
it.
what
I'm
I gotta
paraphrasing,
do.
But literally, that's what he said. And then he says, for example, when Black Lives Matter had something they wanted to say, I met with them.
Hold on,
It's
hold
like,
on. I know
oh
what to do.
man,
I know
Black
what to
Lives
do.
Matter in the beginning was it was what it was. It was, you know, it was meant to acknowledge black people, that their lives matter, and that they weren't being heard. But then really aggressive leaders, not leaders, but like terrorists basically got involved, and they started just causing chaos and destroying. And that's when they lost a lot of power to their movement. And a lot of respect from people is when they started doing that stuff, and they started being racist towards white people. That's when it got really crazy.
Hold on.
You know? All lives matter. Black lives. I don't know, guys. I don't look too far into it. All I know is that I remember how it started, and then I remember what it turned into, and I was like, all right, I no longer support this. Not that I like ever really, I always just kind of stay in the background and just pay attention, you know, because right away when it started, and they started participating in cancel culture, and everyone started taking the knee, and they were yelling at people in public to put their fists up and stuff and threatening white people.
Listen, I'm not.
That's when I was like,
I'm not
holy
saying
fuck, man. That is just not good. That's not what we live for.
I'm not saying that people should or should not get the vaccine.
But yeah, so they're trying to label this
I
thing
think that people should
as
just
something
have the
it's
right
not,
to be able
but-
to decide whether or not they get it. That's it.
got
And all
food
these
for days
protests
here.
that are out there, I'm just answering your question now. All these protests that you're seeing like on the screen right now, they're not. Half these truckers are vaccinated. 90% of the truckers are vaccinated that are
Looks
doing
like fun.
90% of the people that are down there are vaccinated. They're not anti-vaccine. They're anti-lockdowns and bullshit. Especially now with all the evidence that's coming out. So, I just think it's stupid that people think that
I have
they're
enough street cred
anti-vaxxers.
now.
They're not
It sounds funny
anti-vaxxers.
saying that, but I have enough street cred where people are
Like,
inviting me to come
I'm
up
not
into their trucks to
anti-vax.
interview them, and we're
I
getting
was
going on one
vaccinated.
tonight. We're getting them out. That's one of my prime focuses going forwards, so none of this gets too repetitive. But
So I just
had a
don't,
good
I don't get why
conversation
people
with
do this. Anti-tyranny. Exactly.
a really good friend of mine, like a brother, who's down in
When people
Mexico right
start
now.
telling you
He's
you have to do
one of
this,
my best spiritual
You have to put
teachers.
this in your body.
And
Okay, what is it?
Him and
We
I had a
can't tell
conversation
you.
and gave me a lot of clarity
Okay, but what's
as
the
to what I want to do
ingredients
going
for it? We
forward.
can't
And like
tell you.
keep we've seen the partying, we've
Like,
seen the
that
fun,
doesn't
but
make
now
any
it's time
sense
to
to me.
start getting
If
into
someone
cabs
said,
and
"You
showing
need to
more
take
faces
Tylenol.
and things
You
like
need
that.
to
right?
take Tylenol."
So I got clarity going forward.
Then I
with
would be
that.
like, okay, well,
but
what's
I have
in it?
like the
Well,
street cred here now,
this-
where people want me
here's
to
the
come into their
ingredients.
semis because
Okay.
I'm noticing a lot of people when I tell them I want to
For
interview
these
them or do
vaccines,
something,
they're not giving
they
what the
almost instantly
ingredients
want to
are.
reject me when they find out that I have a channel and
That's
I'm
the problem.
kind of just reporting it in people's stories until they find my channel and they see my channel. Hello. Oh yeah. But yeah, they see my channel and they're like, "Oh yeah, I want you to come and give an interview because
I think
you're
a
not
lot
gonna
of
twist
people
it." They see the
have
honesty.
regrets about getting the
when
vaccine.
they see like Kevin's interview and all that
because
stuff. They're like,
especially
"Oh yeah,
now
this
with
guy's
the
just
evidence
getting
that's
the real
coming out.
stories." So, so a lot of these other journalists, they're having a hard time.
Like-
oh god, this Kenworth.
But
is
again, it's
fucking
not the
beautiful,
vaccine
man.
that's bad
this
for
was
you.
the first one on
It's
Parliament
not
Hill with
the
big fuck trio reefer behind
the
it.
initial infection of the virus
This thing
that's
is
bad
so
for you.
this
It's the
thing's got to be
spike protein.
late 60s, early 70s,
I've been
maybe
saying
mid
it for
70s,
months, for 6
somewhere
months.
in there. But
Actually,
anyways,
longer than 6 months.
Yeah,
I've
so
been saying this
that's
for a
literally
year now. that
where I'm at is
it's
that
the spike
a lot of these
protein that
journalists or
causes
whoever
damage,
they are,
which
I'm
you
not,
get
I don't
whether
think I'm a
you get
journalist, but I'm
COVID
like a,
or you get the vaccine. The only difference with the vaccine
I don't know what I am. I'm just
is
here
that you
to
get it.
support the
You get a
movement, but
fresh.
A lot of these guys can't get
dose
interviews with truckers.
every
The
single
truckers
day.
don't know them and they don't
Or every
trust
single
them
time you get
to
it.
twist the narrative and the story and make them look bad. So
That's the only
that
difference.
gives me so much more power because I've been here from the beginning. So that's great.
Other than that, I don't care whether you're vaccinated or not vaccinated. It doesn't.
Citizen journalist. Yep, I step up when the time's right.
That's your choice. Nobody can judge you except for God.
Hey, get off my fucking donations.
Are you conserving fuel or what, dude?
Do I look like I'm
He's getting tired.
There's more
Hey,
differences
this turtle, you know what
between
this came from
vax and
today?
COVID. Well, there is a
You didn't meet the
difference.
woman.
There is a
So here
difference.
came in this bag right
You're
here.
absolutely
That
right. There is a
fucking bag
difference,
right
but I'm not
there.
going to get into the differences right
That
now
fucking
about
brown
that.
bag up there.
But the
she told me she didn't meet you.
main factor,
So
and
she had
this is
to be
coming from
herself.
It was because of her
somebody
son
that
or
I know
something, or
that
no,
works in
she's
a
seen the
laboratory
slideshow
that's been
of Crew.
studying this for
Yeah, and she
almost
wanted
20
to give
months
you this
now.
because of Crew, and she loves you.
He said it, and a lot of people around the world are saying it right now. The spike protein they thought was inactive is actually active and causing problems.
How you doing on fuel?
So at this point, it's pick your poison.
How you doing on fuel
I still
here?
think,
You're
hey,
just above
I just got
empty?
tested again.
Eight tank?
I had my heart attack over a year and a half ago. My
okay.
antibodies to COVID are still through the roof. I still got high immunity, like really, really high immunity. Where people that get vaccinated, they're saying it runs out after 30 to 60 days. Yeah, there's no more immunity.
You get a ticket,
So
eh?
I don't know.
Have you got 8 tickets yet?
Pick your poison. The main thing is you get to pick. That's the main thing. All this is for is so that you get to
Have you got a
pick.
ticket yet?
You, as an adult, have the choice to do what you want to do.
Yeah, that's the thing with me. If you,
You
don't
have
believe in
kids,
tickets,
you
you don't
choose.
get them.
I got 6 kids and a
That's so true.
grandson. You think that I want the government saying I have to do this with my kids? Fuck that. Where was the government?
Yeah, here,
Where's the
wait,
government
Aaron,
intervening for people that smoke cigarettes? Where's the government intervening for people that are obese and eating takeout food?
Because it's fucking plus
People
one.
that have diabetes but buying sugar
No shirts party.
and eating all kinds of junk food. Where's the government whenever
The truckers, what were you saying?
for all of that shit? Alcoholics.
That's coat he wore 50 years ago.
You know, killing liver,
Hardly know
killing their
that
liver and
this
shit.
coat is-
Where's the government for any of this shit?
Yeah,
And now
you showed me
the one
pictures
thing
of
they
your dad
decide
in
to
the
get it in the
70s.
middle of is this.
Ronnie, I love you, buddy. Miss you. I know you're
It's money. They're making money. Follow the money.
Yeah. So what was the question again?
As an investigator, I've
guy's
always
I can't read
looked
it.
at.
Francois!
I've always looked at
Trades and construction for freedom.
the motive.
That's pretty aggressive.
And right
Hey,
now,
they say you're amazing,
money,
Kevin. They love you.
just like any other time, most of the time, seems to be the big motive.
Radio station anymore. Fuck you. Fuck you, be a radio. There we go. If the first
And then
song
Trudeau
that
taking
comes
off the way
on
he
here
did,
when we turn
he
this
knows.
on, then we'll figure out that question for later. Jim Rockstar. Anyway.
Hey, rockstars are.
Okay, well, I got my. So, if the first song is Talk Dirty to Me, we're gonna win this. I don't know what it'll be. Let's see what happens when we hit the radio. But I like it. Take a twist. We're gonna twist. I get too.
I like this guy.
Trudeau, I gotta have. I just gotta meet you. I wanna meet so bad.
It's awesome. I mean, what's new? Hey, oh, I should check out the chat on YouTube, There we go.
Can I just give you a little dance?
There's been a couple of arrests. Some people with gas. I just streamed it.
Insurrection! All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna settle down here and have a chill with Kevin, and I'm gonna go do another interview, and we'll catch you guys in the next live stream. Crank it, buddy.
Well, that's him.
Do you know where the socks are that I bought?
No.
Can you help me look for them in the...
Yeah, give me a sec.
Whenever you have
2 seconds, pull up another feed here.
I moved here because the girl I was seeing, I was wanting to finish before I moved, but my girlfriend at the time, her mom had like stage 4 cancer, so I was like, no, let's go
Wayne,
support
is
her.
that your daughter?
And I wanted to plan
No.
to start up back here, but yeah, I don't know. I work in cinema and
That's Emma.
kind of living month by month. Might move back home. I don't know.
Come here.
No, but I just
They
want to
think
be
you're
here
my
for
daughter.
this. Like, fuck, you know what? People talk about mental health and stuff. Like, honestly, I haven't
This
been
is
this
my
happy
daughter.
because I've been this week as like.
That's my daughter.
Oh no, just seeing and like, you know, I got my
That.
vaccine, right? And but I've been always weary, and I tell people like, you don't think the pharmaceutical
Girlfriend.
companies are a little greedy right now? Like, you always thought the pharmaceutical companies were greedy. Why are they not greedy now? Why? Like, our whole history class is learning about how the government's wrong and did bad things.
That's Emma.
The internment camps in World War II, this, that, refusing Jewish immigrants, and like, but now it's like, oh no, the government's
Who's
fine,
Katie?
perfect.
Katie's her mom.
And people that are supposed to be free speech, like hippies and left-wing people are all of a sudden like, no,
her.
it's dangerous.
Katie is her mom. Katie's the mother
obviously
of my kids, and she's my girlfriend.
Because there's a, hey man, I have all 3 vaccines.
I ordered her.
And there's a lot of people here with all the
came in
vaccines. It's not
early.
even so much all 3. Wow. Because in Quebec, they're starting to say, oh, if you don't have 3, then go home. Like, you can't.
Yeah, we
and
all
it's
get
like,
along.
No, and I was talking to a friend from Alabama.
Take the mask off.
And
it's because she works in the medical field. That's why.
Said, oh,
so she's
yeah, we got
she
the
goes
whole
to work, so
bullshit
she has to
where
wear
you
that.
Can't go to a restaurant without a vaccine.
Plus, it
And
keeps
I said,
her quiet.
I have them and I can't go to a restaurant. Like, fuck, I can't even go to the gym.
The shoulders.
People in Manitoba, the gym's open. I think Ontario, the gyms are open. Everywhere but Quebec. And it's like, fucking, like, you can only do, and the apartments in Quebec are small. You know, in Montreal, it's like you can
Uncle
only
Wayne
do so
says,
much
Emma.
exercise at home. Like, you need a gym. You need, like, outlets to see people. Like, it's not, I feel bad. Hey, so.
Hello. Hello.
Anyways, mon ami, merci pour, I don't know, how do you say piss in French?
Piss.
It's sweet. Merci.
Yeah, it's kind of a
for,
complicated situation. We're not going to talk about right now.
He held the camera for
Protest
me.
her mouth?
It was either that or be like a Marine sniper and piss myself, but I didn't want to walk around.
I need to
with
protest her mouth.
Okay. Yeah, merci, man.
Gotta watch how I talk, my kid. Just double jab it. She wants to be double jabbed. She is double jabbed.
Hey, how's it going? Good, good. How you been holding up?
No, we hold on, man.
You don't mind if I film your truck a little?
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Whose number is that on the door?
That's mine.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's mine. I got a.
Yeah.
Where are you based?
Yeah, Toronto to Parry Sound.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I don't mind traveling a little bit further.
Yeah. I'm in Montreal, so I doubt I will ever use your business. But I might live in Ontario. I'm thinking of making the move to Ontario.
Yeah?
I just saw the OPP and then the RCMP backed them up, too, because I guess there was a lot of people around. They arrested a dude driving a jerry can. Yeah. And it was kind of nice. Like, the crowd came around and was just like, let him go. Like, super peaceful. And the odd person would call him, like, a pig, and the dude would be like, hey, don't do that. Like, people here be nothing but nice to their boss.
Yeah.
In my way, feel bad for them. Like, imagine your boss is, like, well, you're your own company. But, yeah, no, imagine having a job where they tell you gotta arrest people.
Yeah.
Like, fucking, it's not like his dick was out and he was walking around or something. Or, you know, like,
Yeah.
it's not like he was even saying anything to them. I never thought I'd see that. Like, I thought maybe I'd see that if I was in, like, a foreign country, third world country. Anyways, I'm gonna keep walking. Thanks, my friend.
Man.
Yeah, Pop Pro. Hey, Jonathan from California. Yeah, no, they have been. They've got garbages everywhere. They also... yeah, no, people, volunteers doing snow removal. There's shovels around and random people that aren't even a part of the
Isn't that crazy how much they
fundraiser
raised?
or the organization. Like, picked up a shovel, started shoveling snow.
I hope no one gets the booster if they survive.
No,
the
and that's
first two.
the most disappointing
Exactly.
thing, and I don't understand the bias towards this protest. Like, no riots, no anything. And then Justin Trudeau hiding, not talking to them, calling them out. It's a little sad, actually.
That's crazy. It's crazy. I can't believe GoFundMe did that, though. GoFundMe's going to lose so much money. And there was a thing saying don't ask for a refund, ask for a chargeback. That's what they were saying. Don't ask, if you're on GoFundMe, don't ask for a refund because they'll take a percentage of your money for the refund. But if you ask your bank or your credit card as for a chargeback, they'll give your money back, plus it costs GoFundMe $15 for the transaction fee. So if you ask for a chargeback, they will lose a shit ton of money. A shit ton of money.
Yeah. How's everyone's night going? Chicky.
Look, you can see the road is cleared. There's always a lane open. They're going to make the refunds automatic now. What about the ones that donated anonymously? Do they just go back to the credit card on even if it's anonymous? I guess so, eh? Well, I watched a guy get arrested for bringing in sandwiches, bread, water, and I can't remember what else he had in his bag. He had water, sandwiches, soup, I think like some kind of energy drink. And the cop asked where he was going. He said that he's going in, and he was going to see if anybody needed it and donate the food to. That's what he said. I'm going to donate the food to the people so that they have food. And the cop seized his bag right there and then charged him $1,000 for aiding and abetting. Or mischief or some shit like that. It was fucked up. It was fucked up. Okay, so they're just hiding their names, not the actual bank transaction. I guess that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, their names are on the credit card. Yeah.
So, I've heard that, I guess, a bunch of right-wing, far-right... I'm
going to change the audio.
That's what I would assume. Yeah, that's what I would assume.
Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back.
Matrix Creator. Matrix Creator. All right. Stay strong. We also do in Germany. Love you all. Thank you so much, Matrix Creator. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. Thanks for that. Yeah. Thanks so much for that. Cheers. Thank you so much for that. 20 pounds, of course. Yes. Thank you so much. $27.90 in the chat live on the YouTube platform, Travel Fund 69. Share, like, subscribe. And also subscribe to the backup channel, my construction channel. Should anything go wrong with this channel, that will be the next channel that I'll use for live streaming these events if I have to. Hopefully I don't, but if I have to, that's the backup channel. Always good to have a couple backup channels. Nobody can bear my stamina. Yasmin says nobody can bear my stamina. She's like, you're the only one keeping the stream going this long. Everybody else either cut or had to take a break and kept. I'm the only one keeping it going. You know, it's true. I do keep it going. I don't know why I do. I literally don't take breaks. I don't end. I just want to keep it going. I don't know. Maybe I should take breaks, but worry about that another time. Lots of food, lots of support here. Look at this. This is great. Chef's a machine. I know everybody calls me that. I know, right? Non-stop machine. I run myself to the ground. Cardio City. Yeah, it is that. It is that for sure. Yeah, I'm definitely getting my workouts. Probably not eating enough, but I'm okay. I'm good. I feel good. Of course, I had some. I did eat that wrap, so I'm good. Lots of power, says Gemini. Yep. Of course. You need a battery power mobile. So yeah, I know. I got 3 power banks. Battery power is good. Jesus. Cheezer. Is it Cheezer? Yeah, it's Cheezer. That's it. Yep. I'm still going to forget that tomorrow, but yeah. Orchidelia is a good wing woman. Yep. That's right. Says just kicking it. Portland Andy. All right, the hot dog army. Cheers. Stay strong. Says Joe. Are you on the juice? No, definitely not. I haven't even been to the gym in a while since it's all closed up, right? The Jeffinator. Jeff for PM. That's funny. Oh, my God. Yeah, Shizer. Okay, I thought it was Shizer. Yeah, that's right. Yep. Like almost like as if it was enough. Jeff Lepard, Crocktail. Oh, that's funny. Cheers, Capio. Cheers for that. Yeah. Holy frig, Mr. G, what are you doing there, sir? Mr. G, oh my God. What are you doing, Mr. G? $69.99 on Travel Fund. 69. Travel Fund 69, Mr. G. The $69.99. Cheers. Thank you so much. He says, 4 gas to get home. Yes, I do have to take care of that in her car. Thank you so much. And, of course, not necessary. Very much appreciated, Mr. G. Holy frig. Cheers. Cheers, sir. You don't have to do that. Damn. Note to 69. I wonder if he planned that. But when you're doing it from iPhone, he's using iPhone or iPad to do that. I can tell who's using iPad or iPhone on Super Chats. But big ups. Thank you so much for that. Holy frig, you guys are going to kill me now. Oh, what's going on here? Cheers, Mr. G, man. Cheers, man. Cheers. Here's the pack. Here's to a pack of holes. Thank you so much. My voice is actually holding on. It was a little scratchy before. But, thank you so much for that. Ken, thank you so much for that. Thank you, Super Sticker. Thank you so much for that. Cheers. All you guys, man. Matrix, cheers. Mr. G, cheers. Martin, cheers. Ken, thank you so much. Cheers. Massive ups. And, of course, Portland Andy, Hot Dog Army, cheers. All right, gas $1.50 there. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, the gas prices are going up, man. Absolutely going up. Cheers, all you guys. Ren, all right. Thank you. Rennie, sorry about that. Yeah. Thanks, man, for covering this historical event. Thanks for covering the historical event. Oops, let me try to get this back on here. Yep. All right. Thanks for covering the historical event. Freedom rocks. Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for that. Cheers, Portland Andy, of course. All right. Thank you, Christine Duvall. Thank you so much, Christine. Cheers. Thanks for all that super chats and not necessary, of course. Very much appreciated. Cheers, Christine. Matt, Yosef, thank you so much. Welcome back. Of course, you're still watching. Thank you so much for that. Not necessarily very much appreciated, guys. All the super chats is it's never necessary. I'm very appreciative of it. Thank you so much. I'm here and I'm just happy enough with the growth of my channel. That means more than anything else to me. Just love growing a channel. I've tripled the channel in just over a week. So it's absolutely amazing. And I do. I thank each and every one of you guys. Thank you so much. And I can't thank you enough. Thank you so much for watching. Of course. Cheers. He's still be holding a hot dog. I know, right? Doing amazing. Jeff says SR. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Slowly making our way back up to Parliament. The temperature has dropped. Definitely getting colder. But, hey, it is what it is. Euro Nation. Jeff, stream the drive home. Ooh, I don't know. I might not do that. One of the days I might stream coming in, though. I haven't done a drive stream since I got here the first time. I might do. I could. I don't know if it's too boring for you guys, but I might be able to do it soon. Not tonight, though. I won't stream tonight going home. but maybe on the way in. I don't know. Depends. We'll see. Say, oh, right. Oh, yes. That's right. Yeah. I see that, Yasmin. Yep. Oh, right. Okay. Most people can't. Okay, I just saw that private message. Yeah. Most people can't walk the full thing without taking a break. Yeah, that's true. Maybe. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. We didn't miss anything here, right? Nope. That's right. Oh, Patricia May. Woot. Patricia May. Oh, damn. Thank you so much. Not necessary. Very much appreciated. Patricia, thank you so much for that. Wow, that's you don't have to do that. You know that. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much. Lone Wolf. Here we go. Have y'all discussed a 10-day honking injunction in Ottawa? Yes, we have heard that. That's why it's quite quiet. Lone Wolf Annie, yeah, thank you so much for that. Ambassador, bridge near or in Windsor is backed up. The border is about to shut down. Search Windsor, Ontario on Facebook. Recent posts. Thank you so much for that informative news. Lone Wolf Annie, of course, thank you for stay tuned to the Travel Fund family here. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for that. Holy frig, Matrix creator. Wow. Again, Matrix creator. Cheers with that. Not necessary. Very much appreciated. Holy frig. Wow. 50 pounds. What are you doing there, man? Wow. Jeez. Okay. What do we say here? We got, now we can all see, how it works in Germany. 1933. Right. Make the people scared, but not again. Stay together as humans. Cheers, Matrix creator. Thank you so much for that. Not necessary. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much for that. Wow, that's quite amazing. You don't have to do that. Thank you so much. Cheers to that, Matrix.
John,
Creator.
thank you again for the
Cheers.
PayPal.
Big
I
ups,
appreciate
massive
that.
ups to you. I'll fill that in there for you. Cheers. Massive ups. Ladia WA, good to see you back here, of course. Thank you so much for that. Freedom. Cheers. Thank you so much for that. Ladia, thank you so much for that. Cheers. Thanks so much for that. Wow.
All right, Baker, thanks.
And it's amazing. Oh, I see you even got that on your channel too. You got the back of the Canadian flag, Ladia. That's cool. United we stand. Love that. That's wicked. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that so much. That's cool. Yeah, so she's got some channel art on there. That's good. Supporting. That's awesome. Walking towards yeah, no problem. Thanks, Joe Weeks. Thank you. Big ups, Shizer. Big ups, Ronnie. All right, walking towards Parliament. 3,000 in the chat. Like, share, subscribe. Live on Travel Fund 69. YouTube platform. Big ups. Portland Andy. Hot Dog Army. Jeff Mack. WMTV. Lots of others sharing it out. I'll get to your channels too. I gotta just check my emails, of course, and get back to you guys. I've seen the private messages. I'll have to go through them. Thank you so much. Christine Duvall again. Damn, with the flag. Thank you so much, Christine. Cheers to you. Thank you so much. Wow. Thanks so much for that, Christine. Cheers. Oh, right. Live. Oh, I see. Okay, yep. We got JA. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing the truth. God bless. Thanks so much for that. Thanks for sharing the truth. God bless. Nevermore, thanks for the $2 sticker. Thank you. All right, thank you for that. Walrins, Canada Freedom Protest is showing the world how to make change. We in the States are watching and want you to get your country back. Cheers. Thank you so much for that. Walrins, big ups to you. Big ups to you, man. Thank you so much. Bearded Eagle.
Hey.
Thanks for the Bearded Eagle. Big ups. Portland Andy. Yeah, hot dog army, man. Portland Andy, hot dog army, always watching. Subscribe to Portland Andy. You know how to do it. Hit that bell notification. Check him out. Awesome, man. Scotty, awesome. Thank you so much. That's right. As soon as you remove the 69 from your travel fund, the subscribers will triple again. It's a little cringe. Yeah, no worries. Still support you either way. Big ups. Yes, I do. I probably will remove that 69. I don't know if it's a good idea to do it right now during the algorithm. It might affect the channel. But yeah, we'll see about that. I'm definitely thinking about, like you said, we got a couple of names. A couple of you guys saying like Travel Fund Freedom or something like that, some other name. But yeah, probably would be a good thing now that this channel is used for little other things other than Southeast Asia. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely note taken. And I have no problems with removing that 69. Absolutely. Butler Outdoors, thank you so much. Kindness wins. Cheers. How you doing? Awesome. Kindness wins. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, man. Big ups, Butler Outdoors Canada. Good to see you in here again. Always a pleasure. Cheers, cheers. Massive Ups, Matrix, Mr. G, and Patricia May, everybody else.
All right, guys.
Scotty, thank you, of course. That's awesome, awesome, guys. Awesome, awesome. Jeff is young. I feel young. I'm 44. I don't know if most of you knew that about me. Some of you don't, but yeah. I don't know what 44 is supposed to feel like. I don't think I act like a 44-year-old. I feel young.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, but it's all good.
At the end of his name, it says Travel Fund 69.
Making our way over to Parliament. Yes, it does.
He's saying remove the 69. He'll get more people because it's kind of sexual.
No honking situation. Jeff the Man says, Joe Weeks, thank you so much. Holy frig, man. Ladia W, you're killing me. Oh my God, cheers. Ladia, thank you so much for that. Not necessary, man. Very much appreciated. Love your channel art on your channel. Freedom United, that's great. I just checked to see if you had a channel. That's what I was doing. I would have gave you a shout out to subscribe for anybody that wanted to subscribe to you. But cheers, Ladia. Thank you so much. Wow, you didn't have to do that. Thank you. That's very, very, very generous. You don't have to do that. Thank you so much. Cheers, cheers, cheers. God bless truckers. And thank you. Much love for that. Thank you so much for that. You guys are making it difficult for me to read here. Trying to catch up.
Serious Jay,
I'm trying
how
to
you doing, man?
through the chats.
I hope everything is going good today.
Oh,
we will be
man.
back
All right, here we
out
go.
getting content tomorrow. Had to meal prep and give our feet a break today. I hear you. Keep the great content
how you
coming,
doing?
brother. Yes.
Watching
Can we get a shout out for Serious Jay?
Congo. We
He's
love
been, on the
our
ground
Canadian brothers and sisters. Wish I could send more,
but turn this down. He's been on the ground in Ottawa as well. He was the guy that I met up with when I was live streaming up there.
Don't send any super chats if it's going to put you, in a situation. But
do you have a link?
Like I said, it's never necessary. Very much appreciated, and I love super chatting too as well. And if anybody needs any help, I have no problem helping out as much as I can too. As well. Patricia May, oh my God, you're killing it. Patricia May, you're killing it. A little bit more for a great cause. Thank you so much. Wow, this is all getting used to the phone, the hotel stay, the drive, the gas, everything. As Mr. G took care of the stuff like that on the way home. But you guys don't have to do this. Just keep in mind, thank you so much. I'm just doing this either way.
They're on the City Ottawa channel. City Ottawa channel. Okay, I'll look it. I'll try to find it right now.
And I really appreciate that so much. Thank you so much. Carolina, I hope the trucks do a freedom convoy here in the U.S. too. Absolutely, and guess what? Yes, they are. There's a huge convoy that's going to be in Washington D.C. I already heard about that. I just don't know the details on it. I do have a.
I don't see anything on the City Ottawa.
J.A., boots on the ground. You're a machine. Cheers. J.A., thank you so much. Wow, you guys are killing me.
Oh, wait. I do.
Holy frig. You're putting me in work overtime here, clicking here. Sorry, guys.
Hold on.
Join you and be with my colleagues and do this. It's obvious that this is taking over for now, and I can only imagine the stress that's on those that are directly affected, because we're certainly feeling it here, and it's not happening in our wards, but the implications are, and our residents are very concerned. So I sympathize, and I don't think it's an unreasonable request, considering especially planning committee, which is a doozy of a file for those living centrally, and I think
it's hard to blow your nose with one hand.
Treated seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. What's the impact of not having planning committee this week to hear the hospital site plan matter?
Mr. Willis.
Mr. Mayor, staff will take whatever direction council gives, because that's what we would do. I did connect with executives at the Ottawa Hospital last night and this morning, and they do have concerns about an indeterminate length of delay. As a matter of fact, any delay is of great concern to them. What the hospital told me, and I'm repeating what they have provided me, is the hospital has an agreement with Infrastructure Ontario and the Ministry of Health related to an on-time and on-budget commitment based on a finite capped budget from the province. The effective inflation on the hospital project is $9 to $11 million per month.
Wow.
With any delay, and there is a cascading effect of any delay that happens. The hospital, this is the last of a sequence of approvals. City Council had approved an official plan amendment. City Council had approved the zoning, the master site plan. This is the site plan for the garage. National Capital Commission gave its approval. So this is the last approval they need to go to tender. And the hospital has said that they had actually been on target to get this approval in December, but delayed at our request to add additional public consultations. Which it is. And I think, there's an understanding from the hospital that we're in difficult times. They've just conveyed to me the consequences of an indeterminate delay.
Thank you. And it was also scheduled for January. That got pushed into February. So there's been more.
I want to hear what they say about the convoy.
What about other matters on either that agenda or other agendas that would not be heard in this 2-week window?
So, Mr. Mayor, since yesterday, we've done a sweep through the 2 agendas in the subsequent weeks. The files of concern, one was the Daly Avenue one, which is addressed in Councillor Leeper's motion, because we did flag that yesterday, and Councillor Leeper, at our request, added to deal with the Daly Avenue one, because that is a safety concern of a building that has been subject to a fire. We have another file of concern in Councillor King's ward of Built Heritage related to
I want to hear what they say.
Request for new construction, that if council doesn't deal with it in the time frame, the city's opinion on that matter will have no regard, because the applicant will have the right to proceed without city council's regard. Those are the files of immediate concern. Staff have not gone further out than the most immediate meetings to do an analysis at this stage, but applicants will be understanding, but we do have concerns the longer we go.
Yeah, I guess my final comments would be, I would ask committee chairs, when you're looking at your agendas, to consider the workloads that we have, and if there are agenda items that can be pushed to a future date, so be it. But I support continuing the business of the city flowing, and would like to see our meeting schedules continue, but I am cognizant of the heavy
Apparently,
workloads
the
that we're all
Conservative
facing.
government called on the Liberal
It's not
Party
just the city councillors in the
mandates
downtown
today
core.
in Parliament.
Thank you.
Ooh, I'll have to check that.
Thank you, Councillor. I think Councillor Menard, you've already spoken.
Yeah, just I think, are we at committee of the whole, or are we not?
Yeah, I just want to make sure other people who have not spoken.
Look at this
once
mayor.
have a chance.
Yeah, I didn't see anyone.
Speak? Okay, Councillor Menard.
Thanks. So just on the one piece that was mentioned by Mr. Willis around the hospital, we've got in emails here from folks saying that can go on the 10th or the 28th.
To my neighbor
So
that hasn't seen.
my understanding is that can, which
over
it
2
should not go
weeks,
any further than that.
when I
It should
bought
go on the
up
28th. But that's the emails that city
know
staff
he
have
watches
given
CNN
to us,
and all
10th
the
or the
rest of
28th.
the Livestream.
So
Really,
it's odd
no
that
idea.
now all of a sudden
You see?
something is changing that they can't go the 10th.
That's how
or the
bad it
28th.
is when that's your only
I
source.
just want to get clarity on that.
Give them the
Can you please
channel.
Just confirm.
Tell them to
that
start
all along
watching.
We were saying this could go on the 10th or the 28th. There's another number of other concerns, but on that one specifically, my understanding was to go on either date.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the email that Councillor Menard is referring to.
All these
staff-
guys that are at
Steve,
the
it's from
on
your
these
staff.
boards
Sorry, Mr.
look
Mayor, I
like
don't
the
have that email in front of me.
the people in
so
the
I don't
Hunger
know what
Games, the rich
council's
and
referring to. I mean, obviously, staff
what I mean?
will accommodate whatever council decides.
Yeah, it's okay. It's directly from your staff that said the 10th or the 28th. So I don't know how else to describe it to you. Maybe I'll forward it to you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councillor? Councillor Luloff, please.
Just very briefly, Mr. Willis, based on the information that you have, what additional costs will be incurred by the Ottawa Hospital project if we are to delay, as is being
Oh, I got it right
suggested
here.
and
Okay,
who,
cool. I'll watch that.
ultimately
Thanks,
pays for the delay?
Baker.
So, Mr. Mayor, depending on the length of time council delays a final decision on our planning committee, because the planning committee is the final decision since it is a site plan approval. The hospital has identified $9 to $11 million per month in inflationary effects of the delay of the hospital project, because there's a knock-on effect all the way through the system. That's the information I've been provided by the hospital. I don't have the information from the hospital here, but I presume because the province has a fixed total cap, that means that they would either have to find, presumes they would
I
either have
should
to
lay
find cost
down
savings in the
after
project
this stream.
or
Why?
go increase the local share component provided by the community.
And the local share component may end up being the City of Ottawa, or could end up being in part the City of Ottawa?
Mr. Mayor, I can't comment on that. It's there is a request for a local share. It's up to council ultimately to decide what its local share
You should lie
contribution
down
would
after
be.
the stream.
Okay, well, given
Because
the
I'm
ballooning
tired.
costs
Yeah, I
we've seen
am.
of major
Oh,
infrastructure
did I yawn?
projects and the
Did I just
ridiculous
yawn?
costs that we're paying right now in policing, I don't know if pushing
Okay,
this
yawn
project
again.
any further down the line is a wise move. But I see that Councillor Leaper's up. I'll cede the floor.
I'm tired because I just fell down my stairs.
That it, Councillor? Right. Does anyone else wish to speak before Councillor Leaper wraps up? Councillor Deans?
Mr. Mayor, I'll be really brief.
they're talking about
This is an event unlike any other that we have seen in our history. This is an all hands on deck event. Every one of us are impacted. Certainly the downtown councillors.
Oh,
and
here it
those
is.
with
Here it is.
Leadership roles on council have an awful lot on their plate, and their time and attention is focused directly on
Here it
this
is.
issue. And in my mind, a 2-week delay, whether it goes on Wednesday or if it goes on the 28th, really doesn't matter. What does matter is that we focus on the needs of this city that's in a crisis and where we've declared it an emergency. So I would just suggest to our colleagues that we hear from our colleagues that are really asking for the time to be able to give every single issue that goes to
Oh, it was bad.
in front of
Mel.
council
It
the
was
time
bad.
and attention that it needs.
Thank you. Anyone else? Wrap up, Councillor Leaper, please.
Thanks, Chair. I actually put my hand up to ask you to consider calling the vote because we don't want to spend a lot of time on this. There is obviously much more urgent things to do, but I would ask colleagues to help us create a little bit of breathing space so that each of us can best represent our constituents in the legislative agenda over the next couple of weeks.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'd urge you not to support the motion. This group that's terrorizing our city, they've shut down our streets, they really want to shut down Parliament. It would almost be an added bonus if they're able to shut down Ottawa City Council business.
Terrorist.
The worst possible signal that could be given to this group of hooligans that are terrorizing our people.
Hooligans.
We need to continue on. We've heard
He called them hooligans.
Implications, $9 to $11 million for a 1-month delay on the Civic Hospital. It's time to move forward with our agenda and continue to do the work on behalf of the people of Ottawa. So yeas and nays on the motion. The Leaper motion.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Yay.
Councillor Luloff.
I'm sorry, no.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor El Shantiri.
No.
What the fuck?
Councillor Kavanagh.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
We had a yes. Did you see that?
Councillor Eglai.
No.
Councillor Moffat.
Yes.
No.
What?
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Harder.
No.
Oh my God.
Councillor Deans.
Yes.
Nice.
Conseiller Fleury.
Wait.
Nice.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor McKenney.
Of course.
Look at her. Look at her.
Councillor Meehan.
Of course.
Yes.
How does she
Councillor
even get
Menard.
on there?
Yes.
Councillor Leaper.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
There was a lot of yeses.
Councillor Derouse.
No.
Conseiller Cloutier.
No.
Oh.
Mayor Watson.
No.
10 yeas, 14 nays.
Our next motion is by Councillor Menard.
10
seconded by
yeas,
Councillor
14
McKenney.
no.
Councillor Menard, if you'd
4
like to introduce
people
the-
off.
Therefore resolved.
Spam the chat, people. Put a yes in the chat. Spam it.
This is this is the idling motion. So it changes our idling bylaw for a specific area in the city that targets this activity. So therefore be it resolved that the temporary additional provision in the bylaw be enacted
Where
with
the
a sunset clause of 2
exiting
months
idling
hence as
bylaw
follows. Section
enforcement
3
against the current
be amended to add
due
immediately
to
after
exemption
1,
outside temperature is
1A,
less than 5
occupied
degrees
vehicles with the
Celsius,
temperature outside the
including the
vehicle is
wind
less than
chill
negative
being
15
determined by
degrees Celsius,
Environment Canada.
including the
Therefore,
wind chill
it is
value as
resolved that the
determined by
temporary
Environment
additional
Canada temperature reading
provides
to be applicable within the
the
demonstration
sunset
zone as
clause,
defined in Schedule
clause
A
of 2
attached to this bylaw
month
and
hence of
RCGT
following.
Park at
Yeah.
302 Coventry Road. And thanks
When
for bylaw
temperatures are
working on this
outside the
together.
vehicle is less than what?
Any questions? Any
What
concerns by
the
staff?
fuck is that?
No. Okay, on the motion, carried. Okay. Next is daily media availability. Councillor Deans, please. Seconded by Councillor King.
Thank
Basically, they
you,
can't when the
Mr.
temperature
Mayor.
is below 5.
I'm not sure if they're going to put it up on the screen, but basically it just says that residents need access to timely and accurate updates about the ongoing convoy demonstrations or whatever we want to call them.
Where misinformation about the
occupations.
demonstration is prevented and
that,
where the situation
there
response
is a
from
lot
Ottawa,
of
they're going to try to
misinformation about
censor
the
all of this shit.
demonstrations out there right now, and the situation, the response from Ottawa Police and City of Ottawa
There it
is very
is.
fluid, and that the city is not currently providing daily updates to keep the public informed on how the demonstrations are evolving and the plans to end them as soon as possible. So this motion, that therefore be it resolved, is asking asking for city led by the city's Emergency Operations Center to organize a daily media availability for the duration of the demonstrations, occupations, including participation from a spokesperson from the Ottawa Police Service, bylaw services, and other affected city services as relevant. And I just think, communicate. We need to be providing accurate, timely information to the public on a regular basis, and we haven't been doing that. I think it's time that we did. Social media is rife with misinformation, and I think it's incumbent upon the city to make sure that we're pushing out accurate information on a timely basis.
See that?
So that's the
social media
essence of the
platforms
motion.
pushing out misinformation.
Mr. Kanalakis, any comments on the motion in terms of the logistics?
What the
and so on?
fuck?
Mr. Mayor, no, to be clear, I know in the one, whereas it says the city of Ottawa, the communications for this event in terms of when it ends and advising the public is led by Ottawa Police. They are leading the response to this, but we agree that they have a small communications team. We agree with Councillor Deans that it's very difficult for them logistically to establish a daily briefing. We believe there should be a daily briefing. We spoke to our police colleagues and Pimmer.
Where's Justin Trudeau?
Turner.
Where's Justin Trudeau?
And Pimmer, and from our side, the city side, will do the logistics to ensure that there is a daily media briefing with police being there and city services to ensure that the information gets out to the public on a daily basis.
Okay, Councillor Dudas. Oh, I think you took your hand.
I was just going to ask for the city manager's perspective on that.
Okay. Anyone else on the motion? Carried. Adopté.
Carried.
Next, motion by Councillor McKenney, seconded by Councillor Fleury on the Parliamentary Precinct. Councillor McKenney.
I've already spoken to it, Mr. Mayor. Yeas or nays?
Exactly.
Okay,
They
I'd like
just want
to
the mandate to
ask
stop.
Police,
But
do
it's
they
the
have any
misinformation
concerns
of
with this? I know early
because they're
on in
saying
the
that it's peaceful down there.
Been called.
Drafting of this.
Yeah, yeas and nays. I've already called it. Thanks.
Yeah, you have to
Me too.
with the question, and you
Yeah,
have
what
to
we, I think it's important we hear from the police, Mayor. Thank you.
But if I call it, do we not have to go?
No, you have to, Councillor. The rules require you have to call it right at the start.
I did.
So
I said yeas and nays right away. Yep. So let's go. Yeas and nays. Do you support the downtown or do you not? Let's go. Yeas or nays.
Okay, our deputy clerk has a clarification.
Mr. Mayor, if the member is moving to put the question, then the procedure would be to move to a vote on putting the question. And then should that motion pass, then we would move directly to yeas and nays on the main motion.
Okay, putting the question. Thank you. Thanks, Caitlin.
Just on a point of order, all I want to do is ask a question on it. I want to support the motion, but I'm being blocked from asking a question on a motion I support.
Exactly.
I think there's
That's
a lot
right.
of support, Councillor McKenney, for this. I just think we should
Look at
hear in
how
fairness
messed up they are.
to the police.
They're
So I
fighting
believe
amongst
there's strong
themselves.
Support for your motion, and I know
Okay.
that.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in our review of this motion, we've relied on some legal advice from our lawyer, and I'm sure David White can also provide us some additional
One sec, guys.
perspective.
Gonna
We
PB
will
break.
remain the police jurisdiction. Anything we can do to help support RCMP resources and other resources to come to us would be exceptionally beneficial. We will always maintain command and control of the situation, as is our obligation under the Police Services Act. But we do appreciate any motion or any efforts that the council can put forward to support additional resources to come in.
Okay, Councillor Moffat.
Thanks. Just to correct me if I'm wrong, the Parliamentary Precinct map includes the intersection of Rideau and Sussex. Is that correct?
Deputy, do you know?
I believe it ends at the Rideau and Sussex. So the old train station would be the very easterly edge to the Parliamentary Precinct.
Okay, but just to be sure that if we do this, RCMP takes over the Wellington Street aspect, but we wouldn't lose the ability to properly police that Rideau and Sussex. For whatever reason, it seems that that's a very hot spot, especially on the weekends. And I think if we get to a point where there's a last stand, for some reason I get a feeling it's going to be at that intersection. I just want to make sure we can properly police it.
So, point of order, Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Point of
I
order.
thought that what we heard from the deputy was that we needed to vote on putting the question. We haven't done that yet, and now we're into a whole bunch of questions. So Councillor McKenney
Point of order.
asked that the question be put. Now we're into a discussion, and I need to understand how
Morris.
what the deputy
Okay,
said
wait.
didn't cause us to vote on putting the question.
Well, I think
Yeah, thank you,
AC.
Councillor Harder. I pulled that and allowing the questions and debate on the motion. Thanks.
Point of order. Point of order.
Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Last briefing, I believe, on Saturday from Chief Slowly, he had indicated the parliamentary precinct is Ottawa jurisdiction, Ottawa roads.
Point of order.
We would not be able to allow the RCMP to take over, but I'm looking at the specific wording of the motion at the end that talks about the jurisdiction. So I think we're all in favor of asking
Probably
as
a
many
shit ton.
jurisdictions to come and assist Ottawa as possible, including the RCMP. And I do believe Councillor McKenney wants to relieve OPS in this corridor so they can come into our residential communities
Police Service.
and provide that service that's been lacking. So I understand that. I just want to make sure we've got the right worded motion before us that will achieve what is being attempted here. So I don't know if Mr. City Clerk can comment on that or whether the Deputy Chief can, but I want to make sure if the RCMP comes in, they will actually be able to do what Councillor McKenney wants them to do.
So, Mr. Mayor, I can probably start on that. Our legal counsel's review of the Police Services Act indicates that under that, the police jurisdiction is responsible for the policing within the areas where we are responsible, within the city of Ottawa, other than
Ontario considering eliminating license plate stickers for vehicles, sources say.
Over all policing control within that area is not allowed under the Police Services Act. We would support any efforts to have more RCMP resources come in and help support us under our command structure to actually manage the occupation we have going forward. But currently, as it stands, it's our legal counsel's opinion that there is no provisions within the Police Services Act to allow a different police service come in to take over an area.
There is a lot going on behind the scenes.
Can I just clarify that? I think Councillor McKenney's
Can I just
intention
clarify
is
this
not
that
to
I'm a
have
complete fucking idiot?
is to have the RCMP on Wellington, but they
I'm
would
a
still
complete
report to the
fucking idiot.
command center, which is the Ottawa Police Service.
That is huge,
In
Baker.
other words, it then frees up the officers that are OPS officers on Wellington to put them into the neighborhoods and the communities. So I think, you know, we may be overthinking this because the officers, the RCMP officers are sworn in as special constables by the police board. And the OPS is known as the one that is controlling the situation. So I don't see what's wrong with having RCMP on Wellington that frees up our officers that know the neighborhood streets better than RCMP officer who may come in from Alberta or British Columbia. Anyways, that's just an observation. So I think Councillor
Phone died. Phone died. I need charge cable.
Can I just finish?
Just on the point of order, could you put the motion on the screen so that we can see it?
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Brockington, I apologize. You have the floor.
Point of order. Point of
What I'm
order.
getting hung up on, Mayor and Councillor McKenney, I know you'll address this in a second. It's the words assume responsibility. That's different than working under the command of the OPS. So if we receive RCMP
Point of order.
officers and they're directed to work in tandem with the OPS, and they just so happen to be sent to Wellington, I think as per the mayor, that's okay. That can happen. But I think, and I want to yield to Councillor McKenney, I think what they're asking is something a bit different. And so that's why I'm going to yield the floor and seek that clarification.
The floor.
Councillor McKenney.
Man, by the
Thank you,
time
Mayor, and thank you,
they're done, I might be going right
Brockington.
into tonight's show.
What I need to have happen, because I can see clearly what is not working, because it's right here. And so I don't want RCMP to take over necessarily.
There's no threats
I understand
out there.
what Deputy Chief Bell is referring to. It's why I use the words assume responsibility.
Live, love, lie.
What I need is, and what I'm looking for is that
So they
the
lost
RCMP
money
right now have
on
got responsibility for
new hospitals. Yep.
the grounds of Parliament. So had this rushed to the grounds of Parliament and stayed there, it would be overseen by the RCMP. And at this point, our residential neighborhoods, if this were happening, would be, we would have our local police service responsible for the control of residential neighborhoods. I want you to just think of it that way. So it's not just on Parliament grounds, it's also in Wellington. It's over in, on Sparks, the Prime Minister's office. This is a very multi-jurisdictional. All you have to do is come to one Sparks Street Mall Authority meeting to understand how multi-jurisdictional this area is. All I'm looking for is that OPS leaves it to the RCMP. I don't care about command and control, but leaves it to the RCMP to maintain the public safety within that precinct, so that all of OPS can come into the residential neighborhoods. If in fact RCMP say, we need 100 OPS.
They're going to start using. They're going to start using the cops against them.
I'm not quibbling about
all right,
numbers and where people go. And all I know is that at this point, for 11 days, I have been struggling to make OPS aware of the difference between what's happening in the non-residential area
then why are the
versus
cops
the
standing
residential
around?
area. And residents,
because it's not violent,
are suffering the consequences. It's again, and I said this last week, this is not an indictment of one force over the other. It really isn't. It's just a matter of clarity, so that we are putting the resources where they need to go, so that our local police.
It's so terrifying. I put my life on the line every time I went out.
That we need them in to serve, and that's their priority. And RCMP's
What happened to their feed?
priority is in the parliamentary precinct. That's it.
She looks like
Thank
she
you.
can eat the ass out of a rhino.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to see who is next here. I think it's Councillor Brockington. You're finished. Councillor DeRuse has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor McKenney clarified it for me. I just because I want to make sure that we're adding resources, not actually losing resources. And I think
seven. Never thought of it that way.
Very much.
Thank you.
Look at that guy's green screen. It's the best.
Conseiller Fleury, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Moi aussi, je voulais exprimer.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Why are all these guys using green screens?
Talk about the important.
They're just it's like is this the Joe Biden effect?
Our city teams, they know businesses, they know residents. So I'm in full support of Councillor McKenney's motion. I think it is important. I think eventually we'll have to have a bigger conversation on can the city of Ottawa, should the city of Ottawa oversee demonstrations. That is not for today, and that's not what's on the table. But for today, under the state of emergency, I think it is important. It is an important motion to pass. So thank you, everyone, for your support.
State of emergency.
Merci. Councillor Dudas, please.
Councillor Dudas.
I was just going to thank them for introducing this. I think that this is a given area. And in this case, that area makes the most sense being the parliamentary precinct. So I think this is actually complementing what our chief has asked for, that we are freeing up the resources. And I think the federal government needs to take responsibility for the area that they're responsible for. So I thank them
just
for
lift the
introducing it.
mandates. They'll go home. We can all live our lives.
Councillor Deans, please.
Exactly, ViewTube. And if they do,
I think it's a
they
little
will
late
reject.
in the day, and
Reject.
I'm still a little bit unclear, so I want to be very clear before I support this, because I listened to the press conference with Bill Blair this morning, and Bill Blair said that the Ottawa Police Service is the police of jurisdiction in that area. And what I think we all want is more RCMP resources, not dedicated to, watching over.
I want to know what she's doing with her left hand.
Federal officials or anything like that, but on the ground to assist us. And I think we're all in agreement.
Why have we not seen that left hand?
But I've read this motion. It's gone off the screen again.
Just saying.
But I've read this motion, and I'm not
Maximus,
entirely
hey,
clear
thanks.
that what this motion says is what some of my colleagues are hearing. So I just want to ask Deputy Chief Bell if he could be very clear on what his impression of this motion is. Is it that we are taking OPS officers off Wellington Street and turning the jurisdiction of Wellington Street down to Rideau and Sussex over to the RCMP? Because I didn't believe we could do that. So I just need some clarity.
They can't do that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much, Councillor Deans.
They can't do
that. As
that.
I indicated before, that is exactly my concern with the wording in this current motion. I fully support, and I've said it when I was here before, and I know the chief continued all of those comments. Anything we can do to get additional resources to help us within the area of the occupation is exactly what we are looking for. My concern with this motion is how it reads. It identifies that the Ottawa Police would be removed from that area, and that area of the safety and security would be public safety and security would be turned over to the RCMP. I don't, that is an operational consideration in terms of how we deploy our resources, because that is an area where we are legally bound to provide policing services to. This, the way it is worded, is looking to take that legal obligation that we have away from us and place it onto the RCMP, which under the Police Services Act is not allowed. We are the police of jurisdiction. We have the sole responsibility to police that area. We are looking for and in absolute support of any motion that will help augment our resources.
Exactly.
I don't believe that this one actually achieves that.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Deputy Chief Bell. And I would just ask the mover of the motion if there isn't some wording that we could find to accomplish the desire for more resources without getting into a jurisdictional battle. Frankly, a jurisdictional battle, a constitutional battle, or any other battle right now is not what I think we need to focus on. We need to focus on
emotional, damn it.
That is
emotional, damn it.
Blair, we just heard from Deputy Chief Bell. Jurisdictionally, Ottawa Police have control of that.
That's all I see whenever I'm looking at her. That's all I see.
Operation on Wellington Street. This motion seems to preclude OPS from participating.
Emotional, damn it. Emotional, damn it.
To the Ottawa Police Service. Let's leave the jurisdiction to who has the jurisdiction, and let's focus on what I think we all want, which is more resources on the ground to end this insurrection.
The insurrection. Did you hear her?
I think, Councillor,
to end this insurrection.
The last line seems to
she said it.
That,
she fucking said it.
That's the comfort that I have. It says,
did you hear what she said? This insurrection
discussion between Ottawa Police and the RCMP. So they will go back
she said
as
it.
a result of this motion and discuss if there are any jurisdictional issues at heart. So I think that gives
to end this insurrection
to once again restate and recommit that he is in charge and that we have sworn officers and special constables from the RCMP that he will assign to Wellington Street. So I feel comfortable because it says subject to the resolution of any jurisdictional discussions between the Ottawa.
Well, we just heard from Deputy Chief Bell, and we heard from Bill Blair earlier in the day that there are significant jurisdictional issues that preclude this. So maybe to
emotional, damn it.
David, could you clarify how this motion would be interpreted? Because I think it's unfair to the community and to Councillor McKenney to leave some false impression that the
Mal, thank you very much for the bits. I appreciate it.
Jurisdictionally, that is not possible. So I just think that we have to be very clear on what it is that council is passing if they vote for this motion.
Emotional damage.
Mr. Mayor,
I can't believe she called it an insurrection.
To follow on the comments from the
huge ass
chief,
erection.
And as we've heard, there's nothing that council can do to change the fact that the Police Services Act applies in those areas that are not Parliament Hill proper or those other.
Your leaders sound like ours. Yeah, they're both racist, bigot pieces of shit.
The Ottawa Police retain overall responsibility for police services in those areas.
So Biden let black kids rub his legs, and ours is trying to be one.
The way I think I understand the intent to be that and appreciating that the RCMP have made officers available. And
listen to these guys.
Have peace officer powers by virtue of their RCMP status. They have the authority to enforce the criminal law. Across Canada.
Our charters of rights have if they deem this as if they say this is violent, then protesting you'll never be able to protest.
Municipal bylaws.
This is ridiculous.
My understanding
She's having a baby fit.
The aim of the motion is to allow the RCMP to focus on Parliament Hill and those federal properties.
That's fucked.
Appreciating that
that's because it all has to be planned long
provided
ago to infiltrate as many government as possible.
As special constables with those powers will remain under the direction of the chief.
El fucko.
Subject to deployment
mucho chum.
At the direction of the chief. Council. Again, and echoing just some of the comments that we heard earlier in the day from the federal ministers. Council cannot direct the police in that regard. So I think that's hence the purpose of the last part of the motion in terms of the resolution.
Every time I think of this, I just
jurisdictional issues. But I don't understand it anyway to be any effort, because it would be outside council's ability to expand or limit the application of the Police Services Act or effectively expand the control of the federal government. It is, as I understand it, a resourcing issue, and it is intended to respect the various authorities and jurisdictions, both of the RCMP and the federal government and the Ottawa Police and the Police Services Board.
Okay, well, if that's what it is, then that's fine. If this is changing jurisdictions that we do not have the power to do, then it's not fine. And I just think that we have to be really clear. I think we all agree with the premise that resources need to be on the ground.
Chris, thank you very much for being here.
Can be there, that's fine, but I don't think we
emotional, damn it,
the community that we're changing jurisdictions. Those are all my comments.
Councillor McKenney, I wish in hindsight I had allowed you to call the question. Councillor El Shantiri.
No, but I think that's a good debate, Mr. Mayor. I think some of the point Councillor Dean trying to clarify is very important, and I think the deputy also seemed like there was some misunderstanding under the Police Service Act. Ottawa Police is the sole responsible for policing in the city of Ottawa. Any help, any support, any other police service, they're welcome to Ottawa, but they got
what is that green cans behind him?
Under the leadership
like
of the chief
or
of police
something?
in Ottawa. I thought the question was, or the motion was, to request the RCMP to, basically police Wellington. When Ottawa police can do the neighborhood policing, and I thought that's a great idea.
Peaceful protest. That was peaceful protest.
Wellington, our police officers familiar with neighborhood policing. But now we're saying we want to, and if they understand it, to transfer the responsibility, and we heard from the lawyer, which is more familiar with the Police Service Act than any of us, is clearly that's not the case. So we're not transferring the responsibility of Wellington to any other police, because under the Police Service Act, even any other police who does something wrong is still.
Thanks very much for being here, Chris. Appreciate you.
Police to deal with it. So we had many Gs before. We had visitor from United States President. We had police officer from all over the country. At the end of the
117.19 on that clip. Okay, thank you.
Ottawa Police. So I'm in support of the motion. Presumably, that's the intent to help relieve the police officer right now are on Wellington. To have them work in the neighborhood and have the RCMP or any other police. Doesn't have to be the RCMP, but any other police to take over.
We just want police.
That's my
We just want police. Police.
I'll wait to hear from Councilor McKinney. Thank you.
We just need police.
Excuse me, Councilor Meehan, please.
We just want police.
Thank you. I'm just going to revert to my old career here. This just in, the Prime Minister is about to speak in the House of Commons on the Convoy protest. Yes, Daddy. That's momentarily, okay? Let's hope he can say something that might help us diffuse this. Thanks.
He's going to talk about the military. Did you hear that?
Excuse me.
And nobody's talking.
You have nothing else to add, Councillor Meehan?
I thought that was pretty important. No,
yes,
thank you.
Breaking news, Councillor Eglai.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any breaking news, but I just, I guess this
Justin
is
Trudeau's going to bring in the military. They're the only ones that have the tow trucks and the equipment to move these big trucks.
To have people who know the neighborhood in the neighborhood. You want the cops that know the community in the community.
They do that.
So the question
it's
I
going
have
to
to
be
you
shit
as we
show
go back and forth
forever.
on this, do you really care who's sitting at the
Excuse
top
me.
of the pile and giving the direction, as long as the bodies around the precinct are non-Ottawa police and the bodies in your community are Ottawa police? If you follow me.
Yeah, I follow. Thanks. Thanks, Councillor Eglai.
All these snowflakes, ass fascist fuckers need to stop meddling with Canadian politics.
For over a week, and my residents, I can tell you, are begging for this. What we have seen as long as our local police are focused on what's happening in the parliamentary precinct area.
You talking about the protesters there?
Follow, and the focus goes there.
Or the people on your screen right now?
Even today's update, we talked about a parking lot. We talked about
on the run
trucks off Wellington. We talked about
the military won't do it.
Park, which are all
US,
important.
Peacekeepers who are now controlled by Russia. They want Trudy
Kent Street apartments.
Like with you can, yeah.
Diesel every night is pumping into people's bedrooms. There was nothing.
Pump it
about Lisgar Street, how dangerous it is right now to walk down. There was nothing about what's happening at Bank in Somerset. There was nothing about Bank Street. There was nothing about
miserable Marxist tyrants.
How people are just being terrorized.
No, because they haven't been down there to see it. That's why I think it's so important that people go down and document this.
Simply says, and I think it's pretty clear, and the last line does recognize that there are jurisdictional details to be worked out. Surely there are brighter minds than mine who can figure that out. Or
yeah, I'm sure there is brighter minds than yours.
But essentially, it is have the RCMP responsible for the safety and the security of what is happening in that non-residential area.
Yeah, well, you know what? Who gives a fuck about your friend's sleep? How about our rights to be able to do what we like to be able to go out and do stuff? You know, like go out to a meal with my kids or go to the movies or whatever. Hey, they wanted to live in the capital? This is where protests happen. So tell your friends to move if they don't like it.
And allow the RCMP
You have rights. The fact that you can protest that's right now proves you have rights. Yeah, exactly. And they have a right to move out of the city if they don't like the honking and the bullshit that's going on. Simple.
How long will people have to wait in this neighborhood?
What about my right to be able to take my kids out to the movies, or my rights to be able to go to the mall with my kids, or do any of that shit, right?
When it's
I'm not whining about I'm whining about the fact that these mandates are forcing me to have to get my kids vaccinated to be able to send them to school. Shit like that.
They've been begging for us to focus, to do something for residents.
There's a simple fix. Tell your friends to get earplugs.
RCMP. It's not to say there's no OPS with the RCMP.
Oh, no, very other vaccines. No, but every other vaccine, you know what the fuck is in it.
They have
every vaccine, you know what is in it. In this vaccine, they're not telling you what's in it, right? I had 4 family members die of right after getting these so-called safe vaccines. Okay, I have several other friends that have been injured by it as well. So you're not going to convince me that it's safe, and no way in hell. So you're entitled to your opinion, but that's just how it is.
100%.
I'm calling bullshit on that. Well, I don't give a fuck. My channel. You could just sit there and chat.
On the motion, carried.
Carried.
I don't give a fuck what you believe. I don't care what you believe. Doesn't bother me at all. Doesn't change my life one bit.
Right. Thank you.
I didn't know you 2 seconds ago. I still don't give a shit.
By Councillor McKenney. We have about, I think, 5 more motions to go.
I still got a smile, and your friends still aren't sleeping.
Bring in, therefore, be it resolved.
Put your money where your mouth is, Mom.
And the floor is yours.
It is. Ask your mom.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if it could be added on the screen. Basically, the bylaw. Therefore, be it resolved that staff and bylaw and regulatory services
my mom's dead.
Making an application
so is
for
mine.
A set fine increase for offenses.
Well, you want me to feel sorry for you? Want a big hug or something?
For more effective deterrence at $1,000 per offense.
You don't like what's being said and done? Bounce.
Under the Provincial Offences Act.
I'm not keeping you here. Unlike the truckers, I can't block the streams. You can just leave. Have a nice day.
Carried.
Yeah, just on that, I think
first troll in a while. I know, I'm loving it.
Opening remarks, we've already got the.
I'm loving the troll. Leave him be.
These carried, so
don't ban him.
I believe the open air fire bylaw. So carried.
Carried.
Okay.
I'm loving the trolls.
Next is Councillor Menard, second by Councillor
I won't
McKenney,
bounce, but your mom bounced on my dick.
Oh,
yeah, that's awesome.
Resolved, please, Councillor.
My mom.
Sure.
Here, I'll be you. My mom died.
Vehicles out of the
I'll be just like you. My mom died.
Therefore,
why are you talking about it?
That City Council supports city staff in using the recently declared state of emergency and enforcement powers delegated to them under legislation and the city's bylaws to tow vehicles illegally occupying residential areas.
Suck it with 5.3 million donated in a couple days after being closed down by the Marxist GoFundMe. Suck it. Right.
Daily on the status of enforcement activities and the number and nature of tickets issued.
Carried.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
I fucking miss trolls. I love them. I love them.
Doesn't this come awfully?
What are you? How old are you? Like 10? You got to be like 10 years old or something.
Police, what to do in this situation?
How old are you?
Mr. City Solicitor.
Mr. Mayor, the motion itself does not direct
25. Oh, that
the
explains
police. It is directed at
Shut up! You
services.
missed that.
It is also.
Sorry, Coleman.
Sorry, I meant peace officers.
I think it would.
I bet you that's our troll right there.
Council was
in the blue shirt.
Bylaw services to particular vehicles or
whatever
something
makes
like that.
more
that is where
money than you, anyways.
Direction of councils tends to get problematic.
You don't even know how much money I make.
I think the
Our donation is around
motion
10 to 20
as drafted
bucks,
is a motion of support and doesn't require
Canadians and would freedom
bylaw enforcement
right?
to exercise their discretion in any particular way, appreciating that there may be instances where they simply cannot, or they may require police assistance. So from my standpoint, I don't see a legal concern.
I love it. I love it.
Carried.
Carried.
Motion carried. Adopté. Next is after action review by Councillor Hubley, seconded by Councillor Tierney.
Carried.
There's an amendment by Councillor Menard and Leaper that the CPS be the committee that oversees it versus Hubley Tierney wanting FEDCO. So
love it.
Councillor
Love
Hubley, if you want to introduce your motion, please.
The data don't lie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this is a motion.
Well, I get equal donations from Canadians as well as the American, plus
the
all over the world. So
the deployment during the event,
yo, data is wrong.
That we
Go get a booster shot.
structured the motion so that hopefully we could all support the motion, and anybody that wants to can add to the annex, which will be the questions that we asked to have answered within the report. That'll be a living document. The reason we chose FEDCO was because our own governance report that I believe got 100% support.
What do you do for a living, Mr. 25 trolling? What do you do for a living?
It becomes a FEDCO responsibility.
I have to see what he says for a living.
Answered Councilor Menard, and I said I think it should still
25 years old,
return to FEDCO to meet the governance requirement, but there's nothing stopping us from also distributing it out to any other committee. We're looking for the police board to be involved in this, so I'm quite sure. I don't want to speak for the chair.
I've been an investigator for over 18 years of my life, worked for multiple different agencies. So I think I know a little bit more about collecting data than you do.
It may end up showing up at multiple committees. There's going to be a transit component to this, for example. So
yeah,
I would hope that we can come together, vote for the motion as it's written.
I actually own my own investigation agency for 9 years, and I've worked for a lot of different other agencies.
Friendly, but I would not change it moving from FEDCO to CPSC.
Investigating pretty much everything you can imagine.
Okay, Councillor Harder.
I'm calling the question to be put.
Okay, shall the question be put?
I just have one quick thing there, and that's just I support it going to committees. That's fine. I mean,
that's not really specific enough. I've investigated fraud. I've investigated government officials. I've investigated law enforcement. I've investigated drug dealers. I've investigated you name it. Everything. I've done it.
Right.
Here and all over the world.
On the Hubli-Tierney motion, I understand Councillor Menard.
On behalf of what agencies? OPP, RCMP, my own private investigation agency that I owned, which was fully licensed as well.
For me, that's friendly enough. As long as we can get it to the committees that need to talk about this.
Apples.
And I talked to the clerk, and it seems like the overview of most of those items in the annex.
Engineer.
He is CPSC. So as long as it can go to CPSC as well.
Oh, for sure.
I think we're fine. But the majority of those annex issues are.
That doesn't make you qualified to analyze data. No, but it makes me qualified to gather.
As long as that's friendly.
10 times more than what you are.
Councillor Hubli.
And the people that are qualified to analyze it,
on the
some of my good friends, have gone over it.
Okay. Next is Councillor King, seconded by Councillor McKenney. Condemnation of hate at occupation.
You got a VPN IP address? You think that a VPN really protects you?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Really?
As we know, during this occupation, our community
you think that
had to deal
companies
with an
like Nort
level of harassment and discrimination. The level of extremism, racism, intolerance.
If it was as simple as just using a VPN, you don't think that these child predators would just use VPNs to stalk their prey? Come on.
Yellow Stars of David, along with the desecration
I thought you were smart.
Rainbow flags. This has resulted in great trauma for systemically marginalized and discriminated against members of our diverse communities who have suffered the most during the last week and a half.
25-year-old engineers are called interns.
He's
a coffee runner.
By United for All, a coalition dedicated to
hey, while you're out getting coffee for your boss, can you grab me one?
True freedom requires the health, safety, and security of everyone in our communities, not only for those who have the loudest voice or the privilege to take up space. Many of the illegal occupiers have repeatedly claimed to be peaceful while doing nothing to eliminate the prevalence of hate symbols at their occupation. The threat of violence is a violent act in and of itself. And all of these symbols represent beliefs.
I have a company car pension and makes 3 times the average income of Canadians.
Flags, yellow stars.
You have a company. Why you can't afford your own?
Are a rallying cry to racist.
Why can't you afford your own car?
Extremists.
When you become a big boy, you'll get your own car.
Prejudice.
You go from driving mommy and daddy's car to driving the boss's car.
Not welcome nor encouraged in Ottawa, the nation's capital of the world's most multicultural country. Colleagues, I ask you to join standing with our marginalized citizens who are being repeatedly traumatized by this hateful imagery by supporting this motion. As elected representatives
I was getting tired until you came in. Thank you very much for the laugh. I appreciate it.
This is false. These symbols will not be tolerated in our city.
These symbols.
Therefore, be it resolved that Ottawa City Council unequivocally condemn the racism.
There has been no racism
and discrimination
going on down there
by the Black, Jewish, Muslim, racialized, and members of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex communities in the strongest terms. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
There is no racism down there.
Carried.
Oh, hold on. I gotta.
Our last motion.
We found him. We found him.
Moved by Councillor Meehan, seconded by Councillor McKenney. Councillor Meehan, if you'd like to.
We found him.
About not going to birthday parties, but not getting to have sleepovers. This pandemic has sucked.
This is live, guys. This is live.
But Canadians know the way to get through it is to continue listening to science, continuing to lean on each other, continuing to be there for each other.
No, I'm actually having fun with them.
Les gens qui crient après les autres
He could stay. He seems all right. He's just having fun.
Others, because they're wearing a mask,
La majorité des
do
Canadiens.
not define what it is to be the majority.
Trolls' lives matter too, man.
The vast
He
majority
could
of
stay.
our
He's fine.
La majorité des Canadiens,
The majority
ce
of
sont les
Canadians,
millions
He's not who he
qui se
says
sont
he
fait
is.
vacciner.
millions who have been
Presque
vaccinated,
90 000
almost
aujourd'hui seulement.
90,000 today alone.
He could stay.
Et des dizaines de milliers qui, semaine après semaine, continuent de recevoir leur
If he gets rude towards the mods, then ban him. But if he's just getting rude towards me, leave it be. I'm all right with that. I like it.
Of vaccination.
Gives me something to touch myself to.
That is the story of the country. People who've been there for each other. Everyone's tired of COVID. But these protests...
Well, that's why you're on ban, so you've been good.
These protests are not the way to get
Other than
through it.
saying you're bouncing on my mom.
On devrait pas lutter les uns contre les autres.
We shouldn't be
Should probably
fighting
rock
the
your
virus.
world anyways.
We should
On
be
lutter contre le
united
virus.
to fight
This is not a fight
the
against
virus.
one another.
Even in the afterlife.
It's a fight against the virus.
It's a fight.
And Canadians know the tool to get through it is science, is vaccinations, is continuing to do what people have done from the very beginning. Step up for one another. Make the difficult choices. More than ever, Canadians need to continue.
Yeah, mine
to
too.
be there
She's on my
for each other,
fridge.
to be united. I've seen members of the opposition call for an end to the blockades. I salute that. This is a time to put national interests ahead of partisan interests.
Natural
This is the
interest.
time for responsible leadership.
Let's see what he says.
Democracy in Canada didn't happen by accident, and it won't continue without effort. It was a deliberate choice made decades and decades ago to come together, to respect one another, to be there for each other. In every generation, every decade, every day, Canadians continue to live that, choosing to support each other, choosing to do what's necessary to get through another long winter night, to get through another difficult season, to get through a pandemic. We have in this country a set of rules and laws, principles
And why can't you follow
we
them?
live by that keep us safe, that protect us. And over the past 2 years, we've
Coming
seen
from a guy that says you have
measures
rights when
brought
we're
in
going to
keep us
violate
safe,
them.
Measures loosened. When things got better, we will continue to follow public health advice. We will continue to trust science as Canadians work to get through this. That's what people expect. I know people are tired.
Yeah, it was up to 12 mil,
Through
JP.
the various waves, and they're receding over the past months. These pandemic restrictions are not forever. But we have to make sure that our shared values
Beer me for
and the idea of
always.
Canadians
That's the
being
way
there
it should
for each
be.
other, supporting one
Hey,
another,
you,
respecting
beer
each
me.
other,
bear us together naturally.
That has to be here to stay.
I wish
what we are all
I wish I should go get some beer. I should go get some beer for tonight's show. Kill the pain in my hand.
Comments, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for participating and being part of this debate. I look at our country, Mr. Speaker, and I've never seen it as divided as it is now under this Prime Minister, whether it's regional lines, whether it's ethnic lines, whether it's people's healthcare choices. This country is more divided than ever, and the Prime Minister talks about things like respecting each other, and we are not fighting against each other. We are fighting a virus. And I have
pretending
two
what was
very
stolen.
simple questions for him. When he decided to introduce the vaccine mandate, he believed it was the right thing to do. Does he regret calling people names who
The
didn't
GoFundMe
take the vaccine?
donations?
Does he regret
It was.
calling people misogynist and racist and just escalating and
Thank you very much for the
poking
bit.
sticks at them and being so divisive to individual Canadians that he might not disagree with, that he might have thought were wrong? Does he regret that? And will he agree to meet with the leaders here, the other opposition leaders and myself, so that we can talk about a solution in the way that he's described? Mr. Speaker, we are in uncharted territory. We are at a crisis point, not only with what's going on out the doors and across the country, but the country overall. And so much of it is because of the things that he has said and done. Does he regret his words? And will he work with us so that we can
Stole
find
it
some
from the
resolution?
truckers, exactly.
Thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think people watching expect me to disagree with the leader of the official opposition. I just didn't think it would be about something so fundamental. She is telling people tonight that Canada has never been so divided, never been so angry, one region against another. And I disagree. What we have seen over these past 2 years has been Canadians stepping up for each other in extraordinary ways. Canada has one of the highest vaccination rates of our peer countries around the world. Why?
I'm pretty sure you're good at Googling. Go do it.
It's because Canadians trust science. Canadians trust each other to do the right things. It's in our national psyche of being able to be there for our neighbors, being able to push a car out of a snowbank for a perfect stranger, leaning on each other. These are the things that
as long as they're
define Canadians.
vaccinated.
And what we saw through these past 2 years is people stepping up for our frontline health workers, stepping up.
What about the frontline health workers that you fired because they wouldn't get vaccinated? What about them?
Young people getting there, stepping up to do what they could.
What about natural immunity?
While their parents, while they're all
Does
locked
natural
down.
immunity even
This is the
exist?
story of a country that got through this pandemic by being united, and a few people shouting and waving swastikas does not define who Canadians are.
Swastikas. There was one guy with one flag, and he got kicked out of there right away. Okay, my girlfriend's in the healthcare industry. They're not getting fucked with, okay? Just like he keeps repeating, there's racist flags out there. There was one. Healthcare workers aren't getting bullied. My girlfriend works in the healthcare, so don't give me that shit.
Done so, the message that is sent to the protesters is great, stick around. Because we're not saying that there will be consequences. So does the Prime Minister not
COVID is more likely to give you mitochondritis than vaccines. Nope. That's bullshit. That is bullshit.
Is legitimate, but the way this protest
Nope. It's not. It's bullshit.
is no longer legitimate. So what
It's
message would the
bullshit.
Prime Minister like to send to this evening?
I have a top biologist here in Canada that can show you the data. I've streamed and I've talked about his data, and I'm telling you right now, that's completely wrong. Send me that info. Okay, tell me where to send the information. I'll send it to you in a heartbeat. I'll send that to you. No problem at all. Tell me where to send it to you.
disturbing the
Send it here for everyone to see. I've already showed it on here several times. Ask anybody in the chat.
that we are here to work and support the Ottawa Police.
Hold on, guys. Let me just stop everything so I could show you something that I've showed several times ago, again. So this troll can feel better about himself. The information's out there. Go watch my previous shows. Top biologist is not a source.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate.
Okay, how about Dr. Malone? What about his research? What about the doctors that we just showed earlier, which I don't know by name, but they said the same thing here. Gold standard or get out? What, Dr. Fauci? The guy that's killed thousands of people in the past? Yes. Okay, I'm not talking anymore. You're hijacking the stream. Have a nice night.
The rules are the rules. We only have a certain amount of time for questions, so we can't do much about that, unfortunately. If the honourable member would like to change the rules and regulations of the House, then perhaps...
Don't you find it funny that the City Council is having a live stream at the same time Justin Trudeau is doing his? So he's doing his and the same. It's like you don't know where to watch. Nah, he's not dumb. He's getting a rise out of people in the chat. That's all he's doing. He's probably an anti-vaxxer, but he's just having fun in the chat.
Je voulais confirmer dans la motion qui a été acceptée tantôt.
No, it's not double audio. It's a translator speaking.
Je m'excuse, mais c'est la loi ou le règlement que la Chambre a passé.
Yeah, he's speaking French and the other one's speaking English.
Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very glad to be speaking to this pressing issue that has really got Canadians glued to their televisions. That the convoy has been really all over Ottawa and across every major city in Canada, and we've even seen it spread to other countries around the world. So I'm very, very glad that after 2 long years of division on COVID, that we're finally beginning to debate this important matter in this historic House of Democracy. I did want to begin my remarks by, actually I forgot to say this right off the bat, but I'll be splitting my time with the member from Mégantic et l'Érable. So I did want to begin my speech a little bit about talking about what kind of politician I think you have to be to make a difference in this place.
Right,
I think every MP in this House has a bit of a different style. And when I first came here, I really, for me, I wanted to be a bridge builder. And that really came from where I grew up and where I went to university. I grew up in a small farming community in rural Manitoba to 4 generations of Canadian farmers. So I had very entrenched rural prairie upbringing and values.
It's alive right now.
I went to university at McGill University in Montreal, a very prestigious, elite, liberal sort of university. And I met kids from all over the world with all different political views and world views.
Moderator,
and really got
gloves are off. You guys do what you want to do.
People think about the world. And I did find that often
parties
will disagree and someone will say, I'm a staunch liberal, I'm a staunch conservative, or I'm a staunch NDP. There's actually a lot more that we have in common. And something that I found that all parties, I believe at their core have in common is that they do believe that all Canadians and all people of this world deserve to be treated with dignity, compassion, and respect. And so that's how I approach these divisive issues that we as MPs encounter all the time, and they're never they're never easy to talk about. They're very difficult issues. And I look to try to build a bridge so that we can come together as Canadians and agree on a peaceful path forward. And that's how I've been trying to look at the very divisive situation in Ottawa right now. And what I'd really like to see is a Prime Minister who calls for national unity. Last week I spoke in the House about a lot of the division that we're seeing in the country between East versus West, rural versus urban, and particularly now during the pandemic. And we have heard so much trauma from our constituents. If there's any member in this House that does not believe Canadians have been through trauma these past 2 years, they clearly have not been doing their job and listening to their constituents, Mr. Speaker. It has been horrific, the things that I've heard. We hear young children who are so depressed they don't want to eat. Eating disorders are through the roof. We've heard seniors and elderly in our care homes who've opted for medical assistance in dying rather than live one more month through isolation in care homes. I have had widowed elderly women call and cry to me on the phone of how lonely they are and they don't want to go on. I've had grown men who've called me crying because their businesses are falling apart. We know divorces, abuse at home, alcohol dependency, drug dependency, all of these terrible things are up in our country because people are just trying to cope and are breaking down. So from that perspective, I don't really see what's going on across the country as all that surprising. To me, it seems like an eruption of something that's been simmering of pain and trauma and frustration for 2 long years. And governments have not been listening to that pain and trauma, despite having rapid tests, vaccines, and all different types of tools and scientific knowledge. Governments have repeatedly relied on harsh lockdown measures and divisive mandates to control this virus. Meanwhile, we are seeing a prime minister who today got up in the House and again othered Canadians who don't agree with him. This is a man for 6 years said diversity is our strength, but if anybody doesn't agree with everything he says, you're in the bad books and you don't get a chance to be heard. You don't have a right to be heard. And again, last week I brought to the floor of the House of Commons remarks he had said during that $600 million unnecessary election. He said so many times before he called that election, vaccines for all those who want them, vaccines for all those who want them. It's a choice. He said that repeatedly, must have said it 1,000 times. And then within days of calling that election, he was yelling into a microphone at a Liberal rally that you have the right not to get vaccinated, but you don't have the right to sit next to someone who is. So to me, that doesn't really seem like someone. What did he say in his remarks today? He said, this is not a fight against one another, it's a fight against the virus. Those remarks, Mr. Speaker, suggest very different.
Right.
Very different. So when it comes to an election and scoring political points and winning votes, the Prime Minister is very happy to divide Canadians and pit them against each other for their different personal health views. I, for one, am sick and tired of seeing politicians use this as an evil wedge tool to rip Canadian families apart. I can't tell you how much anger and tears I saw in the last election. That was 6 months ago. And now it's even worse. Neighbors won't talk to each other.
Yeah, they're going to war.
I mean,
I was going to talk about that tonight.
I mean, even if there wasn't lockdowns during Christmas, it's almost a nightmare to get families in the same room now. If there's one person who doesn't share their views, I mean, it's a nightmare. Colleagues at work. Again, last week I shared the story of a social worker, a young mom I met during the pandemic on her front step. She was sharing with me a story that she got Hero of the Year award last year. And this year, she had gone above and beyond to help people during a pandemic. Before there was vaccine, she stepped up, Hero of the Year at her job. And now she's said no one would talk to her and she was going to get fired because of one personal health choice that she made. As much as others tried, there was no convincing this woman otherwise. And I don't know how public health officials and public officials get behind policies that do that to Canadians. We are one of the most vaccinated countries in the world. And this government continues to use that as a bludgeon to get people to submit to their policies. It's
like the same, it's like how he picks out one flag.
Level, we would see a government that was so keen to divide Canadians on something so deeply personal. And as I've said before, and I'll say it again, I denounce any hateful and violent act outside. Whoever is up to no good, who's ever up to that kind of mischief and that kind of hateful rhetoric and those actions, shame on you. But what I'm seeing across the country is people mobilizing
right.
because their governments have not listened to them for 2 years. They've been experiencing trauma for 2 years, and no one is listening to them. And so what choice do they have left? These people have all emailed their MPs. They've called them. They've been turned down by their MPs. I'm sure there's members of the public.
There was one Confederate flag, one guy. He was there for about a half hour, and then they got him out of there. There was one Confederate flag. He was there long enough for them to take pictures.
There are millions of Canadians, millions of them, that have been deeply ostracized from society.
9 days, one flag, 30 minutes, and he was kicked out.
For over a century. And rightfully so, we have the right to peacefully protest. And I would ask the protesters outside that they do their best and stay vigilant to stay peaceful. But we are seeing other governments around the world step up with lower vaccination rates and say, look, we hear you, you've been traumatized, we're moving forward. Here's the deadline. This is the plan. No more mandates, no more masks, no more distancing. You can travel, you can live your life, you can hug each other again. Here's the date. This is the plan. Here's the thresholds. None of that in Canada. Absolutely none of that from the Prime Minister. People have been traumatized and they're mobilizing because they need some hope. They need somebody in this house of privilege to come down from our ivory towers and say, okay, little people, we hear you. So sorry we've traumatized you for 2 years. We're going to step up and we're going to give you some hope. Here's
listen to her.
The member opposite is laughing. The people in this house are incredibly privileged. You've kept, pardon me, that member has kept his job. Thousands of Canadians have lost their job.
Fuck, I love her.
About his own privilege.
I love her.
What has he done to serve members that are marginalized during this pandemic in his community, Mr. Speaker, but laugh at them in this House of Commons? Shame on that member. I would ask this government to do everything they can.
I asked
them this 2 years ago in the House.
I see my next baby mama.
Go to other countries, see what they're doing. What are the best practices? How is it that other highly advanced, developed nations like the UK, Ireland, the Netherlands, Norway, Denmark, Germany, Sweden, Switzerland, the United States, how is it that they have all the same tools we have, they have all the economic resources we have, their citizens have done all the work.
Mal, thank you very much for the bits.
Sacrifices. Why is it that those citizens get a plan for hope of when we get back to normal, when we get our lives back, when the people outside, you think they want to be here, Mr. Speaker? Those people don't want to be here. They want to be working, but that right was taken away from them. When is there going to be a plan from this Prime Minister? When is there going to be compassionate leadership to say, this is it, you've done the work, here's the tools, we're moving forward? Our public health doctors have told us as well, it's time to move forward. It's time to revisit these harsh mandates and divisive policies. So, Mr. Speaker, I will just end on this, and I'm very passionate about this. I think we all are from our different perspectives. But I will say I will continue to be a bridge builder, to reach out, to try to understand where others are coming from, and it would just be incredible if we could see members of the Liberal Party of the Prime Minister do the same. Time to build a bridge, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, questions et commentaires, the honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to first thank the member from Burnaby South for instigating this debate tonight and for his remarks. Now, the member from Kildonan and St. Paul knows that the interim Conservative leader, the member from Portage Lisgar, encouraged her party to not discourage protesters to leave, but rather encourage them to stay and make the occupation the Prime Minister's problem. Shortly afterward, when confronted with the horrific and violent deeds of the occupiers, their interim leader recycled Donald Trump's hateful and disgusting tourne de phrase, there were good people on both sides. And even tonight, in this very House, in this very debate, that same interim leader tried to stoke the fires of division when asking.
I don't get mad at trolls anymore.
When asking the Prime Minister questions.
I was trolling the other night. It was kind of fun. So
she'll tell the occupiers
I don't get mad at trolls.
And stand down. So, Mr. Speaker.
Only if they get disrespectful.
The behavior by some of the members on the side of the House of the member for Kildonan and St. Paul's has been repugnant as the behavior of those out in the streets. So I'd like to ask the member how in the world she believes the actions of her leader and her colleagues will help to end this unthinkable and un-Canadian disaster unfolding outside of these very doors.
Unthinkable. Unthinkable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate
the
question from the member who laughed when I said that members of Parliament in this House have extraordinary privilege and we've been able to keep our jobs. Actually, I've never seen that member before, so it's great to see him participating. What I would say is I'm very proud of our leader for stepping forward today and putting forward a call to action to the Prime Minister. She asked him today, will he meet with members of the other parties? Will they get together, sit at a table?
I'm a
say,
nice troll, though.
This is unprecedented. This is an unprecedented demonstration in Canadian history. It's time that you get together, put partisanship aside, and work together to see how we're going to have a peaceful resolution to this. As the
I'm looking at that feed right now.
Minister for Public Safety for Canada, Mr. Speaker, I I am growing increasingly concerned that without a peaceful resolution and compassionate leadership from this Prime Minister and that Member of Parliament, that we are going to see this escalate. They're just stoking the fires anyway. They're just pouring diesel on it, so to speak, and raising the temperature with their mean language, their name calling, when they should be being responsible and lowering the temperature. So that's what I'd like to see from Liberal members of Parliament and from that Prime Minister, some compassionate leadership. It's time to get together at the same table and talk about solutions.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
I'm in love.
Rhode Island, Paul River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her speech. You know, as I walk through this occupation, I often reflect as the veteran spokesperson for the NDP.
As I walk through the occupation.
Who fought for other countries to stand up and speak out against any kind of oppression. The people who fought for the freedom to have a protest in this country. And I know that I just read an article today that spoke about a veteran who was so upset to see people parking on the tomb of the unknown soldier that he went there to take pictures of those license plates.
It was one girl that jumped up on the thing, and I don't even think she realized what she was standing on because it was completely snow covered.
Both that monument and the Aboriginal monument are surrounded by fences.
I don't know why they're ugly as fuck. I have no idea.
Those monuments for the very people who fought for us to have the privilege to stand in this house. So I'm just wondering if this member could talk about where the line is to stand up against people who are causing concerning violence and doing things that we should all be appalled by.
I've only been banned from 2 channels. Two channels I've been banned on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the member opposite's question. I think it's incumbent upon all members of Parliament to stand up against violence and bullying and divisive rhetoric. And I've seen that repeatedly. I have done that repeatedly, particularly when, again, we see a Prime Minister of this country who for over a year and a half said that vaccines for all those who want them, vaccines for all those who want them, and then within days of calling a $600 million unnecessary election that further divided, wounded, traumatized Canadians, within days from saying, vaccine's a choice, he said, you have the right not to get vaccinated, but you have no right to sit next to someone who is. That's the kind of dehumanizing language that incites people and gets their temperature up and gets them mobilizing. That is the type of language that is irresponsible that we need to bring down. That is not a Prime Minister that Prime Minister should not be saying things like that. And what I would say to the NDP is I'm from rural Manitoba. We used to vote NDP for decades. And you want to know why? Because the NDP stood up for the marginalized, people who didn't have a voice in this privileged House of Commons.
I am lucky.
Where has their voice been from the thousands of workers who've lost their jobs? Where's their voice for the social worker who was too afraid to get a vaccine and lost her job? Where is their advocacy for them? I don't know. Haven't seen it.
Oh, I love her. I love her.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je tiens à féliciter ma collègue pour son excellent discours.
My new baby mama. Here are the YouTube links in Whisper. Okay.
Pour la première sortie publique officielle du Premier ministre depuis le début de cette manifestation qui se déroule présentement devant la colline parlementaire, je me serais attendu que le Premier ministre annonce quelque chose. Je me serais attendu que le Premier ministre nous dise quel geste il va faire pour faire en sorte qu'on puisse trouver une solution pacifique à cette situation qui perdure depuis déjà trop longtemps, qui est là depuis trop longtemps pour les gens
Yeah, I will.
de la
Thanks
région
on
d'Ottawa, qui est là depuis trop longtemps pour l'ensemble des Canadiens.
You're
Je me serais
dyslexic
attendu
too?
que le Premier
I am.
ministre nous dise
You talking to me?
son plan.
Yeah.
Je pensais qu'en sortant de sa cachette, le Premier ministre allait dire aux Canadiens, voici les étapes à venir pour faire face à la pandémie. Voici comment nous allons sûrement, lentement, mais objectivement relever les mesures sanitaires auxquelles on a opposé les Canadiens depuis maintenant 2 ans, Monsieur le Président.
You can never understand what they're saying when they're speaking in French and the translators over them.
Juste dans son domaine de lui, dans son domaine fédéral, juste pour lui, juste sous sa responsabilité. Je lui demandais même pas d'aller plus loin. Je me serais attendu que le Premier ministre nous dise Voici, il y a
86%
des Canadiens qui sont vaccinés. Il y a 80% des Canadiens qui ont reçu une dose. Les Canadiens reçoivent présentement une 3e dose, ceux qui en ont besoin, les personnes les plus vulnérables. Donc, avec cette situation qui est très enviable partout dans le monde, M. le Président, je me serais attendu que le premier ministre nous dise, écoutez, voici maintenant ce que l'on va faire dans les prochaines semaines, dans les prochains mois, pour qu'on puisse enfin revenir à une vie normale. Les provinces l'ont fait. Les provinces sont en train de le faire, M. le Président. Les autres pays sont en train de le faire. On annonce le relâchement des mesures, M. le Président. Mais parce que la maladie... Au tout début, et surtout, les outils qu'on a actuellement sont nettement mieux que ce qu'on avait au début de la pandémie, M. le Président. Parce qu'au début de la pandémie, on ne savait pas c'était quoi le virus, on n'avait pas de vaccin,
I can't stand this guy. I can't stand him. Maybe the PM should tell us how much the government makes from each dose. Good question. Good freaking question.
Pour faire en sorte que les Canadiens puissent rester chez eux, M. le Président. 2 ans plus tard, 86% de vaccination, c'est ce qu'on nous a demandé. On nous a demandé, faites-vous vacciner? On l'a fait, M. le Président. 2 ans plus tard, on est vacciné. Et le premier ministre, qui doit être le seul premier ministre à dire ça dans tout le pays, M. le Président, nous dit « Continuez à vous faire vacciner. J'ai pas de plan pour relever les mesures sanitaires. » Je dis une chose. Oui, continuez à vous faire vacciner. On est pour la vaccination depuis le tout début, M. le Président. Les conservateurs ont été les premiers à se lever dans cette Chambre pour exiger du gouvernement qu'il conclue des ententes avec les compagnies pharmaceutiques pour qu'on ait suffisamment de vaccins pour tout le monde, M. le Président. Je m'en rappelle très bien, j'étais là. Ils ont été très lents à agir, M. le Président. Ils avaient été lents à fermer les frontières aussi. Ils avaient été lents aussi à reconnaître qu'il y avait une pandémie, M. le Président. Il avait été... il avait été vite à fermer le groupe tactique d'information sur les maladies, M. le Président. Ça, il avait fait ça vite. On dirait que ce gouvernement-là, depuis le début, est toujours un pas en retard. Mais là, malheureusement, les Canadiens ont besoin d'entendre quelque chose, un message plus positif, M. le Président. Comment est-ce que
I'm going to change the audio while this guy talks.
Entrevoit...
Just driving me nuts.
Interviewing the truckers. We were just talking to Darren. In the van right there, and so that's who I am. I'm on your side. We're telling your story, and that's. May I ask? So you're one of the truckers?
I stopped driving on the 14th of January.
Okay. Do you have your truck down here?
I came in an SUV.
Okay. Do you mind if I kind of walk around the camera for a little bit?
Follow your heart, brother.
Yeah. What's your name? And you're from?
From the universe.
Sorry?
From
the universe. An alternate universe where COVID hopefully doesn't exist is where we're going.
Yes, we're in the new normal already.
Right.
And we have a new variant in the air. You know what's it called? It's called love virus.
I thought you were going to say that.
and it's very contagious. However, it's healing, it's not deadly. It's healing. It's healing spirit.
Alien Wayne, oh no.
It's bringing the spirit back to this world.
Like my waterfall?
Yeah. We're feeling it, man. We're feeling it. The vibe is infectious.
Fear and love is like a seesaw. So when fear rises, love reduces. As love rises, fear starts to go down. So use the weapons of light.
Puff the magic dragon down by the sea.
The higher you will go.
Words of wisdom. It's a balancing act.
Stop eating these peanut butter.
But I think, was Manny? Manny is saying that love is on the rise and fear is going down.
It's a seesaw. Just gotta go with the flow at the moment.
We love you so much, Manny.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us into your this is a wonderful spot down here because you guys seem to be well set up, and you've got your tents and
chasing waterfalls,
food, and it's a good spot down here.
I just made it out here first night.
Chasing waterfalls.
I've been there for the last day 129.
Okay.
So, but I'm grateful to be here. Enjoy.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You too. What's up, guys?
My phone died.
What's going on?
Cameras allowed here, Scotty. What's going on, brother?
Yeah, good to see you, boys. I'm just here to check on you.
The only guys allowed to camera on the camera.
Start talking.
I know, I am rolling up on you guys, and I'm like,
playing hockey.
I wonder if they remember who I am, and a couple weird looks, but
I remember you.
we're friendly. We're friendly with you guys now.
You're streaming to YouTube?
Yeah.
What's your channel?
You Ottawa Scotty.
You Ottawa Scotty?
Yeah, we've been down here since Friday telling the stories of truckers and, your side of things, and we've done some really
running around with
awesome
sticks.
interviews. This guy fed me the other day, put a warm blanket around me. We had some potato meatball stew.
He's notorious for feeding people.
Oh yeah, I'm a criminal.
It was a bit
crazy.
frightening.
Crazy times we're living in,
How about the
people.
cameras coming? No cameras. Let me show you the camera and show where we're about. Hey, look, he came back. I was scared enough.
Well, I mean,
How much can you get? You want a coffee?
Oh no, I don't know. It's a little. This street hockey game is a little frightening. I might have to.
They have sticks. I'm scared.
Well, it's a real family vibe here on Saturday. There's all these families around, and that was pretty interesting. It looked like more like a county fair.
So you know what we've been missing for the past couple of years.
You guys know how to throw a party.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta say.
Would you happen to know where the Polish convoy sausage truck landed at? I've heard they showed up a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I think yes, they're on Parliament Hill.
Parliament Hill,
like phones up and around.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a couple Polish trucks there, but I could be wrong. Are you talking about a new bunch of trucks?
I was told that over the weekend, Thursday, Friday, a bunch of, like my Toronto friend told me that a bunch of Polish churches in the community had children packing a bunch of Polish sausages and stuff like that. So I think there's a wiener convoy that shows up at some point to, feed the people.
Right on. I can't wait for them to get here. I mean, I was a little worried about the vibe going to be happening today, but everybody's in a hell of a great mood, and you guys seem to be doing just okay here. You've got your food and your heat and your all right, what's up, man?
Bro, I came here the first time. I've been coming here every night because of you.
Right on.
The video you filmed in that tent.
Right on.
I did a message saying like we need feed on the ground. We need people here. I was like, it's not far from where I am. I need to go.
Thank you so much for coming out. There is trucks on Parliament Hill that I know that have been kind of getting vandalized. Overnight. There's a guy there, Eric, and there's 2 Volvos up there. And they're having a hard time sleeping. So I'm trying to see if there's any Ottawa. I live in
that they should not ask the protesters to leave and instead make this the Prime Minister's problem. But now we're led to believe by this member that the leader of the opposition is suddenly the one that's bringing everybody together to come up with a solution. Is that what this member is trying to say?
L'honorable député de
Mégantic. I'm not trying. I'm saying it. She is trying to do something good for Canadians, and I will support her 100% with that. And it's totally true, Mr. Speaker. It's totally true that it is on the Prime Minister's responsibility what we are facing right now. I stand with that because he was hiding for more than a week, Mr. Speaker, instead of addressing this urgent and very, very disastrous matters.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de
Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr.
He
Speaker.
was
Depuis le début de ce
hiding.
débat
Since the
d'urgence
beginning of this
jusqu'à
emergency,
présent,
Senator,
on
please,
a
thank you
entendu
very much,
le
Mr.
Speaker.
Speaker.
Le conservateur prendre la parole
Several
et dénoncer
conservative
à
members
ses
stand
raisons
up
là,
to
Now,
denounce him.
now this guy
le
goes
manque de
to French.
proactivité du
The lack
gouvernement,
of a
puis ça,
proactive
je pense
approach
qu'on
from
en
this
est aussi.
government.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to get ready for the 9 o'clock.
I was filming like a nice empty sidewalk, so I had my buddy's flag.
Oh shit! A man in the
Across the
office
street, right
actually
into
he
their
has
frame,
some balls.
so we can
I
be
love
behind
it.
them.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
conservatives like in America, we lose the vote. We are doing this
no.
for
I bike here and I got a few bike tools. I don't know bikes well.
Yeah.
I can have a look at it.
Exactly.
I'm gonna take it home tonight. I'll have a look. I got a buddy with a bike shop in Vanier.
How long we've been
I'm
streaming
gonna drop it off to him, but I really
hours.
appreciate your expertise.
Only 6 hours.
And
guys. Only 6 hours.
so I mean, look, I'm gonna work my way back, and this has actually changed quite a bit since the last time I'm here. There's more going on, so that's a good sign. Guys, it's a pleasure talking to you, and Michelle, so nice to meet you. And well, I'm gonna come back down. I'm gonna work my way back down there. I'm gonna come back.
JP, you have a good one.
I will come and visit you guys in the next couple days for sure. See how you're doing. Okay, guys.
China's back
take care.
down on lockdown. Nice.
Yeah. All right, so you Ottawa Scotty reaching far and wide. We got our barbecue happening here, food tent. We got wood. Kids are playing street hockey.
If you're on YouTube and you haven't hit that thumbs up button, please hit it. Be appreciated.
Having a good time. Got some fuel
Later,
here.
JP.
Michelle's got his bike out.
All right, guys.
Having a good old time down here.
I think what I'm
on the parkway.
Should I just keep going
It's a
straight through, or should I shut it
good vibe
down?
here. These guys are well set up, and there are more people here.
Maybe I should just keep it going.
It looks like there are more people here than the last time I came down here. Lots of support from the locals. It looks.
If I have to, I'll just stop. I'll just stop streaming.
Alrighty.
The YouTube link. Yeah. Take a break. I got to shit.
Yeah. All kinds of people down here now, which is good to see. Got a
up to you,
there's
Wayne.
Leah's
Take,
van right here. We had a really interesting interview with Leah. Leah is a woman that lived in Cuba under Castro. She had some very interesting things to say about that.
If you leave now,
hi guys.
I'll just leave it on. Fuck
So,
it. If I have to get up or go deal with the kids, I'll just
nice
get
to
up
see
and
that
deal
the
with the
truckers
kids.
are welcome here, Ottawa Scotty.
Fuck it.
And
Fuck
because
it.
you know, people are quite wary about the cameras going around, especially if they don't know me.
Fuck it. We'll
so
just keep it going. Keep it going.
Let's continue back. Jerry can's full of Kool-Aid. Guys, please like and subscribe and share this content far and
Like,
wide.
lick, and love, subscribe.
We're talking to the truckers. They're showing the truth down here.
Oh,
the media is not covering this
shit.
very well. So we got the tubers on deck. These guys look like they're doing
We get into
just
some
fine
controversial
down
stuff.
here.
I'll have to shut off the YouTube though. So if you're on YouTube,
Just
I
fine.
stream every single night at 9 p.m.
And
Eastern
Denise
time
is
on
down here
Twitch.
somewhere.
Jump into Twitch. You want to
Love Denise.
If I have to shut it down, at least you have a backup channel.
Got female truckers down
YouTube
on
doesn't
the
like me. I
parkway
already gave me
here.
a copyright strike. Or
And,
no,
wonder
not a
if Denise is
copyright
still
strike. They
here.
gave me a misinformation strike due to the elections
porta
because
potties.
I played
A
Donald
lot of,
Trump on the
porta potties
screen,
in this,
and they
in this
said what he
region.
was saying was not accurate. So apparently you can't have an opinion nowadays.
It's just that there are some people who took over that cause. So what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is we need to denounce the racism.
I don't know how anybody listens to
We need
that.
to allow people to speak out because for 2 years now, people have felt a need to speak out, and they need to be able to speak out. And if it's not on the Hill, it's not just on the Hill, it's across the country. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Avignon.
Are they going to just speak in French?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to be here this evening. And I'd
Yeah,
like to
it's
see
The police shutting down the communications, shutting down the cell towers. I highly doubt that's going to affect the truckers, since these guys, you know, they don't need cell phones to communicate. The fuel stores were raided at Coventry. I don't know that doesn't really seem to have stopped them.
Boz makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I poop on company time.
Yeah. And there seems to be more of them now. I hear reports of more coming, so
Debbie, how you doing?
Not sure that this is looking very good for Trudeau. Some other developments that we've learned tonight is that they have a court injunction against the honking of horns, and we were actually
there's extremists on both sides of the fence. It doesn't matter how you look at it. There's extremists that are pro mandates and pro-vax, and then there's extremists that are anti-vax and anti-mandates. There's crazies on both sides of the fence.
Says no honking, stop the honking, guys. So from now on, we are going to have...
Now they made it law that they can't honk their horns.
Be a quiet protest,
because they were saying that it was...
Honestly, it's probably going to be a good thing.
They were saying that it was psychological torture.
And it seems like with that little bit of negotiation, we may be able to... there seems to be like maybe some kind of a meeting is going to happen tomorrow. That's the rumors that we have heard.
BLM protests did not take off here in Canada.
Various people that we've talked to tonight.
This taken off.
We'll check out what's going on down here.
No, you're supposed to protest, but nobody really hears.
We're going to come back and talk to these guys.
It's
I want to see if Denise is down here, though. I think
protesting.
Maybe she might have left. Denise is a legend. Met her a few nights ago, a few nights back on the live stream. Female trucker, badass, boss, boss mom. Awesome. And here she is. She's still here. And she got all her and her friends' trucks neatly parked, backed in, nice and neat. And they're all running. All these trucks are idling, running.
Can't fuck around. No more honking. Oh, honking. The fact that anyone is against this, especially
pretty good down here,
means they are against freedom of choice and against the charter. 100%.
Right here. So Denise, we're a little worried that she left us, but she's still here. She's in that red truck right there. If you want to meet Denise, met her a few nights ago on the live stream. I just highly recommend
trying to get that fight that I captured on the 360
There's some great
camera.
content in there. Get caught up to speed. So, guys, good vibes happening down here on the Parkway. Denise has her Harley Davidson, Kenworth.
Tucker Carlson should be there.
Beautiful, beautiful convoy right here. We talked to, I believe that is the Don. I want to make sure that we
trying to
get the lay of the land here. Maybe we'll talk to one of these guys here. Maybe we'll talk to this guy over here.
Why is that saying that?
How are you today, sir?
Good, how are you?
It's Ottawa Scotty YouTube channel, and I've been down here since Friday. This is my third time coming down to visit you guys. We never really got a chance to talk to you. Would you be interested in talking to us for a quick second?
Sure.
Yeah. Do you mind if I step on your step here? Okay. So yeah, I've been down here since Friday, and came down and talked to Denise over here, and I don't know if you've met Denise yet. She's in the Kenworth with the Harley Davidson. She's
you guys
parked
need
over
trucker
there.
Politicians like they got in New Jersey. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, she's great.
Just downloading some 360 video.
Tell us where you're from. And
who are you with again?
I'm Ottawa Scotty. I have a YouTube channel, and I've been reporting on the convoy, and I've been sort of telling this story of truckers from their...
You're not connected with the mainstream.
I am definitely not. I promise you.
We don't want to talk to them.
Yeah, but that's why I'm down here. Right. And my YouTube channel has exploded in popularity all over the world because I've been interviewing the truckers, and people are very interested in what you guys have to say. They want to hear you. They want to meet you. They want to see your voices and hear your voice. Basically just, get things from your point of view. Yeah, exactly, right? So that's why I'm here, and your buddies down there know me very well. I've been here. This is my third time here. I never talk to you. I can't talk to everybody. No, but so tell me just real quickly. I won't take up too much of your time. Where you're from and what brings you down to be part of the Freedom Convoy?
Well, my wife and I started a business trucking 7 years ago.
Looks like a couple of terrorists right there, right?
Okay.
And we've been kind of watching this whole pandemic thing, and we've been trucking.
I got some 360 video going up on the YouTube channel of the protests. You guys are going to love that.
Right from the get-go, when they told us we got this big pandemic, and I remember going into this U.S.
It's going to be awesome.
Wondering how I'm going to do all this and keep this virus off of me. That's how freaked out we were at the beginning. And, but that didn't take very long. And pretty soon decided that that's it. So I threw my
well, I think they agreed agreed to allow, they came to some agreement that there'd be no honking if they would allow supplies to go through. Man, I'm so impressed and thankful to you Canadians for coming out in mass freedom, peaceful. This is Canada, right?
Truck drivers
That's
have
awesome.
kind of a unique perspective on things because we go into the U.S. and we see that there is no mandates there.
Yeah, so we got some 360 video that's going to go up.
Masks, there's no distancing, there's no...
It's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome.
Montana, there isn't.
Awesome.
South Dakota doesn't have any of this.
I still see you.
Had anything for a year and a half. Only for a few months.
Can't really hear him.
That they threw everything out.
You can tell Grandpa to speak up.
Their issues are smaller.
The message is very clear, and we've been beginning of this siege of Ottawa that,
look, she's calling it a siege.
Saying they need more help. What is it going to take for the federal government to help? The minister has sent RCMP members, another 275 officers, and that's good, and we're happy about that. But he continues.
She called it a siege.
The ball is in the
mandates for honk is arrest.
Yes, the city does have some responsibility to take, and they're not taking it.
This is the heart and soul of Canada coming out in protest.
Liberals speak, including the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public
Could you imagine?
And
I know somebody that got a $1,000 ticket. Got a $1,000 ticket for bringing food and water to the truckers. They said that they were it was charged under mischief.
What we would have liked to have heard from the
for
government
bringing food and water.
The government's going to send more money to the RCMP. Great. What else? We haven't heard anything else. What is the mandate of those
Could you imagine?
officers? The RCMP is to continue to ensure the safety of people. Is it to increase surveillance, or is it to end what's happening in the city of Ottawa, to end this siege? So this is
end the siege.
A missed opportunity for the federal government and for the Prime Minister to send a clear message to the people of Ottawa and to the protesters, and to show that they're in control and that they won't let things degenerate. We've seen abusive actions, and we don't want to see any more, but we don't know what's going to happen next. So it's unfortunate with what we've seen tonight. And
BLO was never charged for
a whole pile of hateful
bringing
messages.
bricks. Exactly. Canada has serious political cancer right now.
Taken
Yep.
a stand against this protest, and it's unfortunate to see our society divided this way, but I'm doing my job in this, Mr. Speaker, and it's time the federal government did its job. Thank you.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her intervention today and her comments. The first request that's being made, the primary request that's being made by the leaders of this convoy, is that the Governor General dissolve this Parliament and appoint the Senate and the Governor General to form a, quote,
I'm all blurry.
to form a, quote, Citizens
Stop drinking.
of Canada Committee. does this to this member seem like
If I'm all blurry, stop drinking.
that can enter into negotiations with effectively?
The honourable member for Avignon-Limitis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I would correct him. The first demand, the initial demand made by these protesters was based on the rules put in place by the federal government to ensure that truckers are vaccinated when they cross the Canada-U.S. border. And so that was the initial demand. I didn't see the federal government have a dialogue on that or attempt to send a message to the protesters. And yes, things have degenerated since then. And as I've said, there are some ridiculous demands, but some are more legitimate. We know that people are fed up, and that's what people are trying to tell us. But to not say anything to them, I don't think that's going to improve the situation. And I don't think that by saying, well, stop complaining and go get vaccinated is going to make the truckers get into their cabs tomorrow and drive off.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her excellent speech and her sincere desire to find a solution and work together. And I was upset with the Liberals' lines of questioning to be adversarial. Mr. Speaker, we know the Prime Minister, instead of coming out, as the member said, to end
at least we found Justin
mandates,
Trudeau.
He was name-calling, he was
or a really good look-alike.
Dehumanizing these Canadians, and he has infringed on their charter rights and freedoms.
But he said he was going to do
In order
it.
to continue that, he needs to show that it's demonstrably justified.
Truckers
And,
got a
Mr.
debate
Speaker, we're
to
seeing
happen.
today
Maybe
the
some of the left
CDC
should go down.
recognizes
Yeah.
natural immunity. The WHO scientists are recommending dropping these mobility restrictions. John Hopkins says that the restrictions and lockdowns don't work. And Dr. Fauci in The Lancet says that both vaccinated and unvaccinated Canadians or people transmit the virus equally since the Delta variant.
See?
So the science says that we could come out with a
Everybody
plan
carries
to stop
it
the
and
restrictions, get
transmit
back
it
to normal, which
equally.
he, support
You hear what he just said?
opposition leaders and the government getting together to let these demonstrators know there is a plan, there is a solution, there is an end. Let's
I want to
end
go
this
for
together.
fucking dinner.
The honourable member for Avignon-Limitis-Matane-Matapédia. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, but that's what the Bloc Québécois has been calling for since the beginning, that we create a crisis group for those who are directly involved in the ground, and we're open to the government discussing with the opposition parties, because we have ideas, and we're all tired of the public health measures, but the ones that my colleague is talking about right now, most of those were put in place by the provinces, by Quebec in particular, so it's not the federal government who can get rid of certain confinement measures, because the federal government didn't put those in place. So there are certainly discussions that can be had, and I would agree with him. Everyone wants to see what's the way out of this. Is there a plan? And we'd understand why it's different for the government, to not do that. We know that we
What's for
can't
dinner,
predict the
Wayne?
future. We know there could be a new variant, but there should be some kind of plan. And the Quebec government is doing that. They're going step by step with the deconfinement plan. So maybe we need to see a similar plan from the federal government, at least for the measures that are under their jurisdiction. That would be good for everyone.
The honourable
Cannot understand a
member,
fucking word they're
The
saying.
honourable member for Mirabel.
Monsieur le Président, on tourne en rond.
Mr. Speaker,
Là, moi, c'est ce que j'en déduis.
we're going
On
back
tourne
and
en rond
forth
parce que d'une part, on a un
because
gouvernement
on the one hand
qui a
we
décidé
have
qu'il ne
a government that
gouvernait
has
pas,
decided
et
that
qu'il
it's
prenait pas
not
ses
going to govern, that
responsabilités,
it's
il
not
s'en
going to
vient
take its
maintenant trop tard.
responsibility, and
Et
now
d'autre
it's
part, on a
too late.
l'opposition
And on the
officielle
other
chez les
side, we have
conservateurs
the
qui ont
official opposition, the
soudainement
conservative.
Okay, we're gonna get back to that. I can't deal with that.
Not thinking anything of it, and I've been out here ever since, because the thirst for this kind of knowledge and content is extremely high. I wouldn't be doing this if there wasn't over 5,000 people watching you guys from right now.
Is that right?
Oh yeah. There's
He wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't for 5,000 people watching him right
all
now.
over the world. So
why not do it
that's
just
why
to
I'm
fucking
down
get
here, 'cause
documentation
this
of
is
it?
how we
See,
get
that's
your
what I don't
message
like. I don't
heard.
like that.
It's really the only way.
I'm only doing it
'cause
because I got
the
5,000 people
CBC
watching me.
is not
Other than
coming
that, I
down
could
here
give
to talk
two
to you
shits
guys,
being
and
here.
even if
Could
they
you imagine?
Even if they did, I wouldn't talk to them, because they're going to take your words and twist them all up and all that kind of stuff. So,
It's 98% lies.
Yeah.
We've seen this firsthand.
Unbelievable.
Mainstream media,
Unbelievable.
You know, totally lost. All my
Citizens just right back in quiet. Citizens' rights.
I will
protest.
never trust a single word. I never knew the extent of the lies until I started doing this, and it's upsetting because, I can see it, and I think Canadians are upset too because, I think they've actually made the media has made themselves look really silly, and Trudeau's looks kind of silly as well,
It's the most peaceful protest you can have.
It's not the truth.
No looting,
like
no burning, no garbage.
I'm not the only YouTuber
homeless
down
people
here.
are being
there's
fed.
Guys down here hitting the pavement
Everybody's
every night,
getting
showing them
food,
what
free
it's like.
food. There's bouncy houses for kids to play with and play
know.
in.
They know
There's
what's going
no
on here.
violence, no
And they've seen you guys,
racist
and
shit, nothing.
They met you guys.
And the government is somehow turning this around to be the most. It's a siege on the Capitol. Really?
Many times, and we have people coming by all day long.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy we have people out there live streaming. I'm so happy I've been out there live streaming and seen it firsthand. I'm so happy that because there's no way anybody's ever going to tell me that this was a violent demonstration. It didn't happen.
Right.
When people say, "Oh, I live down there and I don't feel safe," what the fuck do you do on a normal day? Homeless people are. I don't know what the homeless people are going to do after the truckers leave. Homeless people are eating like kings: hot dogs, hamburgers, pizza, salad, you name it. They got it all for free. For free.
People from the East Block.
You don't see the government doing that shit.
A trucker telling me that there was one guy that we
crime is down 90%. Exactly.
Quite concerned.
Ever since all this happened, crime has been down 90% because the truckers and everybody that's at the protests and at these this rally,
telling me something like that,
nobody will put up with anything. If there's an agitator, they get kicked out right away.
It's a really interesting perspective and testimony that we wouldn't otherwise.
And the way Justin Trudeau acts is like the next time Justin Trudeau has a speech, someone shows up with a Nazi flag, and then people would be like, "See, Justin Trudeau it was for Nazi flags." People would be like, "No, it was just somebody that showed up." No, it was Justin Trudeau. He was speaking at a Nazi rally. There was a flag in the audience. People would be like, "No, it was just a guy that showed up." No. Because that's all that happened here. One person showed up with a fucking Confederate flag, and then they turned the whole. They said they muddied the whole water with all of them. It's bullshit.
Interview on that note. I really appreciate your time.
So sick and tired of the bullshit.
I'm so bad with names. Mary and Peter. I thank you for your time, Mary and Peter. I really appreciate your time, and we'll come back in a couple days and visit you again. See how you're doing.
Keep spreading the truth.
I will. I promise you I will. Take care. Have a great night, eh?
Bye.
Okay, so Mary and Peter. I do remember seeing them.
And who knows? They might have been sent by I have no idea. I just know it was
our
bullshit.
Comment section is kind of... Yeah. Oh, my name is U Ottawa Scotty. Yeah. Yeah, U Ottawa, like U Ottawa Scotty with a Y, all one word. Okay? Take care.
Yeah, they were immediately kicked out. Immediately.
Alrighty, so that is what's going on down here. Boys, looks like we've
I'm gonna bring up when I went
managed
down.
to lose our comment section. I'm not sure what's going on there.
I'll show you guys.
But
I'll go to my live stream when I was down there.
No less. What I'll do is we'll make our way back down here, grab the old sledgehammer, make our way back up to Parliament Hill, see what's going on up there. And I think what I might do is start this live stream over again, just because we seem to have lost our comments section. Or maybe it's still there, I just can't see it. Got
here, I'm gonna bring this up. Here, look. So this is me walking around Ottawa. Look, the road is blocked by the city. See this? The city was blocking the roads, not the truckers down here. This was, I think, the first day I went up. Look. So much. Look at all the dirt on the ground. Look at all the dirt on the ground. No garbage, nothing. Kids. Has anybody spot any racist flags? Look at that. That was the day my phone died on me. Stealing gasoline from trucks, keeping food away from people. They're stealing gasoline from trucks, keeping food away from people. Can we text honk for the truckers? Yeah, well, you can't bring in food or anything.
Don't lie, I seen too. Yeah.
So I'll show you. I'm gonna show you the other one here. Give me one sec. So that was the first day I went up, and then let me see where the other one is. Give me one sec here. So there was this one. No, hold on. Where was it? Okay, that was that. $307. Thank you very much. Look at this. This is me on the road. Thank you. So this is me. That night. Thanks for the 100 biddies. I appreciate that. Look, does it seem violent to you? The only thing that's violent was the weather. The weather was the only thing violent there. Look at this. I'm going to show you this. Look. Does that look violent to you? See, there's nothing violent going on there. I want to show you something else too. Look. Right here. This was the important thing. Look at this.
It's so dangerous. They're a bunch of crazy people.
Watch this little kid.
Can I show him? Look at this, guys. It's so dangerous out here.
Look at the little kid.
Look at that. It's so dangerous. That's awesome.
Look at this. There's the insurrection, the occupy. Look at that. You know, the tyrants of the entire world, especially the DC establishment, is watching this very closely. You guys have the entire global. What? Yeah. Look. Look at the riding. Look at the little kids bouncing and jumping and singing. I put my life on the line for you guys so you guys can see this kind of shit. You see the danger I put myself in to get you this footage? Look at that. I know it's not like a BLM protest, you know, like with all the free food and all this other stuff. I'm just saying, this was 6 days ago. But I put my life on the line to be out there.
I didn't think you guys would be able to hear me anyways.
Look at that.
Really talking. It is so loud out here.
Is that not crazy?
You guys could hear me.
Look at the little kid. Look at the little kid. He's just a scout, right? Distilling gasoline from trucks. Food away from people.
Now, you look, guys, it's so dangerous out here, right? It's so dangerous. They're a bunch of crazy people. Can I show him? Look at this, guys. It's so dangerous out here.
That's not a kid. It's a little person. Yeah, look at him. Notice all the garbage all over the place.
Look at that. It's so dangerous.
The clean sidewalks.
That's awesome.
Hey, look at that. Now I'm going to fast forward. I want to show you guys something else here. Hold on. Right here. Look at this. And the people that were saying, oh, they're stealing from the homeless people. Watch this.
All the people are like, they're taking food from the homeless people. Look. So you guys know all of this stuff here. Look, you got coffee. You got water.
You got pastry, apples, sandwiches, soup.
That are saying that they're taking away from the homeless people. It's bullshit because they're giving it out.
Look. Look at this.
Right there.
Free. Thank you for those who donated food. It's free. Homeless people are eating like kings right now. They're eating like kings.
Thank you, guys.
The violence is just
all kinds of food.
Now, just so you guys know, think about this for a second.
Thank you, guys.
They right now, because they were giving out food, by the standards that they're giving out, the standards right now, those two young people that were feeding the homeless and that, they can get $1,000 fine and get arrested for doing what they're doing right there. Welcome to Canada.
All kinds of food for everybody. All free.
Look at that. All free. Look at the police. The police look so worried, eh?
And again, it's all kinds of stuff out here, guys. There's soup, there's food.
Anyways, long story short, I think you get the idea. There's not any violence or anything going on. Let me bring this over here. See if they're still talking. Okay, let me get some streams up here. We're losing all the live feeds. That's what happens when I start talking.
Ask a question. I'm going to wait 1 second here just to be sure. The Honourable Member for L'Avignon Métis Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. The speech gave a good overview of both sides of the situation. It's unfortunate. Well, it's great because people are watching CPAC this evening.
I want you to take note how much sound there is now. Just running trucks. No horns, no nothing. Oh my, there's a generator. Somebody call the police. Exactly. There's a generator. Illegal activity going on. Look at that. They make another law saying truck runnings are too loud. Much when you know how compliance works. They're completely intolerant. Yep. I hear you. Well, here, perfect example.
That is taking place. As members know that I represent the riding of Ottawa Centre. The House of Commons, where most of you are sitting, I'm sitting at my home, is located in Ottawa Centre. Speaker, what we see outside,
Listen.
what we are talking about for last 11 days is happening right in the heart of my community.
Good.
Although the Parliament Hill is located right here in downtown Ottawa, many people forget, and perhaps these occupiers have forgotten, that a block in all directions from Parliament Hill are residences. There are people who call downtown their home. They're seniors. They're people with disabilities.
Then lift the mandates like everybody else is.
They're families who live in downtown Ottawa.
Yes. And when I speak like this, it makes it.
Now lost words as to how I can describe what my community is going through.
Yes.
So perhaps I can start my remarks today by just reading to all the members.
I bet you he's touching himself.
Few of the emails
He's touching himself. I guarantee it.
I have been receiving.
He's touching himself.
Just to give you a glimpse of the pain and agony people have going through for the last 11 days. Speaker, I can spend the full 20 minutes reading you emails because there's.
Of course you could spend the full 20 minutes reading the fucking emails. You're fucking talking turtle speed, fuck. Speak up and faster, fuck face.
So he's email number
Like he's like fucking Will Shatner or some fucking shit. Speak up, fuck.
residents in your writing. I feel the need to raise my concerns with you so you may escalate
Hey,
them
fucking speak up and speak a little faster, you fucking.
the members of the convoy who are occupying mayhem across downtown.
Fuck.
And I strongly disagree with the police action, or rather the inaction of the police up to this point. These
Fucking
people from
idiot.
the convoy have stolen from homeless shelters, vandalized and
Convoy stolen from shelters. Fuck off.
pride flags, assaulted and harassed residents for wearing masks during the pandemic.
Go ask the homeless people what the fuck they think. They're eating like kings, you fucking piece of shit.
Most recently have been caught attempting to set an apartment building on fire while taping the doors closed. This is just some of the
Set an apartment building on fire. What the fuck is he talking
our
about?
city and to the residents of our city. Email number 2.
He's a
I have
fucking.
been a resident of Ottawa for over 40 years. Never before have I seen such prolonged.
Show us the emails,
aggressive,
fuckface.
and
Just like the troll would say in the chat.
behavior
Show us the
in
emails.
our community.
Show us who it is.
Constant truck horns blaring, diesel fumes, engines revving and shouting at all hours have become insufferable.
Insufferable.
I'm horrified by the racist and anti-Semitic symbols I have recently seen in my neighborhood, which are unacceptable and have no
I've been down there. You guys have been with me live on location for hours on end. There's nothing racist down there. What a piece
It
of
should be well
shit.
understood 2 years into this pandemic that disabled folks are among the most vulnerable to COVID-19. We fall into many groups. There are
Oh,
those like me who are
Look
vaccinated
at
but who face a higher
look all
risk
that
of
stream
adverse
of
outcomes
shit coming
should we get
out of
infected.
fog. Yeah.
Others are immunocompromised.
Yeah, his
and get
glasses
less
are fogging
protection
up.
from the vaccine and
That's
would
how
be
much
less able
bullshit
to
this
fight
guy's
off an
got in
infection.
him.
Others still are
Steaming shit.
eligible for a vaccine. Public health measures requiring mask wearing and vaccine passport have kept the disabled community safe. They are our first line of defense. Disabled Ottawans have been placed at serious risks over the past
Look at
10
him.
days given
He
the
went from
flagrant
talking
disregard for
slow
mask
to
wearing
trying to be
and
all
vaccine
aggressive. Look at him.
passports by occupiers. Places like the Rideau Center, as well as small businesses, have closed because they were unable to keep customers and their employees safe. Email number 4.
Because they're unable to keep
We're
people safe.
constituents
Nobody's
of
been
Ottawa Centre
arrested.
and unfortunately live in the Glebe. Our daughter, however, is in Centertown. She was first impacted by the current crisis when a week ago, last Friday, she was trying to do an online presentation from home with a background of air horns. She moved in with us 9
Oh my
days
God, a
ago.
background of
Others
air
have not been
horns.
so lucky and have had to remain confined
Oh.
to their homes in the red zone.
They're just dying to
One
bring
of
the
our daughter's
military.
visits to
Yeah.
check on her home, all she could smell on her first 2 floors
Hi,
was
Drayden.
diesel fuel. Imagine trying to
Can you
take
imagine
care of
diesel
kids
fuel?
in this situation. One of our daughter's neighbors has downloaded an app that measures decibels. 66 is the maximum before
myself.
hearing begins to be impaired. The neighbor's app was reading 72 inside her home. Email number 5. I feel unsafe buying groceries as people are in the store without wearing masks and behaving aggressively. Like many other businesses, Massine's independent grocer on Bank Street is dealing with the protest noise and aggression from the public, as well as possible increased exposure to COVID-19 Omicron from those not wearing masks. While taking on the cost of hiring extra security, I feel bad for the cashiers and security staff who have remained patient and calm under these dire conditions. I'm exhausted. While the last 23 months of the
Exhausted.
pandemic have certainly been challenging, working from home during the week with all the noise from the protests has become aggravating. Quiet afternoon indoors over the last 2 weekends has truly become depressing. Mr. Speaker, I can go on. I can rate you 5, 10, 15, 20,
Emotional, damn it! Emotional, damn it!
For peace. People who are peace-loving, people who understand that we live in the nation's capital and peaceful protest is part of our democracy, but not that is something of this nature.
Could you imagine if BLM would have kicked off like they did in the States here in Canada, what these people would be saying?
And
Could
definitely
you imagine? Oh, wait. They did. They tore down statues. They smashed windows. But you didn't see them talking like this about the BLM protests. Why is that?
A global pandemic. In fact, we are still
Because they're too scared to be labeled racist.
wave with restrictions around us.
They're a bunch of
to
coward
ensure
pieces
that
of
we
dog
do not
duty.
get ill and that we do not overburden our healthcare system and our healthcare workers. Sometimes I wonder when I hear
Emotional, damn it! Emotional, damn it!
Position that something like COVID-19 pandemic never happened. That somehow things were normal and we just all decided to change the rules around us. Speakers, we all have gone through a very difficult time. It has not been easy for any one of us, especially those who have been vulnerable and marginalized.
This guy's fucking full
And
of
yes,
it, isn't he?
we need to have a conversation around what
This
lies
guy is
ahead.
just full
How
of it.
do we end this pandemic?
Listen to
How
him.
do we get to a place that it becomes
Listen
a
to him.
pandemic? And how our lives will be impacted by that. But that debate does not take place in the form that is happening right now outside the House of Commons.
Well, we'll say like
not a
Justin
debate.
Trudeau said. Okay?
That's
They had
us just
plenty
holding a
warning
community
that this shit was going to happen. They had plenty warning.
That is now how you engage in a meaningful conversation and a respectful conversation. Speaker, I am not interested in speaking to somebody who waves a swastika or a Confederate flag.
Well, it's a good thing there's only one person that
I
did
have
that,
members
asshole.
of racialized and Jewish community in my writing. who
Emotional,
are,
damn
and I've
it!
used this word before, rattled. They're scared. They're re-traumatized and victimized. None of us believe that we are actually seeing those
He's going to cry.
images
He's going to cry.
in our hometown. our nation's capital. Speaker, I urge all the members of this House, you're all respectable, good people with the right motivation to serve your communities, to build a better country.
Build a better
To please
country.
Come together.
Build back better.
To please ask these occupiers to leave my community alone, to restore peace in my community. They want to engage in a conversation, have a conversation, but we cannot have a conversation when a whole set of neighborhoods are being
What about a
held
whole country?
hostage
Dicks
over
May.
the last 11
What about a
months.
whole country?
This protest, this occupation, this civil unrest has to come to an end.
Civil unrest.
It has to come to an end.
Has to come to an end.
People.
Okay, guys, give me 2 seconds. I got to go put the kids to bed. I'm going to let this dickhead speak for 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Looking forward to opening on January 31st when the provincial lockdown measures were being lifted.
All right, men, load your weapons.
And they are unable to do any business. They are closed. Have you thought about impact on them and their families? How they're going to make ends meet? I'm grateful to my colleagues, ministers, the member from Ottawa, the president of the Treasury Board, who are working closely with me so that we can find ways to support our businesses, where they are now had a double hit to them as a result of this occupation. So, Speaker, in my limited time, I want to focus on what can we do? How can we get out of this? I've already pleading to all of us to let's work together, speak with one voice, be rational people that we are, to ask these occupiers to please leave, and then engage in a process where they work with their elected representatives, where they, hey, perhaps run for office themselves if they feel so strongly that we need better laws and better policies. But in a democratic society, that's what we do. But in the near moment that we're living right now, Speaker, we need to make sure that this occupation ends. And one of the ways we can do this is by ensuring that laws are being enforced. The Ottawa Police has been working hard, and they are responsible for providing the safety and security of the residents of Ottawa. That is their job. By law, that's what they're required to do. And it's important for them to enforce the law. Municipal laws, provincial laws, federal laws, all three of them have been broken. I am a lawyer by profession, Speaker. I've been the former Attorney General of Ontario. I can give you an entire list of laws that have not been followed through, and we need to make sure that enforcement is there. If resources are needed, as they have been requested, as the federal government has been providing those resources to them from day one, we will continue to do so. I've been involved in this from the moment this protest has started, and I have to tell you, working with Minister of Public Safety, working with the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, including the Prime Minister, who've been engaged, who have taken the time to speak with me about this issue. We've been there for City of Ottawa and the Ottawa Police Service to give them the resources they need so the laws could be enforced. We saw some enhanced law enforcement starting last night. I really hope that that enforcement remain in a sustained fashion so that peace could be returned back to our community, so that we could ensure that the members of my community can go back to living the way they lived. But we need to enforce the law. That is what the members of our community are asking for. We need to make sure that there's a plan and this occupation is put to an end. Speaker, there's no doubt that there's going to be fair bit of
Kids are in
conversations
bed.
that are going to take place after this occupation is done, and it will come to an end. We will do as we always do, rightly so, learn from incidences like these, from mistakes made. Things done well.
They're going to
things
use this
done
as an excuse
not so
to
well.
implement new rules and regulations.
And we shall do so in this.
Just like I said, they do it
as well.
before.
As you can imagine, as a member for Ottawa Centre, I am already starting to think how can we do things differently? And in appropriate time, I will be presenting ideas, Speaker, that we need to consider so that we can protect our democratic institutions, that we can find ways to promote peaceful protests.
They are threatening
as is our democratic
them,
right, but also
they're
be
treating them like
able
terrorists and
to
negotiating
safeguard
like a
the
hostage
right
situation.
to
Wow.
live peacefully for the residents of downtown Ottawa.
They're going to end up raiding
constituents
it.
that I'm so honored to serve. And one of those ideas, Speaker, that I will be speaking to the members, to the House, is perhaps an evaluation of parliamentary precinct. Right now, we define parliamentary precinct as Parliament Hill and some of the buildings that are located on Wellington Street and Sparks Street.
Uh-oh. Listen to
Maybe
this.
we need to study increasing the boundary of parliamentary precinct so that we can have a better, robust safety protocols in place.
They want to expand their area? Is that what this is all about?
Peaceful protests, which are critical to a democracy, but ensuring in a way that
expanding
we do not
their
run into the kind of
holy fuck.
circumstances we are running in. So I will be indulging members, my colleagues, into a conversation where we analyze and study better whether
excuse me.
parliamentary precinct needs to have a more bigger footprint and better protocols in place as to how we ensure that a whole
They want more land.
downtown
They want
is
more
not
land.
held hostage. Speaker, I hope you've been able to see the challenge that I am going through.
Yeah, just speaking, you fucking
But
retard.
most importantly, Speaker, I hope that I have been able to channel some
today,
of the
Junior.
emotions of my constituents. Sometimes it's hard to express in words.
Jar Jar
what my
blinks.
community is
Screw
going
the Galaxy.
Sometimes it's really difficult to hear the other side. And Speaker, I've always said that I want to listen to the other side. Legitimize this occupation as something as civil or peaceful
Look at this guy.
when people are suffering.
Nobody's fucking suffering, asshole.
They've had a rough time almost over last
Men, they
years
piss
because
me
of
off.
pandemic, and this has made their life unbearable.
What about the people that are fucking forced to do shit they don't want to? What about the jobs lost, the businesses lost, people that have gone homeless? What about their fucking lives? You're bitching about a honking horn?
Thank you. People to leave. We can engage in a civil conversation.
Unbelievable.
We can hear each other and agree to disagree, but this is not the way to do it. I implore you, I urge you, please leave our community alone. Please let people in Ottawa Centre.
It's amazing, eh? Whenever they say, please, could you just leave us alone? Please just do what we say and leave. What about when we say, please, we'd like to make our own decisions on whether we're going to get vaccinated? Please, we'd like to be able to make decisions whether we want to send our kids to school unvaccinated or not.
Residents of Kamloops, Thompson Caribou on this important topic. Mr. Speaker, the honourable Parliamentary Secretary made 2 points that I wish to follow up with him on. They're both relatively brief. The first is, Mr. Speaker, he said, let's work together. And I note that the official leader of the opposition tonight sent a letter to the Prime Minister and to all party leaders to work together. So based on that, would the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary be prepared to advise
They are
the
scared,
Prime Minister
and
to
they
do
should be.
just what he said we should be doing? Secondly, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary said the police should be enforcing the laws. Does he view it as the Prime Minister's job to tell the police what to do in this situation?
Here, here. Hey, Wayne, still here? Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah.
Thank you very much.
Long
Speaker,
hauling
and I
it
will
today.
address the second question first. I think the member opposite knows quite well that in our system of our democracy, politicians do not tell our police officials as to how to enforce the law.
Yeah.
There is a very important, significant, and healthy distinction and differentiation between the two. I have the honor of serving as the Solicitor General of Ontario. I very much know, Speaker, that you cannot tell police how to operate. So I would be very careful.
Why did you try doing it in the past,
suggesting that
dickhead?
somehow the Prime Minister should tell Ottawa Police Service, or any other police service for that matter, as to how they should apply the law. As for working together, of course we should work together, and I look forward to looking at the reading of the letter. But I think the member opposite should also listen to the healthcare experts, to the medical experts, as to why it is important that we get vaccinated and put an end to this pandemic. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The honorable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hey, listen to this. Breaking news. Okay, whatever. Breaking news headlines. Okay, this is just in right now. It says dangerous truckers take a woman in a wheelchair and put her in the driver's seat of the tractor trailer so she can fulfill her lifetime dream of honking the air horn. Won't see that on TV, will you? So they carried a woman in a wheelchair, put her in the driver's seat of the big truck, and told her and let her pull the air horn. Something she's always wanted to do. It's amazing that they won't show that, eh? Look what Biden said. Whisper. Let's see what Dickface said. Hold on, I got to see what Dickface said. What's Dickface saying? Russia, that U.S. is ready no matter. Okay, hold on. All right, let's move on to something else here for a second here. Let's get rid of this up here. All right, let's do this. Let's get rid of that. We'll make this our play window right here. Paste. All right, let's see what this is. Let's see what Mr. Biden says. Biden says, Biden tells Russia that U.S. is ready no matter what. He's not even ready to fucking wipe his own ass. How the fuck's he plan on taking on Russia? What an idiot. What an idiot. I'm ready. Ready to try to pretend to be president of the United States again. Oh, look, it's the American idiot. Yeah. What can we say? What can we say? All right, let's see what else is going on in the world of fuckery.
In comments, questions et commentaires, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech. When I talk to constituents, they are tired and frustrated and disheartened that we are still in this pandemic, but the vast majority of them are following public health guidelines. They are tired and fed up with people who refuse to wear masks, refuse to follow public health orders, putting others at risk. People at Ottawa, as the member mentioned, are
YouTube,
beyond tired
it's
and
not
fed up,
him. It's
experiencing
Deep State.
harassment,
Yeah.
assault, witnessing anti-Semitic and fascist symbols, women being threatened with rape, residents
Women
from
be,
racialized
listen to
and
them.
2S LGBTQIA+ communities having discriminatory slurs hurled at them. Canadians
What the fuck is she talking about?
concerned hearing reports of an attempted arson in the lobby of a residential apartment building. It's terrifying. Does the member agree that it should not have taken this long for the Prime Minister to start
And
talking to
okay, they
municipal
said
and provincial
that
governments?
the nearest
Convoy
residential
organizers were
places
clear
are
about
2
their
blocks
intent.
away.
They were allowed
2
to do
blocks away
exactly
from
what they said
where
they
the
would do.
protest
Does the
is.
member understand
Someone
why
tries to set a
Ottawa
fire
residents
2
are
blocks
tired
away
and
from
fed
where the
up with this
protest
Liberal
is,
government?
and they're saying that's part of the protest. Could it be just some lunatic trying to set fire to shit?
For her comment.
It's like the guy that got caught. He was at the protest. He was seen at the protest. Then he went to the other end of Ottawa, and he got pulled over while he was on the other end of Ottawa, and they found a gun on him, and they said, "Oh, protesters were bringing guns to the thing," but they didn't know he had a gun. They just found out later on, and like 3 days later when they arrested him. So stupid.
The kind of habits our kids have developed. They're good habits.
What an
good
idiot.
hygiene as a result of this pandemic. But a lot has been done. But I also want to assure the member that since the beginning of this crisis, the Prime Minister has been fully engaged.
In hiding.
I've had conversations with him. He's being briefed. But the Prime Minister...
Dude, they are setting it up with lies to justify the total takeover of Canada's rights to protest. Yep, they are about to crack down hardcore. That's exactly what they're doing in the next day or two. Yep.
Nor we want in our system of democracy having.
Then you're going to see it go from peaceful to non.
What laws they should be enforcing and how. It's our job to create the law, and an independent police role is to enforce the law, and in fact, independent judiciary to arbitrate whether the application of the law is correct or not. But I can assure all the members that the Prime Minister has been engaged. The Prime Minister is fully informed and briefed, and making sure that this crisis gets over as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to tell the member from Ottawa.
This is crazy. Tell these losers if they want to be slaves to the elite government, kick them out of the country so they will not be changed. Yeah.
In Halifax,
in charge of what,
a city that I love as much as he loves his city, and seeing the kind of damage and terrorizing of neighborhoods, damage to property, illegality going on. It just must be so incredibly heartbreaking. And so many of our hearts go out to you. Now, the member's in a very unique position, being the member of Parliament for the most directly impacted part of the city, but also as a former Attorney General for the province in Ontario. He alluded, Mr. Speaker, to some of the changes that he'll be bringing, proposals for changes that he'll be bringing forth in due course. I'd love if you could give us a sneak preview on the flavor of some of those. He mentioned changes to the parliamentary precinct, the elimination of vehicles off of Wellington Street, and the pedestrianization of that street would be a remarkable innovation, but even changes to the operating procedures of this House to better manage some of the activities of members. We're very interested to hear that. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the member opposite. You're absolutely right. I, along with the member from Ottawa, Vanier, are in the heart of this crisis. And as I mentioned, the community suffering is unbearable. I'm starting to run out of words to explain it. And that's why I think as soon as this crisis is over, we need to start engaging in thinking about the future and how to prevent things like that. By ensuring that
how to
we create
prevent
an
things like
environment
that.
Where we have peaceful protests, which is, again, I want to stress, is a democratic
So
right.
peaceful protest will be as long as the government approves it.
Everybody can imagine about Ottawa is multiple jurisdictions. You know, we've got the Parliament of Canada, which is the government of Canada, and then you have the municipal service too. And so from street to street, jurisdictions can change. A park is owned by one federal entity, and a street next to it is a provincial or municipal street. And so what we need to look at is the boundaries of parliamentary precincts, so we can perhaps better coordinate.
Remember what I said? Defund the police, defund schools, do this, do that, so they can federalize everything. That's what they're doing.
That we need to look at finding ways to convert Wellington Street into a pedestrian street, to make sure to beautify it, making it green,
That's what they're
so
doing.
more people can enjoy the beauty of Parliament Hill as opposed to being able to drive their cars and perhaps even occupy, as we've seen in this instance.
They want everything to be federalized.
The Honourable Member for Wellington.
Because right now the federal government can't do anything without the provincial guys falling in line with it as well, right? So if they federalize everything, then guess what? No more red tape for them.
Canadians have the right to protest. Protest has long been part of our democracy. So important that we enshrined it in the Constitution, in the 4 fundamental freedoms enumerated in Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. All Canadians have the fundamental freedoms of conscience and religion.
It's all right. The
of
cap
free
locks
speech
doesn't bother me.
and expression, of association, and of peaceful assembly. The freedom to protest in the public square, whether on a sidewalk or in front of a legislature or in a public park, is a fundamental freedom. And so if Canadians individually or in groups want to protest by walking up and down Wellington Street or by standing around the Centennial Flame in front of Parliament, they are free to do so. Millions of Canadians over many decades have exercised this fundamental freedom. But what Canadians do not have the right to do is to blockade. There is no right to blockade.
There is no blockade. They left a lane open.
There is no right to blockade a highway. There is no right to blockade an international border crossing. There is no right
all open.
To blockade the construction of a new pipeline, nor is there a right to blockade a rail line. There is simply no right to blockade. And Canadians do not have the right to harm other people or to interfere with the freedoms of their fellow citizens. And while freedoms are fundamental, they are not unlimited. Freedoms are limited by what harm they do to other people, and freedoms are limited
like forcing people to take a vaccine that has not been tested, not giving them the ingredients,
Speaker, we are a nation
long-term side
asunder.
effects. Yes.
West against east, rural against urban.
What a fucking idiot.
Those unvaccinated against the vaccinated. We are a nation divided because of a lack of leadership.
They can tell you what to do, but you can't tell them what to do.
The Prime Minister needs to reflect on the language and rhetoric that he has used over the past 6 months that has so divided this country. Rhetoric that has referred to over 3 million unvaccinated Canadians in disparaging terms. Rhetoric that suggests that those who disagree with him are not Canadian. Rhetoric that has poured rhetorical fuel on the fires of division that are pitting one Canadian against another, friends against friends, family members against family members, those unvaccinated against those vaccinated, those in favor of mandates.
I've been streaming for 7 hours now.
Those calling for an end to restrictions against those in favor of
restrictions. Welcome to the stream, guys.
And while many have fanned the flames of division in this country, they are not the head of government. They are not the Prime Minister of a G7 country. The Prime Minister's rhetoric in the last 6 months is unbefitting the high office of this land that he holds. Instead of bridging divides and reducing tensions and lowering the temperature, he has demonized the other. Mr. Speaker, it is time for the protesters to end the blockade in Ottawa and the blockade at the border crossing in Western Canada.
I don't fucking think so.
It is time for the protesters to go home to their families and their communities.
Round one.
We have heard their concerns. We have met with some of them, and it is now time for them to go home. Their concerns have been heard loud and clear, and no doubt in the coming weeks, their concerns will be debated here on the floor of this democratically elected legislature. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a country founded on the trinity of a belief in freedom, a belief in democracy, and a belief in the rule of law.
I started something.
And in a free and democratic society, the rule of law must be upheld. In this case, the governments in this country have delegated the enforcement of the law against blockades.
Emotional damage.
I encourage the protesters blockading here in Ottawa and at our international border crossing to follow the direction of the police.
Emotional
in a democracy,
damage.
Only the state is authorized to use force, including lethal force, to uphold these fundamental freedoms that we enjoy, to uphold the rule of law. We have delegated
including
this use of
lethal
force to law enforcement.
Lethal.
In our democracy, citizens are not entitled to use force. As citizens, we settle our differences through the ballot box or through the court system. We don't settle them through force.
Excuse me.
Mr. Speaker, we all bear responsibility for the current divisions in this country.
Let's go, Brandon. The biggest takeaway
responsibility
is
to reflect on how we got here.
our governments, yours and mine,
grieve for my country.
have been infiltrated
Peace,
by
order,
terrorist
and good government,
radicals.
we have chaos, disorder, and poor government. And while many democracies are under pressure, both from domestic and foreign forces, Canada has been particularly buffeted by an inability to respond. The pandemic has laid bare the state of our institutions, and they are weak and ineffective.
Load your weapon.
For most of the last year, we did not have a Governor General because of scandal. 8 of the most senior members of the Canadian military were forced out in scandal. The former clerk of the Privy Council resigned in scandal. We have a military procurement system that cannot procure, and we have payroll systems that cannot pay.
No cursing.
And we have a parliament that cannot do its job because the government defied 4 orders of this House and its committee for the production of documents. We have a debates commission that ran in the last 2 elections what is almost universally acclaimed as the 2 worst set of election debates since
I can't
election
swear.
debates were first held in this
Costing
country
me a
in the
big one.
1968
Oh, you just
election.
wasted another 15 to reinstate it?
The Republic of China interfered in the last federal election and spread disinformation.
Russia did
through
it.
proxies leading to the defeat of several
Russia.
candidates, and nothing has been done. We have some of the highest levels of household indebtedness in the world, and governments in this country are not far behind. Less than 2 years ago, some provinces in this federation had trouble raising cash on debt capital markets to pay police officers and nurses, and the federal government had to step in to bail them out.
Kick their
We have
ass.
the second worst healthcare system amongst leading economies of the OECD, according to the Commonwealth Fund. Greenhouse gases continue to rise each and every year that this government
Especially
has
in the
power
studio.
to a record high level in 2019, the last year for which we have data. And in the early months of this year, it looks like we will once again break through records with record high levels.
Yeah, he came
of
out.
emissions.
Let's go, Brandon. He
haven't
came
met
out.
our NATO commitments in decades. And now Russia is about to invade a democracy in Eastern Europe. And now we have a national capital in paralysis. And the seizure of an international border crossing, the hallmark of a sovereign state. Mr. Speaker, we have gotten to this place because we have not been serious. We have not been serious about the rule of law. We have not been serious about ensuring our democratic institutions reflect the diversity of views in this country. We have not been serious about domestic policy. We have not been serious about foreign policy. Mr. Speaker, it's time we got serious.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his speech. I wanted to ask him a question relating to vaccine mandates. Given the fact that rates of hospitalization continue to be a challenge in Canada, how does the member feel about vaccine mandates?
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we should encourage all Canadians to get vaccinated. Vaccines are a miracle of modern medicine. They are safe and effective, and they are a critical tool to emerging out of this pandemic. And we should encourage Canadians to get vaccinated through nudges, through encouragement, but not by demonizing them and singling them out. And I think that is the leadership we need from this government as we go forward.
I want him to explain when he says nudges.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mirabel.
Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais revenir sur la
Mr. Speaker,
première
I'd like to go
portion
back
du
to the
discours
first
du
part of
collègue.
my colleague's speech.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker,
moi aussi, je suis en faveur du droit de
I'm also
protester. Et
in
moi aussi,
favor
je
of
suis
the
en
right to
faveur de la
protest, and I'm in
liberté.
favor
Mais
of
évidemment,
freedom.
des gens pour
But
qui la
obviously,
liberté, c'est
there
de
are people for
financer des
whom
actes
freedom
illégaux avec
means
de l'argent
funding illegal
étranger.
acts with foreign
Des gens
money.
pour qui
There are people for whom
lancer des pierres à une ambulance,
throwing
c'est un
rocks at an
exemple de
ambulance
liberté.
is an
Des gens
example
pour
of
qui
freedom. There are
empêcher un
people
enfant
for whom
d'avoir des
preventing a
traitements pour le
child from
cancer,
getting
c'est de la
cancer
liberté,
treatment
Monsieur le
is
Président.
freedom, Mr. Speaker.
Des gens pour qui
There
faire
are
des feux
people for
d'artifice
whom
dans des
setting
zones
off
densément peuplées ou
fireworks
mettre le feu à
in
la
densely
maison d'une
populated
personne
areas
qui a
or
porté plainte
setting fire to
pour du
somebody's
bruit,
house
Monsieur le
because they
Président,
complained about the
ce ne
noise,
sont pas
Mr.
des
Speaker.
défenseurs de la liberté.
is a freedom. These are not defenders of freedom. These are not Democrats. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to hear
this guy is fucking crazy.
C'est d'abord lorsque certaines personnes pensent que leur liberté n'a pas de borne et que la leur ne s'arrête nulle part, Monsieur le Président. Et je souhaite que chaque personne dans cette chambre le reconnaisse parce que c'est le
Full
premier
opposition,
pas
all of them.
la crise qui nous occupe présentement.
Yep, YouTube, you got it.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
You got it.
Mr. Speaker, for the question and comment. Je pense que c'est très important.
I think that it's very important.
C'est très important que tout le monde suive la loi. Je pense que tous les citoyens canadiens ont une responsabilité de suivre la loi. Tout le monde ici au Canada est sur la loi. Et c'est la police qui a la responsabilité pour enforcer.
I never thought it would be this bad. I never in my life thought that the government and our government would be so divided and so like this, just everything. It's just fucked.
Given as a government, the federal government and the provincial level, the power
enforcer la loi. Et je pense que c'est
exactly. The biggest, I always say the biggest illusion is the one that people think they have a choice in anything they do. Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, listening to my colleague, I cannot help but think of a quote made by Desmond Tutu that says, if you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. Mr. Speaker, can the member explain how we can stand by silently, ignoring citizens being harassed and assaulted in their communities?
Nobody's being harassed and assaulted in your communities. Like, get over it.
Are waved in the streets of Ottawa, paralyzing a community with hate and fear. Mr. Speaker, can the member share when he will begin standing up
hate
for
and
those
fear? Did you guys see hate and fear?
Racism?
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for her question. Quite simply, I believe that the blockades are illegal. I believe that the blockade here in Ottawa and at the international border crossing in Coutts, Alberta, are illegal. And I believe that it's up to law enforcement to uphold the law and ensure that these blockades are taken down at a time and choosing of law enforcement.
This is a guy that's supposed to be on our side.
Cabinets in this country do not direct law enforcement as to their actions. We empower them with
they're going to raid
to enforce the law. And so whether it's arson, whether it's harassment, whether it's violence, we have to ensure that law enforcement has the tools and resources necessary to do the job. And I have confidence in the Premier of the province of Ontario. I have confidence in the law enforcement agencies and the institutions of the federal government.
This is crazy.
That they will do their job.
Absolutely crazy.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be able to speak to the House tonight about the ongoing convoy protest movement that's happening across the country, as well as about the federal mandates that have spawned this response. And let me say at the outset that I think it is so important when people have disagreements about important public issues that they take the time to talk to each other and try to understand each other's perspectives. And if there's a particular challenge at doing that in Canada, it's because we're such a vast country. People in different regions with different kinds of experiences or perspectives that are informed by their region have a maybe harder time engaging in that dialogue with people who live very far away.
Yeah, exactly, Brandon. I hear you.
This is, I think, maybe further challenged by the fact that we're a bilingual country. So sometimes it's harder to have those conversations across those experiential, regional, or linguistic divides. And yet there's something about this convoy movement that has suddenly shrunk those geographic divisions, because people have come from all across the country to be in Ottawa to express significant concerns that they have. So members of Parliament now have an opportunity to go out and talk to some of the people who are here and to ask them, why are you here? To look at what signs and symbols they're waving or not waving, and to take that opportunity to engage in that dialogue. And what's incredible to me is that by all indication, there are many members of Parliament, many people who will participate in this debate tonight, who don't seem to have really taken the opportunity to look around, to try to talk to people, to try to understand. And I would challenge any member who hasn't done it, tonight, tomorrow, go outside. There are people right in front of this building, and ask them, what's your experience? Did you lose a job? Did you have a family lose a job? Did you lose a business? Did someone you care about get affected by this in some way? Do you know someone who's experienced suicidal ideation for the first time because of lost opportunity or social isolation that came about as a result of the pandemic? What are the experiences in your life that have led you to come and take this fairly drastic step? There are many people I know here who are protesting for the very first time. So let's try to understand. Let's ask those questions. Mr. Speaker, I got the call from Sebastian in our lobby, who does great work for us on the Conservative side, at about 6:45, telling me that I would have an opportunity to speak tonight. So as I was thinking through, what am I going to do to prepare? Usually I sit in my office and look things up and work in front of my computer, but instead, what I decided to do is just go out and talk to people. And I've done a little bit of this before, but try to be intentional about asking people, what has brought you here? And what are the things that you maybe are seeing reflected in the conversation that are not representative or are representative? Because I think it's important for us as members of Parliament to take that opportunity to try to understand. And many people told me that they came here because they were deeply concerned about mandate policies. They believe in this core principle of individual autonomy, the individual ability to make choices about your own health without being threatened with job loss as a result of it. And I think it's objectively the case that Canada's approach when it comes to vaccine mandates is far more draconian than many other countries around the world. For instance, countries in Europe have an alternative that's based on natural immunity. And yet Canada doesn't seem to recognize that. So it's interesting for me because you could say, well, this is the science. We're not including natural immunity because it's the science, and yet it's the same science in Europe, or it should be. It's the same virus, right? So these are legitimate questions. Why don't we have the option to consider natural immunity, to consider a rapid test that would allow people, especially truckers, people who are working alone, or public servants who are working from home? Why aren't these reasonable accommodations when an individual wants to exercise autonomy over themselves and their own body? I think those are reasonable questions. But I had a lot of conversations with different people when I was out just talking to some of the people who was there. I met a young man who actually voted NDP in the last election. I don't know if he will again after some of the things that have been said. I talked to people a little bit about some of the questions raised in the media about hateful symbols, because we've certainly seen some of those photos. And what I was told is that in the very small number of instances where people put forward symbols of hate, they were actively told by other protesters, put that away. We don't want to see that here. That's not representative of what we're doing. Objectively, if you walk up and down Wellington Street, what you'll see is people waving Canadian flags. You'll see people with various signs expressing messages about mandates. And I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, my grandmother was a Holocaust survivor. So I think particularly for my family, the fact that somebody was walking around, one person, maybe two people were walking around with a swastika, I think that's
there you go.
That's incredibly
Thank
offensive.
you.
And obviously that strikes something in me that's different from other members who don't have that same family experience. The reality is that these individuals were told to leave by other protesters. We're told that they were not welcome there, that their message was not
finally
the message
someone
that
speaking
other
the truth.
We're trying to present.
Finally.
I spoke with a young man who's at the protest who told me he was gay. He told me he brought a pride flag with him, and he wasn't bothered by anyone. Nobody had a critical comment about that. And I spoke with many people who were visible minorities. I spoke with a number of Jewish gentlemen who had come from Montreal to see the protest. And there is this representation in the media and in the comments of other members as if this is just a sea of people all waving Confederate flags or something. And that's just not what's happening. Objectively, whatever side you're on, that's just objectively not what's happening. So let's start by just looking around and listening to what the objective facts are on the ground here, trying to understand what the source of those concerns are, and maybe recognizing that people who have lost their jobs, who are being told they cannot work alone by themselves in their truck, they can't work from home as a public servant, that they can't travel in the context of a family emergency or whatever the case may be, people that are affected by these mandates, who are prepared to take other precautions like get a rapid test, that they may have a point. I think they do have a point. I agree with them in saying that these federal mandates should end. Mr. Speaker, we should end the federal mandates not because of the protests, but because it's the right thing to do to end the federal
Amen. Listen to him.
Because the federal mandates simply don't make sense as policies when it comes to vaccination. Now, we've talked about the impacts that these mandates have had on other people, and our party has consistently taken, I think, a very reasonable approach in saying that employers should take appropriate measures to secure the safety of their workplaces. If you are in the public service, for example, if someone is choosing to exercise their autonomy not to get vaccinated, then they should take a rapid test if they're coming into the office. A lot of people are still working from home, but the availability of testing is a good alternative. And in fact, we know there are many breakthrough infections, right? And so even for those who are vaccinated, getting regular rapid tests is a pretty good idea. I would think it would be reasonable under the circumstances of the Omicron variant, for example, to say rather than having a vaccine mandate for air travel, that simply everybody has a rapid test before they fly. Now, we've had problems with the availability of rapid tests.
That makes more sense.
Discovered rapid tests, it seems, about 2 years into this process, and now they want to be congratulated.
Now that everybody can carry the virus, I think it makes perfect sense.
Right? And 2 years from now, we'll be having better ventilation in schools. Well, folks, you're too late. You're just too late. We should have been talking about rapid tests right out of the gate, deploying a system of widely available rapid tests before the vaccination was even available. And then we would be ahead. Mr. Speaker, we could be where other countries are. Many other countries, many other jurisdictions around the world are now lifting their restrictions completely. And yet the government is continually talking about ways to further tighten mandates, to further squeeze the very small portion of the population that is not vaccinated. The fact is, the vast majority of Canadians have gotten vaccinated. The small minority who have chosen not to get vaccinated, I think it's fair to assume at this point, they're probably not going to get vaccinated.
I would say.
At this point, it's time to say, well, we have the reality of COVID. It's going to be with us. Most people are going to choose to get vaccinated. Some people are going to choose not to. We believe in this principle of individual freedom and autonomy. And we can't function very well as a country if the government continually wants to fire and otherwise penalize people who exercise their autonomy. So I would say it's time to lift the mandates, and it's time to work towards getting back to normal. Of course, we can continue to take appropriate precautions in response to events that come up. But the level
about the truckers that are getting harassed and egged at night, exactly, and their tires slashed.
I think any of us would have thought possible in this country 2 years ago. These were supposed to be temporary measures. But now, Mr. Speaker, it very clearly is time to move on. It's time to look to the future, continually finding new ways to squeeze that small minority of the population who are not vaccinated isn't going to change anything. It's not going to move us forward. It's not going to actually allow us to get out of this. Mr. Speaker, people who have never protested before are coming here to say they want to be able to work. They don't want to be fired from their job for exercising personal autonomy. They don't want to be seeing empty grocery store shelves. They don't want to have long delays for accessing immigration services because people are being laid off because of these mandates. Mr. Speaker, let's end the mandates because it's the right thing to do.
There you go. Amen.
There are questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In debate, obviously, we exchange points of view, and here's a point of view I wanted to quote, Mr. Speaker. It reads as follows. I spent the week undergoing the siege of Ottawa. I asked that we clear the streets and that we stop this occupation, controlled by radicals and anarchist groups. Those are the words of the previous Conservative Party's shadow critic for public safety, a member of this House. To the member opposite, does he agree with his colleague or not?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I made my views very clear in this speech. I think that members should take the opportunity, I think this member should take the opportunity to go out and engage in dialogue and try to come to an understanding of what are the significant concerns here. But what I've really focused on in my remarks is the fact that we should be ending mandates, that the continuing squeezing of that minority who have chosen not to get vaccinated and all the impact that that's having on access to services. We're seeing significant backlogs for immigration services in our offices and backlogs accessing other services. And you know, when you put people who are working from home on unpaid leave and don't allow them to provide services that they've been providing, we can't pretend that that's not going to have an impact. When you take trucks providing essential services off the road, that's going to have an impact. These mandates are having a severe impact on vaccinated and unvaccinated people alike.
I think so. YouTube, I think they are.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The member for Mirabel.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je pourrais exprimer un grand nombre
I think they are.
avec le collègue, mais sur une chose, on s'entendra. C'est important de sortir. C'est important d'aller voir notre monde. Moi-même, j'ai discuté avec un grand nombre de mes concitoyens dans plusieurs de mes municipalités à Mirabel qui, à l'origine, approuvaient le convoi, qui, à l'origine, étaient enthousiasmés par le convoi. Et aujourd'hui, quand je discute avec eux, ils se rendent compte que c'était peut-être pas la bonne solution et que de violer la loi impunément, c'est peut-être pas une façon de régler les problèmes. Est-ce que le collègue est d'accord avec moi au moins sur cette partie-là?
Does my colleague agree at least on that?
Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to be clear, because I didn't mention this specifically, but I do want to be clear that I think it's critically important that people be able to protest and that we minimize the negative impact on the lives of people in this city. That there be effective dialogue between protesters in the city that allows the necessary access and transportation to occur. And I think that dialogue can take place if the Prime Minister plays a constructive role in bringing down the temperature. This is the national capital. People should be able to protest here. And there has to be a space at the same time for that to happen in a way that's respectful of the city. I think there are many people that want to see those kinds of accommodation happen through dialogue. And I think it can happen. But that's different from saying that people shouldn't be able to be here or demonizing the importance of the message they're presenting.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Churchill, Kawadanook, Askey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I found the member's speech not just bizarre, but deeply concerning. First off, the minimization of the hate and violence we've heard of over the last number of days. He goes on to talk about the people he spoke to, making it sound like it's a group of Boy Scouts. Mr. Speaker, you know, everybody has talked about...
Do you listen to these guys, how they are? If they crack down hardcore on the peaceful protesters there will be people will die. I'm going there. I know it's crazy.
On these folks to leave and allow for people to live their lives free of hate and the lack of safety they face. And what's deeply concerning is a number of conservatives insist on shifting this conversation to talk about vaccine mandates, etc.
I'm going back down.
About calling for an end to the occupation and also
end of the occupation.
The foreign money, American money, fueled by Trump supporters that are supporting this occupation. Will this member condemn the use of foreign funds fueling a hateful and violent occupation in our nation's
You don't have a
capital?
choice if you're going to get... People have lost their body autonomy, and these fuckers are complaining about... yeah, right?
The member raised the issue of foreign money. And I'll just take this opportunity to
Protest isn't over. That screen the screen you're looking at right here with the car, fuck Trudeau, this right here, that's live right now. Protest is not over.
Legislation come forward.
They raised over $5 million so far on this new platform. They're good to go. They're good to go.
In Canadian affairs. I'd like to see that member take a stronger position when it comes to issues like the Uyghur genocide and other cases of that foreign interference happening here in this country. Let's talk about addressing foreign interference. I would love to see a stronger and consistent policy on that issue.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I'll say at the outset that I'll be sharing my time this evening with the member from Parkdale High Park, even though the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan would...
Doc, 28, how you doing?
Unfortunately, it'll only be 10 minutes this evening. And I will note that he still has not invited me on the podcast that he touts so much when he's in the House. I'm still waiting for my invitation. Don't worry, I'm not checking my email 3 or 4 times a day looking for it or anything. Mr. Speaker, I am very glad to participate in
Someone's a little mad about not being on a podcast.
Opportunity to present some facts. Because I think that facts are extremely important. I think that there is a lot of misinformation out there, and I think that it would be beneficial to put on the record some of the facts. It's been said once tonight, but I'll expand on it slightly. 90% of truckers have been vaccinated. You know, Mr. Speaker, I drive to and from Ottawa to get here. I drive from Kingston to Ottawa and back, and I have seen on both occasions of making that travel since this protest
When this guy dreams,
began,
he dreams in widescreen.
countless truckers that are working
Like the
right
IMAX.
now as we speak, traveling up and down the 401 or whatever major highway in the country they might happen to be in order to move goods around our country. 90% of truckers are vaccinated. I actually believe, Mr. Speaker, that this inception of this protest, this convoy, probably started from a place that was genuinely about truckers and about concerns that they had. But unfortunately, we've seen this morph.
I'm doing
into
good. I'm
something
doing
as
good.
It's been hijacked by other groups. And as so well pointed out by one of my conservative colleagues in a tweet over the weekend, whatever the objective was, it's been lost by those that have hijacked this protest, unfortunately. And that's the reality of the situation that we're in. You know, I find it interesting. I heard the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and a number of conservatives this evening talk about these mandates. I mean, his words, these mandates need to be ended. The mandates, as it relates to proof of vaccination, the mandates as it relates to, hospital workers, those are all provincial mandates. It's ironic that the opposition would encourage
I don't think it's hijacked. Not yet.
front of this building to protest something that, at least in Ontario, belongs in Queen's Park. But they do it anyways. As a matter of fact, the only mandate that the federal government has in place is a mandate that says if you cross the border into Canada, including truckers, you need to show proof of vaccination. But guess what? The United States of America has the exact same mandate. So before you even had to present your proof of vaccination to a Canada border officer on your way into Canada, you will have had to shown it on your way into the United States leaving Canada. Right. And that's the irony of it. That is the mandate that the federal government has as it relates to this particular protest, as it relates to where all this angst began. But yet, my concern is that the opposition continues to throw fuel on the fire. The member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, these mandates, he knows full well that the mandate of crossing borders for truckers applies to the U.S. just as much as it applies to Canada. So I heard from across the way, well, why do it then? Well, that's the whole point of working with our G7 partners. That's the whole point of working with the United States, so that we do have fairness and equality as it relates to what the rules are to move back and forth. And that's what makes it work so well. Well, the member brought up my electric car. If he wants, we can talk about that for a while too, but I'm not sure, why a conservative would want to do that when we're talking about such an important debate tonight as it relates to truckers specifically and as it relates to what we're seeing out there. But you know what we are seeing, Mr. Speaker, is we're seeing a number of people that are hijacking this protest. You know, the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, said earlier, and I actually think it was a really good comment, and he talked about why aren't more members of Parliament getting out there and talking to these people? You know, he's trying to show and open a door there. The problem is, Mr. Speaker, is that this particular protest, although I have no doubt there are some well-intentioned individuals participating in it, have attracted a lot more behavior that we all would agree is extremely problematic, extremely troubling, and quite frankly, behavior that we do not accept as being Canadian. So I'll tell you an example, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I'm really having a hard time hearing the member. The member does speak very loud, but I'm having trouble hearing him. So if we can just sort of keep it down, be respectful, and we'll continue on. The honourable member for Kingston, the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And so where I was going with this is that although there might be some well-meaning and well-intentioned individuals out there, I can't help but think of just the other day when I was in the Rexall at the corner of Metcalfe and O'Connor. I was in there, and I saw a protester. I have to assume that the individual is a protester. I should make that clear. Shove a camera in front of the clerk's face, saying, "You can't make me put on a mask. I have a right not to wear a mask. Who do you think you are?" Like, this individual was going, you know, they brought this fight to the people of Ottawa, to a store clerk who's literally just working there doing her job. And I couldn't help but say to the gentleman as I was leaving, "Why are you bringing this fight to her? Your fight's not with her. She's just doing her job." And I trust that my Conservative colleagues and any member of this House would do the exact same thing. And that brings me to the last point that I wanted to bring up as it relates to this particular issue, Mr. Speaker, is that for some reason, the protesters don't realize that those that they are affecting the most by this are the people that live in downtown Ottawa. Listen, I don't know if we should tell them this, Mr. Speaker, but we cannot hear the honking in here. As a matter of fact, you can walk in here early in the morning, you don't hear a single thing, and this was all last week too. You don't hear a single thing in here. You don't. And you almost forget that it's even happening until you get up and leave and go outside and you see it again. Meanwhile, all of the activities that have been going on, and then on the weekend when members of Parliament the vast majority aren't even in Ottawa, these events continue to go on and on. It's impacting the people that live here. I mean, most protests seek to get more people on board by delivering a message, seek to find more supporters to come and join their cause. Most protests that would come to Ottawa here and come to the front lawn or to the Centennial Flame or Wellington Street do so in a way that is meant to develop a following on the way. But instead, this protest has come here and just completely made the people that live here irate with what's going on. And so I believe that it's time for this to end. I believe that it's time for the protesters to recognize the fact that they've made their point, and now it's time to dispense of the activities and to go home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Charter set out in it, subject only to such reasonable limits prescribed by law as can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. Mr. Speaker, my colleague talked about the science and the availability of these mandates that the Liberal government has put in, especially infringing upon Canadians' mobility rights. I have a question for him. The rationale for restricting Canadians' charter rights with these mobility restrictions is that vaccinated people don't spread COVID and unvaccinated do spread COVID. Now, Mr. Speaker, that was the belief before, but the science, the updated science spoken by Dr. Fauci, the Lancet research shows that vaccinated and unvaccinated persons will transmit the virus equally. The CDC recognizes natural immunity. Could the member please present the scientific rationale for continuing these mandates, and let's get on with it. Let's solve the problem that we're faced with today.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
If the member feels as though charter rights are being infringed upon, there is a building about 200 meters from where I stand where he can argue that case. That is where he should take his issue of charter rights being infringed upon. not encouraging people to continue honking their horns on the street, shooting off fireworks in the middle of the night in a downtown, heavily urbanized area. Go to the Supreme Court and fight the case there. That's how we do it in a democracy, not occupying a downtown core of a nation's capital.
Hey, commentaire, questions and comments. We're going to go online. L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher et les Patriotes Verchères.
The member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai écouté attentivement le discours de mon collègue d'en face et j'ai été heureux d'apprendre, en fait, quand il a mentionné qu'il y a des gens qui sont allés manifester, qui sont allés là de bonne foi, pour de bonnes raisons, parce que l'impression que j'ai eue depuis le début de cette crise de mon côté, c'est plutôt l'inverse. Ça a été que le gouvernement n'a pas voulu reconnaître, n'a pas voulu entendre, n'a pas voulu voir qu'il y a des gens qui avaient des choses à dire, que du monde était fatigué des mesures sanitaires, puis qui trouvaient ça lourd à porter, puis que certaines personnes avaient le désir de l'exprimer. À la place, ce qu'on a plutôt vu, c'est un gouvernement qui a voulu...
Sorry guys, I was just copying and pasting. I'm doing stuff in behind the background here, trying to add new stuff. I didn't mean to post that in the link in the chat.
Dans le but de diaboliser les gens qui s'opposaient à la situation. Et je me demande si à la place, il n'aurait pas pu faire preuve de leadership. C'est pour ça, Monsieur le Président, que si on regarde à côté, par exemple, à Québec, on a un gouvernement qui jouait des gros mots ici, mais qui ne faisait pas de mesures, alors qu'à Québec, on a un gouvernement qui faisait pas de gros mots, mais qui faisait des mesures. Est-ce que le collègue a pris des leçons de ça?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I am disappointed to hear a member from the Bloc Québécois suggest that we should try to open up dialogue with individuals who have been spreading hate, who have been associated with people that are spreading hate, people that are, waving flags that have swastikas drawn on them. People
they
who
grasp on one fucking event, one incident out of a week. That's what they grab onto. These pieces of shit.
Desecrating a war memorial statue. People who have been dressing up Terry Fox's statue. Like it's not one bad apple, Mr. Speaker. This is a whole host of problems.
Oh, I can't do. Hold on, guys. I gotta go check on my kids. Give me 1 second.
Why aren't you sitting down and
it's
talking
their only
to these
excuse,
people?
exactly.
They're literally waving flags around that say F in the Prime Minister's name. Come on, this is not, the member must know that there are starting points to negotiations and to sitting down with people, and there are lines that can be passed, and several lines have been passed in that regard.
We have time for a really, really, really short question here and answer. The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just need to revisit an important comment from my colleague from Churchill. There is a sinister component to this illegal occupation. It involves hate, foreign money, influence in our democracy. So my question to the honourable member is, will the government take this seriously and address with integrity the sinister and dangerous factors these past 11 days have exposed?
Parliamentary Secretary.
I would love to find out the answers to some of the questions that the member mentioned. I would love to see some form of investigation into seeing where the money came from, where the activities were generated and where they started. I think that that's very important, but I am not going to presuppose that I know the answers to those in advance, because that would just make me a conspiracy theorist, which I believe we're seeing quite a bit from across the way.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to join this evening's debate. And
We have a point of order from the member for St. Paul Kildonan.
Yeah, the member who just spoke just said blatantly on the record that members on this side tonight are conspiracy theorists. That's a pretty significant claim. We are here representing Canadians. He's calling what we've said conspiracy theorists. Can he point to one example of us being conspiracy theorists?
I think we're descending into debate. I'll go back to the... We're getting into debate. Thank you. Listen, I'm gonna stand here for just a few moments until people cool down just a little bit. This is a long debate. We're still about a little over halfway through, and I know that there's tremendous respect in here. That we need to make sure that each person that has something to say has the opportunity to say it. So. Let's try not to be inflammatory. Let's try not to accuse people of things, but let's try our best to talk about the emotions and the instances that we're hearing. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to participate in tonight's very important debate about a very pressing issue and about a very important event that's occurring right outside this chamber and has been occurring for the last 8 days or so. I wanted to thank the member for Burnaby South for actually bringing and initiating this emergency debate. Mr. Speaker, let me just start by saying, as somebody who came to this chamber as a practicing lawyer who worked in the area of constitutional law and human rights for 15 years prior to first getting elected, that the right of protest in any democracy is sacrosanct. That is fundamental in any democracy. It's protected under Section 2B of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms with due reason. And the issue about speech and protected speech is at its apex when you're talking about political speech. That is the highest form of speech that deserves the highest amount of protection. That's entrenched in Supreme Court jurisprudence. What is problematic, Mr. Speaker, however, is when speech, demonstrations, and protest veers into hatred. Now, I don't want to overstate the case. We know that there's been some instances of hatred. Perhaps not all of the protesters are engaging in this, but it does taint and flavor and characterize what we're seeing when we see it on a repeated basis. And what have we seen?
Sorry, guys.
We've seen swastikas and we've seen the Confederate flag. And what do those mean, Mr. Speaker? Well, a swastika is obviously a symbol of the Third Reich. It harkens back to Nazi Germany. It's a very vilifying and detestable manifestation of what that regime represented.
This guy's an idiot.
To Jewish people, all sorts of minorities, racialized persons, religious minorities, LGBTQ2 communities, people who are Roma,
Can you make the GoPro
Confederate
donation
flag
counter
obviously represents
transparent
the
or move
institution
it?
of
Yes, I
slavery.
can.
And we heard very eloquently from the member
I didn't even know it was there.
how that feels for a person of black skin, for a person who is racialized, how that feels for a person like me, brown-skinned Muslim man who takes his place in this house. Those are symbols we don't need
Sorry, I was
here.
playing around with it.
And what does it mean, Mr. Speaker? It means that what we have devolved into, and we've heard about this repeatedly this evening, for the people of Ottawa, for even the people here who work in Ottawa, such as me, Mr. Speaker, it's starting to look a lot more like an occupation than a protest. When you destabilize people, when you disturb them intentionally, when you honk horns just to aggravate individuals, as the member who just spoke, the member from Kingston Yonge indicated, the fight has been taken not to the government, but to the people and the residents of this city. And that's problematic, Mr. Speaker, because it starts to affect people's behavior. Perhaps that's what's intended here, Mr. Speaker,
Thanks, Mike.
to have a chill on people's behavior.
I didn't even see. I was playing around with the settings,
A
that's
storekeeper
why.
can't open their storefront. A cashier is worried about working at Rexall. And when even members of Parliament, my colleagues, and even dare I say and dare I admit myself, Mr. Speaker, that when I went home after the Ukraine debate, the emergency debate 1 week ago, I was concerned for the first time in my 7-year parliamentary career about who I might encounter at 10:30 at night on the streets of Ottawa. That's not a pleasant place to be in, Mr. Speaker, and I think that's what
It's safer now than before, dickhead.
The next point I want to make, Mr. Speaker, is that it's always important to take issues with policy positions. That's what a democracy is all about. That's a good thing. What has been thankful is that at least with that protest outside, some people had the good sense to carve out a lane of traffic for emergency vehicles. That's also a good thing. But what I've still seen, and what we've seen last summer, this past fall, now this winter, even just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, is that the people that drive those emergency vehicles are being targeted. They're being targeted with acts of hatred, acts of violence,
Oh,
acts
what
of
a
harassment.
fucking lying sack of
People shouldn't
shit.
fear wearing their uniform, Mr. Speaker. We talk about the people who are in uniform who are keeping us safe, and they deserve to be credited. There are other people who are wearing uniforms called scrubs, Mr. Speaker. When people are cautioned about wearing
What
their
a lying
scrubs in
sack of
public,
shit.
the people who've been keeping us
Okay,
safe,
just so you guys
the people who
know,
swear a Hippocratic oath to keep everyone safe, no matter how heinous their attitudes, no matter how vile their positions may be, people that keep everyone safe, both the
He's
people that are
fucking- he's
vaccinated
such a
and the
lying
people that
sack
are
of shit.
unvaccinated, those people deserve our respect, appreciation, and gratitude. And it is exactly the opposite that some people are foisting upon them right now. I'm not saying all people, but some people. That has to be stopped in its tracks. Mr. Speaker, I want to inject a third aspect into this discussion, which is about the notion of trucks being filled with
It's a lying
gasoline,
sack of
being parked
shit.
50 meters from a legislative building such as the House of Commons I'm speaking to you from. Mr. Speaker, we know, I know, Muslims know, Mr. Speaker, that trucks have been used as instruments of death and terror around the planet. And what I'm saying here, Mr. Speaker, is that we have to
Death
question
and
things
terror.
such as unconscious bias in terms of how we approach parked vehicles loaded with
Listen to
gasoline,
'em.
very proximate to a legislative building.
Trucks have been
Because I
used
don't
as
think
death
it's
and
vast
terror.
speculation or venturing a guess here to say that if those were black protesters, indigenous protesters, if those were Muslim groups, if I could finish, thank you to the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. If those were Muslim protesters calling for peace in the Middle East, I venture a guess that perhaps the enforcement,
Right,
the
Chuck?
action of law
Right?
enforcement wouldn't be to
What a
let
fucking
trucks
piece of
idling,
shit.
filled with gasoline, idle for 8 straight days outside of the Parliament buildings. So just some food for thought to inject into
Yeah,
this
food for
debate.
thought, you fucking
But
idiot.
The last point I want to make, again, I guess I have to speak over the people opposite because they don't want to listen, is that I find there's an inherent illogic in a lot of these protests.
He's a fucking lying sack of
No, I've
shit.
asked a couple times here already, just to sort of hear people out.
Okay, guys, just to give you a
all have the
little
opportunity to
insight
ask
on the
questions. You all have
top
the
right of your
opportunity
screen there where it
to,
says
get on the speaking
GoPro
list. I see
camera.
some of you are already to go.
One of the
So
viewers
let's take
in the
opportunity to listen
chat
and make comments and ask questions when we have that
had
opportunity.
bought,
The
and I
Honourable
found out
Parliamentary
later
Secretary.
on, had bought a GoPro camera so that I can stream live at the protests and stuff.
6 points I'm going to make. I'll make them quickly.
Which
First of
I
all,
received
the amount
today.
of federal lockdowns that have been issued in this
And
country in the last 2 years
any
are
donations
exactly
for that is going back to that individual to pay that off. So it was an extremely nice gesture to do that. And it's one of the GoPro Max, so it's like it was an expensive camera. So I'm going to be setting that up and heading back out to the protest. But anything that is done, any donations that are done through the PayPal link that's circulating in there, will go through that and go right to that individual.
In places like Spark Street, Wellington, and the Rideau Centre from opening. It is inherently illogical. The fourth point, Mr. Speaker, is that what I find puzzling is that the party of supposed law and order, the
it was
party
brand new.
opposite, Her Majesty's official opposition, is doing exactly the opposite in terms of maintaining law and order in this country. What we've seen instead...
Your volume is so much higher. Yes, because I want it like that, so whenever I want to speak over it, I can.
But their interim leader has actually said, let's not tell them to go home.
Because he's a pussy.
Let's instead make the
He's a little
Prime Minister
bitch.
wear this one.
He's a whiny
Instead of
baby.
encouraging law and order and enforcement of the law, they're encouraging exactly the opposite. What I find also puzzling, Mr. Speaker, is that the official opposition prides itself on being the party of fiscal prudence. By the last tally that I heard, Mr. Speaker, this protest, quote unquote, is costing the good people of Ottawa, the City of Ottawa, and the Ottawa Police Service about $800,000 a day. In terms of fiscal prudence, that's not fiscal wisdom. I'm very impressed that a member, a physician, no less than a physician, is seeking to heckle me from across the way because he isn't happy with what I'm talking about.
Order. I don't know why we've descended into that. We've had great debate up to now, and for some reason we've descended into a lot of heckling. I would appreciate it if we just let the member finish it up. He's only got 2 minutes and 21 seconds left. And you guys,
Because he's spewing a shit ton of lies, that's why.
Ask wonderful questions. Vous aurez la chance de poser des questions et faire des commentaires. The Honourable
Right?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Shut up, Brent.
Mr. Speaker. And what I would point out in terms of a fifth inconsistency is that the members opposite like to pride themselves on constantly eschewing foreign interference. We heard this come up only in the last 30 minutes. What I recollect, even prior to my time in politics, was lots of concern about things such as foreign money flowing into this country with respect to environmental protesters, particularly with respect
Where's
to
Justin
Alberta oil
Trudeau?
sands. I do find it puzzling and a little bit inconsistent that there's much less concern about foreign money that has been
How many
declared
fires did you see
flowing into this
burning?
country right now in
How many
support of what
flags
these people are calling
burning?
a protest. And that is money coming from Florida.
How many
and
fights
money
did you
coming from
see
Texas.
breaking out?
So I do find that inconsistency a bit puzzling and to weaken my friend's opposite's position. But let's get back to maybe some place where we can find a meeting ground. There is some discontent, clearly. Some of that discontent has been fomented in the form of hatred, which thankfully everyone has eschewed in this chamber. I think we could be doing it a little bit more forcefully. But what I do think we need to do is get to the stage where we understand that the point
beer
has been
would
made,
be nice.
and the notion of taking a city hostage and occupying it and taking your concern with perhaps my government or this side of the aisle and manifesting it and fomenting that kind of protest against a cashier at Rexall, against a storekeeper at the Rideau Centre, and
I just
against
walked
the
downtown
people in the
with
city that are just
my
trying to
Hive
go about their daily business
via
and get some
jacket
rest,
and kept
has
my
gone
mask
too
on.
far. That
And
is
I
when
got
the
a lot of
protest
side
loses
eyes,
credibility.
lots
And
of
unlike
people
exactly as the
swearing
mayor
at
from
me
Kingston and the Islands
as
put it,
I passed
normally
by.
protesters want
One
to gather
douche
momentum.
even spit
What they've done
as
is
I
exactly
passed
the
him.
opposite. They've created
Where was
people
this?
who don't see them as credible, don't see them as legitimate,
Downtown there?
and want them to leave. The point has been made. I think the time
I
for the
just walked
convoy is
downtown with
over,
my-
so that we can get down to the business of producing better policies and better politics for this within this chamber,
Downtown.
for this entire nation.
Why do you think they did that to you?
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for
Because you were wearing a mask?
Colchester.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise on this very important topic. You know, I really find it very, very fascinating that the member opposite would suggest that somebody over here drove those trucks there. That's really quite
I don't
fascinating.
think
we're
that.
somehow
I know I've been down there a
responsible
couple
for this.
times. Katie's been down there a
and
couple
we're
times.
responsible for
A lot of
ending
people have been down there. I wore a mask when I was down there just to
leader
cover my
actually
face
sent
because it
a
was
letter
fucking
to
cold,
the Prime Minister
and I've never had any
imploring him
problems.
to join the leaders of the other
Not saying it didn't
parties
happen.
such
Maybe
that
it
we
did
can
happen.
come
Who
to a
knows?
peaceful and urgent conclusion to this. So, and I guess the other thing that's interesting, Mr. Speaker, is my honourable colleague Michael Chung, my honourable colleague who spoke earlier. Thank you very much. The other honourable member Cross, appreciate that. The other honourable member down the road, who I can't remember where he's from, but that being said, thank you very much. The member opposite actually was not here to hear his speech, in which he said very clearly that we agreed with law and order and that.
Order. I'll let you ask I'll let the member ask the question in a second. But you cannot refer to someone being here or not being here. So I know just retract that and ask the question. No. Member for Colchester.
I'm sorry for saying that the member was
Oh,
here.
I believe you.
Saying that he wasn't here.
I'm pretty sure there's people down there that would do stupid shit like that.
You got to just unreservedly
Not saying,
apologize for him.
but they're not part of the
Whether
protest.
someone's here or not is irrelevant. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
I'm very sorry for saying those things that I said previously over and over again. I apologize for that, Mr. Speaker. You know, the unfortunate thing is when we have these debates, perhaps
Deputy Dog, thanks for the 100 biddies. Appreciate that.
Mr. Speaker, and that would make the debate much better. So, will you get your Prime Minister out there to talk to these people?
Make sure, to the member of Cumberland Colchester, make sure that when he asks a question, he's asking it through the chair, not directly to a member, the parliamentary secretary.
So three quick responses. No one accused the member opposite or his colleagues for driving the trucks.
Thanks for the tip.
Second point is that attempting to resurrect his interim leader in terms of what she made
$5. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. 81.
Last Monday, which is that we should take political advantage of the
Thank you.
situation, not discourage people to leave, and indeed make the Prime Minister wear this as his problem. That is a matter of record that has been reported by multiple media
John,
outlets.
thank you very much as well, my
Find
man.
it quite puzzling that the member opposite, given his vocation as a medical doctor, is not appreciating the simple fact that if
Appreciate
people
that.
of his ilk are afraid
Like
to
I
wear
said,
scrubs,
that individual didn't have to do that, but they did, and I just want to be able to
public
return the
because they might be
favor.
targeted, we have a
So I really
problem
appreciate the
generally,
help,
and we have a
guys.
problem for those in his profession, who I hope he would stand up for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Lavignon,
for Avignon, Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Point of order, the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
It's quite possible that I don't know the rules, but I'm quite sure that
A dog show.
is really not a favourable term that I should be called in this great House of Commons.
I guess we're descending into debate a little bit. L'honorable député de Avignon, Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He was referring to
I don't know if you're still in here, man.
the member for Sherwood Park Fort earlier, and I'm also a little bit, how can I say this, a little bit concerned by what he said earlier.
Illogical, yeah, exactly.
I would challenge you to go speak to the protesters, to go see what these people are living, as if over the last 2 years, as parliamentarians, we had never gone out and spoken to.
Nobody's saying we don't believe you. I said I believe you. I didn't say we believe you.
Businesses, to people who don't agree with the public health measures. You know what? We've been talking to our fellow citizens for the last 2 years.
I don't need any conspiracy theories to believe me. You guys are on top of all the live streams, right? I've got a Hive via Jack, blue jeans, mask, and a gray and white headband on. Okay, go ahead and find. Why would we want to find you? We said we believe you. So what's your problem? So anyways, just to let you guys know, see, he's a troll. Just keep an eye on him. So this is the camera right here, guys, that was bought. I received it in the mail today, and that's what that at the top is.
And that's where we find our guidance.
It's a GoPro Max.
We will continue to follow their advice in this situation.
So, like I said, I'm just trying to. That individual didn't have to do it. So I'm just trying to get some money together, and I'm going to get that back to that individual. Because, like I said, they didn't have to do it. So thank you very much for doing that. I was walking back to the train station and saw this dude with a camera walking alone. And I was like, how you going, man? And he said nothing and just pointed his camera at me. And I was like, oh, he's just going to point it at me. And when I walked away because Buddy looked kind of creepy, I was weirded out. If anybody finds that, let me know so I can laugh at myself. Okay.
Less overcrowding, and of course to the extremist activities at the Hill. Can the member commit to ensuring that implementation of the 4-point solution that the Bernie South addressed and when he asked
maybe
for
he was drunk on his phone,
debate,
maybe.
Which first is to calm the situation at the Hill, and then to end with the ensuring that there's a strategy to making sure that
was a gimbaled camera
move to a sense of normalcy, so that
Don't know.
we can make sure that first of all he meets with the municipal leaders,
creepy dudes
that
with
he
cameras
addresses
everywhere.
the interference with funds from foreign states, and to make sure that provinces and territories have this.
The Honourable
Right?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Right, Chuck? Exactly.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for a question.
Wayne's
Member
pet.
Officer for a question.
I gotta be
What I'd say
honest,
there is
the
simply
fact that you
as of
were
yesterday,
not
we had an announcement
videotaping
from the Prime Minister
lends
that a table is
credibility
being
to your
struck
story
with
for
respect to leadership from all three levels of government. That
be
is
honest.
exactly the type of cooperation we need.
The
because
fact
we are
that you
seeing
were
a
not
situation that is
videotaping
very
lends
concerning for the city of
credibility
Ottawa,
to your
for all
story for
Ontarians
me, to
and
be
all
honest.
Canadians. Thank you, merci.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Lake Simcoe. Thank you, Mr.
They
Speaker.
wanted to kill you. Okay, don't be dramatic.
Honourable member from Brandon, Surrey. I'm glad we're
Are you
having
part of
this
the
debate
Parliament?
this evening.
Are you in the Parliament right now?
Issue, and it's necessary to address the growing sentiment that exists right here across this great country. Canadians are frustrated, Mr. Speaker. They're sick and tired. Constant shutdowns, lockdowns, restrictions, mandates are having a terrible toll on our country's population. This toll is now becoming far beyond that of COVID-19 itself. After 2 years, we know that COVID-19 is not going away. That's why we have to use all the tools at our disposal so that Canadians can live healthy, normal lives and businesses can reopen. Unfortunately, the Liberal government has failed in its handling of the pandemic, and now
folks,
they're
I stopped
failing
streaming
to
on
provide
YouTube. That's
Canadians
why.
with a credible plan to get life back to normal. Even as countries around the world drop their restrictions and mandates, even as they put forward plans to help their citizens learn to live with COVID, the federal Liberal government persists with policies and practices here in Canada
That works. Okay, cool.
that no longer make sense. Over 90% of the population has been vaccinated already. And we know that vaccines have limited utility in preventing the transmission of the Omicron variant. Instead of putting forth a credible plan, the Liberals continue to sow division and resentment among Canadians. They ignore the widening gap between those on guaranteed government salaries like themselves and those who are only able to work if the government lets them. There is a widening gap between those who live in rural Canada and everyone else. A gap between low-income workers and those at the very top. Between homeowners and renters, and the haves and the have-nots.
Add you. You're here right
It's
now.
no wonder Canadians are angry and frustrated. It's no wonder that after 2 years, that frustration has led to one of the most significant protests Parliament Hill has ever seen. The Freedom Convoy of trucks and other vehicles that has assembled outside from coast to coast. They are here at Parliament, as is their right, protesting the policies of the federal government. They are doing this outside the federal building and protesting provincial policies outside legislative buildings across the country. I would note, Mr. Speaker, that this is the appropriate place to do that.
Mr. Speaker.
They aren't outside private homes or cottages of MPs or premiers' homes. The Prime Minister may not want to speak to those protesters, but I have, Mr. Speaker. I've spoken to many of them. I've read their signs and listened to what they are saying.
Be on my
And one thing is abundantly clear.
Whatever reason. Oh, okay.
It's not just the protesters outside in the provincial capitals across the country who have these so-called unacceptable views. These views are not held by some fringe minority. I've heard these opinions from my own constituents. Canadians from all walks of life have real concerns about how the Liberals have handled this pandemic and want to know what the government is doing to put COVID-19 behind us. Instead of addressing these concerns, the Prime Minister, his government, and some in the mainstream media have labeled them as racist, misogynist, extremist, just to avoid scrutiny for the Liberal government's numerous failures. Unlike the Prime Minister, I believe the most important job I have as an elected representative is to listen to the residents of my community, just as it is his job supposed to listen to the citizens of this great country. Over the past few weeks, I've heard from the owner of a local gym in Bradford, 9 Round, who was in tears. She's been shut down so many times, she can't even count. She now owes thousands of dollars in rent with no relief available to her, and no confidence that anything will be changing anytime soon. I've heard from an elderly man in Keswick who is eligible for no COVID-19 support and forced to eat Kraft dinner now, 5 days a week for supper, because he can't afford to buy proper groceries as inflation continues to rise.
I know people that are doing this. I was not far off if it wasn't for you guys.
Would look like this. I've heard from a couple in Jackson's Point who returned from a cruise near Egypt, only to be locked up in a quarantine hotel for days on end, with no clothes and no access to life-saving medication. I've heard from families in Mount Albert who experienced the pain of losing a loved one to COVID-19, and seniors in Sutton who have been isolated in long-term care homes and other facilities for the past 2 years without the ability to see their families or the outside world. I've heard an expected single mother in Holland Landing who provided for her family through her job in a federally regulated industry. She was fired because she made the decision that she wanted to wait to get vaccinated after she had her child.
That's crazy.
I've heard from parents in Bondhead whose son hasn't been to school in 18 months, Mr. Speaker. Every single one of these people has real stories, valid concerns about where our country is after 2 years of COVID-19. Many Canadians are hurting right now. Many have lost their jobs, they've lost friends and families, and lost faith in their government and institutions. And Mr. Speaker, they deserve to be heard. My constituents in York, Simcoe, and Canadians across the country have diligently followed public health advice, made sacrifices, done what's necessary to keep their families and communities safe throughout this pandemic. They have done their part. Now it's time for the Liberal government to do their part. It's time for a re-examination of the government's COVID-19 response and a more sustainable path that gets life back to normal and gives Canadians hope for the future. What does that path look like? It's clear that more must be done to ensure that those most vulnerable are protected as best we can from the coronavirus. But that can be done without devastating and ineffective lockdowns and mandates that cripple the economy and impact the lives and livelihoods of Canadians. I spent most of my life working as a restaurateur. I know the challenges and triumphs that exist in the industry. It can be hard to make ends meet and keep your doors open in the best of times.
Liar.
When the government has shut you down and prevented patrons from coming in, it's no wonder many have closed their door for its good. Instead, we need to be looking at alternative policy approaches that will keep Canadians safe while strengthening our economy and respecting individual
Speaking of YouTube, I forgot about YouTube.
In summer of 2020,
King
my
of
colleagues
Russia
and I in the Ontario Conservative Caucus were criticized
He said cock.
by state media, the Liberals, and the NDP for examining an innovative rapid test that Health Canada had not approved after months of delays, despite being available in the US and across Europe. We were looking for solutions and to hold the government count so it could be the best it could be. But instead of addressing the prolonged delays at Health Canada, and instead of looking at best practices of other countries, government members opted to criticize, ridicule, and ignore. That's why it's no surprise those same rapid tests, and many like it, are still hard to come by for most Canadians today, 2 years later. But it's not just rapid tests. We need better medical approaches that focus on treating those who are suffering from COVID, not just fruitlessly trying to stop its transmission. Right now, we have some of the worst healthcare capacity in the G7, and our system will remain strained because of delayed surgeries and other procedures. Where's the plan for that, Mr. Speaker? Where's the funding for the provinces? But no matter what is done to specifically address COVID-19 going forward, one fact remains. Most of us hate to see the country as the state it's in today. It's hurt and it has divided us. That's why it's important that we restore a sense of unity in Canada, a shared commitment to one another. It's time to put aside the divisive
They're not a racist group at all.
And politics that drive wedges between neighbors,
at all.
and friends. There needs to be a recognition that we are all in this together once more as we look towards a future. This is what our country needs, and it requires the right kind of leadership to make this happen. Canadians are telling us that they want this Parliament and they want it to work together while representing every part of this country and the people who live here. And they are telling us they want to see a government that is committed to collaboration, accommodation, and a willingness to listen. Mr. Speaker, I hope the Prime Minister is listening.
Question and comment, questions and comments. We're going to go to Zoom. The Honourable Member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from York Simcoe for his remarks tonight. Through you to the member opposite, you'll forgive me if I thought I was sitting in Queen's Park as the member opposite highlighted the school closures, the gym that was facing troubles, and of course businesses.
Is that e-transfer or PayPal?
In the upcoming election in Ontario, because that is the government that is imposing those elements. What I will agree with the member opposite, of course, is that we do need to transition beyond COVID. Dr. Theresa Tam is talking about that right now, as are other chief medical health officers. But my question is this: going back to the protest in February of 2020, this member highlighted, of course, the Wet'suwet'en protests and the economic cost of what the blockades were representing. He said that in committee. It's on the Blues for the record. My question to him today, is he not concerned about the economic cost of the blockades that we're seeing in Ottawa, indeed in other places, and why has he not spoken up for these protesters to go back home?
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for the question. You know, pointing out
these guys are fucking crazy, man. I can't believe we're having this discussion right now.
I'm trying to show the government.
I cannot believe we're having this discussion.
Right now are hurting. Okay, this is what has all led to this. This is the frustration that people have. People are crying in their businesses right now. Literally crying, Mr. Speaker. You know, the gym I talked about that the member alluded to, she owes the $40,000. She showed me, Scott, my payment is $831 for this. I have $600 in my account and I'm shut. I can't make money. And she's sitting there crying in front of me. This is the frustration we have out there on the streets right now, Mr. Speaker. And I wish my honourable colleague would go out and talk to some of these people and listen to them.
Questions and comments.
That is true.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank
that is true. That is true. You're right.
And I appreciate his tone. He had a very calm tone, and he calmly evaluated the situation and the situation facing a number of his constituents. But I have the impression that, you know, we're not finding a solution to the current crisis here. I've heard politicians tonight hit the ball back and forth across the House because we all have a different vision and I'm talking about us, but also all of our constituents. We have a different vision of what measures should be in place and how we should deal with this situation. And in the short term, I don't think that all of this is going to get the trucks off the street tomorrow when politicians are using the crisis to their advantage. So I'd like to hear my honourable colleague on that. Does he think that it's putting oil on the fire to see politicians try to make gains off the crisis?
No, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. You know what? No one should be making political gains off this. This is where, again, I spoke to it in my speech. We are in a minority parliament. Canadians have sent us here to work together and, quite frankly, come up with a solution for this. Today, our leader put forth a suggestion to the Prime Minister that we should go out and meet with these people. Canadians don't want to see these convoys anymore. And, these are the conversations about new government policy, about mandates that we all have to have together.
I'm going to bring that over, actually.
The government will keep alluding to 92%
This is what happens when you try to bring gasoline into the protest. You want to see how it is? Check this out.
It's okay to ask that question now. Scott, why am I being put in a corner? If it's 90%, why the mandates? Why the mandates? And they keep alluding to the United States. I don't take my marching orders from the U.S., Mr. Speaker.
There you go. I want to play this for you guys. This is what happens when a guy was bringing in fuel into the protesters for these truckers. Look.
Someone out.
He's bringing fuel for the truckers.
Shame on you! Shame on you! Someone out.
All he was doing was bringing fuel. How crazy is that?
Mr. Speaker, that is being studied at this time and being looked at.
Meanwhile, meth is being sold on the exactly.
Debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Unfucking believable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from York Simcoe for he's used to wading into deep waters, and he's done a great job of speaking on this one tonight. As I rise today,
they got lots. They got people getting fuel.
Of just how divided Canadians
there's not a law that can you can't carry fuel on the streets in legal cans. Exactly.
A lot of people
they made it
right now. On any given day, I hear from people who think that we have too many restrictions, and I also hear from those who want even further imposed. In all my years in politics, I've never seen such heated debates, which has caused a lot of tension in families.
I want to thank everybody that's with the PayPal and stuff like that. I really appreciate that.
I believe they are safe.
Like I said, that individual didn't have to do that, and they did. So I really appreciate the help.
Those who are older and have underlying
very, very awesome.
I have also encouraged others to get vaccinated. But I want to be able to question the Liberal government's COVID policies without being labeled anti-science, anti-vaccination, or without being discredited because I have the audacity to criticize government policies.
Light.
For too long,
thank you very much, man.
Given a false choice that either
appreciate that.
Yes to every government measure, or we are only lending credibility to those who spread false information. The one thing I know for sure is that the political environment we now find ourselves in is directly related to this mindset. Without a doubt, COVID-19 has been hard on all of us. Families have lost loved ones, and many individuals have suffered or are suffering illness. Families in my constituency have been prevented from driving across the border to be with loved ones. University students have been unable to set foot in a real classroom and be able to take advantage of a full educational experience. Healthcare staff in particular.
They got to end these mandates. They have to end the mandates. This is stupid.
To care for those with COVID and all other healthcare concerns. They've provided an essential service, and we are grateful for their commitment and sacrifices on behalf of their fellow Canadians. And to those who think that protesting in front of hospitals is a good idea, I can assure you it isn't. The doctors and nurses working in those hospitals are busy saving lives, not setting government policy. The last thing they should have to deal with when coming off a long shift is the sight of angry placards or shouting protesters. Grocery store staff immediately come to mind, as do all those involved in our supply chain, including truckers. It may seem thankless to work in these positions during a time like this, but I hope every single one of them knows how critical they've been. It was on this understanding that governments made a point of underscoring which workers were essential at various times throughout the pandemic. We all understand that we owe a debt of gratitude to these workers. We all want them, thank you. We all want them to know how their contributions have helped all of us through this time. And yet, here we are today. After 2 years of truckers being deemed essential workers, the Liberals decided they no longer were. After 2 years of praising their efforts doing what they do best, delivering the goods we rely on, the Liberals decided truckers weren't really essential after all. But the obvious question is, why?
Yeah, why?
What changed, Mr. Speaker?
What has changed?
I get the fact that many don't understand why a certain percentage of truckers don't want to get vaccinated. I get the argument that the vast majority of other Canadians have gotten vaccinated, so why wouldn't the others? Regardless of your frustration with those who won't get vaccinated, we all must have compassion and try to understand that no matter the mandate imposed upon them, they simply will not. At this stage of the pandemic, we must ask ourselves, what reasonable benefit could society and our economy attain from the trucker mandate? The Liberals have failed to give any rationale whatsoever for the decision. And if they're holding on to data indicating that the truckers have been responsible for COVID outbreaks, they've never shared it with Canadians. This lack of transparency is unfortunate.
Right?
Canadians deserve to know whether the mandate on truckers is justified.
Your bloods unite.
They deserve to know whether the benefit of taking truckers off the road outweighs the impact of our economy, to our economy. Worse yet, this government either has no framework for lifting mandates, or if they do, they sure have a funny way of communicating it to the public. We can all appreciate that this situation is fluid, but the government should be able to explain what metrics it is using to determine the scope and speed for removing mandates. On what basis is it making its decisions? There's nothing strange about Canadians wanting transparency from their government.
Yes, they want total control.
The government, if the government had the government been more open with us, with its federal response, perhaps we wouldn't have seen the same levels of angst among Canadians. Perhaps we wouldn't have seen the same levels of frustration from millions of Canadians who are eagerly awaiting an end to lockdowns and restrictions. It should go without saying at this point, but people are tired. People are frustrated.
Thank you very much for stopping in, Cindy. I appreciate it. What the fuck is this? Police in desperate act arrest poor old helpless man for failure to show ID. Leave him alone. They could find anything else. Wow.
Many Canadian public health officials.
Wait till you guys see this.
Signaling that they want to make
this
a shift in
fucked.
policy. BC's chief medical officer has
Wait till you see this.
Their COVID response is transitioning to become, quote, much more like how we manage influenza, end quote.
Hey, what are you doing?
Failing to ID.
Hey!
Failing to ID himself. Look at this.
For what? Hey, what are you doing?
Failing to ID.
Hey! That's assault. I've got it all on video.
Little old man.
Yeah, he failed to ID.
Get back! Hey! Get back! Get back!
We're back. We're filming. We're doing our part.
Failed to ID. But here's the thing. What ID do you need to have while you're walking?
Don't say anything.
Can somebody tell me what ID and what law it says you need to have while you're walking?
Stand down. Stand down. Rick,
what the fuck is that?
No, let them
fucking attack me, you fucking goof.
Steve, thank you very much for the PayPal helping out. I appreciate that.
Right to the media.
Thank you so much.
What's your name and badge number? What's your name and badge number?
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate.
What's your name and badge number?
Yeah, you're assaulting.
Look, they're hurting an old man, a Canadian citizen. It's communism. This is communism. He's scared. Communist.
He wasn't walking?
Communist fucking government.
Call your police
Where's
chief.
his car?
He'll back you up.
Call the police.
Call your police chief.
What do you mean he wasn't walking? I didn't see him take him out of his car. Or was that his van? Wait a minute. Was that his van? Oh, that was his. The van was his car. Oh, well, I guess if he failed to, yeah. Yeah, they could probably arrest him for that then. But they don't have anything better to do? Because he honked his horn? The fuck? That's fucked. Right? Right, girl? Wow, he looked like he was just kicking ass. All right, let's see what these dickheads are saying.
Moreover, I think everyone outside should immediately minimize their impact on those who live downtown here in Ottawa. But my message to both the government and to the protesters is turn down the rhetoric, turn down the heat. We must remember
Firehawk.
all citizens and remain so and will remain so after this. We cannot continue to just talk.
Firehawk, thank you so much, man.
We will get nowhere if we continue this. The leader of the official opposition has requested a meeting between the Prime Minister and other party leaders so we can come together. Depoliticize.
Like I said, everything is going back to the individual that helped me to get it. So
Canadians
I really
need
appreciate the help.
They need to see a plan. They need hope. On this side of the House, we're prepared to work together to end this protest and help families and communities return to their normal lives. I hope all parties will join in this effort.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
All right, let's see what the protesters are saying.
Doing the weather report, guys. Nod. Okay, they gave us a nod, guys. I don't know about the Queen, guys. She's on her own time.
Angel, sorry. I always say bro. I always say it's a bad habit I gotta break myself of.
Hi guys. How are you guys doing? You want to say something to the people?
Not me? Oh.
Fearless.
I have a bad habit, the
Fearless.
speaker. Oh.
That's the only weapon is fear. So
Yeah.
if you can control your fears, you can learn to not have fear at all, just be fearless.
Okay.
You won individually.
Okay.
And when enough of us have won, it's over.
What would you say to Justin Trudeau?
I wouldn't even talk to him. I wouldn't say
No,
that.
nothing?
No, because I don't think he's very important. I think we are important. And what's
I like
inside
her.
of our hearts is
They are
important.
allowing the truckers
And
to
once we have
refuel.
made that shift,
Are the trucks going to turn
really
off their
Doesn't
right
matter.
and stay parked?
And what would you
without
say
running?
to
Yeah,
the
that's what they're
CBC
doing right now.
lying
Some of
about
them
this
are.
protest?
But they still have fuel
They're saying
coming
you
in.
guys are bad people. You're terrorists.
Yes, with cotton candy and bouncy houses for kids and hot cocoa, we're terrible. But no, I think, I really trust karma and life. And some people will have to answer to their acts, and their lives.
I like her. She's like, I wouldn't even talk to him. He's not important. I like that.
I kind of want to just live.
cool.
I don't think we need to really worry about these people. We just need to work on ourselves.
Yeah.
That's where it's at,
And why are you here? Why are you here?
I like her.
Why else could I be? I mean, it's we're making history. We're freeing ourselves from this machine. So why would I be anywhere else? That would be the question.
So what would you say to people across the planet watching right now?
Be fearless.
Be fearless. Stick with that.
Humanity, we can see it here, is beautiful.
Yeah.
It's humbling how beautiful it is. So
God bless.
She's awesome. I like her.
Have a good night.
I like her. She's cool shit.
What up, Texas? Justin Trudeau, you left your glasses, bud. What's up?
Nice.
Guess who that is, guys? Gee, I wonder who it is.
Can't tell. He's in disguise.
Staying out, brother.
What's up?
Thank you for staying out.
Thank you.
Love it. The support is great.
Peace.
Hold the line, my friend.
If my people
You
who
heard
are
the guy,
called by my
they
name
said
will...
$800,000 a day for these cops. And they can't even find a piece of garbage on the ground.
$800,000 a day they're paying up for these cops, and they can't even find garbage on the ground. Look at that.
Guys, the honking, let me tell you.
No honking.
The reason why they're not honking is so that the police have no reason to move them. Once we all come together, they can make a change.
Look at that. Listen.
What's up, Fisher? Shout out to the islands.
Sounds like frogs. Sounds like if it was in the middle of the woods. It's the trucks, obviously, but...
Remember, guys, you're all terrible people, but Justin Trudeau gets a pass. Shout out Michigan.
That's crazy.
That's right, Steven.
Is your government still in session? Yeah, they're right there. If you guys want me to put the audio back there, I will. I just thought you guys were tired of listening to them.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an absolute privilege to be able to rise virtually, of course, to give remarks on an emergency debate on a topic that I think is of very importance to our country, indeed, of course, to the people in Ottawa, particularly with what we're seeing with the protests to date. I would be remiss if I don't mention that I'll be splitting my time today with my honourable colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge. Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity about a week ago to present in this House for 10 minutes on the reply to the speech from the throne, but I used it as an opportunity to see and to articulate what I was seeing vis-a-vis the protests in Ottawa. And of course, there's been 7 days transpire since then, and so it's given me an opportunity to refine my thoughts on what we've seen.
I have a drone.
Have talked about,
I'm gonna go. I'm bringing it with me the next time.
I have seen that.
I actually have a drone, and I have somebody that lives in Ottawa that lives on a sky high building, and I'm gonna try to get some footage from up there.
But let me just try to give a synopsis, Madam Speaker,
be awesome.
on what my remarks detailed about a week ago. I explained to my colleagues that my father was a truck driver too, and that I am certainly one of the elements that I think is extremely important, and a silver lining of the pandemic perhaps has been a reflection and a recognition of the important role that our essential workers play, sometimes who can be unsung heroes in their own right. And so, as I did a week ago, I'll go on record for thanking all those men and women that get up and to be able to make a very honest living, being able to serve in an invaluable way to society, and hopefully all Canadians are able to reflect on what they're able to bring, whether it be truck drivers, nurses, other professions that are on the front lines of this pandemic. They are doing important work and deserve to be recognized. I reminded this host why some of the provincial and territorial measures are in place, including the measures that the Government of Canada has introduced. And although I would agree with my colleagues that certainly, yes, we are all tired, and yes, we want to be able to move away from COVID, and I take notice that other jurisdictions around the world are moving in that direction. The reality is the reason we are moving in this direction on some of the protocols we have in place is that a disproportionate amount of unvaccinated Canadians represent the ICU cases in Canadian hospitals from Newfoundland and Labrador to British Columbia. I gave the statistic, and yes, I take notice, Madam Speaker, that it would shift perhaps on a daily basis, but last week, for example, 44% of ICU cases in Nova Scotia were tied up with 9% of unvaccinated Nova Scotians. And so it becomes a debate, and we've heard members go through this in terms of individual freedoms versus collective freedoms. And
I don't know if did you see the guy that had
a week ago of that tension? And frankly, every parliamentarian, indeed every Canadian,
the puppies in her
have
truck,
a different ideological bend on where exactly that
can't
line
see Chuck stuff?
Should be. I gave an example of Mark Clark, a dedicated volunteer in my community. Indeed, some members might have seen in the hosts last week that I gave an SO31.
No, it is
about
not.
His passing. His surgery was delayed for 3 weeks, his open heart surgery that he needed because there was not enough beds in the healthcare system in Nova Scotia to be able to accommodate him. Now, we can certainly reflect back, Madam Speaker, and talk about the challenges that existed in the healthcare system. Our government has provided support. Provincial and territorial governments are working hard to make sure the system, frankly, doesn't collapse. It speaks to some of the fragility that existed, but that is the situation we are in. That is why we're imposing these measures, as we try to reduce the spread and to try to avoid situations like Mark Clark, who aren't able to access those surgeries and frankly, unfortunately, have passed away as a result. Now, again, there's a spectrum there in terms of individual freedoms and protection
same
versus
bullshit.
harm and what that line should be. Every member in this house is going to have a perspective on that, but the reality is that is something that is driving decision making at this point.
Maybe.
Madam Speaker, I also certainly highlighted the fact that no Canadian in the country is being required to take the vaccine. And again, we can weigh whether or not the consequences of that freedom of choice to choose to vaccinate or to not to choose to vaccinate and the repercussions of such are fair and equitable. I think that is all fair game in this house. But the idea that individuals don't have the freedom to choose on whether or not they want a vaccine, I think is a fallacy. And frankly, I want to certainly be mindful of the importance of colleagues in this house and the tone and the measures that we set. And we've heard this elsewhere, Madam Speaker, from other colleagues who have spoken on this tonight about the importance of how we bring down rhetoric. I think all parliamentarians in this house, all 338 of us, have a role, elected colleagues in other places of the country. It's not one individual. It's not one side of this house. We all have a role to play, and I think it's important to be mindful of that in the days ahead. But I want to go to the protest in question, because that is the nexus. That's what we're talking about here today. And yes, I take notice, Madam Speaker, that perhaps there are very well-intended people. In fact, as I went through some of the protest in the last week, I saw individuals that would be reflective of perhaps the people that might live in my riding, individuals that had certain concerns and wanted to bring those forward. I also saw a very sinister crowd. We saw Confederate flags. We saw swastikas. We've seen businesses, windows shattered.
This guy's fucking full of shit.
Pride flags in Ottawa.
Fire talk.
Individuals being
You
shoved
crazy
to the ground.
fucker.
The instances, I could go on and on and on, Madam Speaker. So while there may be well-intended individuals, and I trust that there is also individuals who want to do much more harm, not just perhaps to parliamentarians or to individuals, but to Canadian democracy.
Exactly, living free.
Overthrowing government.
Yeah, that is definitely
suggesting
Firehawk
that they can go to the Governor General
compliment.
to dissolve Parliament. It is frankly insanity, Madam Speaker. And if members can't call it for what it is, they need to be able to do so. And it
This
brings
guy
me
is
to
such
my
a
point
lying sack of
that
shit.
If you are someone
Lying
who's
sack of
protesting here in
shit.
Ottawa or elsewhere in the country, and you fashion yourself as a well-intended individual who wants to
You guys are awesome. Thank you so much
exercise
for all the help.
Section 2 sub B of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to protest, fine. but recognize that your voice is being drowned out right now by individuals who are far more sinister, who have far more sinister views. And I think the point has been made, as other parliamentarians have said in this House,
that's what he is.
if you are one of the good ones, it's time to go home. It's time to go back and let the people of Ottawa have their rights and freedoms back, their ability to go to work unhindered, their ability to go on with their lives without fireworks and horns and the whole circus that we've seen here in Ottawa. And and again, I have to be careful with my own words, Madam Speaker, but I hope you sense my passion. If you're one of the good ones and you're watching this here today, it's time to go home, because indeed you have members of parliament that will stand in this House, as we've heard here tonight, and will continue to debate the issues that matter to you. In fact, that's what we do in a democracy. We as members of parliament bring information back
And show
from
the proof,
constituents
show
that we hear,
receipts.
and we bring that message and we debate
What's
it on the
that,
floor of the
Crazy
House of
Cracker?
Commons, not by
I missed
clogging
that.
up streets. And I want to take it to the Wet'suwet'en protests that we've seen in 2020. Frankly, there was conservative members of this House, Madam Speaker, that were, rightfully calling that there was needed to be an end to the blockade, that this was
What did
something
he
that was
say? I
disrupting
missed it.
the economic prosperity of the country. People were, shutting down critical infrastructure. Now, I take notice there has been some conservative members, particularly in the last few days,
Burning
who started to
buildings are
make a breakaway
bouncing.
and talk about
Exactly.
that. But I think on the whole,
100%.
if I could, Madam Speaker,
Right?
through you, there has been a hypocrisy by the Conservative Party of Canada. They have not used that same language and that same principle. And I stand here as a member of parliament saying that regardless of how you view the issue, regardless of what your issue may be, you do not have the right to shut down critical infrastructure in this country. You do not have the right to do what you're doing. If you want to come to Parliament Hill and protest, that is your right. It's a constitutionally protected one. But to create the disruption and harm that is going on right now, it is not right, Madam Speaker. And indeed, every single member of this House should be calling for the same thing.
I got to
for
show you guys
individuals
this.
to go home.
I got to show you this.
I only have about one more minute, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, one more minute. Don't want to listen to your shit. Okay, I got to show you guys this. Hold on. Hold on. Wait till you see this. I have to play this for you guys. You guys have to see this. The chief of police.
Hi. Y'all know this guy, right? This is Peter Slowly, the acting Ottawa police chief. He is a World Economic Forum patsy, a former UN Soldier Special Forces, and a former FBI academia graduate. See, the funny thing is that he resigned as police chief in Toronto in 2016, and most of the police association, including the police union head, were happy to see him go. No one liked him. Read here, when he was leaving, he was quoted as saying, "I have international networks of police brothers and sisters. I have contacts within the private sector. It's hard to keep saying no to some of this stuff." But he said he's in no rush to join another police force. It's a big world out there. And then in April, according to his Wikipedia page, he was hired by Deloitte. Do you know who Deloitte is? He did a consultation job, handling risk in foreign practice projects. Do you know who Deloitte is? Maybe this might give you an idea.
There's Deloitte. Pfizer.
So, when our Special Forces UN police chief has ties to Deloitte and Pfizer, and he's going out there robbing truckers of gasoline and arresting people under false pretenses, allegedly, you have to ask yourself, how legal is our police force? See, it's funny because Deloitte, guess what they do? They were accused, and the CDC was accused, of stealing, where is it, MSPP right here? Their intellectual property for mass vaccination tracking and use in tracking vaccinations for COVID-19. And then the CDC awarded Deloitte a no-bid contract for $43.9 million. Even though Tate's attorney, which was a representative of MMPS, said that Deloitte's system has the identical structure, mirrors functionality, and duplicates the same features of MSPP system, pardon me. The reality is that officers stealing gasoline is a war crime from civilians. It's a war crime. You Ottawa police officers doing this, you will be charged with war crimes listening to your acting police chief. And I think it's everyone's responsibility knowing this information, especially coupled with the fact that Jim Watson got blackmailed by the World Economic Forum for that alleged encounter with a 17-year-old.
Look at this.
Which
Jim
then
Watson
led him to disclose his homosexuality, later setting ground for Pfizer to become a huge sponsor of the LGBTQ. Question everything and get loud. The mayor and the police chief, they gotta go.
How do you like them apples? It's amazing, eh? How all those pieces just fit together. Unfriggin' believable. Unbelievable. Nice. Nice, nice, nice.
Because now things have gone too far and we don't know what to do to get out of it now. So what does the member propose? What should the government do?
It's an inflation. I told you. I told you.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et je veux remercier ma collègue pour sa question. Bien sûr, le rôle de le gouvernement fédéral concernant les...
The U.S. and Canada Dems are all China bought to bring in the New World Order. Yep. John, I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you, John.
Travailler ensemble avec la ville d'Ottawa.
Can I link that clip? Yeah.
La province d'Ontario.
The municipal government and the
trouver
province of Ontario to find a solution
les personnes sur le terrain.
To help people
à la fin de la jour, c'est la discrétion de la policière d'Ottawa ou le GRC pour considérer la meilleure façon pour une intervention pour arrêter le manifestant.
What the best response is to stop the protest.
Brief question, the honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
I can't believe that.
Speaker,
That's
and I
fucked.
just wanted to speak to a point that the member from Burnaby South brought at the beginning of this debate, and that is the emergency rescue for the healthcare system. So I asked the member of about our healthcare system. Will the member agree that it starts with funding it properly, and will the government answer the calls of the premiers to increase healthcare transfers to the provinces?
Brief answer from the member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try in 30 seconds. Look, I think that there's important investments that need to be made in our healthcare system. I don't know if I necessarily agree with the fact that they should be transfers without strings from the Government of Canada to ensure that outcomes are being made. I don't speak for the Government of Canada. I'm a member of Parliament that happens to be in the governing caucus. I'll let our cabinet speak on that issue. But what I would say is I do think there's opportunities for the ability for private delivery, still under a single payer model, still under the public model to deliver outcomes, and it's not all just about money, it's about how we can have better management in the healthcare system as well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good evening to all my colleagues, both here in presence and virtually. I hope everyone is doing well. Madam Speaker, before I begin my formal remarks, excuse me, Madam Speaker, I'd like to comment on the way I look at the situation we are faced here with in this wonderful and blessed country that we all call home, and we as 338 parliamentarians have the privilege to serve each of those residents that live in our ridings and come here and do our best and put forward what I would call reasonable leadership. Reasonable leadership to debate the issues, reasonable leaderships to do what is right for our constituents, to do what is right and recommend for their public safety, for their public health, and do what is right to exit this pandemic so we can all return to what I would call a new normal, but a normal that we would want to see. We're in winter now, spring and summer will then come, and the days are getting longer, and hopefully soon they'll be getting warmer, and we'll want to be at a barbecue with our friends, traveling, enjoying all of what Canada has to offer. And we can do that in a number of ways. And for the last 2 years, Canadians, including those wonderful residents in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, have been resilient, but they're tired.
Where's your leadership when your leader hides?
We're all tired of talking about it.
Right?
So when I think about the best way to exit this pandemic, it's through vaccinations. It's through Canadians doing the right thing, and they have, and they are. And we ask them to continue to do that, but we are seeing light at the end of the tunnel. We are, but we have to be patient. Now, that's the one aspect of what Canadians going through. They're getting back to work. Kids are back in the province of Ontario, back in school physically. Universities are opening up for in-person classes. It's great to see. Our manufacturing businesses continue to run. Our frontline workers continue to do the great job they do day in, day out, and they have my utmost respect. But at the same time, we still have work to do, and we need to remain focused on the ball. Now we have this occupation and this protest that has gone here in the city of Ottawa, the home, our nation's capital.
Can you just make sure that's spelled
As
right?
I said last week on a panel with some of my colleagues, it needs to come to an end. It does need to come to an end. It is disruptive. It is disrupting people's lives from earning a living. For all those businesses along Sparks in the downtown core, it has made people feel very unsafe. And it is not about a trucking mandate. 95% of truckers in Canada are vaccinated. The same rule applies in the United States, going into the United States or coming into Canada. People need to be vaccinated. So there's no disagreement there. We know vaccine saves lives. For those people on the other side of my colleagues on the other side say, well, truckers are by themselves. No, truckers go home to a family member and see their friends, and we need them to get vaccinated. And they have overwhelming numbers. But there are people, Canadians out here.
Billy, thanks very much for the subscribe.
Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. That will disagree with that. They don't want to be vaccinated. They don't believe in that collective responsibility that we all need to have as a country, as citizens of this beautiful country. We have a collective responsibility to exit COVID-19. We need to work together. And Canadians, in an overwhelming majority, have. Now, in the province of Ontario, the lockdowns, which many of these folks outside are protesting against, are provincial lockdowns, provincial measures, which are now being lifted. Today I read that in the city of Toronto, this summer, that Luminato and I think it's Caravana will be in-person
Everybody,
events.
thank you guys
So
for the
we're
ones that are
trying to
helping
see
out with the camera and that. I appreciate you guys.
We are starting to get that back, but it's coming incrementally. These individuals outside, and I walked through like many of my colleagues have, and looked at some of the signs and stuff. It's a hodgepodge of a lot of different issues. They want to overthrow a democratically elected government. Would you sit down with somebody who wants to overthrow a democratically elected government? Is that who you're supposed to speak to? I don't think so. That's not reasonable leadership. It's not reasonable leadership at all. And for many of my colleagues on the opposite side and my own side, I'm not a partisan MP. I want to debate the issues. I want to do what's right for the residents of my riding to make sure we have a prosperous future. We've recovered more than 100% of our jobs. Our economy is bigger than it was pre-pandemic. We've done the right things. We've shown reasonable leadership. And we continue to show reasonable leadership.
Yeah, let's go, Brent. I agree with you. Can't give in to fear.
MPs. They expect us to do our best. They expect us to do what is right. Meeting with protesters who want to overthrow a democratically elected government is not what is right. And I know many of the opposition members in the loyal opposition agree with that.
These guys, these guys are assholes,
Twitter
man.
and social
I
media
can't believe the shit that they're spewing out of their mouth right now. I just can't believe it.
If people want to protest up and down the sidewalks and hold placards and hand out information pamphlets, God bless them. That is their right. That is their sacred right. And I believe in civil liberties. But I also believe very much in collective responsibility of doing what's right for your neighbor. Just like Canadians in an overwhelming majority across this country, in every province, in every city, rural or urban, have done. 34,000 Canadians have died because of COVID. The government has had the backs of Canadians for 2 years, invested $500 billion to support Canadian businesses,
I love you guys.
families, workers.
Cheers.
By rapid tests, secure vaccines.
I fucking love you
The
guys.
Conservatives at one time said, we'll never get vaccines till 2030 or 25 or 28. Well, no, they're here. They're in abundance. And we're actually helping out the rest of the world now. And that's what Canada is about. So when I think of the protesters, I have the utmost respect for them. They need to go home. They need to bring this to an end. The citizens of Ottawa deserve that respect. They deserve to have their lives back.
They live in a fantasy
who invest
world.
Their heart and soul in their businesses that are shut down deserve that. There's no one to talk to because
Thanks, Conqueror.
that's just not the right thing to do. Plain and simple. So, Madam Speaker, when I think about reasonable leadership, I say this: blockades must end, because that's reasonable leadership. We must continue to do what's right. And I agree, we need to continue to, I believe in science. Absolutely. I think every 338 MPs should believe in science. I have faith in what they say.
Yeah, I believe in science. I just don't believe in the people that are behind the science saying
but
the
if their
bullshit
common
that's
sense,
coming
we
out of
need
their
to
mouth right
transition,
now.
we transition.
That's the problem.
But let's do
You
it
can believe in
prudently.
science all you
Let's
want.
do it
You believe in the
judiciously.
people that are telling you the bullshit.
Let's do it in a safe manner that gets us there. Let's not do what happened
big
in
to
Ontario,
fail.
where we open up, fill the stadiums full of people, and then we got to shut down because then our hospitals are over capacity again. And then we have to cancel tens of thousands
When
of
there's two different
surgeries
sciences, is a problem. Exactly, 100%.
and have people literally waiting months and years to get surgeries that they need.
Why
That
this
is not
emergency thing?
responsible leadership.
What is on the table
We,
to
as a
vote on?
government,
I have no
are
idea.
showing
They were
responsible
supposed to vote on a few things,
And I plead
and
to my colleagues. I listen to some
all
of
I've
the
been
debate
hearing is a
later
bunch
on.
of bullshit coming
Being
out of their mouth.
respectful
Like there's
is
not,
who we are
there's
as a
been
people.
waste of taxpayer money,
Not polite,
as far as I
respectful.
can tell, because there's
i.e. we
what the
can
fuck are they
debate,
talking? What are they?
we can scream,
They're just arguing about the
but we
same
need to be
shit.
respectful.
Doesn't
And
make
I
any
hope
sense
see
to me.
that all the time when I come into the House of Commons, into this cradle of democracy, if you want to call it that, into this House. We need to do that. Madam Speaker, I did have some formal notes, and I'll read some of it. But what I really want to reiterate tonight is
Show the
this
full
occupation,
hospital, then
these protests,
then
they need
such,
to come to an end.
exactly.
This is
The
not
big
about
show, nothing
trucking
will be
mandates.
done tonight.
It's not
That's what I
about
think.
that. We
I
need
agree
to
with you
exit
on that.
COVID-19. That's our focus, not anything else. We need to keep Canadians safe. That's what we
Fucking
should all be
windy.
doing. Not meeting with protesters or who hold up awful placards that we all know about and we don't need to discuss again, who don't respect the rule of law,
The rule of
who don't respect the citizens of Ottawa to get a good night's
The
sleep
rule of law.
or for their family to be safe and to feel safe. So, Madam Speaker, the protest against vaccine mandates is gripping the city of Ottawa, as well as other parts of this country.
It's the rule
All
of
members
law.
know that COVID-19 pandemic has cost us dearly, with the loss of lives and livelihoods. Not one of us has been untouched. It goes without saying
It's
that
Canadian
this period
version
has
of the
been long,
filibunker, yeah.
extremely challenging for
They don't
all
want to fuck.
Canadians.
You know what?
The provinces and territories have legislative authority to implement and execute the pandemic response actions that are appropriate for their jurisdiction, including implementing and easing public health restrictions. Now, Madam Speaker, I'll be the first one that really wants to go to a big wedding or my daughter's communion in a couple months, and we can invite all our relatives. I see that Madam Speaker is asking me to wrap it up, so I will stop there. And just to say it's nice to see everyone this evening. I hope you and your families are keeping safe.
They don't
And
want
I
air
can't wait to
horns.
see all my
I'll give
colleagues
them
on
air
this place
horns.
together, hopefully soon. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
In comments, the honourable member for Brandon Sears.
I just want to thank my colleague for his speech tonight and presentation. But he, as well as his predecessor, the speech before him, indicated that they didn't know who they should go and talk to the trucking organizations and individuals who are out in the streets here and across Canada. But first of all, you have to make the offer. Madam Speaker, we know that there are organizers in this cavalcade that didn't come all the way across Canada by just telephoning each other up and saying we're going to move across the country and end up in Ottawa. There are organizers. The government has failed to even ask who that would be. I'm sure if they put an olive branch out to those people, they'd get a meeting in an hour.
Billy,
and our
right?
leader today, our interim leader, has indicated to the Prime Minister that he should do that and he
Exactly.
should sit down
I know
with
as a
all
Canada, when they show the name
of the
of
parties in
the
this House
politician, they
come
don't
up with a
tell you
common solution
what party
to
they
end
belong
this,
to. By
blockade.
design? Yeah.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodford.
We just know they're all a
Madam
bunch of
Speaker, I thank the
dickheads.
honourable member from Brandon Sears for his question. What I will say is this: our government put in place a measure Canadian in this instance, truckers. I spoke with a president of a trucking company in the region I represent, 1,300 employees, 2,000 beds, if you want to call them, trailers, excuse me.
Ottawa, downtown.
And 95% of his workers, 95% of his truckers, were vaccinated. He operates in York Region and in the Midwest in Chicago. He said to me, Francesco, is the right thing
I like them
to
better
do.
with the air horns.
And all my employees across that border are vaccinated. That is what I believe in. When I talk to the industry, we gave the industry a long runway to prepare for this measure. The Canadian Trucking Alliance, we spoke with them. They support us, and they support this stance. That is what we need to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Emotional damage. Member for Mirabel.
Madame la Présidente, la formule du jour du collègue aujourd'hui, c'est le leadership
my colleague
responsable.
has talked about
Mais pour que le leadership soit responsable,
Even the truckers front.
Ils ont commencé à discuter.
I gotta brush up on my French.
That the convoy has to leave is just going to make the convoy leave. Could my colleague please explain why all those who think we've shown a lack of leadership or seen a lack of leadership in this government, why are they wrong and where is that perception coming from?
Right?
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Mon collègue de la Québécoise,
I would like to say to my colleague from the Bloc
the
Québécois
leadership
that
très important
leadership
pour nous,
is
and
very important for us.
we have shown leadership in working with the Ottawa Police Services and the City of Ottawa, in collaborating with them and sending them resources from the beginning of the convoy until up to date. We have shown leadership in providing the resources that they require. And again, I wish to reiterate: how can you go and negotiate with individuals who want to overthrow the democratically elected government that Canadians voted for in the last election? That to me is something preposterous, and something that is wrong. You don't go and negotiate with entities that want everything for themselves and have no desire to cooperate. And in fact,
What do you mean no desire to cooperate? All they did, they were asked to open up a lane. They opened up a lane. They were asked to stop using the air horns. They stopped using the air horns. What do you mean they don't want to fucking cooperate? This guy's fucking so full of shit. This is ignorant pieces of shit like this is what sets me off.
I wanted to thank the member for his comments and
fucking bullshit.
I just needed to express that I disagree that a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. The extremist activities have shown that this is not the fact, that this is not the case. Law enforcement has reacted very differently to this extremist activities compared to how law enforcement reacts to First Nations, Métis, and Inuit who have defended their lands.
Oh, she's going to make it racial. She's going to make it racial now.
I'm sorry, the member, because
they're not doing nothing to the protesters because they're white.
Does he not agree that it's important that
they're not doing nothing to the truckers because they're white? Does she not know that there was Native people there?
As a way to begin forward towards ending the pandemic.
Does she not know that there was Native Americans there, that there's black people there, people of all walks of life there? What the fuck is she talking about?
Lines of communication between the federal government and the City of Ottawa and the Ottawa Police Services have been constantly open. They've been constantly there. We are collaborating. We are assisting them with resources from RCMP officers to biggest
intelligence
gathering.
Horse shit I've ever seen in my life.
There, we don't direct the police force or the Ottawa Police Force to do anything or undertake any sort of activity. They're independent, and there's a reason for that, of course. So I would say to my honourable colleague, we are in constant contact with the City of Ottawa, their mayor, and the Ottawa Police Services for the resources they require in this situation.
She's NVT, expect nothing but last.
Debate, the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Madam Speaker, I'm always honored to rise here in the House. I want to make it clear I'm going to split my time with my colleague from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. At the current time, the interim leader of Canada's opposition has reached out
Janet.
to Canada's Prime
I don't know who
Minister
Janet is in the chat, but Janet, thank you very much for the $10 donation to the camera fund. I appreciate that.
That needs to be answered is, will the Prime Minister respond? What has become very clear in Canada is that the mood of Canadians is moving towards the beginning of the end of the pandemic. We realize that it is not only the health of Canadians influenced by their physical health, but also by their financial, social, and mental health.
Oh, this shit is true.
I can
Yeah.
clearly recall in the early days of the pandemic.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the YouTube chat. I keep forgetting I'm on YouTube.
They were there without their family.
I keep forgetting I'm on
The only way
YouTube
of
right now.
communicating with them was through an iPad.
Sorry.
Some small redemption in those early days
Sorry.
regarding this person was that I'd known them previously, and they'd shared with me their journey in life as a young person.
It's all
How they
Russia.
documented a bicycle trip
Russia.
across southern England, how they'd been essential to the development of a hospital in Cape Breton, how their wife had died, and how they ended
Russia
up living
did it all.
in the small town
It's all
of Truro,
Russia.
Nova Scotia. Indeed, to watch this 90-something-year-old male die without his family will forever have a profound impact on my view of the COVID-19 pandemic. Canadians have suffered. It's also important to reflect on the grave concern we should all now have with respect to the mental health of children and adolescents. Indeed, my own son has missed out on his high school graduation and the wonderful social times that many of us have experienced in the first 2 years of university. Getting your own place to live, solving your own problems, meeting new friends, and learning how generally to be an adult all on your own have been things that have been severely dampened by the COVID-19 pandemic. This unfortunate part of the pandemic and the associated isolation is that many people live in their own echo chamber. We've become isolated to the views of the others who would often surround us
Brandon.
and engage us in exciting debate and discourse, which sometimes, of course, led us to agree, to disagree, but other times led us to truly engage in conversation which would allow us to see another point of view and perhaps indeed change our own point of view. Another example of not seeing other points of view is our inability to travel. We need to better understand other cultures, how they solve problems, how they communicate, and how they live. It's important that we do these things. This, my friends and colleagues, leaves us
What's
with
up
the
with
need
the
to
lime
question those
green
things
cushions?
important to us and help us better understand how we need to help our
They're
fellow
moldy.
human beings.
They're moldy.
As we have these
Get your
multitude
shit
of different
together.
experiences, those things can help us grow as individuals, understand other cultures, learn new languages, and be more resilient to take on our everyday lives. That is not saying, Madam Speaker, that travel is an essential part of being a Canadian. It's simply to say that there are many things which can potentially make us more tolerant of others, which we have deeply missed during this pandemic. For many others, it has led to the tragic end of a business which they
From
worked
the
so hard and spent
1800s,
their
they
entire
spent
life
all the
savings
money on
trying to
Yep.
build. The travel sector, of course,
This
has been
messed
particularly
up
hard
shit.
hit, as has the hospitality sector. Restaurants are essential to our communities, and the socialization which happens therein has suffered under this unbearable yoke. We all know that Canadians love to have a beer or a coffee and catch up with their friends, to see their expressions, to understand their burdens, to help shoulder the load, and to share a great laugh. Sadly, this too has been transformed by COVID-19. No customers, no socialization, and as I mentioned above, living in your own echo chamber. Moreover, Canadians indeed, and indeed people around the world, have suffered with increased levels of anxiety. They have lost trust, they have lost hope for the future, and they've lost their
I
security.
can't believe.
Madam Speaker, what is hope?
You think?
One might
I can't
define it as
believe the
feeling of
bullshit
expectation and desire
that is
for
going
a
on
certain
in
thing to
our
happen.
government right now, in our
Unfortunately,
world.
there's been no certainty, and the ability to plan for the future has been lost. We do know there are several things which can benefit the health of
Crazy.
our human species.
Fucking
Things
crazy.
such as good sleep, meaningful employment, doing something purely for the benefit of another, important relationships, and physical activity. Essential, all of those things have been disrupted by the COVID pandemic. As we're all aware, many, if not most, of the provincial medical officers of health are calling for the end of mandates. Countries such as the United Kingdom with 64% vaccination rates and Denmark with 80% vaccination rates, compared to the over 86% that we have here in Canada, are removing mandates for masks and vaccines and passports. We need to begin to recognize the time to move forward.
60% vaccinated, and they're ending the mandates. And yet here we got over 80%, and they don't want to end it.
As we go forward.
The fuck is wrong with these people?
To be very blunt, there are many out there who do not have many years left. I'm a 53-year-old man. Realistically, I may have perhaps 15 vigorous years left. Prior to the pandemic, it would have been 17. Do I want to continue my life not seeing the joy of smiles on faces, not being able to travel, not being able to have social events with constituents, limiting my gatherings with family on special occasions?
This guy makes a good
Christmas
point.
And Thanksgiving. To have birthdays that are drive-bys with horns honking from neighbors with signs on our lawns. This, my friends and colleagues, it's not living.
Is exactly what I've been saying.
It is also very clear from recent studies that lockdowns are not effective. We now know how much the poor federal healthcare funding in Canada and the lack of surge capacity has perpetuated this pandemic. Prior to the pandemic in my small town with 100 beds in our hospital, we perpetually worked between 90 and 130%.
If you think about it, I'm 40 years old. If I live to be 80
in Canada per 100,000
and I go
people,
on a trip once a
those
year,
available
every
in the
summer
United
with my
States,
family,
and 1/3 available of
I
those
can
in
do
Germany.
it 40 times.
Now, sadly,
That's it.
we have
Think
an
about that for a
unimaginable
second, guys.
tsunami in terms of the backlog of cases of diagnostic
I'm 40 years old.
imaging, of
If I go on vacation every year with my family and I live to 80, I get to do it 40 more times. That's it. 40 places I get to go and see before I'm 80. And we're dealing with this kind of shit.
Out human health resources of physicians, nurses, and other allied healthcare providers. So, Madam Speaker, how does this all end? Do we simply trudge forward one foot in front of the next without any hope? Or indeed, is this a defining moment in humanity where those around the globe begin to realize that
Tearing it all down, right? That's exactly what they're doing.
There can be a fate worse than death. How do we begin to move forward? One great way is to look at the legendary Colin Powell's legacy of the 13 Rules of Leadership. General Powell was arguably one of the most influential writers on leadership in the Western world in modern times. As he would suggest,
35 studies about lockdowns do not work. Nope, they don't. Try the 90 years old that are locked away from family. Exactly. Right, Fry? I don't even want to think about that. That's fucking, it's sad. That is the saddest shit ever.
What you choose, you may get it. 6, don't let adverse facts stand in the way of a good decision.
100%.
7, you can't make someone else's choices.
Imagine dying,
You shouldn't let someone else
not
make
having your
yours.
loved one right there.
8, check small
so
things.
stupid.
9,
I
share
can't.
credit. 10,
I just can't.
remain calm and be kind. 11, have a vision, be demanding. 12, don't take counsel of your fears or naysayers.
So right.
And 13, perpetual optimism is a force multiplier. All these rules of leadership are not perfect. Leadership is not perfect. One of these things that we also must know about great leaders that you must try. You must care. In the immortal words of John F. Kennedy, we do not do these
Virginia
things
threw
because
out
they are
the
easy,
challenges
because they are hard.
from
I implore this Prime Minister to check
executive order for
the ego,
school students
check
masking.
the position,
Nice.
and meet with leaders of the other parties and bring this situation to a peaceful
Virginia
and
schools.
urgent end.
Congrats.
Thank you, Madam
Wow.
Speaker.
Questions and comments. Honorable député de Pierrefonds-Dollard.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Madam
I'd like to
Speaker.
thank the member from Cumberland Colchester for his comments, and also I want to extend my my condolences for the passing of your friend. And I appreciate a lot of what you said. I'd like to just hear from you, in particular around, since we're talking about the protest, the convoy in front of the Hill right now. And you didn't mention this at all in your address, and I'm curious about your opinions.
All right, see you in a bit.
Your thoughts on this. But we see, for example, swastikas. We see hate speech. We see illegal acts such as arson. You didn't have any comments on this. I'm curious. What are your thoughts on these acts, on these flags, etc.?
Member to ensure that he addresses all questions and comments through the chair
Crazy.
and not
Absolutely
to
crazy.
the member directly. The honourable member for
You don't
Cumberland
see any of that
Colchester.
shit. Nope. That's
Thanks
complete
very
bullshit.
much. I will thank the member for his
100%.
question. You know, my speech tonight, Madam Speaker, was to attempt to turn the temperature down here. This is a very, very volatile and unfortunate situation. You know, I think it's really important that we understand that members on both sides of this House have continued to say that those acts are deplorable, they're despicable, and I think that I find it unfortunate if my colleague opposite wants to continue to perpetuate that that is something that anybody in this House would stand for. I think that's very, very unfortunate. It's inflammatory, and it's those exact reasons that I chose in my speech not to talk about those things, but to realize, Madam Speaker, that we need to begin to get to the end of this situation that's very, very volatile. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable member for Abitibi, rather.
Avignon-la-Métis,
Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech.
I want to see what this trucker's saying.
Enjoyed listening to it. It's true that
Okay. What's really happens? The CBC is coming, you know, they put the camera down and they film on empty street. They probably say, oh, police are doing a good job, look, it's clean, or whatever bullshit.
Yeah.
But they don't go there, you know, to film the real thing.
Yeah. I've seen them myself go all the way down so there's no people.
Exactly.
They're pretending. But you saw Saturday, how many people?
I don't know. Thousands of thousands.
You couldn't move. You couldn't move some places. Yeah.
The weekend is hard for us. You know why?
Why?
Because we are sitting in a truck and we are still doing the workout. So look at everybody shaking their crying.
Yeah.
You know, but at the end of the day, I feel like I was lifting weights.
Tired, huh?
But it's great. You meet a lot of nice people. And, yeah. I cry a lot. I enjoy crying. Cry probably 889 times since I.
You're a terrorist. You're crying so much.
Exactly. I protect my flag. Some real Canadians, you know.
They took it.
Yes, they broke my 2x4 in the back. It was nicely
See?
attached to that. I was.
See, he's getting
so
vandalized.
Proudly with that until 2 nights ago. They came at 3 o'clock. They break my flag. These real Canadians.
Who?
Okay?
Don't know.
3 zombies, a guy and 2 girls.
Really?
Yes. And
so these are the troublemakers, they say.
Oh yeah. I was jumping down their feet. I was kind of fighting them, make them leave. Then ask for the police help. Police. They
Wow.
said,
See?
I don't give a shit. Go back to your truck.
Lori!
Oh. Yes. And what else?
He's
After
out there
that,
fighting
we
for our
have to
freedoms, and
protect
these
ourselves.
assholes do that.
Yeah.
I had the security. So last night I was able to sleep.
Yeah.
But the security guy was
What a
hauling
dick.
fuel during the day.
These fucking people are
And he was
dicks.
the guy who they arrested.
Really?
Yes, they took him away, and their family doesn't know where he is. They went to some kind of police station. The door is locked. They tried to call them.
Truckers who are dangerous. Yeah, exactly.
They have no idea where.
Truckers are dangerous. Meanwhile, their trucks are getting slashed. They're
Our people
vandalized.
watching this. And next time you're gonna see something like that. And let's get together. Form a
How many
circle.
speakers do they have in the
That guy
house?
with that-
Look, now it's a girl.
Yeah.
What? They gonna arrest 10 people?
No.
Or 20 at the same time?
No.
I don't think so. So we have to grow some balls, guys.
Hey,
Because
that's
being
right.
here and singing "Oh Canada," it's nice, but we have to man up a little bit.
Man up.
Yes.
So if we can come down to Ottawa, come on down.
Correct.
Correct.
Hero?
Thank you.
Canada's great,
Have
but
a
we
good
need to
night.
man up a little bit.
Load safe. How are you doing, my man? Can I come around?
Yeah,
Okay.
hold on. How many views do you have right now?
Almost 1,000.
Okay.
Live.
So how can I see what you are doing there?
Main Street, Canada.
Main Street.
Street.
Stream.
Street.
Oh, Main Street, Canada. Okay.
Yeah, Main Street, Canada. Space, all capital.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Plant throwing eggs would like still. Yeah.
How are you today?
Hanging in there.
Hanging in?
Paradise. How do you know I'm from there?
There, we've seen you. I have interviewed you.
Okay, I know. So many people showing up every day, you know.
Yeah.
And
it's too much?
No, not too much.
Not too much?
No, but you know, I'm old.
Yeah.
It's
tough. You're out here. Yeah. How long now? How many days?
10 days now.
10 days.
10 days.
Yeah.
I don't want to tell you how much money I lose.
Ah.
It's no.
But this is more than the money.
It's so important. The world is watching.
Yes.
And we are making a big impact to everybody. And old ladies, families, and kids saying,
remember a period pre-pandemic. The point is this, Madam Speaker, we all want to get to normal. The people outside want to get back to normal. The people of Ottawa living and working in the surrounding area want to get back to normal. I want the people outside to get back to normal. I want the people living and working in the downtown area
Session would meet
to
with
get
them
back to normal.
if they had
I would
young
love
children.
To see the people of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou get back to normal, and I want to see all Canadians get back to normal. One thing that we've repeatedly heard, Madam Speaker, is the Prime Minister say, "We have your backs." I prefer to take a different approach, though. It's Canadians who've had one another's backs. The doctors who've had our backs, the grocery store workers keeping groceries available for us, the pharmacists filling our prescriptions, the respiratory therapists helping us, nurses, doctors, truckers. These are the people who've had one another's backs, and I'm thankful to live in a country like Canada where we can make that claim. In my view, Madam Speaker, a Prime Minister is a Prime Minister to all or is a Prime Minister to none, and there is no middle ground. As my honourable colleague from Nunavut just mentioned when addressing my colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge, she referenced the term "a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian," which, in my recollection, was a reference to when the Prime Minister opposed stripping citizenship for people committed of terrorism offences. We should not forget that the Prime Minister knelt with protesters within the last 2 years in breach of COVID protocols. And yet, here we have a Prime Minister that is dividing Canadians. Madam Speaker, I have great trouble when I hear the Prime Minister blame unvaccinated people, calling them names, adjectives like fringe, racist, misogynist. From the most basic level, Madam Speaker, if one wants to encourage another to do something like get vaccinated, the best way to do it isn't to call them a name. It's to encourage them, to answer the question. If anything, those types of divisive tactics will alienate rather than resonate with people who are unvaccinated. At the most basic level, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's job is to unite, as is everybody's job in this House. Unfortunately, I'm seeing a Prime Minister who is choosing to divide, which is genuinely unfortunate. In my capacity as Member of Parliament for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, I've had many discussions with people, both vaccinated and unvaccinated.
And he didn't die?
Appreciate this, but I've had reasonable discussions with people on all sides of the debate. Some people,
you mean there's reasonable people?
And they have questions. That's why
Police will take one more step tonight. First, they will lie about the emergency lane. Then they said they would stop their gas. That's their. They said if they would not blow their horns, they would work with them. Well, let's see if that. Let's see what happens.
From today, Monday,
because it's quiet as fuck over there now.
This today, tomorrow, is the time to resolve.
Because they said they would allow the gas to go in if they stopped blowing their horns.
I walked around today to and from Parliamentary 2 or 3 times. I probably heard 1 or 2 horns all day, which for those who've been here for the past couple of weeks is anomalous, and that's likely due to the recent civil injunction. But I noticed something. The tone felt different. It was quieter. Now is the time for a peaceful end, Madam Speaker.
Right.
We don't have 5,000 people outside. We have a few hundred people remaining. Madam Speaker, if I could speak to the Prime Minister through you, this is what I would say. I would tell the Prime Minister that today he brought his partisan hat to the chamber, and that tomorrow he should take that partisan hat off. I would say today the Prime Minister took an us versus them approach, and that tomorrow he should meet with the leader of the opposition, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, and the leader of the New Democratic Party, who arranged and requested this emergency debate. That today the Prime Minister's approach was to look at other people as different. But tomorrow, I encourage him to see all Canadians and their desires to move on from the current impasse. The past 2 years, Madam Speaker.
What building is that in the upper left? That's Parliament. It was Parliament, yeah. I'm about to put something else up there after he's done talking.
Be a Prime Minister to all and help end this impasse. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to let that keep going. I want to show this.
Turning to the pandemic, government efforts to control the coronavirus in Canada have run into a wall of protests from people opposed to the vaccine mandates and other restrictions. In the capital city of Ottawa, thousands of truckers and others have clogged the city streets for more than 10 days. Ottawa's mayor has now declared a state of emergency. The protests spread to other cities, and the protests.
This is mainstream media, people. Watch this.
Protesters took to the streets for the second week in a row with a convoy of semi-trucks blocking intersections. They brought downtown Ottawa to a halt, disrupting businesses and flooding police with calls about everything from incessant honking to threats and assault. On Sunday, Ottawa's mayor declared a state of emergency, asking for outside help as local authorities say they are outnumbered, and the police chief described being under siege. On Friday, GoFundMe shut down a fundraiser for the so-called Freedom Convoy, which had garnered nearly $8 million US. In a statement, the company said it was done as a result of multiple discussions with local law enforcement and police reports of violence and other unlawful activity.
See, they shut it down.
COVID restrictions escalate. A so-called Freedom Convoy in Ottawa is causing chaos
See, the police
in the city,
did
blocking
that.
the roads. Those protesters are comparing vaccine mandates to fascism. Now this morning, Ottawa's mayor is calling this the city's most serious emergency.
The city is under siege. This is a threat to our democracy.
Right? This is bullshit. You're right. I was there. I was streaming.
It began when thousands of long-haul truckers descended upon the city, angry about a federal mandate requiring them to be vaccinated to cross into the United States.
Is that not the most biggest bullshit you've ever seen in your life? Like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? All right, let me, I don't even remember what I had at Lamestream Media. Lamestream Media. Okay, let me see. No, hold on. I can't. Ooh. Where was this? Here. We'll put this up anyways for now.
Et d'autres membres de son parti seraient prêts à aller voir les manifestants ou les occupants pour les inciter à quitter la colline parlementaire et à faire en sorte qu'on puisse justement en terminer avec cette crise d'occupation qu'on voit présentement sur la colline.
What?
Madam Speaker, and I thank my honorable
Thanks for
colleague
subscribing for 6 months.
his
Thanks.
helpful remarks and for his comments. Madam Speaker, at this point,
Appreciate that.
I feel a lot of what we can do has really been exhausted. If I can put it bluntly, the ball is in the Prime Minister's court.
What's that?
He is
Convoy
the,
gives
he is the head of
5.7.
state of
Yeah, because I know it
Canada,
was over 12
and I
million.
endorse what the leader of the opposition has suggested, which is a meeting between himself, the leader of the opposition, the leader of
I know it was like
Bloc,
over
and the
12
leader of the
million.
NDP. These are the leaders of the four official parties in the House of Commons. Who better than to hit the ground running to put a peaceful end, to listen to the people who are outside, and to hopefully move forward in all facets.
Look how quiet that is. Right there. Listen. That's the trucks in Ottawa right now. Look at that. You hear that? Right, Chuck? See, Chuck understands. I put my life at risk. When I was there streaming, they pointed love and hugs.
I think everybody's gone to bed early tonight.
I was so scared when I was there. I wanted to go back again, over and over again. So scared. Look, listen to that. Look at that. It is kind of scary, I guess. Looks like a big truck stop. I was so scared. But I did it for you guys, because I love you. Listen to the noise. There's like no noise.
Very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to share my time.
More noise coming out of these people than anything else.
I never thought that I would be in this House having a debate, an emergency debate like this, with our city, Ottawa, under siege.
Under siege. Under siege.
Heard so much today.
Look.
From many members, in particular the honourable member for Ottawa.
It's under siege. Look.
Who talked about what is happening just meters away from the House of Commons.
That's out. This is live outside of them. They're talking right now. This is live outside where they are talking. And they're talking under siege. Look at it.
National War Memorial of what is happening with the noise, the incessant noise, how it's impacting children.
The excessive noise. Can someone open a window for the... Can someone open a window for her? Here, hold on. Let me show you what the excessive noise is.
The people who are working downtown.
Excessive noise.
I'd like to talk a little bit today about the impact on my constituents. My riding is only 15 minutes from downtown, and most of my constituents, many of them, work downtown. Many of them have not been able to go
Billy
to work,
Bong.
whether it's on
Sorry to
Bank
hear that,
Street
man.
or at the Rio Center. They haven't been able to collect a paycheck for the last 10 days.
Yeah,
And
what about the
those
people
who
that lost their
have
job
had the
because they wouldn't give
opportunity to go to
experimental drug?
Are terrified.
What about those
They're
people?
being threatened. They're being harassed. I had a man write to me to tell me that he works at a church. And this weekend, while at work inside a church, he had to call the police because he was that threatened.
Yeah, what about the pastors that you've been arresting for having rallies? How about them? Or how about the pastor and the priests and stuff that you've been arresting for holding church?
Threats of
What about
sexual
those people?
assault. This is not something that we
You
should be
fucking
living in the
two-faced
capital city
fucking-
of our
Whoa.
country. I was heartbroken when I heard from Jewish mothers in my writing who were saying, how do I explain to my children
Exactly, for holding
that
church.
people are wearing the yellow star, that people are flying the swastika? What do I say
One
to my
fucking
children?
person flew it. You
And
fuck.
this is
I wish
at a
I could go
moment
to the
where one
house.
of the
I wish I
neighborhoods
could
in my
speak.
riding, where we have
One
a large
person.
Jewish population,
Show
there
me
were trucks
multiple
driving
flags
around
of that. You
with
stupid
vile
fucking.
symbols. This is what's happening in our city right now. We had a mother with autism when they were going down Carling Avenue for hours honking their horns, the mother whose child has autism, who actually said she was taking them to the emergency because there was no other way to get away from it. So yes, it is having an impact. And I have a coffee hour.
Chuck, I'm heartbroken when I hear you lie like this.
And
What do you mean?
A young man, a young racialized man who said to me, I don't understand. It's almost a loss of innocence. How can it be that he can't go downtown in his own city because of the color of his skin? And what was really important about that coffee hour is that people in that coffee hour were listening to each other. We actually had some people who were at the protests attend the coffee hour and hear the impact that it is having on some of the racialized LGBT and other members of our society.
Oh my God.
And I think that people need to listen to one another more and be decent again, because what's happening out there right now, that is not decent. It is not peaceful. When you're threatening violence, that is not peaceful.
Look, that's what's happening outside your door, lady.
What's happening
Look.
downtown. The Queensway Carleton Hospital in my riding has not been able to get their workers from Gatineau on the other side of the bridge to be able to come to work, the nurses and the frontline healthcare workers. So people in my constituency are not able to get the help when they're sick. And worse yet, the CHIO, the Children's Hospital, is having trouble. This is the impact that it's having. This is not about political speech anymore.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine if we didn't have people like myself and other people out there on the ground recording this? If it was only the mainstream media pushing this shit out? Could you imagine if it was only mainstream media pushing this shit out right now? Could you imagine all the people that aren't out there and all the people that aren't on YouTube and that aren't on fucking Twitch? Could you imagine they don't get to see any of this? They only have the news on their cable TV. Could you fucking imagine what these cocksuckers are doing?
Posing for pictures or giving coffee. Madam Speaker, I've worked in parts of the world where politicians thought that they could draw that line, that they could toy.
This is what happens when you let delusional people in power.
Use them for political gain. And we've seen what happened. I've worked in Sarajevo. I have worked in Kosovo. I've worked in the Congo. You can't put those forces back in. You have to denounce them. You have to denounce them every single time. You cannot stop those forces once you unleash them. You cannot control them anymore. And Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, when people say, why are we not talking to them? Well, I don't think that we want to tell other Canadians that if they were to come with large trucks with lots of noise,
because they don't want to fucking talk to them because they know that they're actually sensible people and they would look like the dickheads.
They're scaring people.
They would look like dickheads.
That's how you can be rewarded, by being heard, being listened to. And who are them? I'd like to think about it. They're not the truckers.
Right?
90%
they have no argument. Absolutely.
And most of the truckers are out there doing their job. And they're not even anymore the people who, like all of us, we are all tired of COVID. We're all tired of the measures and the lockdowns. But it's not even about that anymore. There are people who are a few feet from our House of Commons who are calling for the overthrow of our government, who are calling for harm to come to members of Parliament.
They're calling for a drop of the mandates like the rest of the fucking world.
Democracy, and they want people to lose faith in our institutions. And that is something that we absolutely cannot condone. Madam Speaker,
she definitely drinks Starbucks.
What are we doing about it? Every single request from the city of Ottawa,
Emma drinks Starbucks, so I'm just
has
picking.
Provided. We have 300 RCMP officers. We have tactical and logistical support. We have joint intelligence and operations teams, community liaison teams, and we're coordinating between all levels of law enforcement. Oh, what a time not to have beer.
I wish I had a fucking beer.
But politicians do not direct the police. I personally, this weekend and before this, have been talking to other levels of government. I've been communicating with the mayor, with the provincial MPP.
I just cannot believe the amount of lies. And they think people aren't going to see this shit.
We've also talked amongst parliamentarians about solutions to this, that maybe we need to be looking at the financing of these movements. We need to ban symbols like the swastika and the Confederate flag. And I would say the member from Hull Elmer articulated perfectly the impact that has on Black Canadians. We need to look at social media.
Does she not see that half the people there were colored as well, of all walks of life?
Who haven't been able to go to
Leave it to a fucking Karen white girl to sit there and tell.
As I finalize my words.
people what the black community wants. When half the people out there were colored.
Most people are good. Canadians aren't as divided as people think they are. The fact is 90% of Canadians are wearing masks and getting vaccinated and making sure that they're protecting their neighbors. In fact, what we've seen this week, the Shepherds of Good Hope, the homeless shelter where people were trying to get food, and some of the women's shelters are getting more donations than they've ever gotten. The Legion, the Terry Fox Foundation. We have people who live in the neighborhood around the hospital who are saying that those workers who can't get home and back safely can stay in their spare room. We have truckers.
The fucking homeless people are eating like kings. There's free food. The truckers have so much food that they're begging people, take some food, go. They're giving it to the homeless. And she, what the fuck, man? She's a lying sack of shit.
Make you wonder about humanity.
You don't believe it? Go down. Go up to a table where it says free food and grab whatever the fuck you want. I showed you guys it.
And nurses in
Ottawa. She's a fucking lying bitch.
And what they
she
said
is lying.
Was, we will not cower. We will not hide. We will wear our scrubs in public without fear.
What a lying sack of shit.
Canadians have our backs.
She is such a liar.
What we have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Portland.
Never have I ever thought I would see such bullshit coming out of one person's mouth.
And I just wanted to thank the member for the comments today and to thank you for shining a light on the voices that have not yet been heard tonight. You know who else hasn't been heard, Madam Speaker? It is the nurses and the healthcare workers the member just spoke of.
Oh, these people are delusional. These people are delusional.
Tonight, caring for people. I raise my hands to the healthcare workers and to the nurses experience violence on their way to work. I see you, and I offer all of my gratitude to you from myself and the people of Port Moody, Coquitlam.
The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
I really want to thank my honorable colleague for raising that. And I think we all share that same sentiment. Those nurses, those doctors, those frontline healthcare workers are there every single day caring for us. Whether we take their medical advice or not about getting vaccinated, they are there. They are going to work. And they say they're not heroes, but we know that these are the people that
why don't you ask the ones that you sent home because they wouldn't get vaccinated, and then a couple months later told them they can all work even though they're not vaccinated, and they can work even while they're testing positive with COVID. Want to answer that question? Why you allowed nurses to work when they were not vaccinated and tested positive for COVID?
And the incredible sacrifice
answer that one
of those workers. Thank you.
You fucking lying sack of shit. What violence on the way to work? Who are they expecting to win over with these lies? The people that are sitting at home, grandma and grandpa, and the people that are working, 12-hour days that don't get to go out and see this shit. Those people.
Inacceptables qui ont été brandis dans cette manifestation-là, et aucun membre de cette chambre n'a pris de photo avec, aux côtés de ces symboles-là,
fucking looks like he's from Slytherin.
Ou par malchance. Et c'est inacceptable, Madame la Présidente. Maintenant, on nous dit que du côté du
Didn't he play on Harry Potter?
De la part de la ville d'Ottawa,
wasn't he the Slytherin guy?
Une oreille attentive de la part du gouvernement, mais néanmoins, on le sent le manque de leadership, et on en a la preuve tangible dans les faits ce soir à quelques mètres d'ici. Comment se fait-il que ça n'a pas été suffisant et que reste-t-il à faire de la part du gouvernement?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would say that, in fact, we just today announced that we're going to have a trilateral meeting between the different levels of government. We know that people don't want to hear us say, oh, it's about jurisdiction. But the fact is that politicians do not.
It's nonsense. They think they are
and
right.
What we need to be
doing
as politicians is, as a federal government, is provide all the resources.
Like they can say anything they want. They cannot say that it's violent down there at all. It's not violent down there.
To be able to uphold the law, to be able to do their jobs, and Madam Speaker,
the truth is tens of thousands of doctors in the United States signed a false legal document for money last year, and hundreds. Yeah, exactly.
We have been
exactly.
law enforcement,
Just like cops. Yep, you're not immune from the
political leaders have been talking. And as I mentioned, I've been talking with even in
symbol
my
of hate right there.
When
right there, that's symbol of hate.
A residential neighborhood in my constituency, I talked to the mayor and the provincial MPP to make sure that the convoy wasn't being welcomed and sent down Woodruff Avenue. That every single day these conversations are happening, and they've been
the lies run deep with this one.
The municipal councillors right up to the Prime Minister, and we need to keep doing that. And then after this is over, I do believe we will have lessons to learn. We will need to sit back and wonder. And I think, in fact, in part,
we want to allow for one quick question before I was trying to give the honourable member a sign there to wrap it up. A brief question, the honourable member for Brandon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to ask my colleague why the Prime Minister has put all of his eggs in one basket, will not go out and speak to the truckers. When the truckers have given him an option, the associations that I've spoken to in the trucking industry have said that if they'd have had a negative test available, they'd have taken a negative test, and if they proved that they were negative, they'd go to work.
Yeah, I've seen that video.
And if they were positive, they would isolate like anyone else. I just wonder if she could elaborate on why we don't have enough. We didn't have enough rapid test kits in Canada from the middle of December to the middle of January, at least anyway. So it couldn't be done. But if they are available now, as the Prime Minister says, why wouldn't they allow that?
Yeah, why wouldn't they?
Answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we've actually procured just this month 140 million rapid tests, but also these are not the truckers. The Trucking Association signed a joint statement with the minister saying that they support the vaccine mandate. 90% of truckers are vaccinated. That's not who's out there on the lawn right now.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, et j'aimerais remercier le leader de l'NPD pour avoir proposé ce débat. I want to start by saying how sorry I am to the people of Ottawa and the businesses of Ottawa for what they have experienced over the last 10 days.
Yeah.
Nobody deserves to experience what they have.
That's right. So
there
lift the mandates.
This convoy is about freedom. I certainly agree that after 2 years of a pandemic, most Canadians yearn for freedom. But most Canadians also agree that freedom comes with obligations. And those obligations include protecting the most vulnerable in our society. This means we all need to get vaccinated, because without getting vaccinated, new variants will continue to emerge and our hospitals
Is this guy fucking stupid?
This means we need to wear masks indoors because we know that the virus spreads more quickly in poorly ventilated or crowded indoor settings. So when someone calls for all mandates to be terminated, they are going against science. But that does not mean that other restrictions should not be constantly reconsidered. There are many in this country who are double vaccinated and boosted. They have done everything right over the last 2 years and believed that they were seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Then Omicron hit us in December. Our healthcare system that lacks adequate surge capacity was about to be overwhelmed, and politicians had to act. These restrictions involved a travel advisory and added testing upon return at the federal level, but the vast majority of these restrictions were imposed by provinces, including by conservative provincial governments. Everybody was trying to do their best, using their best judgment, but that does not mean that everyone agreed with the decisions, and they all merit debate.
This guy, like,
I can fully understand why parents are confused and upset when their kids are having their schools closed, with the kids' mental health having been so deeply impacted. I can understand why some business owners can't understand why their businesses are closed while other comparable businesses are open. I have a friend who runs a gym. I have a friend who runs an adult basketball league. They have been constantly closed over the last 2 years.
It's ours
Given the importance
to use
of working
as
out
we
to
want,
physical and
not
mental
to
health,
drill
it is
holes
hard
to
for
it.
me to explain to them why this is the case. Believe me, I get it. There needs to
I like
be
that
reasonable
sign.
conversations about why
Leave the kids
vaccinated
alone.
people and business owners are subject to restrictions. And we need a plan that provinces and the federal government agree upon to talk about how other restrictions will be relaxed. But let me be clear. These frustrated Canadians are not represented by the protests currently going on in Ottawa and other cities. Demonstrations are important expressions where citizens make their views known. They typically involve local residents
These guys are
receiving a
fucking
municipal
done.
permit making their case, and then leaving after a reasonable period of time. They involve a careful choice of location, and normally organizers go out of their way to not disrupt the lives of people and businesses.
Yeah, like
this is a
BLM.
constitutionally protected right that
Just
we
like
need to
BLM.
respect, whether or not we agree with the cause. But while legal, peaceful assembly is a constitutionally protected right, the blockade of a city is not. The rule of law still exists in Canada. Honking all night long and keeping people awake, sending off fireworks, and refusing to follow local rules related to wearing masks in indoor settings are not part of a normal, peaceful protest. Harassing citizens and journalists is not part of a normal, peaceful protest. Desecrating monuments is not part of a normal, peaceful protest. Targeting healthcare workers is not part of a normal, peaceful protest. Stealing from food banks is not part of a normal, peaceful protest.
They're stealing food.
And
They're
let me
giving
say
food,
loudly and
stupid.
clearly that flying Confederate flags is not part of a normal.
Do they all?
Protest.
I'm convinced. I'm fucking convinced. They're all fucking idiots. They're all fucking idiots. They're all reading the memo that Justin Trudeau sent out to them. Everybody read this, but change it up a little bit so you don't sound fucking stupid. Put your own words to it, but it's the same fucking shit day like nonstop. I can't listen to this shit anymore.
About what
This
it
isn't
meant
a
to him as
fucking
black
debate. This is
Canadian
stupidity.
To see people waving the
Can't listen to
Confederate
this.
flag. Let me just say that as a proud Jewish
Oh,
Canadian,
shut the fuck up. Unfucking believable. I can't listen to that stupid shit. I can't. I just can't. It's fucking just driving me nuts. Stealing from the homeless. They're giving to the homeless. I talked to a guy that was homeless, and he said he was fucking more happier now than he's ever been. Other than the honking, he said. Other than the honking, he said that was bad. But he had heat, he had food, he had everything he wanted. He says he hadn't eaten that much food in the whole time that he's been homeless, and I think he said he's been homeless for like 3 years. What a fucking lying sack of shit these people are. Just like straight out, just lie. And who holds them accountable? Who's going to punish these guys for fucking lying? Because if that was you, me, or anybody else lying like that, we'd be in shit. These fucking lying sacks of shit, man. I just can't. Unbelievable. Just absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Ottawa downtown is better because of the truckers. There's no garbage on the on the ground. There's no burning, no flags burning. How many flags? And they're calling it an insurrection and an occupation, or like they're fucking so stupid. And even the ones that you think are on your side, you start listening to talk, and then they're like, "But we need to get the vaccines, and we need to do that." Like, what the fuck? Fuck off with your shit, you lying sack of shit. You go back and you look at the science, okay? These guys are like fucking 6 months behind, a year behind. They're a year behind. Because you look at what Dr. Fauci and everybody else has been saying. Dr. Fauci and all the other doctors now are saying that the viral load in the nasal pharynx of the people that are vaccinated versus unvaccinated is the exact same. They said that people that do not show symptoms do not spread the virus, is what they're saying as well. So if you're not showing any symptoms, does it really matter if you're vaccinated or not? Just stay away from the guy that's snot running down his face, or the guy that's sneezing nonstop or coughing. Stay the fuck away from him. Then you don't have to worry about it. You know, just like you do with the common cold. Hey, listen, you don't go see grandma and grandpa when you have the fucking cold and the flu. You don't do that for anything. You can have fucking sniffles. You're like, I don't know if I got a cold or what, but yeah, I'm gonna have to stay away from grandma today. They're so stupid. So stupid. I've never in my life seen so much stupidity. And you know what it is? Do you know what it is? It's because they're so sheltered and stuck in their own little bubble of friends, and they don't go out and do anything, that they just kind of like hover around, and they're not social. These aren't social butterflies. These aren't people that are out there fucking mingling with people. These are people that go to work, go home to their fucking wife, and then they go back. And then if they go out for dinner, it's to like a $10,000 of dinner plate fucking kind of dinner on your and my tax paying money. $800,000 a day they're spending on police officers to what? To what? What are they doing? They're stopping truckers from fueling up their trucks? Oh my God. Could you imagine spending $800,000 a day if they would turn around and go and find fucking drug dealers or gang bangers or shit like that? Could you imagine? Could you imagine if they would go and do that? No. Justin Trudeau goes and spends $500,000 on a vacation to Florida to go surfing on yours and my dollar. But then he sits there and says, we're here for the Canadian people. Really? Because are they fucking paying any bills? I got to play something for you guys. I have to play this before we do anything tonight. I have to play this. This girl says it right on point. It's so good. Hold on. I gotta get this video for you guys. Before we do anything, I got to show you this. This girl sums it up to a T. This lady. Let me see where it is here. I just got to find it here. Give me 1 second. She like sums it up to a T, exactly what it is. Where is it? I gotta find it. This person sent it to me a while back, so I'm just going through the history of things right here. Here it is.
Pedophiles, rapists, and drunk drivers are going free. The government doesn't intervene.
Look at this. Listen to this.
Pedophiles, rapists, and drunk drivers are going free. The government doesn't intervene. People of color being murdered by police. The government doesn't intervene. Rich white folk copping ridiculous pleas. Homeless are dying in our streets. The government doesn't intervene. Children are snatched and sold for a fee. The government doesn't intervene. People getting sick from products that are supposed to be clean. The government doesn't intervene. Missing Indigenous women from across our country. The government doesn't intervene. Mass graves of Indigenous children that we've all seen. The government doesn't intervene. Corporate raiders with insatiable greed. The government doesn't intervene. Our citizens going bankrupt at incredible speed. The government doesn't intervene. Overcrowded jails so criminals are released. The government doesn't intervene. Being robbed by hydro and going broke for heat. The government doesn't intervene. Food prices so high that many can't eat. The government doesn't intervene. Can't drive your car for the price of gasoline? The government doesn't intervene. Our air is polluted and our water's not clean. The government doesn't intervene. Our crops make us sick from the modification of genes. Our government doesn't intervene. Now, all of a sudden, out of the blue, the government is interested in helping you. And out of the hundreds of things that they could do, forcing drugs on healthy people is the plan they choose. If the diabolical nature of this manipulation you don't see, then why are rights being denied from you and from me? This government has evil, and you had better start to believe if you ever want to live a life that resembles something free.
Right? She couldn't have said it better. Out of all the things that go on in this world that they do not intervene with, they just let go on and go on and go on, and then they turn around and this is the one thing they're here to save us from? The flu? Really? Out of all the fucking things in the world. Susan dropping a nuclear bomb. Thanks, Susan. I appreciate that.
Susan _D1 cheered. X5000. Cheer 5000.
Man, I'm gonna have to send out those feet pics. Right? If you can't see what is going on in the government right now and what is going on, man, I'm telling you. Susan, dropping the bomb. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It helps out a lot. It really does. Because I want to get back out there. I got this camera. I got this great GoPro camera that was mailed and shipped out to me so that I can go and live stream, because I can live stream right from this now. So I won't have any problems with the cold. Nice wide field of view. Nice low light. So it's going to be really nice. So that's what this is all about right here. So I really appreciate all the help, especially with everybody that helped out with that tonight. So it's been absolutely great. Wayne, no, you will be molested. Yes, I know, Chuck. I know. I told the protesters and the occupiers that if they're going to molest me, I will not resist for at least 20 minutes. After that, I have to try to fight them off. But for at least 20 minutes, I'm gonna be, in my happy spot. Wayne, thank you for all your work. Thank you, Cynthia, for being here. You're great. I love each and every one of you guys. You guys are absolutely friggin' amazing. But she said it perfectly. She said it so perfect, like right to a T. Oh man, okay, what do we got here? We got let's play what do we got? After 20 minutes, he has to give yeah, that's right. Billy, you get it. You get it. Do you have the link? Do I have the link for what I just put? I'll put it in the Discord because I just closed it, but I'll put it. Every single word was true. Man, she was right on point with that. Right on point. Okay, so hold on. Let me see. We've been streaming for 9 hours and 50 minutes. Let's go for 10 hours. Let's go for 10 hours. A 10-hour stream today, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's go for 10 hours. We got 10 minutes. Let's see what kind of shit we can get into here. Let me see. All right, so we'll do this. Let's check this out. I got a couple more videos to show you. Dang, yeah, 10-hour stream, baby. 10-hour stream. Yeah, like I said, I'm so happy to, like, I can't wait to start playing with this GoPro. It's going to be so fun. I love it. Thank you so much. You know who you are. Thank you very much for doing that. Like I said, I know you said it was all good, but I want to try to get some of that money back to you because you've been way too kind to me. Way too kind to me. So all the money that goes to this here is going back to that individual for helping me out, or at least, a good chunk of it anyways. So yeah, they were absolutely friggin' awesome. So it's the least I can do. Let's listen to Chris Guy here for 2 seconds. Yeah, it's more than awesome. It's fucking amazing. I was shocked to wake up to that at the door.
Country has completely changed. Before I can even begin, I have to start by, number one, thanking our truckers.
You could be in Ottawa, Wayne, besides on here yelling at the TV. Yep, and I've been in Ottawa a couple times. And I'm going back out to Ottawa.
Not enough.
Unless you want to babysit for me, that'd be good, 762.
Warriors that took it upon themselves to be the first group in Canada.
Hey, 762, if you want to babysit, go ahead. If you babysit, I could go back out and protest because I got little babies up in the in bed right now. That's the only reason why I'm not there 24/7. It's because of that. So you want to babysit? I'll get out there.
To stand in united non-compliance.
All excuses, 762 excuses.
I want you all to thank yourselves for being here. Because without you supporting this movement, supporting the truckers, supporting everyone who's been fighting since day one, we would not be here. We would not have this movement. We would not have this power. So thank you, Canada, for the violence of my heart.
Give the hold. Babysitter not needed. Doctor.
The importance of what we're doing here today will go down in history as one of the most significant moments in solidarity in human history. For nearly 2 years, I've been doing every single thing in my power, and so have many others, to try to achieve what people thought could not happen. The people coming together, despite of all the ways they try to divide us, despite of all the lies and propaganda, we stand united, we stand strong, and Canada is now the beacon of light and hope and freedom for the entire world!
The guy speaking won't be arrested, watch. He's been arrested a bunch of times. He's been arrested a bunch of times, apparently, but yet he's always at these things.
That the docile, the friendly, the nice Canadians would be the ones to stick their feet into the sand and say enough is enough. It's time to take our country back.
Exactly.
Face that way too. And our voice has reverberated so far around the world. You see convoys in Australia bearing Canadian flags. You see trucks in the Netherlands bearing Canadian flags. You see the people of Brazil.
762 is because you're on the wrong platform. Come on, guys, let's get to 80 thumbs up on the YouTube channel. If you haven't hit that thumbs up button, hit that thumbs up button. It's free. Hit it.
We see freedom rising around the world. The UK, Ireland, Denmark, Switzerland have gotten rid of restrictions.
I see it. I see it.
First of many. The domino that started to fall, the tidal wave is coming in, ladies and gentlemen.
I just don't understand how he keeps getting arrested, but yet he's still at these protests. When I know other organizers that are arrested and they can't go anywhere near or speak or anything. I don't know how he gets away with it. Hey, I'm all for it. I'm glad that he's doing it. I don't understand. He must have good lawyers.
Jason Kenney in Alberta backing down against the mandates. And why? They're going to say it's because they got Omicron under control. No, it's because we got them.
No, I was just saying, I know other people that have been arrested and can't go to protest or speak or anything. But he keeps getting arrested, but he keeps speaking. How is that possible? He must have good lawyers. And I'm happy he gets to.
Throat as long as you would allow. If we stood idly by, we would be like Quebec, where you got to go into a jail cell to go to a Walmart. I think you laugh it up, but that's still part of Canada. That's still our brothers and sisters. We need to get them on our page. We need to bring them into this fold. We need to get them their freedom back. We need to get freedom back for everybody, not just here, but around the world. We are reaching the end of phase 2 of united non-compliance, taking action. And it's going to end with us taking our freedoms back. But we cannot stop there. We got to keep the pressure on, moving into phase 3 of united non-compliance. My personal favorite, holding them accountable. Think they're just going to flip-flop and change sides because they've read the writing on the wall and all of a sudden be hailed as heroes. They got another thing coming. If these puppets like Trudeau think that they're just going to fade off into obscurity,
Yeah, you're
so they
right.
can pull this shenanigans
Phase
on us
3.
whenever they feel like it, they got another thing coming. We are in a position where we can not just get our freedoms back. We can reshape our
An
country
investigator
in a way
plant
that makes it
gonna
better
drive
than
some
it ever
innocent
was.
Pats
Better than any
into
country
Capitol.
in the history of the planet. We have
Backyard
the largest
Renegade.
landmass, the
Maybe
most
he's a friend of
resources,
John.
the most diverse population. There is no
Who knows?
reason why without the right governance we cannot have a golden era of Canada where people have so much more than they ever thought possible.
Yeah. Who's an investigator plant?
How we react
Backyard?
now. They are going to try to
Which
do
one?
everything. You've seen what they're trying to do in the
Chris?
media. Which is a racist movement. It's anti-Semitic. It's anti-black. It's anti-homo. It's homophobic. It's transphobic. Are you serious? Can you even walk around more than 5 steps without someone smiling at you or shaking your hand or giving you a high five?
Why can't we just have the old Canada back?
God bless you all. I know you're not doing.
Why can't we just have the old Canada back? That's a good question. That's a very good question. I ask myself that every single day. Why can we not have the old Canada back? Why? I blame Lori. I blame Lori. I miss old Canada when I could drive across the border with just a driver's license, right? Just a driver's license. Driver's license. I asked the same thing about old USA. It'll come back. It'll come back. This is you remember when our grandparents were like, you know, the government this, the government that, and we're like, oh, grandma, grandpa, it's not like that anymore. Stop being such a fucking worrywart. Remember when we used to say this kind of shit? That's it right there. That's exactly it right there. What is this? Why is this not working? Good night, everyone. Take care. Freedom, live free or die trying. Right? Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, I don't know why this is not working. Oh, there we go. That's why. Duh. Oh, man. All right, so let's do this. Let's do that. We'll do that. What a night. 10 hours. We've been streaming for 10 hours, you beautiful people. 10 hours. I want to say again, thank you. You know who you are for buying the GoPro. This is going to up the game when we go out. That's going to be awesome. So thank you very much for doing that. Everybody that helped with the goal tonight to help me pay the certain somebody back for that. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that as well. You guys are absolutely friggin' amazing. Tomorrow night, if you're on YouTube, I stream every single night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Twitch. I don't stream all the time on YouTube. YouTube don't like me. I don't like YouTube. So it is what it is. It's a love-hate relationship we got with YouTube. So keep that in mind, guys. I love you guys. Stay in the chat. We're gonna go and make surprise. We're gonna go surprise Rubes there, Adventures. I'm gonna leave you guys with him for the night. It's gonna be awesome. I don't know what he's doing, but I'm sure he's having a blast over there. And then we're gonna get going tomorrow night. It's gonna be a crazy, crazy day. I'm sure of it. Who is this? Let me see here. We got. How'd you guys like that last guy that I rated? Stinky. You guys like Stinky? Stinky's cool shit, eh? I think Stinky's cool. But nah, I'm not gonna raid Stinky. I'm just saying. Belly button dude. Yeah, you got him. You got him. I'm just kidding. I was trying to. We were talking about trolls all night that night. So that's why I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny because we were trolling. I was trolling. I thought it would be a good payback for you guys. Anyways, I love you guys. Be good, guys. Keep your head up. Keep it out of sight. Tell your loved ones you love them tonight. Don't wait for tomorrow because tomorrow's not promised. I'll see you guys tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern time. And remember, guys, if you can't be good at it. Stay for the raid. Let them know I said hi. You guys rock, man. Thank you, guys, for all the love and support. And everybody in the background that's lurking right now, thank you so much as well. You guys rock. All right. Here's a nice guy. You guys are going to love him. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Be good, guys. If you can't be good at it. I love you. Good night, guys. Thanks to all the moderators. See you tomorrow.